patriarchal takeover of the United States. The country that was founded as the greatest country in the world with the most freedom. How much fucking freedom do you have today, man? But I digress. All right. 2 more stories, and they both have to do with, you guessed it, Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell reportedly offers to testify before Congress on the Epstein sex trafficking scheme. All right. Well, I like that. I like to hear that. 47% high factuality, mostly right-leaning. That's surprising to me. You've got a kind of a blind spot for the left and the center. 73% from the right, 14% from the center and the left. So, and again, with ground news, when you see that you have more right-leaning news sources, you typically tend to have lower factuality. I don't know why that is, but that's how it is. Okay, so I have a story from Newsweek pulled up, and we're just going to get into it here. So, Donald Trump ally reacts to Ghislaine Maxwell testifying about Epstein. Roger Stone, what? A longtime political ally of President Donald Trump has welcomed reports that Ghislaine Maxwell might be willing to testify to Congress about her ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Why? In a post on X, Stone said Epstein's former associate has nothing on Trump, pushing back on the speculation that Maxwell's testimony could implicate the president. You know, when he was probably one of the people responsible for her boyfriend being, unalived. Just saying, man, there's some shady shit going on. Why it matters. Epstein, a wealthy financier, died by suicide in jail in August 2019, weeks after his arrest on sex trafficking charges. His case has assumed reviewed significance after the Trump administration ordered a review of the case and said it would publish names and evidence of the associates of Epstein. However, a recent memo by the Department of Justice and the FBI said there is no client list and there will be no more charges. He has triggered backlash among those who want transparency about Epstein. Last Monday, the Department of Justice and the FBI also published an 11-hour prison video to support their conclusion that Epstein died by suicide in his jail cell, but some claim a portion of the video was missing. Meanwhile, some called for Attorney General Pam Bondi to be fired. But she loves Trump so much, he'll never get rid of her. What to know? According to an anonymous source speaking to the Daily Mail, which is a rag, Maxwell, who was convicted in 2022 over her leaks to the Epstein illicit activities and is serving 20-year prison sentence, has expressed a willingness to testify before Congress about her experiences. Newsweek could not verify this report. That's important. It means it's just a rumor. The source reportedly told the publication, despite the rumors, Ghislaine was never offered any kind of plea deal. She would be more than happy to sit before Congress and tell her story. For a plea deal, though? Is that what she's asking for, or looking for time off? Because I don't know that they're going to offer her that. No one from the government has ever asked her to share what she knows. She remains the only person to be jailed in connection to Epstein, and she would welcome the chance to tell the American public the truth. Stone, a prominent conservative commentator, responded to the report, writing, "Personally, I like the news that Epstein's pimp Maxwell is ready to testify before Congress. Bill and Hillary are going to be very embarrassed. She has nothing on Trump. It was rumored that Bill Clinton was tied to Epstein, though the former president denies it." They all deny it. What people are saying, the FBI and Department of Justice sent a memo. While we have labored to provide the public with a maximum information regarding Epstein and ensured examination of any evidence in the government's possession, it is in the determination of the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation that no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, in a statement to The Hill, President Trump is proud of Attorney General Bondi's efforts to execute his Make America Safe Again agenda, restore the integrity of the Department of Justice, and bring justice to the victims of crime. The continued fixation on sowing division in President Trump's cabinet is baseless and unfounded in reality. I don't know. Trump wrote on Truth Social on Saturday. I call it that because that's what he calls it. What's going on with my boys and in some cases gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it. All over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein, over and over again. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. I watched the Fox News interview this morning where he actually said that he would release the Epstein files. He's so full of shit. And I hope that MAGA starts to see that. What happens next? Speculation about the case will likely continue despite the Trump administration's efforts to quash it. Because it's the Streisand effect, man. It's the Streisand effect. You try to bury it, and it's all that people want to talk about. It was stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. So, anywho. One last story, tubes, and then we're going to call it a day. I got shit to do. A lot of shit to do. So, I'm going to burn through this here, and we're going to see you on Friday, I think. Yeah. So, all right. Trump says he spoke to FBI Bongino amid Epstein uproar. So on July 15th, which this article came out last night, so they're talking about the 15th for the eastern part of the world. It was actually the 14th for here in the United States. So this was yesterday, even though it says on the 15th. President Donald Trump mentioned that he had a conversation with Deputy Director Dan Bongino, confirming Bongino was doing well amid the controversy surrounding the Epstein investigation. All right, and I think that Bongino had threatened to resign or something over this, but now they're all buddies again. So this is literally just showing you the sycophantic behavior behind the Trump administration. 43% high factuality, mostly equal between the right and the center, with a little bit of a blind spot on the left, only 23%. And then my article, I thought was from CNN, but I might be wrong. News Nation. What? Oh, okay. All right. So I sorted by factuality, and News Nation was the highest. I thought that was a right-leaning, but it says it's center with very high factuality. So let's go read it here. Deputy director back at work after reports he threatened to quit. All right. So FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino returned to work Monday after reports he would quit following a reported altercation with U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi on Wednesday over the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, according to closest source to the White House knowledge of the circumstances. The source told News Nation that Bongino is expected to stay as deputy director of the FBI for now, but said the situation is fluid. Additionally, with President Donald Trump's administration, no decision is final until it's made by the president, the source emphasized. Last week, the Department of Justice and FBI released a page-and-a-half memo stating that there is no client list tied to Epstein, adding that there would not be any more evidence released regarding the disgraced financier. Axios reported last week that Bongino threatened to quit during a contentious meeting after the memo was released. During the altercation, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles and Deputy Chief of Staff Taylor Budwich were present, according to Axios. President Donald Trump then expressed support for Bongino on Sunday, telling reporters he's in good shape. Oh, I think so. I did. I spoke to him. Oh, let me do my Trump voice.
Oh, I think so. I did. I spoke to him today. Dan Bongino, very good guy. I've known him a long time. I've done his show many, many times. He sounded terrific, actually. No, I think he's in good shape,
said Trump said. On July 9th, a source close to the White House told News Nation that FBI Director Kash Patel and Bongino would unseal evidence related to the investigation on Epstein if their department could do so. But unfortunately, there's somebody above both of those guys. I believe with full certainty that if Kash Patel and Dan Bongino had the power to operate separately from the Department of Justice, that they would have unsealed and released every single piece of evidence they could while protecting victims months ago, the sources close to the White House said last week. The FBI and DOJ issued a statement to News Nation last week saying it was a thorough review. Excuse me. The DOJ and FBI reviewed the Epstein files and reached the conclusion that set out the July 6th memo. Nothing in the files warranted further investigation or prosecution. Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche told News Nation in a joint statement. The memo released on July 6th is consistent with the thorough review we conducted by the FBI and DOJ. The criminal leakers and fake news media try relentlessly to undermine President Trump with smears and lies. And this story is no different, FBI Director Kash Patel said in a provided statement to News Nation. Oh, Jesus. Trump administration, DOJ, FBI working on the Epstein files in lockstep. On Monday, Deputy White House Press Secretary Harrison Fields said the Justice Department and FBI officials will continue to work in lockstep with unprecedented success. Trump threw his support behind Bondi in a Truth Social post, writing, "What's going on with my boys, and in some cases, gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi," which I just read this. I'm not going to reread this stupid post. House Speaker Mike Johnson told reporters on Monday that he trusts the White House will make the right decision regarding the Epstein files. When asked if he has faith in Bondi, he replied, "I do," because that's what Trump told him to say. So, anyway, those are my dystopian news stories that are coming at you right now for this week. So, who knows what the update will be on Friday. I'm getting really fucking sick of talking about Epstein. I'm getting really sick of talking about Andrew Cuomo running for mayor. But these stories are important to continue highlighting because these are keeping these in the public conscious will keep pressure on the right people. So hopefully Friday, I'd like to bring like a good feel kind of story. I believe I will be in Oregon at that point, maybe Friday morning. So we'll see. And then the next stories next week will be coming to you from California. So anyway, thanks for hanging out with us, Tubes. I've been Cousin Matt, and this has been Nightly News this morning on the road. Hopefully you couldn't tell it was any different. And I appreciate you guys watching, and I will see you guys on Friday. Take care.
Spending a long, lonely day and it simmers. Content with my love and sun rays and it simmers. Yeah. Needlessly knowing that darkness is slowly and surely flowing into my head. Deep down it simmers. I know that someday too soon the top will blow off. And I'll be left freaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. And one thing, every little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. Till then it simmers. Going along with the trees and it simmers. Struck by a cool ocean breeze and I shiver. Yeah. From the cold so bold, its tiny little tips of its weakness that timidly take hold, makes me shiver. Yeah, reminds me someday too soon, the top will blow off. And I'll be left breaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. You could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. My own.
go. We're doing it live. How's it going? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Nightly News this morning. If I could remember what the name of my show is, I'm your host, Cousin Matt, and here we are to go over some ground news. I'm doing the show live on the road, so just putting that out there. We talked about that the last episode. If you watched, all 12 of you. And so today we're going to do kind of like an abridged version. We're going to go through, I do have 5 stories picked out today. I don't think I'm going to have time to burn through them. I'm on my other job right now. I've got other responsibilities as well. So, but we'll get through as much as we can, and I'll skip pleasantries today and we'll just get going. How about that? So let me get set up for my first story here. All right. House gives final approval to Trump's $9 billion cut to public broadcasting and foreign aid. That sounds like a good thing, huh? Ground news factuality looks like 88% of the sources are high factuality, with a mostly between the left and the right. You've got more left reporting than the right. Right's got 14%, left has got 34%. But this isn't an issue that the right cares about, so we wouldn't expect them to have much to say about it. But we do have 53% on the center, and I pulled a story from, it looks like the Times. Let's go over to it and see. No, the Gazette, thegazette.com. So I always sort my stories by factuality. Was it the Colorado Springs Gazette, maybe? I'm not sure. But let me see here. Yeah, it just says the Gazette. I don't know. Anyway, let's read the story. How about that? Trump's $9 million DOJ cuts past the House as Johnson tempers GOP divisions over Epstein votes. Wow, what a title for an article. The House voted to cut billions of dollars to foreign aid and public broadcasting early Friday morning, a win for President Donald Trump as he is plagued by GOP divisions over the release of the files of the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The White House's $9 billion recessions package cleared the chamber 216 to 213. 2 Republicans, Representative Mike Turner of Ohio and Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, voted with all the Democrats against the bill, and the legislation is now headed to Trump's desk for his signature. So if I understand this correctly, it's just like the final version that's like reconciled with the Senate for the big, beautiful spending bill. Republicans used a procedure that automatically deems the bill as passed when members voted for the procedural rule instead of having to take a vote on both the rule and the final passage. Well, that's cute. The journey is putting the recessions package, which codifies several cuts identified by the Department of Government Efficiency on the House floor, was a roller coaster for Johnson and the Republican leaders, coming so soon after the infighting over the big, beautiful bill that led to a record-breaking floor time and several days negotiation. No, so this is a completely different bill. That's awesome. Just even more spending cuts to the things that we need and increases to the Gestapo and things like that. The legislation, which passed the Senate early Thursday morning, faced an uphill battle to get to the floor this afternoon. Leadership battled with the Rules Committee members who didn't want to be put on record voting against Democratic members' attendance that called for the release of information related to Epstein. So, like, this whole Epstein thing is really threatening to divide even our lawmakers. This is great. I love this. The Trump administration's handling of the Epstein files has driven a wedge within the GOP and given Democrats a messaging opportunity. See, at the beginning, the Democrats wanted to latch on to, Trump's approval ratings. MAGA doesn't care about that, but they're realizing, oh shit, MAGA cares about this. Maybe this is the thing that we need to hold on to open people's eyes. So that's always nice to see. The passage of the spending clawback comes at a time when Trump's MAGA base has revolted over the administration's findings that there was no so-called client list of Epstein's that had long been speculated over. But it also comes after the Wall Street Journal published an article Tuesday that Trump was one of many to write Epstein a letter for his 50th birthday, which in part included an imaginary conversation between the pair that they had certain things in common. The album in which the letter was included was assembled before Epstein was arrested in 2006, according to the outlet. Trump has denied writing the letter and has pledged to sue the outlet for publishing the story. Okay.
I didn't write it. It was AI. They made it. It was not real.
The Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch personally were warned directly by President Donald J. Trump that the supposed letter they printed by President Trump to Epstein was a fake, and if they printed it, they will be sued, he wrote on a Truth Social post. Trump said in a different Truth Social post, I'm always calling it that on that show. It's Truth Social, but it's going to be Truth Social until the end of time. That he directed Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any pertinent grand jury testimony to the Supreme Court's approval. He added,
This scam perpetuated by the Democrats should end right now.
Earlier this week, all but one Republican, Representative Ralph Norman of North Carolina, voted against an amendment from Representative Ro Khanna of California on Monday to release the files in the Rules Committee. Republicans met at 6 p.m. on Thursday to advance two rules, one covering the recessions package and another covering a resolution calling for the release of some of the Epstein files. It is similar to the resolution filed by Representative Thomas Massie from Kentucky, which is already has bipartisan support. Both rules passed the Rules Committee along party lines. The Epstein-related resolution can be brought up at a later date, but it's unclear when it will receive a vote on the House floor. Massie and Representative Cohen filed a discharge petition that compels the Department of Justice to release the information related to the disgraced, since-deceased financier, including the so-called infamous client list. A federal investigation found that there was no list, but Trump's Make America Great Again base and large block of GOP lawmakers are demanding that all the documents be released to the public. The recessions package slashed budgets for USAID, PBS, NPR, and other aid programs. The House passed an earlier version of the legislation earlier in June that called for $9.4 billion in recessions, but with the version passed Thursday exempted $400 million from funding for the AIDS prevention, a Senate move to shore up GOP support. Yeah, because it looks bad when you cut stuff like that. So that's not dystopian at all, Tubes. So let me get a little of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, Tubes in here, and we'll get going on our next story. I think I said it at the beginning of the show, but like, while I'm on the road, you're going to have to deal with background noise. You're going to have to deal with bad lighting. It's what it is. The show's here. That's all I got. So, I'm going to do them a little bit out of order here because the next story kind of pertains to what we just talked about, and that is so Ron Wyden, one of the two senators from the state that I live in Oregon, says that the Trump administration is sitting on an Epstein bank of records they're refusing to investigate. So this story about Ron Wyden does not have much reporting yet. You can see there are only 6 articles, 3 on the left, 3 on the center. Right's not saying anything about this yet. But again, this is a pretty early on this story. But because Ron Wyden's from Oregon, I decided that I was going to highlight this story. And it's also kind of important, that there are members in Congress and the Senate who are saying, hey, yeah, those files exist. Maybe not a client list, but files. So let's read the story real quick, see what Mr. Wyden has to say. Wyden staffers who went through Treasury records said Jeffrey Epstein moved money through several banks to fuel his sex trafficking activities. Oregon's U.S. Senator Ron Wyden claims the Treasury Department has files related to Jeffrey Epstein, and he wants the Trump administration to release them. Somewhere in the Treasury Department, Mr. President, locked away in a cabinet drawer, it's the big Epstein file that's full of actionable information. Follow the money details about its financing and operations that await an investigation, he demanded Thursday. The declaration by the high-ranking Democrat on the Senate Finances Committee is the latest in the saga that the President Donald Trump has tried to dismiss since the bombshell announcement earlier this month that the Justice Department would not be releasing any more Epstein files to the public and that Epstein did not have a so-called client list. But it's not just Democrats like Wyden calling for more records to be made public. Senator Thomas Tills, a Republican from North Carolina, proposed that the administration should simply bite the bullet. Why don't we just release it and deal with it? If it's embarrassing because it's not substantive, that's fine. If it's embarrassing because somebody's implicated, that's fine. We just need to solve it, he said Thursday. Meanwhile, Wyden referenced a report in the New York Times that goes into greater detail of that some of Wyden's staffers found when going through confidential files, who say Epstein moved money through several banks to fuel his sex trafficking network. Last year, the Biden administration allowed Finance Committee investigators to look at the portions of the files in person over at the Treasury building, he began. Treasury's Epstein file details 4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion, following in and out of just one of Epstein's bank accounts. Holy shit. Oh my God. If you ask me, that's a potential line of investigation right there. Yeah, Wyden, I'd say that you're right about that. Again, these are all potential leads the Department of Justice ought to be digging into. This is about years and years of international sex trafficking. None of it is a hoax. None of it is a scam. It's insulting to the intelligence of the American people when Trump and Bondi say that there's nothing to investigate here. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
And speaking of hearing from you, last week we heard from a lot of you after our story on a deadly shooting in downtown Portland, right by Multnomah County's Central Library. You shared your safety concerns with us, including one that caught our eye. We're not sharing their name, but they wrote, "A man pulled a knife inside the Central Library and threatened staff in public, walking through the library with the knife in his hand, while security called out for all to get out of this person's way." They went on to say the staff are loaded with these kinds of incidents. We asked the library about it. They told us that on Monday of last week, a library patron reported that someone was loudly using homophobic slurs towards them. The library's person in charge eventually asked that person to leave, and as they were escorting him out, that person pulled out a 6-inch blade. The library says the person threatened staff and other patrons and continued to make homophobic slurs until they left. But get this, staff did not call 911 during or after that incident. Then we're told that same person went to the Northwest Library last Wednesday. Staff recognized them and called 911, but police didn't show up until nearly 2 hours later. According to a library spokesperson, police told them they did not see evidence of a threat that day. And because library staff did not call 911 for the previous incident downtown, they were unable to take criminal action other than removing the person from the library.
I got overlaps
The person
there.
has been banned from the library for 1 year. The library also shared some data with us on what kinds of rules
I know.
are
It's
broken
so
in
the
the
overlap
library
is happening
and how
because
often.
I'm on the road
Across
and I
all
only have
libraries
one monitor.
during May
I
of
normally
this
have
year,
a 2-monitor
they documented
setup,
405
but
rule
I don't have
violations,
a mobile monitor to bring
144
with me on the
instances
road.
of
And so
illegal acts,
while I'm
although the
doing
library
my
says
show and I'm
93 of those
screencasting,
cases
I have to have
were
like
when
a
someone had
little
been
tiny
banned or
area of
excluded
my
from the
screen to read
library
the
and then
story
tried
in.
to come back.
And when I first switched
4
the screen,
instances
it
during the
overlaps.
month of
I
May of
appreciate you letting
sexual
me know,
conduct
Dear
at the
Shire. Thank you.
library, 140 cases of disruptive behavior,
Let's get
15 cases of
into
consuming
story
alcohol,
number
cannabis, or
3.
tobacco.
Screen there. It started auto playing a fucking video there. Finds that only one of Iran's 3 nuclear sites was destroyed in operation. A topic that they're going to have something to say about. So, 2 of the 3 Iranian nuclear site facilities that the United States struck in June could potentially resume nuclear enrichment over the next several months, according to NBC News. NBC cited from the center. So, my article here is Columbus Jewish News, which I thought was weird. I sorted my stories by factuality, and it was one of the ones in there. And I was like, okay, it's not behind a paywall. We'll see what the Columbus, Ohio Jewish News has to say about this. So, I mean, because this is definitely a topic that they're going to have something to say about. So, 2 of the 3 Iranian nuclear site facilities that the United States struck in June could potentially resume nuclear enrichment over the next several months, according to NBC News. NBC cited 5 current and former U.S. officials familiar with the most recent assessment, which had been briefed to some U.S. lawmakers, U.S. Defense Department officials, and allied countries, who said that one of the sites was mostly destroyed, while the other 2 were not as badly damaged. According to NBC, discussions have been held within the U.S. and Israeli governments about whether additional strikes on the 2 less damaged facilities could be necessary if Iran does not soon agree to restart negotiations with the Trump administration on a nuclear deal. If there are any signs trying to rebuild at those locations, one of the current officials and one of the former officials said. That is the longest sentence I think I've ever read. That whole paragraph there is one fucking sentence. That's crazy. As the assessments of Iran's nuclear program after the U.S. strikes are expected to change over time, the current findings suggest that more damages than previously reported or revealed. The current findings suggest more damage than the previous reports revealed, two of the current officials stated. So some people are saying there's more damage than there is. Some people are saying that there's less. So this just seems like a rumor turned into a news article to me. I don't even know why I read this. In separate statements, Sean Parnell, chief Pentagon spokesman, and Anna Kelly, spokeswoman for the White House, insisted that all three Iranian nuclear officials were totally. It's supposed to be sites. This was a bad article to pick. So breaking sense. No comments. Just talk. Okay, so yeah, that was a bad story, but it gives you. I'm giving you the information, so it wasn't written well, but whatever. Anyway, what do we got next? I see something about Dumpy Trumpy next. Oh, all right. Let's get into, what is this? It's story number 4, but I might have one more afterwards, like I said. So, all right. Trump directs Bondi to release relevant grand jury transcripts in the Epstein case. Just so much Epstein news, man. It's so crazy because I have a friend who he died before COVID. I want to say it was 2019 around Christmas, but he told me, like, he was so on about Epstein for years and years, like showing me pictures of the island, telling me all of this stuff that was all just like the most incredible fucking conspiracy theory stuff. And it's so weird that my schizophrenic friend who died in a fire while he was homeless sleeping in someone's boat ended up being like completely right about Jeffrey Epstein. So Trump directs Bondi to release relevant grand jury transcripts in the Epstein case. My story here is pulled up from the Avery Journal. If we look down here, this is one of those stories that it's got pretty equal distribution all around because everybody is interested in this. And when I sorted by factuality, the Avery Journal Times was the highest factuality. It leans left. Let's breeze through this article, huh? Donald Trump's administration said it would release the grand jury testimony related to Jeffrey Epstein on Friday as the U.S. president sought to dispel lingering political fallout over his team's handling of the latest financier's sex trafficking case. Attorney General Pam Bondi said the Justice Department will ask a court to unseal the grand jury transcripts as the Trump relationship with Epstein came under the spotlight again over an alleged off-color letter published by the Wall Street Journal. Trump called the letter a scam and threatened to sue the ass off the Wall Street Journal and its owner, Rupert Murdoch. He's been facing a firestorm over his past relationship with Epstein, as well as claims that his administration is covering up lurid details of Epstein's crimes to protect the rich and powerful figures. Epstein died by suicide in a New York prison in 2019 during Trump's first term after being charged with federal sex trafficking crimes. Schemes in where he allegedly groomed young and underage women for sexual abuse by wealthy contacts. He's previously required register as a sex offender in Florida after pleading guilty to 2 felony prostitution-related charges. The article in the Journal says the letter featuring a sketch of a naked woman and Trump's signature was part of a collection of notes for Epstein's 50th birthday in 2003. The newspaper said it reviewed the letter but did not print an image.
I told Rupert Murdoch it was a scam, that he shouldn't print this fake story,
Trump wrote on his Truth social network.
But he did, and now I'm going to sue his ass off. And that third-rate paper of his.
God, I hate this guy. Trump said earlier in a Wall Street Journal, editor-in-chief Emma Tucker was told... Trump said in an earlier post, Wall Street Journal editor-in-chief Emma Tucker, who was told directly by the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt and the President Trump that the letter was fake. The Republican president called the story false, malicious, and defamatory. Based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I've asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subjected to court's approval, he wrote on a Truth Social on late Thursday. But that's still, he's saying anything that's relevant or pertinent, that gives them the ability to still just release whatever they want. Like, this is why we need to be having the lawmakers take care of this and handle it and have like Congress dictate to the Department of Justice what needs to be released. Whether she would be successful remains uncertain given the strict secrecy surrounding grand jury transcripts. President Trump, we're ready to move the court tomorrow to unseal the grand jury transcripts, Bondi wrote. Another wonderful. Okay, so like we've talked a lot about Epstein. I'm kind of done with this. We get the point. So, anywho, yeah. So that's where we're at with it. I just the every day, like I spend 2 or 3 days not doing the news, and then when I come back, it's just more and more and more fucking Epstein. And like I'm trying to keep the reporting on that. I'm trying to like let people know what's going on, but at the same time, like I feel like it's all that I'm talking about. I'm getting kind of sick of it. So Trump trying to gaslight is not going well. No, it's not. It's going very badly for him. It's backfiring in the best way. So, I have one last story this morning, and because, like I said, I've got a lot to do, I'm gonna burn through it. I'm not gonna read a whole lot about it. I'm gonna give you the basics, and then I'm gonna play the video that's being talked about so that people can understand that the right is really just trying to defame this man. So, resurfaced video shows Zoran Mamdani advocating for the end of private property, but is he? That's the real question. Damn, look at that bias distribution, man. I have never seen a story so reported on by the right. 94% of the sources lean right. And what do you know? 13% high factuality. So it seems like this is a bullshit story. It's a blind spot for the left because you've got very few left-leaning articles on it. But I think that I pulled the only one that I could find. Yeah, see, literally one left-leaning. And when we come over here and look at it, we don't even need to read the article. We just need to listen to his words. And I don't have a monitor, so there might be a little bit of echo when I turn my speakers up, just because I wanna be able to react to what he says too. So
single person should have housing.
Hold on. Give me just a second here. Clearly, I wasn't ready for this morning.
My platform is that every single person.
Oh, Jesus, hold on. I'm not even on the right screen. How about that? Okay, let's go back here, and so that everybody can see what I was just talking about. All right, resurfaced video shows Zoran Mamdani, and then I scroll down here. 94% of the factuality is right. It doesn't even tell me how much is left because it's so small. And then 13% high factuality. Yeah, that's really bad. So Medialite is who I've got, and then they just highlight what he says. So let's listen to his words, huh?
My platform is that every single person should have housing.
Every single person should have. Okay.
Faced with these two options.
Wait. Hold on. I think I might have muted my desktop. No, I didn't. Okay, it's working. Sorry. I'm really now I'm all paranoid that nothing's working right. So we'll start from the beginning here, and let me actually watch the monitor.
My platform is that every single person should have housing, and I think faced with these two options, the system has hundreds of thousands of people unhoused, right? For what? And if there was any system that could guarantee each person housing, whether you call it the abolition of private property or you call it, just a statewide housing guarantee, it is preferable to what is going on right now. Mm-hmm. And I think that people try and play like gotcha games about these kinds of things. And it's like, look, I care more about whether somebody has a home. My platform is that every single person should have housing. And I think.
Yeah. So he's not advocating for the end of private property. He's advocating for everyone to have a home. So I just thought that was some real bullshit reporting from the right. So I wanted to point that out, and I did. So yeah, I am Shabisky Jr. today. I don't know what to tell you, man. I just realized too that my other screen, when I pop over here, it's all fucked up. My words, like, look at this. This is not like, why is it just says nightly news this and the bottom of it's cut off. I don't know what's going on. So anyway, Beardshire, man, I appreciate you kicking it with me this morning, hanging out, watching me struggle through this episode. Hopefully the next one will be better. I don't know. I didn't have a lot of time to prepare, but whatever. Who cares? It is what it is. So I think in a first world, you should only fall so far, and homeless and dead is too far. Yes, I agree 100%. We have the means to be able to take care of everyone. We're just not doing it because people are greedy, and I think that that's a really terrible thing. I think it's a terrible way to be. So yeah, I'm just highlighting that and pointing it out and trying to do what I can. I can't do much, but you know, it is what it is. Anyway, from here on location, on the road with my motorcycle tour job, Nightly News This Morning. I've been Cousin Matt. I really appreciate everybody hanging out, watching it. If you catch the episode later, please drop it a like. Leave a comment. Engagement really helps. That kind of drives, you know, things too. So if you're watching this on Bitchute, leave a hate comment. I don't know what to tell you. All right. Anyway, take care, guys, and we will see you on Tuesday.
Spending a long, lonely day and it simmers. Content with my love and sun rays and it simmers. Yeah. Needlessly knowing that darkness is slowly and surely flowing into my head. Deep down it simmers. I know that someday too soon the top will blow off.
Here we go. Welcome to another episode of Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt, and yeah, this is On the Road. It's the shit show. We got one more episode after this. This is episode 20 of the show of doing it on my own. That's crazy to me. I can't believe I've been doing this. What is that, like 10 weeks then if I do 2 episodes a week? So, and that was with 2 weeks off while I was on tour as well. So yeah, I've been trying to be consistent on this shit. I don't know, you know, a little bit anyway. I'm gonna run out of screen for no I'm not I wanted to get this a little bit higher up so that like my eye line was closer matching the camera, but these are just it's the on the road, just getting what you get kind of deal. So anyway, good morning everybody. Today is Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025. We're going to breeze through some stories on ground news, look at some news bias for what's going on. We're just doing quick and dirty right now. Once I get back home and I get back into the rhythm of things, I will go back to making individual episodes that have thumbnails and they get posted on all the social medias and everything like that, because those were doing well. Like some of those got some pretty good traction. There was a Pam Bondi story and a Steve Bannon story that each almost got 1,000 views after I did them, which is really cool. Like I never expected anything like that. But also have a ton of content for travel shorts. I did post a couple drone videos last night that I took, so if you want to check those out, they are live on the channel right now. One of them is copyright struck because I used the theme song for Full House, but I mean we were doing, like, we went by the houses that are in the opening of Full House, and then the other one I just put some generic ocean sounds in the background, because if you don't know, if you have a DJI drone, there's no microphones on the drone. It's literally just video. So like I did the Moki Dugway video a few years ago, or last few years ago, I don't even know time. I did the Moki Dugway video last year, and it didn't have any audio to it. It's like it's just disturbing to me every time I watch it. So I, like, from now on, now that I've got the editing software and the know-how and everything, I'm just trying to put noise in the background. So, but anyway, yeah, that's what's up with me. Had a free day in San Fran yesterday. Today we're getting back on the road. We've got 3 days left to tour. We pull up to Los Angeles on Thursday. Our tour completes there. Friday, I'll do an episode like this on the road of Nightly News This Morning, and then I'm getting really on the road and going from LA to Denver, and then I get to fly home from Denver. So a lot of traveling over the next few weeks. But again, I got a lot of content. We'll get back to making some travel shorts when I get home, because the DJI Action Cam that I have to obviously transfer the files over. The good thing about doing the shorts before was it was all on my phone. I took the video on my phone, uploaded it, edited everything from my phone. But my phone's a piece of shit. The camera on my phone it's not terrible, but the video stabilization on my phone is terrible. And half of the content that I recorded on my last Route 66 tour wasn't even usable because of how bad the video stabilization was. So got that action cam and got a lot of better stuff going. But anyway, we're gonna get breezing through the news here. It's 6:30. I'd like to be done and wrapped up by 7. So let's get through our first 4 stories today, and we'll get into it here. Here we go. So Trump says he's caught off guard by the recent Israeli strike, says the White House. And this bias distribution thing is never right. So don't look at this right here. That's not really what we go by as far as how the story is being distributed. In fact, if we scroll down, you can see very center-leaning distribution. In fact, hardly anything for the right. So maybe they're saying that this is a blind spot for the right, possibly. But you've got left is reporting at 19%, center is reporting 75%, and that would leave about 6% for the right. So we've got 52% is high factuality, 43% very high. So 95% is higher. And I sorted my stories by factuality like I always do. I pulled this first story from CNN. You can see that a lot of people are reposting CNN or reading CNN doing their stories. So I'm gonna turn this down. I feel like just making my forehead shine, if you know what I'm saying. Well, now and it's making the green screen artifact, but that's fine. It's fine. This isn't the most professional episode, but here we go. So CNN, left-leaning, very high factuality. Let's go ahead and get into the article and read it here. President Donald Trump was caught by surprise last week by Israelis' actions in Gaza and Syria, and in both instances phoned Benjamin Netanyahu to rectify the matter, according to the White House. That underscores what sources have said in an increasingly tense dynamic between the two leaders. Strike last Thursday on the only Catholic church in Gaza drew an immediate negative reaction from Trump, who phoned Netanyahu to voice his displeasure and ensure the Israeli leader released a statement calling the strike a mistake, even if it wasn't. Trump was similarly surprised by Israeli airstrikes targeting government buildings in the Syrian capital of Damascus last week, at a moment his administration is working to rebuild the war-torn nation. The president enjoys a good working relationship with Bibi Netanyahu, and stays in frequent communication with him. He was caught off guard by the bombing in Syria and also the bombing of the Catholic Church in Gaza, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters at the White House on Monday. In both accounts, the president quickly called the prime minister to rectify these actions, she went on. Leavitt pointed to efforts by Secretary of State Marco Rubio to calm tensions in Syria, where Trump has eased sanctions and thrown his support behind the new president, former rebel leader Ahmed al-Sahara. Trump, who hosted Netanyahu at the White House earlier this month, has long had a complicated relationship with the Israeli leader. Despite being strong allies, the two men are not personally close, people familiar with the dynamic said, and the pairing has at times been colored by mutual distrust. Good. More distrust for Israel. I think that that's a good thing. Not the people necessarily, but Benjamin Netanyahu has been lying to the American public for over 20 years. I think that it's time that we pull our heads out of our asses. Still, Trump has appeared to be closer than ever to Netanyahu following his decision to join Israel's air campaign in Iran this summer. During the dinner at the White House Blue Room earlier this month, Netanyahu made a dramatic show of presenting a letter he'd written to the Nobel Committee nominating Trump for the Peace Prize. Blech. Trump had hoped for Netanyahu's 4-day visit to Washington to yield progress on a ceasefire in Gaza that would include the release of hostages still held by Hamas and a significant increase in the amount of humanitarian aid allowed in the besieged enclave. The U.S. president said the U.S. president has said repeatedly ahead of the visit that he expected a ceasefire that week. But Netanyahu departed the United States without a deal being announced. Now, nearly a week after mediators submitted the latest ceasefire and hostage release proposal to Hamas, all parties are still waiting for Hamas's leaders in Gaza to respond, to sources familiar with the negotiations told CNN. Hamas said in a statement Monday they are expecting all our efforts and energies. They are exerting all our efforts and energies around the clock to reach an agreement on the Gaza ceasefire and the hostage releases. Trump has watched with growing concern as the Gaza war claims more lives, including 3 killed last week's church bombing. The president's message on this conflict we've seen in the Middle East taking place for far too long that has become quite brutal, especially in recent days. You've seen reports of more people dying. What? That sentence doesn't make sense. Let me reread that. I'm sorry. I know that I'm live. The president's message on this conflict we've seen in the Middle East taking place for far too long that has become quite brutal, especially in recent days. You've seen reported of more people dying. Yeah, that's not a proper sentence. Anyway, I think the president never likes to see that. He wants the killing to end, Levitt said. She also lauded the administration's efforts to allow aid to enter Gaza, even as foreign ministers of 25 Western nations issued a condemnation for Israel's drip-feeding aid into the Strip. The health ministry in the territory said that more than 1,000 people have been killed seeking humanitarian relief there since May, which is ridiculous. Genocide. The president is the reason that the aid is even being distributed in Gaza at all, Levitt argued. He wants to see this done in a peaceful manner where more lives are not being lost. It's a very difficult and complicated situation that the president inherited because of the weakness of the last administration, and I think he should be applauded, Levitt said. The president wants to see peace, and he's been pretty clear on that. Yeah, but that's coming from Caroline Levitt, and nobody believes what she says. Lamok says, love you, sexy beast. Well, thanks. Love you too. Yeah, I'm not against the Israeli people at all. I'm against the conflict. I'm against going in and taking land. I mean, and I'm American, so it's not like I have much room to really like be critical here, because my government, hundreds of years before I was born, went in and exterminated the people who were living on, the land, and decided to make claims to it. So I definitely, I see room for improvement. And I want to say that, like, I know people of Jewish faith. I know people of Islamic faith, and I don't have issue with either people. I'm agnostic. I'm not, like, I know people of Christian faith too, and like most of them that I know are pretty cool anyway. I don't have an issue with anyone's faith. I don't think that anyone's faith gives them the right to say that they're ordained by God, or that their cause is justified. Your faith should be a personal matter, and it definitely shouldn't be something that people are fighting over. And I know that it's not necessarily like a war against that, but I'm not trying to take sides in this. I don't like what the government of Israel is doing to the people of Gaza, and that's my personal stance. So anyway, hot take, probably. I'm just gonna move along. So oops, that's not what we want. Here we go. Visitor eats the banana sculpture. If you've seen the banana sculpture, it was made as a joke. It's been eaten 4 times, which I thought was kind of hilarious. So I wanted to bring this up as like a little yeah. We're just gonna get into it here. It is a pretty center-leaning distribution. Left 27%, right 31%. Center's 42% with 71% factuality is high. Top factuality again was CNN, so I didn't realize that I pulled 2 articles from CNN this morning. I try not to do that on too often of a basis. So someone has eaten the $6 million banana again. Italian artist, I'm not good at pronouncing Italian names. It's like one of the worst that I'm at. Maurizio Catalan's artwork featuring a fresh banana taped to a wall has been eaten by a visitor in a museum in France. The piece, titled Comedian, was eaten by a gallery goer at the Centre Pompidou Metz in eastern France on July 12th, according to a statement by the museum published Monday. The security team acted quickly and calmly according to internal procedures, the gallery said in a statement. The artwork was reinstalled a few minutes later, it said, adding that the banana is only a perishable element and that it's replaced on a regular basis according to the artist's instructions. The gallery said the artist was disappointed that the visitor had considered the fruit itself to be the artwork instead of eating the skin and the tape that held it in place as well. The gallery has not filed a police report. Comedian is intended to demonstrate the absurdity of financial speculation and the fragility of knowledge systems that underpin the art market, it said. This is not the first time that the artwork has been eaten. In 2019, when the artist unveiled comedian at the Art Basel Miami Art Fair in Florida, performance artist David DeTuna grabbed the banana off the wall before peeling and eating it in front of hundreds of stunned fair attendees. This became one of the artwork's biggest viral moments, and the work sold with a replacement banana for $120,000 at the fair. Jesus Christ. Okay. Then in 2023, an art student took the banana from the wall at the Liam Museum of Art in Seoul, South Korea, and ate it. And then in November 2024, Justin Sun, a Chinese collector and founder of cryptocurrency platform, acquired comedians for $6.24 million at auction before eating the banana. For now, it's perhaps the most eaten artwork of the last 30 years, the Mets said in a statement. I get it to a certain degree. The fact that a piece of duct tape and banana on a wall is worth 6.2 million, that says something seriously wrong. And I that's the point. Yes, it's satire and they don't get it. Anyway, I'm gonna drink some of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor tubes, but they fucking should be, man. I got up at 6 o'clock or like 5:30 this morning, and I walked my ass in a shirt and tie along Highway 101 in San Francisco, and I went to a gas station to. Anyway, so artwork is absurd. Let's just keep burning through here. Let's get this done. All right, Trump threatens to. Oh, I see. You can sort it by how the right would word it. Gotcha. I've had this thing for months and months and months, and I'm just now realizing a better way to use it. Anyway, Trump threatens stadium deal to force the Commanders and the Guardians to revert back to their former names. Yeah, like he should have any say in this at all. So. How many articles do we have reporting on this? 600. Yeah, this is a big news thing for everybody. So what are we talking about here? Indigenous organizations condemn Trump's calling to bring back the Washington NFL team name. The Association on American Indian Affairs is condemning President Donald Trump's call for the Washington football name to revert to its old name, saying any claims that indigenous nations support the use of indigenous-themed mascots is false. These mascots and names do not honor our native people. They reduce us to caricatures, the Association on American Indian Affairs said in a statement. I mean, so do cowboys for white people, though. But, like, I get it. I think it's, yeah. If they have an issue with it, there's no reason that we should be reverting. Do you know what I am saying? Our diverse peoples and cultures are not relics of the past or mascots for entertainment. Native nations are sovereign, contemporary cultures who deserve respect and self-determination, not misrepresentation. On Sunday, in a social media post, Trump threatened to hold up a new stadium deal if the NFL's Washington Commanders team doesn't revert to its old name, which was considered offensive by indigenous Americans, which was the Washington Redskins, which, yeah, makes sense. In his post, the president claimed that the Indians are being treated very unfairly. The Commanders and the District of Columbia government announced a deal earlier this year to build a new home for the football team. It's not clear if Trump can even delay the deal. So the Washington Commanders are moving to Washington, D.C.? I didn't know that, but I also don't pay any attention to sports. So the president also called for the Cleveland's baseball. Oh, wait, the Commanders. Yeah. Can't even delete the deal. The president also called for the Cleveland baseball team to revert to its former name, which was also seen as offensive to indigenous people. And I didn't even know that the Cleveland Indians had changed their name. So in an earlier post, Trump called the teams the Washington whatevers and claimed indigenous peoples in massive numbers want this to happen. Their heritage and prestige is systematically being taken away from them. Times are different now than they were 300 or 400 years ago. We are a country of passion and common sense. Owners, get it done, Trump posted. This is insane. The Association on American Indian Affairs is the oldest national Native American nonprofit in the United States and has been operating for more than 100 years. It said the indigenous communities and experts have repeatedly and clearly said that these themed mascots are offensive and dehumanizing. So when are we going to change the Atlanta's baseball team name? The association pointed to research that found these mascots are consistently associated with negative health outcomes for indigenous people, especially youth, and lead to lower self-esteem, increased psychological distress, and harm to community well-being. There's no genuine respect for natives here, only empty gestures and political theater, claiming that Indians are being treated very unfairly while simultaneously gutting native programs is hypocrisy, and it's the worst, the statement said. The Washington football team and the Cleveland baseball team announced their name changes in 2020 as many sports franchises, including some in Canada, stopped using similar names and logos in response to decades of pushback from indigenous activists and communities. The year 2020 saw the emergence of a wave of racial justice protests triggered by the death of George Floyd, a black man who died during during arrest in Minneapolis. Since his return to the White House, Trump has rolled back many of the changes made in the wake of Floyd's death, including diversity, equity, and inclusion programs throughout the government. The Canadian football team in Edmonton also dropped its former name in 2020 after years of criticism from representatives of the Inuit community who called it offensive. The team was ultimately renamed the Elks the following year, but the change divided some team supporters. A new regime at the Elks has been subtly embracing the old name again this year, and it even put up a sign with the old name in a slogan above the entrance to the Elks locker room. Huh. Well, again, I don't even know what their name used to be, so. But this just points out, the absurdity in what's going on in politics right now. Like, why does President Trump give a shit what any football team, baseball team, like, what does that matter what their names are? That's, again, shouldn't matter. So the last story that I have today is one that kind of concerns me personally, especially implications. So what am I talking about? Well, China begins construction of the world's largest hydropower dam in Tibet. On Saturday, China started construction of the world's largest hydropower dam, and it's triple the output of the Three Gorges Dam, which is already the largest dam in the world. And what a lot of people don't know about the Three Gorges Dam is it changed the rotation speed of the Earth, okay? It is so big, and it stopped so much water from flowing that, like, it affected the rotational speed of the planet that we're on. And now China's about to make a dam that's 3 times that size. And I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I could have swore that Einstein said that time was relative to speed. So, like, are there any implications there? Do we know? Have we looked into it enough? I don't know, but, like, this seems like, man, going a little bit far. But you know what? From the same country that brought you the largest wall in the world, they're going to bring you, they already have the largest dam in the world, but, like, let's get a bigger one. So 146 articles reporting, 76% are high factuality or above. Distribution is right down the center with 28%, 36 left, 36 right. My story, I believe, is from the BBC. So let's go over here and read the article from the BBC. China begins building the world's largest dam, fueling fears in India. Well, there's a lot of fears behind it. Mine is not necessarily the same as what we're going to read about. So, Chinese authorities have been constructing what will be the world's largest hydropower dam in Tibetan territory in a project that has sparked concerns from India and Bangladesh. Chinese Premier Li Qiang presided over the ceremony marking the start of construction on the Yarlung Sangpo River Saturday, according to the local media. The river flows through the Tibetan plateau. The project has attracted criticism for its potential impact on millions of Indians and Bangladeshians living downriver, as well as the surrounding environment and local Tibetans. Beijing says the scheme, costing an estimated 1.2 trillion yuan or $167 billion, will prioritize ecological protection and boost local prosperity. Yeah, I doubt that. When completed, the project, also known as the Muto Hydropower Station, will overtake the Three Gorges Dam as the largest in the world and could generate 3 times more energy. Experts and officials have flagged concerns that the new dam would empower China to control or divert the trans-border Yarlung Tsangpo, which flows south into India's Arunachal Pradesh and Assam states, as well as Bangladesh, where it feeds into the Singh, Brahmaputra, and Jamun. I'm sorry, I'm not going to pronounce names. I shouldn't even try. I have to sit further away from my monitor, so it's also a lot harder for me to read and see. But anyway, a 2020 report published by Lowy Institute, an Australian-based think tank, noted that control over these rivers in the Tibetan Plateau effectively gives China a chokehold on India's economy. In an interview with news agency PTI earlier this month, the chief minister expressed concerns that the Singh and that the other 2 rivers could dry up considerably once the dam was completed. He added that the dam was going to cause an existential threat to our tribes and our livelihoods. It's quite serious because China could even use this as a sort of water bomb. Suppose the dam is built and then they suddenly release water. Our entire Sang belt would be destroyed, he said. In particular, the Adi tribe and similar groups would see all of their property, land, especially human life, suffer devastating effects. In January, a spokesperson for India's Ministry of External Affairs said they had expressed concerns to China about the impact of the mega dams and had urged Beijing to ensure the interests of downstream states were not harmed. They had also emphasized the need for transparency and consultation with downstream countries. India plans to build a hydropower dam on the Singh River, which would act as a buffer against a sudden water release from China's dam and prevent flooding in their areas. China's foreign ministry has previously responded to India, saying in 2020 that China has a legitimate right to dam the river and has considered downstream impacts. Excuse me. Bangladesh also expressed concerns to China about the project, with officials in February sending a letter to Beijing to request more information on the dam. Chinese authorities have long-eyed hydropower potential in the dam's location in the Tibet Autonomous Region. In its massive canyon that's said to be the world's deepest and longest on land, along a section of where the Yarlung Tsangpo, the Tibet's longest river, makes a sharp U-turn around Namcha Barwa Mountain. In the process of making this turn, which has been termed the Great Bend, the river drops hundreds of meters in its elevation. Earlier reports indicated that authorities plan to drill multiple 20-kilometer-long tunnels through the mountain, via which would divert part of the river. Over the weekend, a Xinhua report on Lai Kuang's visit said that the engineers would construct straightening work and divert water through the tunnels to build 5 cascading power stations. They also reported that the hydropower dam's electricity would mainly be transmitted out of the region to be used elsewhere while accommodating for Tibet's needs. China has been eyeing the steep valleys and mighty rivers in the rural west, where Tibetan territories are located, to build mega dams and hydropower stations that can sustain the country's electricity-hungry eastern metropolises. President Xi Jinping has personally pushed for this in a policy called sending Western electricity eastward, is what the word translates to. The Chinese government and state media have presented these dams as a win-win solution that cuts pollution and generates clean energy while uplifting rural Tibetans. But activists say that the dams are the latest example of Beijing exploiting the Tibetans and their land, and past protests have been crushed. Last year, the Chinese government rounded up hundreds of Tibetans who'd been protesting against another hydropower dam. It ended in arrests and beatings, with some people being seriously injured, the BBC learned through sources and verified footage. There are also environmental concerns over the flooding of the Tibetan valleys, renowned for their biodiversity, and possible dangers to building the dams in a region rife with earthquake fault lines. Okay, well, yeah, not the greatest. But anyway. But I digress, or something. I don't know. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. I don't really have anything snarky left to say. Every news story that I read just, makes me a little bit more concerned for my children's future, honestly. So anyway, we'll be back Friday. We'll do one more episode. I'm thinking it's possible that I might do the episode on Saturday instead of Friday, or Thursday. It'll either be Thursday or Saturday. Maybe Friday, but probably not, just because like Friday I have to push it and drive a lot of miles. But I will let you know in a community post if you're watching this and you're interested when my next episode it'll be. If I don't do a community post, we'll do it on Friday. Otherwise, I will let you know. Anyway, thanks. Take care of yourself. Be good to you. Be good. Be kind. Please, put positivity in the world. So take care.
Toxic, babe, it saves me from my pain.
Okay. Good morning, YouTube. Hello. Welcome. How are you? I know it's been a little while since I've been out the house, but now I'm here. You want to stand around watching Nightly News This Morning with your host, Cousin Matt. How's it going? So hey, I'm Cousin Matt. I'm back. I did a motorcycle tour. I struggle bust through it for a couple of news shows that were really terrible. Hopefully today's going to be a little bit better. No promises, but I do have a second monitor. Normally, and I did a test live stream on my second channel, and I explained normally when I'm doing my shows, I have two monitors. I've got my laptop monitor that I read everything from, where my camera is right at my eye line, and then above that I've got the monitor where I do all of my other stuff. And today I'm using the television from the hotel room that I'm in, and it's to my right here. So if you see me look off screen every once in a while, that's what I'm doing. I'm looking over at my monitors. Good morning, Low Energy Videos. How's it going? Hopefully everything's stable here. I'm looking forward to doing the show here in a little bit this afternoon for me, this evening for you guys. So that's gonna be pretty fun, and hopefully camera will work. Everything will be okay. I would imagine with me just having to do Discord, it's going to require a lot less from my computer, and probably a lot less as far as like streaming requirements, because this show's pretty taxing on both my computer and whatever internet source I have at the time. So yeah, anyway, I'm live from Casper, Wyoming right now. I finished my motorcycle tour in Los Angeles. I had to drive my work vehicle back to Denver, and so I was in Denver yesterday, and I knew with the death of Ozzy that Cobes wasn't going to be feeling too hot, so I changed my travel plans. I canceled my flight and got a refund and rented a car. Casper's about a 4-hour drive from Denver, a little less than that. drove up, got a place and a hotel, and I'm staying for a night or two. Going to hang out with him. Going to do the podcast with Low Energy Videos later, and then I'm also probably going to do Drunken Peasants tonight. I'm not sure. It's got a lot of stuff to do. It's going to be a very busy day. So literally just got done making up the stream on my end. I'll share it on Discord now. Cool. I have all my notifications turned off on Discord right now. It might pop up on my laptop. I don't know, but yeah, so that I can do my news show and try to struggle bus a little bit better. So gonna start out this morning by cracking open a Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes, but they should be, like I say always. In all honesty, if anybody was going to sponsor me, my whole 200 subscribers, it should be Ground News, because like I'm basically sucking their D every single time that I do this show about Ground News. It's so good. But I see value in it, and that's why I do the show. It's why I paid for the Ground News subscription. It really does help you root out the bias, and it even helps you see Ground News' bias a little bit. So, hey, Loner Nick, thanks for popping in. We just started. I haven't even done the first story yet, and I actually have a ton of stories lined up today. Not a sponsor, tubes. That's right. I've got a ton of stories lined up today because not only did I miss Friday's episode, and then I missed it yesterday because there was no internet at the hotel that I was staying at, but I'm probably going to miss Tuesday's show as well, simply because I'll be on the road going. It's going to take me like 2 days to drive home from Casper, so probably not going to do a show on Tuesday, but I might do a show on Wednesday, depending on when I get back. Originally, I wasn't thinking that I was going to get back until Wednesday evening, but I think I'm going to try to be home Tuesday evening if I can swing it. So that's the plan. I'm glad to see you guys are here. We're gonna go ahead and get into some news, because it's been a little while. So we're gonna get into some news, and I can't get away from it. It doesn't matter what I do. Everywhere I go, it's either Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein. That is the biggest story in the cultural zeitgeist at the moment, and I think it deserves to be. I think that we, as a collective people, should be putting pressure on our elected and powerful officials who have the power to give us the information as to what's going on. And I don't think, like some people have suggested, that this is just going to go away and be buried. So I will continue to highlight stories about this and point it out so that it stays relevant to what's going on. But let's go ahead and read. I think I've got two Epstein related stories today, but again, I think I've got like 6 stories lined up, so just gonna fill some time with it. So let's get prepared, and we'll knock out the 2 Epstein stories first, and then we'll kind of switch over and do something that's a little bit more or I thought that I had, oh, there it is. We'll do something that's a little bit more upbeat, I guess you could say, a little bit more of a feel-good story, and then before we get back into the terrible stuff. So we'll mix it up a little bit. We'll make it a news sandwich, as they like to say. So our first story on Ground News today, though, has to do with Ghislaine Maxwell granted conditional immunity to identify 100 Epstein associates. And you've got different, so this is the bias comparison. It gives you a summary of how it's being reported by the left and the right. This is something that, even though I've been doing this show for months and I've had this service for months, I literally, on just one of my last shows, figured out how to use it. So if we read through on the center leaning, and it just gives you a little bit of a summary, but we're going to read the stories here anyway. So bias distribution, which I always like to look at, 38% of the sources lean right. So you've got more right leaning than anything else. However, there is still 30% from the left, 33% from the center. So it's not considered a blind spot or anything like that. And I would say I'm rather optimistic that the majority of the reporting is coming from the right. That means that Trump's base is still trying to hold him accountable. So when I scroll down here, I always sort my stories by factuality. And I did scroll down because there's so much reporting, and I pulled a story from CNN. Analysis: Trump just made a problematic Ghislaine Maxwell situation look even worse. This was reported 2 days ago, though. So we'll see if this has anything to do, or if this even mentions the immunity. And if not, I may come over and pull a different story and just try to do it live. So Interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell is the Trump administration's first big move to ally concerns about its hugely unpopular handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche on Friday wrapped up 2 days of interviews with Epstein's convicted associate. But there were already all kinds of reasons to be skeptical of this move and what it could produce given the motivations of the two sides involved. And President Donald Trump epitomized all of them in a major way on Friday. While taking questions on his way to Scotland, Trump reportedly held open the possibility of pardoning Maxwell for her crimes.
Well, I don't want to talk about that,
Trump said initially. When pressed, he said,
it's something I haven't thought about,
while conspicuously adding,
I'm allowed to do it.
God, man, ooh. This wouldn't be the first time Trump has appeared to dangle a pardon over someone providing evidence that could impact him personally and politically. In this case, he's demonstrated past personal ties to Epstein, and his administration is scrambling to clean up its botched handling of the Epstein files after previously promising to release them. A similar situation played out during the Russia investigation when Trump repeatedly left open the possibility of pardoning key witnesses like Paul Manafort, Michael Flynn, and Michael Cohen. Critics alleged this amounted to obstruction of justice because it does. 100% it does. Special counsel Robert Mueller's report didn't draw conclusions on possible obstruction, but it did cite Trump's pardon comments as evidence that Trump's actions had the potential to influence Manafort's decision whether to cooperate with the government. Manafort indeed wound up being decidedly uncooperative witness, with a bipartisan Senate report saying his repeated lies hamstrung its own investigation. And Trump later pardoned him in a move that could certainly be understood as a reward for his lack of cooperation. That bit of history looms large here given the parallels. But Trump is really just exacerbating an already dubious situation. There were already plenty of reasons to be skeptical of this move to interview Maxwell, and nobody involved seemed particularly bothered to address those problems or even combat the perception of them. The first reason is the state of play in Maxwell's criminal case. It might seem far-fetched that Trump would even pardon a convicted child sex trafficker like Maxwell, even though he did wish her well after she was charged. But there are other things his administration could do to help her. Among them would be taking action in her ongoing legal appeal of her 2021 conviction. The Trump Justice Department has already taken highly suspect actions in another criminal case involving someone Trump wanted something politically from, New York Mayor Eric Adams, which is something that I've reported about. The administration earlier this year moved to dismiss charges against Adams while suggestively citing its desire for the New York Democrat to assist in its crackdown on illegal immigration. Multiple prosecutors resigned in protest, with one claiming it was quid pro quo in her resignation letter, and the judge in the case appeared to sympathize. Everything here smacks of a bargain. Dismissal of the indictment in exchange for immigration policy concessions, the judge said. Maxwell's lawyer, David Oscar Marcus, has also been remarkably solicitous of Trump and the administration. Last week, he called Trump the ultimate deal maker while claiming that the Justice Department had violated a deal with Maxwell. This week, he praised Trump's administration's commitment to uncovering the truth in this case and said that he and Maxwell were grateful that the government is trying to uncover the truth. Marcus on Friday also suggested an openness to a pardon. The president this morning said he has the power to do so, Marcus said, and we hope he exercises that power in the right and just way. Indeed, also relevant here are the lawyers involved. Critics have cried foul that the DOJ official interviewing Maxwell was Blanche rather than a non-political prosecutor who's been involved in the case, who would have much more expertise. Not only is Blanche a top political appointee of Trump's, he's also he is also his former personal lawyer. Ugh. The conflict of interest is glaring, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York said on Thursday on X. It stinks of high corruption. What's more, Blanche appeared on a podcast last year with Marcus and labeled him a friend. You are by far the best out there, Blanche said. So Blanche and Marcus are the oh man. Okay. But one of the biggest reasons to be skeptical is that Maxwell is someone the Trump Justice Department, the first one at least, labeled a brazen liar. Back in 2020, the DOJ charged Maxwell with 2 counts of perjury on top of more serious charges she faced while citing a 2016 civil deposition she gave. In the deposition, Maxwell claimed no knowledge of Epstein's scheme to recruit underage girls for sexual massages, despite later being convicted of helping in the effort. She also claimed she didn't know about Epstein possessing sex toys, which was contradicted by a witness at her trial. Maxwell's lawyers at the time said the questions asked were confusing, ambiguous, and improperly formed. She was never actually tried for perjury. After her conviction on the more serious charges, prosecutors agreed to dismiss the perjury charges if her conviction stood, citing a desire to avoid further emotional trauma for the victims. But the Trump Justice Department in 2020 still called her credibility into question. In a 2020 filing, it said Maxwell's lies should give the court serious pause about trusting her. It also said Maxwell's willingness to brazenly lie under the oath about her conduct strongly suggests her true motives have been and remains to avoid being held accountable for her crimes. All of that would seem relevant today, especially given Trump's demonstrated willingness to wield his power to help people who help him, whether using pardons or anything else. Maxwell, who has years left in her 20-year prison sentence, clearly has motivations to say things Trump wants. That doesn't mean the interviews of Maxwell couldn't glean something important. Even witnesses with credibility problems can provide important information if it's corroborated with other evidence. But right now, Trump and company aren't trying very hard to make the situation look kosher. And Trump's pardon comments take it to another level. Wow. Just an example of blatant government corruption, if you ask me. No one is getting enough heat over trying to sweep this under the rug. I fear it will be forgotten because the oppression on common people has been ramped up. You're right. You're absolutely right. The oppression on common people has been ramped up, but it's been in response to this. And hopefully, this is the MAGA breaking point where people realize, and some of them are, not all of them maybe, but like a larger portion than I expected, are starting to realize, hey, wait a second. Maybe Trump's full of shit. I mean, a lot of people were saying that he was in the Epstein files before he was elected, and now he's just trying to sweep it under the rug. That kind of points out that maybe Trump's full of shit. I'm hopeful. But you're right. Next story, again, has to do with Epstein, but from maybe a little bit different of an angle. So, Clinton praised Epstein's childlike curiosity and 50th birthday note, the Wall Street Journal reports. So I'm going to look at the bias comparison, and I'm going to click on the left-hand side here. And the former president Bill Clinton's handwritten note was included in Jeffrey Epstein's birthday book from 2003. Give me just 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to start this story over. I'm going to put the whole screen on. I'm really sorry. Just 2 seconds. Okay, so sorry about that. I'm back. Just a miscommunication. I thought something was going on, something wasn't going on. Sorry about that. All right, let's get back into it here. All right, so Bill Clinton praised Epstein's childlike curiosity for his 50th birthday. Former President Bill Clinton's handwritten note was included in Jeffrey Epstein's birthday book from 2003, as reported by the Wall Street Journal. So when we look at our bias distribution down here, you can see that 43% of the sources are coming from the right. Again, still not enough to be a blind spot, but it's something that the right is reporting on more. And the reason that is because this is about a Democrat. And so it points a Democrat in a worse light than a Republican. So you've got 33% 30% from the left, 28% from the center, and a little bit heavier from the right. And if you compare that to the Ghislaine Maxwell story, you can see 38% from the right on that one, because it's not about a Democrat. So it's a little bit heavier reporting, a little bit of a bias there. So my story is from Politico, and if we scroll down, it says it's a left-leaning outlet with very high factuality. And again, I personally always sort my ground news actuator by factuality. There's other sources that you can, or other ways that you can sort it however you want to do it. Like, this thing's pretty customizable. You can actually make it the way that you want it to be. So let's go over here and read this story from Politico about Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. So, a book assembled for the 50th birthday of Jeffrey Epstein in 2003 reportedly also included a message from former President Bill Clinton as well as Donald Trump. The Donald Trump one has been reported on. I believe that I did a story on that as well. Again, I'm trying to keep this Epstein stuff in the cultural sphere of what's going on as much as possible. So, the book presented to the wealthy Epstein 3 years before he first faced criminal charges included a message from Clinton, as well as entries from billionaire Leon Black and other prominent figures, the Wall Street Journal reported Thursday. Now, before I go any further with this story, I do want to say that while things were more than likely not okay, sorry about that. Hopefully I'm back. Internet issues, like I said, I'm staying at a hotel. I'm relying on what they're doing, so I'm hoping that I'm here. Yeah, it looks like I am. Okay, all right. Yeah, that Trump's coming for me. He doesn't like me talking about Maxwell and Epstein and stuff. That's what's really going on. Okay, so we're just gonna breeze through the story here. The book presented to the Wall Street Journal. So both Clinton and Trump were listed under the category of friends in the bound volume, the newspaper reported. Trump has denied writing the letter and has sued the journal. The paper's latest report adds to the picture of Epstein as a well-connected figure who appeared to be on friendly terms with influential people, an image getting new scrutiny as the Trump administration counters its opposition to attempt to move on from the case. Politico has been unable to confirm the report in the Wall Street Journal, which provided the text of both Trump and Clinton messages to Epstein, a successful financier at the time. It's reassuring, isn't it, to have lasted as long across all these years of learning and knowing, adventures and some illegible word, and also have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference, and the solace of friends, the Clinton note said, according to the Journal. Epstein was convicted in 2008, so again, 5 years before any of these notes were ever wrote. I mean, I don't really want to give Trump the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to give Clinton the benefit of the doubt. But in a political, legal sense, no crimes may have been committed at that time, but no crimes had been convicted and brought to light. So again, I'm not excusing anything. I'm just trying to find a reasoning behind the behavior, if you will. So Epstein was convicted in 2008 on state charges of soliciting prostitution and one count of soliciting prostitution from someone under the age of 18, and was sentenced to 18 months in jail. That was part of a plea agreement that people should look into if they didn't know about it. He was arrested on federal charges in July of 2019 and died in what authorities said was a suicide in custody about a month later. His former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, was convicted of sex trafficking in 2001. Interest in Epstein has flourished, with many people clamoring for more information about the suspected participants in his crimes or list of clients, speculation that was encouraged by Trump as well as people now serving in his administration. In July, the Justice Department said there was no client list and not enough evidence to pursue charges against anyone else, and attempted to close the case, sparking outrage among many supporters of the president. The Journal reported on July 17th that an entry from Trump, including a suggestive sketch, had been included in a book presented to Epstein for his 50th birthday, reviewed by federal authorities as part of the investigation. The president has said he distanced himself from Epstein prior to the 2006 arrest. White House spokesperson Stephen Chung told Politico on Wednesday that Trump kicked him out of his club for being a creep. Okay, sure. I think that they were creeps together personally, but that's just me. The Journal on Wednesday added new details about the birthday book, including that there were entries from Clinton and Black, who was forced to step down as head of Apollo Global Management after a review found he paid $158 million to Epstein for financial services. According to the paper, Black wrote a handwritten poem and signed it "Love and Kisses, Leon." A spokesperson for Black declined to comment. Clinton's association with Epstein has been publicly known for years and includes travel on his plane after he left office, according to court records. A spokesperson for Clinton in 2019 said he cut off ties with Epstein prior to his 2019 arrest and was unaware of Epstein's alleged crimes. Representatives for Clinton did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Okay, so got a current and former president being a creep and another former president being a creep, but why should we be surprised? Yeah, Beardshire, they're shutting me down. They know where I'm at. They're coming for me. Better not go live, boy. In all honesty, I'm surprised that it's doing as well as it is. My signal bar shows two bars of signal, so I'm surprised I haven't dropped more frames or been disconnected more often during this episode. It's pretty funny. So, all right, I don't know about how much of a feel-good story this is, but it's at least a little bit better than reporting about Maxwell all the time. So, or Epstein all the time. So, we'll come over here into story number 3. Macron to recognize Palestine as at the UN General Assembly in September. So on Thursday, French President Emmanuel Macron announced France will recognize Palestine during the UN General Assembly in September 2025 as part of its commitment to the Middle East peace. And this is a huge story because it has huge implications. So you've got 526 articles reporting. When I looked at it this morning, let's go ahead and refresh the page and just see if that's jumped up. No, still got 526. But we will sort by factuality. And my story is from Channel News Asia. So when we scroll down here, again, like with this many stories, all of these top ones are all going to be very high factuality. Man, where is it? This is why I shouldn't have refreshed the page. I had everything ready to go. Channel News Asia. Okay. Very high factuality, center leaning, the government of Singapore. So sometimes I just have to pull the way, depending on the way that the story is written or depending on what it's about and everything like that. I have to pull stories from other countries just to kind of see, and it's nice to see like how things are being reported on around the world. So we will read about France, what France is doing from the Singapore press. Let's do it. Let's get into it. All right. France will recognize a Palestine state in September at a United Nations General Assembly, President Emmanuel Macron said on Thursday, a move aimed at reviving momentum for a two-state solution, but one that drew immediate condemnation from Israel. In a letter addressed to Palestinian Authority President Mohammed Abbas and posted on social media, Macron confirmed France's decision and said it would encourage others to follow. True to its historic commitment and to a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, I've decided that France will recognize the state of Palestine, Macron said. I will make this solemn announcement at the United Nations General Assembly next September. France would become the first major Western country to formally recognize a Palestinian state, potentially strengthening a campaign previously led by similar, more critical nations of Israel's conduct in the region. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The announcement was met with sharp rebuke from the Israeli leaders. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the decision rewards terror and risks creating another Iranian proxy. A Palestinian state in these conditions would be a launchpad to annihilate Israel, not to live in peace beside it, Netanyahu wrote on social media. Let's be clear, the Palestinians do not seek a state alongside Israel, they seek a state instead of Israel. I think that they just want a place to live, man, and you're like bulldozing and bombing where they live. I think that's, I don't know. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz described the move as a disgrace and surrender to terrorism and said that Israel would not allow the creation of a Palestinian entity that threatens its security. According to sources familiar with the matter, Israeli warnings to France have ranked from scaling back intelligence sharing to obstructing French diplomatic initiatives in the region. Some Israeli officials have even hinted at a possible annexation of parts of the West Bank. Washington has also voiced concerns. In a diplomatic cable sent in June, the United States warned that unilateral recognition of a Palestine state could run counter to American foreign policy interests and may trigger consequences. Well, we know that American foreign policy interests in Gaza is to build Trump Tower Gaza, right? I don't know. I don't know enough about all the geopolitics and the intricacies and everything to really be commenting enough. Again, like I've said before, I just don't like genocide. I don't like war, and I don't like when a more powerful entity bullies a smaller one. That doesn't mean that that's everything that's going on. It's a lot more complicated than that. So that's really just all that I will say about it. Building support. French officials have weighed recognition for months. The move comes after an earlier attempt to co-host a peace conference with Saudi Arabia in June was delayed under U.S. pressure and due to the closure of regional airspace during the 12-day Israel-Iran air war. That conference was rescheduled as a ministerial-level event for July 28th and 29th in New York, with a second round expected during the UN General Assembly in September. French officials said Macron's announcement ahead of next week's gathering would give his diplomatic team a clearer mandate to build consensus with countries still hesitant to endorse Palestinian statehood. The announcement is aimed at giving the French team a framework to work with foreign ministers who are either considering recognition or remain undecided. Some 40 foreign ministers are expected to attend the New York gathering. Diplomats say Macron has faced pushback from allies such as Britain and Canada, who remain cautious about unilateral moves that could further complicate peace efforts. Diplomats have said France faced resistance from close allies, including Britain and Canada, but some 40 foreign ministers are expected to attend the event in New York. According to sources familiar with the discussion, Israel has spent months lobbying Paris to prevent the decision, warning of strained intelligence ties and the potential annexation of parts of the West Bank. Israel has been engaged in ongoing military operations in the Gaza Strip since October of 2023, when the Palestinian militant group Hamas launched a deadly attack on Israeli territory. The Israeli government argues that any recognition of Palestinian statehood now amounts to rewarding Hamas. Palestinian Authority Vice President Hussein al-Sheikh thanked France on social media, calling the decision a reflection of France's commitment to international law and its support of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and the establishment of our independent state. I will say that I do think that recognizing Palestine as a state might be one of the only options as far as like trying to force the war to end, because right now what motivation does Benjamin Netanyahu have to end the war? Nobody has pushed back against what he's doing in any significant way. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't have any of the answers, but I do see this as at least a step towards trying to stop killing. Maybe not a step towards peace, but a step towards ending genocide, which is a good thing in my opinion. So if that's a conspiracy theory, well, I fully believe it. Yeah. I believe all conspiracy theories. So, oh, here is another kind of a feel-good story as well. So, man, what is this? Story number 4 already? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is story 4, and I've still got 5, 6 left. Damn, that's like 2 extra stories this morning, tubes. How lucky are you guys? You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get into the next one, huh? Boop, boop, doop. If I could get my mouse to go to the right spot. All right. Trump administration releases $6 billion in school grants after freeze. On Friday, the U.S. Department of Education announced it would release $6.8 billion held in grants since June 30th, marking the end of a month-long pause. So what's going on? We have mostly senator distribution with 59%, 26% on the left, 15% on the right. More of a right-leaning blind spot, but again, what do they care about education? So I've got Politico pulled up because that is the highest factuality, leans left. Excuse me. Let's see what they have to say about it. The Trump administration said Friday it will release billions of dollars in education funding that have been on hold for review for weeks, according to a senior administration official. Approximately $1.3 billion in money for after-school programs was released by the administration last week, with Friday's move marking the release of the remaining portion of the nearly $7 billion in funding that the administration withheld. The remaining dollars include money to support teacher preparation and students learning English, among other initiatives. The administration says it now has installed guardrails for the federal cash so that grantees will not use the funding in violation of any of President Donald Trump's executive orders or policies of administration, the official said. The release comes after bipartisan pressure on the White House Office of Management and Budget from Capitol Hill after the withholding of the cash left state education leaders and local districts scrambling. The education formula funding included in the FY 2025 Continuing Resolution Act supports critical programs that many rely on. Senator Shelby Moore Capito, the top Republican on the subcommittee overseeing education spending, said in a statement on Friday. The programs are ones that enjoy long-standing bipartisan support. The West Virginia Republican led a group of prominent Republican senators pressing White House Budget Chief Russ Vought to release the school aid in a notable intra-party challenge to the administration. So the Republicans in the Senate, is that right, or the House? Senate, yeah. So the Republicans in the Senate are putting pressure on the administration to release these funds. This is great. These are the moments that we need to look at and remember. And people like Senator Shelby Moore Capito, thank you for doing a decent thing. And it's sad that we're in a state of politics where like we have to thank politicians for doing the right thing, but it happens so infrequently that I think that we should take a moment to recognize that. So the West Virginia Republican led a group of prominent Republican senators. So the freeing up of the funding was lauded by several other Republican lawmakers on Friday. Senator Jim Justice of West Virginia said the release will undoubtedly have a positive impact on his state, and Representative Don Bacon of Nebraska, who also pressed for the cash, praised the decision. Oh, nice. The White House has faced mounting pressure from federal, state, and local leaders to distribute the education cash amid growing concerns from districts about plugging budget holes in the absence of federal dollars Congress approved for fiscal 2025. There is no good reason for the chaos and stress this president has inflicted on students, teachers, and parents across America for the last month, and it shouldn't take widespread blowback for this administration to do its job and simply get the funding out the door that Congress has delivered to help students, said Senator Patty Murray, the top Democrat on the Senate Appropriations Committee, in a statement on Friday. This administration deserves no credit for just barely averting a crisis they themselves set in motion, the Washington Democrat added. Yeah, exactly. You can't cause a big, huge commotion and be like, oh, well, we solved it. We fixed it. Well, you guys are responsible for it. Congress had already allocated those funds and you were the ones that stopped it up. So, but this was my feel-good story. The France recognizing Palestine, that's a good move in the right direction, but we still have the implications of war and geopolitics and all of that. This is at least, in my opinion, this story is at least in my opinion an example of Republicans to maybe a small degree, but still to a degree, starting to see the light and putting pressure on the current administration to do the right thing. And I like to see that. I think that that's a good thing. So, all right. How are we feeling this morning? How's everybody doing? How's your weekend going? How was your weekend? How is your weekend? Do you have plans for next week? What are we doing, Tubes? I am so grateful that I have, after I get home, I'm going to take some time. I'm going to work on a motorcycle project that's been sitting in my garage for like a year probably. I'm really excited to work on that. But what I'm the most excited about, I think, is getting to see my girlfriend and my dog and my cat and my family, go see my son, maybe ride my motorcycle. But my girlfriend got a kayak for her birthday and my brother had already given me one. So we're going to try to go out and do some camping and some kayaking this summer. And I know that this weekend this coming weekend, not today, but this coming weekend, we're going to the coast to go see her parents. But hopefully maybe the weekend after that, or even possibly that weekend, like we could take the kayaks with us too, and go find somewhere to do that. Because man, being out on the water in a kayak, I have found to be one of the most peaceful and relaxing things. I enjoy it a lot. It's really great. I got the chance to go downtown Portland. The Willamette River runs through downtown Portland, where it converges with the Columbia River. And when I was living in Portland about a year or so ago, 2 years ago, I would take my kayak to a park right on the river, and I would put it in, and you could just, the river's so calm and smooth because it's so wide there that you could just go up and down. And it was really nice to be able to see that area of a town that I've spent the majority of my life in from an angle that I've never seen it before. So I thought that was really cool. It really sold me on thinking that kayaking was awesome. So, but just a little side rant there. Sorry, I know this isn't really the like spew about what's going on with my life, but I'm excited about that. I'm excited to get home. I've been on tour for like 2 weeks. I'm just, I'm looking forward to doing some summer stuff with my family. So, but let me get set up for the next story here, and we'll get going. All right, one sip of Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. And this is going to be story number 5. So, on a regular day, Nightly News this morning typically only does about 4 stories, but I missed an episode, and I'm probably going to miss another episode. So I'm trying to give you guys a little bit extra. I wanted to do a story, or I wanted to do another episode of Nightly News this morning tomorrow, but 2 reasons why that doesn't really work. One is doesn't really give enough time for more news to happen. I mean, something like a lot of big things could happen, and there could be like 4 news stories that I could bring tomorrow, but I like to space out my show so that I can bring you guys more stories and report the important things that happen, and not just be like, oh, well, this is what happened since yesterday when we already talked about it. But the other reason is that, like, I would like to get on the road fairly early tomorrow morning. I don't have to check out of the hotel until 11, but I would like to get home by Tuesday night. And if I'm not on the road like first thing in the morning tomorrow morning, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to accomplish. So I'm just going to push through. We'll do 2 more stories for today, and then like I said, I've got low energy videos I'm doing tonight. That'll be about 3 p.m. Pacific time. So figure out where you are, like 4 p.m. the time zone that I'm in, and if you're elsewhere in the world. And then maybe Drunken Peasants tonight. Not sure about that. I'm definitely going to try to get Cobes on Drunken Peasants tonight. That's the goal. Maybe I shouldn't have spilled that, told everybody that, because it's definitely not set in stone. So if you're a Drunken Peasants fan and you heard me just say that, don't assume that Cobes is going to be on the show tonight. It's something I'm trying to make happen. It's definitely not a guarantee. So, but now that I've spilled the beans there, let's get into story number 5, huh? Where's my mouse? There we go. All right. Story number 5. T, an app for women to safely talk about men they date, has been breached, user ID exposed. I would like to see, just as a little bit of an experiment, in this summary here from Ground News, what does the right summary say? T, an app for women to discuss dating experiences, confirmed a data breach exposing thousands of users' images and IDs. Okay, and then what does the left say? Hackers breached T app exposing 72,000 images. It doesn't even tell you what T is. It just says hackers exposed this app. But the center of distribution says T, a women-only dating and safety app. It's a gossip app. Let's not get it twisted. It is a gossip app, and while there definitely are uses for something like this, from what I've been able to gather, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to keep my mouth shut on it. 190 articles reporting, factuality sorted. My story is from BBC, because I just had to quickly pick something here. So center-leaning distribution, very high factuality. Let's get into it and read here. A dating safety app that allows women to do background checks on men and anonymously share red flag behavior has been hacked, exposing thousands of members' images, posts, and comments. Okay, so, but who gets to decide what red flag behavior is? See, this is the problem in all of that. This is the problem. There's no app for guys to do that, is there? I cannot let my biases and how I feel about this, what this may be, I'm not going to let that affect me reading the news. Let's just read the news. Let's just get through it. I have a girlfriend, so why do I even care? A dating safety app that allows women to do background checks on men and anonymously share T Dating Advice, a US-based women-only app with 1.6 million users, said there'd been unauthorized access to 72,000 images submitted by women. Some images of women holding photo identification for verification purposes, which T's own privacy policies promise are deleted immediately after authentication. Oh, God. How many... So maybe you're not a T user, but I want you to think, have you ever taken a picture of your driver's license for something that you had to verify and they said, oh, don't worry, we delete all of these images afterwards? I had to do that for Google recently, and I'm sure that they didn't delete my driver's license picture. Yeah. So there is no security, there is no privacy. We live in a post-security, post-privacy world, I think. T said the breach affects members who signed up before February 2024. It added it had acted fast and was working with some of the most trusted cybersecurity experts. The app has recently experienced a surge in popularity as well as criticism from some who claim it is anti-men. T lets women check whether potential partners are married or registered sex offenders, as well as run reverse image searches to protect against catfishing, where people use fake online identities. But one of the most controversial aspects of T is that it allows women to share information on men that they have dated to avoid red flags, but also highlight those with green flag qualities. That's insidious. I'm sorry. That should not be allowed. I think that could be abused very, very easily and just turn into a huge gossip thing. Like, wasn't there a website back in the day called like The Dirty or something like that got sued into oblivion for something like this? Only it wasn't, it wasn't just women that were allowed to access it. The firm blocks screenshots so that posts are not shared outside the app. Guess what? There are a ton of apps where you can do secret screenshots, and the app that you're using has no idea that it's being screen recorded. So I don't believe that, not for a second. Not to mention that you could take a picture with one phone to another one. Anyway, so the firm blocks screenshots, but on Friday it also admitted that an additional 59,000 images from the app showing posts, comments, and direct messages from over 2 years ago were accessed. He said, "We're taking every steps to protect the community now and always." BBC News has contacted T for comment. The company was set up in November 2022 by Sean Cook, a software engineer who said he was inspired to create T after witnessing his mother's online dating experiences. He told Medium in May, "I was shocked by how easy it was for catfish, scammers, and criminals to take advantage of women on dating apps and how little traditional dating apps do to protect users. However, some men and women have challenged these types of groups, claiming that they put men at risk of invasion of privacy and defamation. Earlier this year, an individual named Nico D'Ambrosio took legal action against Facebook's owner Meta because of a number of statements made about him in a chat group called Are We Dating the Same Guy? The lawsuit was thrown out by a federal judge in Illinois." All right. Well, yeah. Beardshire said, "Jaded lover trash some guy." Yeah, probably. I mean, it goes both ways. And like I said, I'm in a very good, healthy relationship now, but I did spend a lot of time in the trashy, like dealing with the trash of the dating scene. So, plus you can get an Android virtual desktop and take all the screen caps you want. Exactly. I mean, the privacy that they're saying is there is definitely not there. But on top of that, yes, the services, if they were used ideally and in the best possible circumstances, could definitely be a way for women to stay safer. But men face problems with dating apps too. It's not like they don't get catfished. It's not like they don't get scammed. Do you know how many people... I don't even want to go into it. I don't want to sound like somebody who's still bitter, and I just don't like the implications of the dating scene and how transactional it has gotten, even when things are going in like the best circumstances and the best cases. But it's so trash. I've been married for 25 years. Thank God. Yeah, you are very lucky, my dude. I am very lucky in that the girl that I've been with, we've been together for over a year, and we dated previously before that, and things are going really, really well. It's like the healthiest relationship I've ever been in. So I'm trying to do everything right so that I don't have to go back to shit like the T app and things like that. I want to be done. I want to be like you, Beardshire. I will just lock it down and be done with it. You know what I'm saying? So, but I think that story just highlights some of the problems when it comes to transactional dating, and it makes me sad for the state of affairs that the world is in, but at the same time it makes me glad that I don't have to worry about it anymore. So let's do one more story, you guys, and then I gotta go do some work for my other job, and then I gotta get some laundry done because god damn. All right. Last story for the day. Yeah, last story. All right. Hegseth team told to stop polygraph tests after complaint to the White House. That's strange. On July 27th, the White House directed Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to discontinue the use of polygraph examinations aimed at identifying individuals leaking information to the press following objections from a senior advisor who feared being singled out. Okay. What's going on here? Let's see. My story is pulled from rawstory.com. There's only 11 articles reporting on this so far. It seems like it's a pretty new thing that's come up. It was first published 4 hours ago. So this could be in the terms or in the realm of breaking news, I guess you could say. 50% of the reporting is coming from the left, 13 center, 38% from the right. So not quite a blind spot. Just more left reporting so far. This was earlier this morning before I started the show, so let's refresh it and see if there are any new articles. Yeah, we've got 13 now. Bias distribution still looks about the same, though. So we sort by factuality, as always, and the first thing that comes up is Raw Story. So that is a high factuality, left-leaning outlet, and let's go over here and read and see what's going on. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth received a sharp phone call from the White House over his wide use of polygraphs at the Pentagon, which infuriated one official with close ties to Donald Trump, advisor Stephen Miller. After 6 months, Hegseth has continued being a problem for the Trump administration, from his Signalgate scandal to canceling a shipment of arms to Ukraine without notifying the president or the State Department, and now infuriating Pentagon denizens with his obsessive search for leakers. On Saturday, the New York Times reported that Hegseth was on the receiving end of a rare intervention from General Dan Kane, the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs, over fury at the refusal to promote Army officer Lieutenant General Douglas A. Sims II because Hegseth believed he was the leaker. Okay. Now, on Sunday, the Washington Post is reporting Hegseth's fear of leaks reached the point where the White House felt compelled to intervene. According to the report, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's use of polygraph tests to search for people leaking information to news media was stopped at the direction of the White House after a senior advisor to Hegseth raised an alarm to senior officials there about being targeted. At the center of the pushback is Hegseth's advisor, Patrick Weaver, who is close to Stephen Miller, who grew angry upon hearing he himself might have been put on the spot. That led to a previously unreported call from the White House for the defense secretary to stand down. The report adds the polygraph came during a period of tremendous upheaval in Hegseth's inner circle that included the defense secretary's firing of 3 senior Pentagon appointees in April and accusing them of leaking to the media. The aides, Dan Caldwell, Colin Carroll, and Darren Selnick, disputed that and accused the Pentagon of slandering them. Hegseth's team has presented no evidence to back its claims. Okay, so what do I have to say about that? It's amazing. It's amazing. I think that Pete Hegseth's days are numbered as the defense secretary, you know, just based on what's been going on. And I think that he's losing his shit. He doesn't know who's leaking. And so he's like, you're the leaker. You're the leaker. You're the leaker. And, you know, just indiscriminately getting rid of people. And that's, you know, probably the best way to run the Pentagon, wouldn't you think? Don't you think? Anyway, I just like to point that out. I think it's good. So that's all that I've got for this morning. I really do appreciate everybody that's come in and chatted. Beardshire, Unreachable Horizons, Low Energy Videos, Loner Nick. Everybody, thanks for your comments. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope that some of the positive news has brought, you know, at least a little bit of good news to you. And the stuff on Epstein, don't forget Epstein, you guys. Keep the pressure on him. I drove through Denver yesterday, and over the freeway, somebody was putting a big sign, and it said, "Who's on the Epstein list?" And I thought that was great. Keep the pressure on him. I don't like talking about Epstein. I really don't. But I am going to continue reporting on it anytime that I see a story that people should be made aware of, just because I want it to stay in the cultural awareness. So I will be back. If I don't do a show on Tuesday, which I probably won't, depending on what time I get home, I will probably try to do a makeup episode on Wednesday. But regardless of what happens, I will definitely be back for Nightly News This Morning on Friday. So like 5 days from now. If we don't get any news before then, you'll definitely get it then. But hopefully I'll bring you guys another episode before then. I have a really cool video that I have to edit and get it thrown up. It might be like a week or so. But there was a video out there about a fake Truman Show style town in southern Utah. And if you Google search fake town Utah or something like that, the video will pop up. It's really good. I went out to where this fake town was supposed to be. I got footage. Some weird things happened. You're not going to want to miss it. I'm going to try to work on getting the editing started here and hopefully have it released within a week. It's going to be a good video. I'm excited about it. Got some more things happening. Going to try to bring you guys some more content and get further into this. So anyway, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for being here, and we will see you on the next one, guys. Take care.
Moonlit nights, I'm feeling blue. Been trying to call you, but I couldn't get through. And I'm crying, baby, you drive me insane. Though your love is toxic, yeah, save me from this pain. My brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me.
All right, and with that, good morning, hello, and welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. Today is August 1st, Friday, August 1st, 2025, and today I'm back from being on the road, so things are a little bit normal, hopefully. Things look a little bit normal. Things will flow a little bit better, hopefully, maybe. We'll see. Who knows? This is a pretty low-effort news show, so let me get a sip of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. That's how we always get the show going. How's everybody doing? It's summertime. You enjoying your summer? Having a great time? Good. Glad. I'm thrilled to hear that. But let's get into some news, huh? Let's just jump right into it, because today, like always, we have an update on the Epstein files. So we're going to get into story number 1 here. It says in our ground news agitator, the FBI redacted Trump's name in the Epstein files. And this is something that, let me refresh this, because when I looked at it, it had only been a news story for about 45 minutes. So a fairly breaking story here. And it says we've got 12 articles reported. 2 hours ago was the first reporting. 56% of our bias distribution is coming from the left, 44% coming from the center. So this is completely a right-leaning blind spot issue. There is no reporting on it from the right yet. But again, it's only been being reported for 2 hours. So it's not... it's not known, like widely known yet, I would guess. So I was able to get an article from Bloomberg here, left leaning with very high factuality. It says it's behind a paywall, but when I used my Brave browser, it did let me access it. And one of the things that I love about this article is, look at this picture from 2000. I was 16 when this picture was taken. Look at how surprised Melania looks. She does not. That doesn't look like a person to me that's having a good time at a party, but that's just me, and what do I know? So let's get into this article here from Bloomberg News. The most transparent administration in history. Before explaining the government's rationale for blacking out Trump's name, let's recap. Along with aliens and JFK assassinations, conspiracy theories surrounding the life and death of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein have long consumed MAGA. Epstein avoided federal sex trafficking charges in 2008 when he agreed to plead guilty to state charges in Florida for soliciting prostitution. In July 2019, following an investigation by the Miami Herald that also scrutinized the integrity of the government's probe, Epstein was indicted on federal charges of sex trafficking of minors. A month later, he died by suicide in his jail cell, federal law enforcement authorities said, while awaiting trial. Epstein's death led to a swirl of renewed interest among Trump supporters, which in recent months had verged into obsession. Last year, while still on the campaign trail, Trump vowed to declassify material in the government's possession pertaining to Epstein. Before Pam Bondi was nominated as Attorney General by Trump, she insisted that the public had a right to know the details about the case. If the people in that report are still fighting to keep their names private, she said on Fox News last year, they have no legal basis to do so unless they're a child, a victim, or a cooperating defendant. Maybe everybody's a cooperating defendant, I don't know. In January, Kash Patel, the FBI director, told a Senate committee during his confirmation hearing that he'd ensure the American public knows the full weight of what happened. Then on February 27th, during a highly publicized I can't speak today, event at the White House, Bondi rolled out what the Justice Department referred to as the first phase of the release of the Epstein files. It was attended by former Pizzagate provocateur Jack Posobiec and other far-right influencers. They were given binders labeled the Epstein files and the most transparent administration in history that contained about 200 pages of documents that Bondi characterized as declassified. She also suggested that the records would contain previously undisclosed details about Epstein. Instead, Bondi's big Epstein file party was a bust. It turned out the documents she called declassified, which include pages from Epstein's infamous Black Book, had been previously released, most recently during the criminal trial of Ghislaine Maxwell 4 years earlier. The Black Book revealed Trump's name and the names of his wife, Melania, and other family members. So here's the pages from the blanked out Black Book, which if you're looking for it, the unblanked out, the unredacted version is available online if you know where to look. So just saying. Page from Epstein's Black Book containing the names of various contacts, which include Trump. Trump's followers were irate. Bondi was angry too. She fired off a letter to FBI Director Patel demanding to know why the Bureau failed to provide her with the thousands of pages of documents related to the Epstein investigation and indictment she requested. She wanted answers from Patel and accountability. What happened next kicked off a new phase in the Epstein saga. As I reported in the March 28th edition of the FOIA files, Patel directed FBI special agents from New York and Washington field offices to join the Bureau's Freedom of Information Act employees at its sprawling Central Records complex in West Winchester, Virginia, and other buildings a few miles away. They were instructed to search for and review every single Epstein-related document and determine what could be released. That included a mountain of material accumulated by the FBI over nearly 2 decades, including grand jury testimony, prosecutors' case files, as well as tens of thousands of pages of the Bureau's own investigative files on Epstein. It was a Herculean task that involved as many as 1,000 FBI agents and other personnel pulling all-nighters while pouring through more than 100,000 documents, according to a July letter from Senator Dick Durbin to Pam Bondi. Senior officials at the FBI Record and Information Dissemination Section, which handles the processing of Freedom of Information Act requests, pushed back on directives. Michael Seidel, the section chief for RIDS, who worked at the FBI for about 14 years, was quite vocal. The 3 people familiar with the matter told me. Patel blamed him for the failure to send all of the Epstein files to Bondi. Then, a couple of months ago, Seidel was told he could either retire or be fired, according to the People. He chose the former and quietly left the FBI, the People said. The details related to Seidel's exit haven't been previously reported. Seidel could not be reached for comment. The FBI employees reviewed the records using the Freedom of Information Act as their guide for deciding what information should be withheld. That alone isn't uncommon. The Freedom of Information Act, Congress established 9 exemptions as a way to balance the public's right to know against the government's need to protect sensitive interests, such as national security, official deliberations, ongoing law enforcement proceedings, or privacy. When such competing interests arise in a non-Freedom of Information Act matters, those exemptions are often applied even if exact language set forth in the Freedom of Information Act statute doesn't appear in the final record. For example, when congressional committees requested documents from, say, the FBI or the Justice Department, FOIA analysts and contractors are brought in to review the records and apply redactions in accordance with the law. Then, when the DOJ prepared to publicly release former special counsel Robert Mueller's report on the Russia interference in the 2016 election, FOIA exemptions were used to determine what information should be withheld. While reviewing the Epstein files, FBI personnel identified numerous references to Trump in the documents, the people familiar with the matter told me. Dozens of other high-profile public figures also appeared, the people said. The appearance of Trump's name or others in the Epstein files is not evidence of a crime or even a suggestion of wrongdoing. In preparation for potential public release, the documents then went to a unit of FOIA officers who applied the redactions in accordance with the 9 exemptions. The people familiar with the matter said that Trump's name, along with other high-profile individuals, were blacked out because he was a private citizen when the federal investigation of Epstein was launched in 2006. In particular, the reviewers applied 2 Freedom of Information Act exemptions to justify their redactions. First, Exemption 6 protects individuals against a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. The Supreme Court has said that the exemptions protect individuals from the injury and embarrassment that would result from the disclosure of personal information in possession of the government. The second, Exemption 7C, protects personal information contained by law enforcement records, the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. A White House spokesperson would not respond to questions about the redaction of Trump's name, instead referring questions to the FBI. The FBI declined to comment. The Justice Department did not respond to multiple requests for comment. Go figure. Established precedent. If you're surprised by the revelation that the FBI used privacy exemptions to withhold the name of a sitting president, you're not alone. However, it's common practice for the government agencies to redact names on privacy grounds, even when they're clearly public figures like Trump. I lost count of how many times the government invoked the privacy exemptions in response to my Freedom of Information Act requests to deny releasing records on public figures and government officials. More than a decade ago, I requested records from the FBI on Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks. The FBI cited privacy in denying my request and said I needed to get a privacy waiver signed by Mohammed himself. In 2016, I requested all of the FBI's files on Trump prior to his presidential campaign. In response, the FBI neither confirmed nor denied that any records existed based on the same 2 privacy exemptions. I ended up suing the Bureau and modifying my Freedom of Information Act request to center on Trump's businesses. That allowed me to overcome the privacy exemption and report this story. A noteworthy example, the DOJ cited the same exemptions to justify withholding Donald Trump Jr.'s name from the Mueller report. My attorneys and I believed it was improper use of the privacy exemption. We fought to get his name unredacted and won. But the reality is there is established precedent to protect the identities of private citizens named in law enforcement files, no matter how famous they are. It's a really high bar to overcome. The privacy exemptions were designed to prevent the government from releasing personal information on individuals just because it wants to. Of course, the government does break the law sometimes. Before withholding records under Exemption 6C, the government agencies are supposed to conduct a balancing test to determine if their release would significantly contribute to the public's understanding of the operation or activities of the government. It's way more difficult to make a case for disclosure when the names are also withheld under Exemption 7C. That's partly because the DOJ has said that the very mention of an individual's name in a law enforcement file will engender comment and speculation and carries a stigmatizing connotation. Also, the FOIA case law has established that a few names of private individuals contained by law enforcement files will not be released unless they have a reason to be in order to confirm government misconduct. Unless there's compelling evidence that the agency denying the FOIA request is engaged in illegal activity and access to the names of private individuals appearing in the agency's law enforcement files is necessary in order to confirm or refute that evidence, there is no reason to believe that the incremental public interest in such an information would ever be significant. The D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals wrote in a 1991 deciding a key FOIA case. Oh man, this is a long article. Ever since this precedent has been a thorn in the side of FOIA community, it's also the reason Trump's name in the Epstein files is likely to remain under wraps. Disclosing Trump's name, the people familiar said, would neither shed light on how the FBI conducted its investigation into Epstein, nor that the FBI engaged in illegal activity. That brings up today. After the FBI redacted the Epstein files, they were sent to Bondi. Media reports said that Bondi briefed Trump at the White House in May and told him that he was named in the files. Then, on July 8th, the Justice Department and the FBI released an unsigned joint statement that said the FBI collected more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence related to the Epstein investigation. However, the promises of transparency made earlier by Bondi and Patel didn't materialize. While we have labored to provide the public with the maximum information regarding Epstein, the statement read, it is the determination of the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation that no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. The officials added that much of the information is subject to court-ordered sealing. The statement ignited a firestorm on social media. Trump's most adherent supporters were furious with Bondi and the president. They said that it was a cover-up. The influential podcaster Joe Rogan recently accused the administration of trying to gaslight his supporters over Epstein. Trump, meanwhile, has tried to contain the fallout. He lashed out at his base in a series of posts on his social media platform, Truth Social, and blamed Democrats for the fake Epstein scandal. Here's the bottom line. The FBI behind-the-scenes decision-making suggests that the chances of aliens resurrecting JFK are greater than Trump's name ever being unredacted from the Epstein files. Of course, Trump could agree to let his name out or sign a privacy waiver, or when he and everybody else named in the Epstein files eventually dies, most of their privacy rights will disappear. Dang. So, even though everybody knows that Trump's name is in the Epstein files, it doesn't look like it's going to get unredacted anytime soon. Now, my second story is also in regards to the Epstein files, and this one I think is a little bit even more breaking news. When I looked it up, the story was 14 minutes old, so get a drink of my Juneberry Red Bull in here, not a sponsored tubes, and then we will get into this breaking news story that I honestly should have reported on first, but let's just get into it, huh? Ghislaine Maxwell quietly moved from Florida to Texas prison, a report says. So again, I pulled this story about 15 minutes after it was first reported on when I was looking for stories this morning. Let's go ahead and refresh it just to see. There were 5 articles reporting on it when I first looked it up. Now there's 23. Again, like I said, this is a breaking news story. You're going to see more reporting on it as time goes on, more than likely. Left 30%, 43% coming from the center, and 26% coming from the right as far as our bias distribution. So we do have people reporting on it. It does seem like it's pretty down the middle. I'm going to sort by factuality here. I know that I've got a news article pulled up from The Independent. Is that right? Yeah. The Independent, which if we scroll down here, it's a little bit further down on our list. Says it leans left with a high factuality rating. So let's get into this article from The Independent. Jeffrey Epstein's longtime associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, has reportedly been moved from her prison in Florida to another institution in Texas, the New York Sun reports. Maxwell's currently serving a 20-year sentence for her role in helping Epstein recruit, groom, and abuse young girls. She was being held at a federal prison in Tallahassee. Now she's at the federal prison camp Byron in southeast Texas, a Bureau of Prisons spokesperson told The Sun. Maxwell was temporarily placed at a federal prison in Oakdale, Louisiana, before she was moved to Texas, The Sun reports. This comes amid mounting speculation over whether President Donald Trump could grant the British socialite a pardon.
Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached me with it,
Trump said on Monday. Nobody's asked me about it. This cabin, by the way, in this picture, if you go and look at it, you can find a picture of the Queen of England sitting at the same cabin in like the same exact spot. It's really fucking creepy. It's got to be like some famous, yeah. Anyway. Maxwell's attorney, David Oscar Marcus, who I believe is also involved with Trump to some degree, told The Independent he could confirm that she was being moved but declined to comment further. Maxwell asked Congress Tuesday to push forward a pardon so she could testify openly and honestly before lawmakers. ABC News reports, this comes after the House Oversight Committee subpoenaed Maxwell last week, setting her deposition for date for August 11th. That's 10 days from now, and she's been moved today. Seems pretty suspicious. I think that people should definitely be paying attention to this. We don't want her to accidentally commit suicide too now, do we? Marcus said Maxwell would invoke her Fifth Amendment right and decline to testify if certain conditions aren't met. These include granting Maxwell immunity and interviewing her outside of the prison where she's carrying out her sentence. Miss Maxwell cannot risk further criminal exposure in a politically charged environment without formal immunity. Nor is a prison setting conductive to eliciting truthful and competent testimony, Marcus wrote to the House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer. Of course, in the alternative, if Miss Maxwell were to receive clemency, she would be willing and eager to testify openly and honestly in public before Congress in Washington, D.C., Marcus said. She welcomes the opportunity to share the truth and dispel the many misconceptions and misstatements that have plagued her case from the very beginning. Okay, I want to go on record by saying that even if she's granted clemency, she's not going to implicate Trump, okay? She's going to say as little as possible. She's going to implicate as few people as possible. And then she's going to get the fuck out of this country as fast as she can, where she can never be prosecuted or brought back to the United States ever again. This is a bad idea. Giving her clemency, immunity, a pardon, any of that, it's a bad idea. You're not going to get what you want from it. You know where you're going to get what you want? The files that the FBI has. The financial files that Ron Wyden was going through. That's where the real information is. This woman is a liar. Like, she's serving a sentence for a reason. Obviously, the FBI and the government have enough credible information against her to convict her of these things, and Jeffrey Epstein wasn't the only person. So I think it's a really bad idea. I want to go on record by saying that. So Maxwell has also petitioned the Supreme Court to consider an appeal of her conviction. The Justice Department urged the court to reject her request last month, the Washington Post reports. Marcus also asked the House Oversight Committee to postpone Maxwell's deposition until the Supreme Court has decided whether to take her case. Deputy Attorney General Tom Blanche also interviewed Maxwell last week. Maxwell never invoked a privilege and never refused to answer a question, Marcus said Friday. Lawmakers subpoenaed Maxwell as the Trump administration faces blowback for its handling of the Epstein files. Democrats and Trump's MAGA supporters alike have called for the administration to release more information on the disgraced financier. The criticism comes after the Justice Department and FBI released a joint memo last month indicating there would be no further disclosure in the Epstein investigation. The memo claimed Epstein never kept a client list containing the names of his alleged associates. Attorney General Pam Bondi has suggested the client list was on her desk in February. The agencies also confirmed Epstein died by suicide in a New York City jail cell following years of conspiracy theories surrounding his death. Epstein died in August 2019, a month after he was arrested for federal sex trafficking charges. As tensions rose around Epstein last month, the Wall Street Journal reported Bondi notified Trump in May that his name appears in the Epstein files. The report came days after a reporter was asked the president if Bondi told him that his name appeared in the files. Trump replied no. White House Communications Director Stephen Chuang called the report fake news. Appearing in the files also does not indicate that individuals have committed any wrongdoing. The journal also reported Trump wrote an alleged 50th birthday card to Epstein in 2003, which included a drawing of a naked woman. The card ended with the wish, "May every day be another wonderful secret." Trump denied this claim, telling the outlet, "I never wrote a picture in my life." Well, you don't write a picture, you draw a picture, so that's probably true. The president has sued the newspaper and its publishers for $10 billion. Keep the pressure on him. Keep the pressure on him. Loner Nick says, "I am here." Hello, Loner Nick. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. I'm glad that you are here. So I'm going to take another sip of my delicious perspiring Juneberry Red Bull here. It says we've got 4 viewers. That's pretty awesome. I appreciate you being here, Loner Nick. If anybody else wants to say hi, that's cool. Anybody lurking that doesn't want to, that's cool too. You know, it is what it is, tubes, as they say. All right. Story number 3. All right. El Salvador Congress approves unlimited presidential terms and electoral reform. Well, this doesn't bode well, especially because Trump has been getting a lot more friendly with the president of El Salvador lately. It's really weird how he has a thing for these like dictator type people like Kim Jong-un and the president of El Salvador. So what's up, Baffles? What's up, Andy? All right. So Ground News says that this is mostly being reported on by the left and center. We've got 17% coming from the right. What's going on? We've got 231 articles, and I've got one pulled up by CNN. Let's just go ahead and read it. See what's going on with this whole presidential term limit thing in El Salvador. The party of El Salvadorian President Bukele approved constitutional changes in the country's legislative assembly on Thursday that will allow indefinite presidential re-election and extend presidential terms to 6 years. Lawmaker Ana Figueroa from New Ideas Party had proposed the changes to the 5 articles of the Constitution. The proposal also included eliminating the second round of elections where the two top vote getters from the first round face off. New Ideas and its allies in the Legislative Assembly quickly approved the proposals with the supermajority they held. The vote passed with 57 in favor and 3 opposed. Jesus. Bukele overwhelmingly won re-election last year despite a constitutional ban after the Supreme Court justices selected by his party ruled in 2021 to allow re-election to a second 5-year term. Overseers have worried that Bukele had a plan to consolidate power since at least 2021, when a newly elected Congress with a strong governing party majority voted to remove the magistrates of the constitutional chamber of the Supreme Court. Those justices had been seen as the last check on the popular president. Since then, Bukele has only grown more popular. The Biden administration's initial expression of concern gave way to quiet acceptance as Bukele announced his run for re-election. With the return of U.S. President Donald Trump to the White House in January, Bukele has... Or is it Bukele? I don't know. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but... Bukele had a new powerful ally and quickly offered Trump help by taking more than 200 deportees from other countries into a newly built prison for gang members. Figueroa argued Thursday that federal lawmakers and mayors can already seek re-election as many times as they want. All of them had the possibility of re-election through popular vote. The only exception until now has been the presidency. She also proposed that Bukele's current term, scheduled to end on June 1st, 2029, instead finishes on June 1st, 2027, to put presidential and congressional elections on the same schedule. It would also allow Bukele to seek re-election to a longer term than 2 years earlier. Re-election to a longer term 2 years earlier. Okay. Ukulele? Right. Marcela Villatoro of the Nationalist Republican Alliance, one of 3 votes against the proposals, told her fellow lawmakers, "Democracy in El Salvador has died. You don't realize what indefinite re-elections brings. It brings an accumulation of power and weakens democracy. There's corruption and clientism because nepotism grows and halts democracy and political participation," she said. Susie Callejas, the Assembly's vice president, said that power has returned to the only place that it truly belongs, to the Salvadorian people. The president did not immediately comment. The president, who once dubbed himself the world's coolest dictator, is highly popular largely because of his heavy-handed fight against the country's powerful street gangs. Voters have been willing to overlook evidence that his administration, like others before it, had negotiated with the gangs before seeking a state of emergency that suspended some of the constitutional rights and allowed authorities to arrest and jail tens of thousands of people. His success with security and politically has inspired imitators in the region who seek to replicate his style. Most recently, the president's government has faced international criticism for the arrest of high-profile lawyers who have been outspoken critics of his administration. One of the country's most prominent human rights groups announced in July it was moving its operations out of El Salvador for the safety of its people, accusing the government of a wave of repression. And I picked this story, Bukele. Thanks, Andy. I picked this story to highlight just because this guy is somebody that Trump has been very close with recently, and it highlights a way that another country is eliminating its checks and balances on power. And maybe it won't be Trump as the president who issues in reforms like this, but maybe it'll be the guy that comes after him. And maybe it won't be at all, but I think that highlighting this and making sure that we're aware of situations like this that are taking place in the present day is the only way that we're going to prevent this from happening in our own country. So just wanted to highlight that. I'm here, but I'm melting from 106-degree heat index. Nick, that sucks, man. I feel for you, man. It's been, the valley where I live has been a little bit warmer than usual. I think it got up to like maybe 86, 90 yesterday, somewhere in there. But I've been pretty lucky. It was really hot while I was gone. I was on the coast doing my motorcycle tour job with Jeff Holiday, and I got to enjoy, like weather in the 60s. In fact, it was cold enough that while Jeff was leading the tour on the bike, he was actually too cold, and he kept asking me, he's like, "You sure you don't want to ride today? You sure you don't want to ride?" And I was like, "No, dude, I didn't bring any of my winter clothes. You're riding." But so I got to enjoy that. And then when I came home, it went from being in like the 90s, close to 100, to like mid to upper 80s. But I do feel for you, man. 106, that's hot. That is hot. So we got one more story today, something that kind of points out the change in the weather. Florida is hell. I believe you, brother. I believe you. All right, so story number 3, WMO confirms 515-mile lightning mega flash as the longest on record. So we've got a bias distribution, 14% coming from the right, 38% from the left, and 48% from the center. This to me highlights climate change and a changing climate in our world, and I think that's probably why we have more left-leaning distribution than right. But I wanted to highlight this because it was a pretty interesting story, if you ask me. So a massive bolt of lightning that flashed. Oh, and my story, by the way, is from the Dallas News. Since it happened in Texas, I pulled a story that was from there. I'll go back real quick just to look at our bias distribution from the Dallas News so that we can see here. Huh? Maybe I won't. I thought that I had it sorted. And oh yeah, it's the second. Sorry, it's the second news story on my when I sort by factuality, it's the second news story down. It says it's got very high factuality and it's a center-leaning article. So right down the middle, no real inherent bias coming from it. So let's read the article here. A massive bolt of lightning that flashed across the sky from Texas to Missouri has captured a new world record. The 515-mile bolt stretched from East Texas to near Kansas City, Missouri, a roughly 8-hour distance by car, according to the World Meteorological Organization. In comparison, the average bolt of lightning measures less than 10 miles, according to the National Weather Service. On Thursday, the World Meteorological Organization, part of the United Nations, announced it had certified the mega flash as the longest lightning flash on record. We call it mega flash lightning, and we're just now figuring out the mechanics of how and why it occurs. Randy Cerveni, a professor of geographical sciences at Arizona State University, who works with the agency, said in a statement. The lightning struck on August 22nd, 2017, during a severe storm that hit a large swath of the country from Texas to Iowa. It beat the previous record of a 477-mile bolt during a April 2020 storm in the southern U.S. Scientists used the space-based instruments to measure the bolt, which they discovered while reevaluating satellite data. The findings were detailed in a study published Thursday in the Bulletin of the American Meteorological Society. It's not surprising the bolt hit Texas, which receives the most lightning strikes in the U.S., according to meteorological data firm Vallisly X-Weather. In 2024, over 40 million lightning bolts shot across the Texas sky, far more than any other state. Florida, with 15 million strikes, was second, and Oklahoma, with 13 million, was third. Texas is also much larger than both of those states. So, Texas location, humidity, and size make it a lightning hotspot. Thunderstorms thrive on moisture and rapidly rising warm air, according to the National Weather Service. Lightning is essentially a giant spark of electricity in the atmosphere between clouds and the air or the ground. When a lightning bolt reaches beyond 60 miles, it's considered a megaflash. Fewer than 1% of thunderstorms produce megaflash lightning, according to the report. Scientists said it's likely even longer megaflashes will emerge in the coming years, particularly as satellite technology improves. Lightning kills 20 to 30 people each year in the U.S. and injures hundreds more. Most injuries occur before and after thunderstorm has peaked, not at the height of the storm. That's why you should wait at least half an hour after a thunderstorm passes before you go out and resume normal activities, he said in the statement. The storm that produces lightning strike doesn't have to be over the top of you. Okay, so again, just wanted to point that out in regards to what's going on with climate and thunderstorms, and everything seems to be intensifying. So, it's hot, but is it shanty hot? Ugh, gross. Hot enough to melt Oh my God, marshmallows, you guys, marshmallows. Hot enough to cook an egg on the hood of my work truck. Man, I'm sorry, guys. That's really hot, Loner Nick. That is really hot. So anyway, that's the news stories that I have for today, guys. I really appreciate everybody hanging out with me. If you check this out later, please like and subscribe and comment and do the things. I do want to let everybody know I am in the process right now of uploading my secret hidden town at Paiute Reservoir in southern Ohio response to Tor's Cabinet of Curiosities video. YouTube's going really slow. Like, I've been doing it since I got up this morning, and it was at like 46% when I started the show. So should be finished uploading today. I'm going to put that up there. It's not really like my most perfect finished work. I wanted to do some sound design, engineering and stuff to it, but I realized at a certain point that like, it's not going to be perfect. Like if I sit there and try to make it perfect, I might never release it. And I want people to watch it. Like, people are interested enough. People are like, wow, this is really cool when they've seen the first few minutes of it. So I released the whole thing. It's almost 20 minutes long. Hopefully it's intriguing. Did I say Ohio? I meant Utah. Definitely Utah, not Ohio. Sorry. If I said Ohio, it's because I'm regarded as a dumb person. So anyway, yeah. Secret town in southern Utah. That video is going to be releasing today, and I really hope that everybody watches it, that they like it and everything. Spec, good to see you. Loner Nick, thanks for being here. Bathies, I appreciate it. Andy, thanks so much for your input yesterday, man. It was really valuable. And I really appreciate everybody hanging out with me here. Cousin Matt, Ground News, been watching Ground News to do nightly news this morning. So take care, everybody, and do your best if you can to try to spread a little bit of positivity in your day. I will take care, or I will see you guys later, and I want you to take care. See you later.
Spending a long, lonely day and it simmers. Content with my love and sun rays and it simmers. Yeah. Needlessly knowing that darkness is slowly and surely flowing into my head. Deep down it simmers. I know that someday too soon the top will blow off. I'll be left breaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. breeze and it simmers. Struck by a cool ocean breeze and I shiver. Yeah. Thrown out from the cold so bold, its tiny little tips of its weakness that timidly take hold, makes me shiver. Yeah, rising someday too soon, top of the up. Darling, and breaking and screaming with all of its thoughts. Anyone and every little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin, just as my own. Till then it simmers. Till then it simmers.
Okay, good morning. Hello, welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Pantsless Paul Harvey, also known as Cousin Matt. Today is Tuesday, August 5th, 2025, and we're here to do some news. How is everybody? How are things going? How are you today? I hope things are doing well. I'm doing pretty well. I went for a motorcycle ride yesterday with my son. We went out to Crater Lake. We spent the majority of the day. It said it was like a 2 hours and 45 minutes from where we started. It ended up being like over 4 hours to get there and then like about 4 hours to get back, just because like when you're on a motorcycle, you have a smaller tank of gas and you know, you got to make stops and everything because you start to get tired and things like that. But we had a really good time. I really enjoyed spending the day with my son yesterday. That was really fun. It was really nice. We both learned that carbureted bikes don't acclimate well to altitude without having some adjustments done to them. So we both had a little trouble with our motorcycles once we started getting up into altitude and losing power and things like that. But we powered through. We struggle bust through like we always do, and we had a really good time. So anyway, so I'm Cousin Matt. We're here to do some nightly news this morning. We're going to go through the Ground News Agitator, look at a couple stories, see who's reporting on it, from what kind of point of view, just read a little bit about it. But before we do, let me go ahead and show you that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Let me go ahead and show you, just if you've never been to Crater Lake, and this is the only view that I got, but like this is what Crater Lake looks like if you've never been there. It's pretty fucking amazing. And yesterday was a free entry day to all the national parks, so we got pretty lucky in that. But let me switch back over here. So yeah, if you've never been there, I highly recommend it. Crater Lake is a beautiful place. It's the only national park that we have in Oregon. And I'm a big advocate for national parks, especially with what's going on with government right now. My son told me that NPR is actually shutting down due to losing their federal funding. So that's so messed up. And like all of these places, all of these institutions that have been around like my entire life that are now like getting shut down and losing funding and stuff like that, I'm trying to support them as much as possible. Like the national parks have been around for so long, and like God only knows, but I wanted to share it with my son and kind of pass that along a little bit. So, but anyway, that being said, let's go ahead and let's get into some nightly news this morning. How about that? So we've got, like I said, 4 stories today. If you've looked at the title of the video, it kind of gives you a little bit of a description of what we're going to be getting into. So let's go ahead and jump into our first story here. Our first story says, ex-CNN correspondent Jim Acosta interviews AI avatar of deceased Parkland shooting victim. What the hell is going on with this headline, huh? So this is a story that I saw was being mostly reported on by the right. If you look at our bias distribution down here, and you can't see my cursor, but you can see where the things are popping up. We've got right as 59% reporting leaning, 18% is reporting is coming from the left, and then 24% is coming from the center. So what exactly is going on? Well, Jim Acosta decided to interview an AI avatar of one of the Parkland shooting victims. And this isn't just like something that he created. This is the parents of this victim actually came up with this avatar to, one, to be able to hear their child's voice again, but two, to also try to be an advocate for gun rights. But was this the right move by Jim Acosta? So I've sorted by factuality, and I believe that my piece is actually from the HuffPost, which leans left, has a high factuality, and the title says, "What the fuck? Jim Acosta slammed over one-of-a-kind interview with dead Parkland victim." Let's go ahead and get into the article here by HuffPost and see what's going on. I didn't size any of these. Sorry, I should have done that before the show started. So, all right, let's start from here. Former CNN host Jim Acosta faced backlash Monday after sharing what he called a one-of-a-kind interview with AI version of Parkland school shooting victim Joaquin Oliver, a bot created by his parents to honor their son on what would have been his 25th birthday. The interview, shared to Acosta's Substack page, depicts Oliver, one of the 17 who died in the 2018 massacre, remarking on the cause of death and stressing why it's important to talk about gun violence in schools. The AI, when asked for its solution to gun violence, emphasized a need for a mix of stronger gun laws, mental health support, and community engagement. The bot of Oliver proceeded to speak in a noticeably higher tone before discussing the late teens' interest in the Miami Heat and Star Wars. Acosta, who declared the technology left him speechless, called the conversation so insightful, telling the late teens father, Manuel Oliver, that it felt like the first time he really got to know his son. "I felt like I was communicating with him, which is just so remarkable," Acosta said. People say, well, AI, it could be bad. It could cause all these destructive things. This is an example of how it might actually do some good. It might help some people who have suffered tremendous losses like your family have a way to hold on to who this person was, which I think is a beautiful thing. And then this is his, the interview. Manuel Oliver and his wife Patricia Oliver, co-founders of the gun advocacy group Change the Ref, have been involved in other projects that demand action against gun violence, including school shooting video game, a play, and a site that uses AI to recreate victims' voices for calls to Congress. Manuel Oliver, in a video shared to X, formerly Twitter, acknowledged that AI was his and his wife's idea, adding that Acosta shouldn't be blamed for what he was able to do in the interview. "If the problem that you have is with the AI, then you have the wrong problem," he said. "The real problem is that my son was shot 8 years ago. So if you believe that it's not the problem, you are part of the problem." No, okay? There can be more than one problem here. Yes, it is definitely an issue that your son was shot. But let's just finish the article, and then I'll give my little insight here. While Acosta restricted those who could reply on his X posts, that wasn't the same case on his Bluesky account, where a number of critics were stunned by the AI move. "Hey, Jim, a quick question. What the fuck is wrong with you?" replied one user. And then here are the replies on Bluesky, which is a very left-leaning platform. The majority of the people on Bluesky are left-leaning people. So the fact that he's getting this much heat, not only on X, but also on Bluesky, shows that this isn't just these aren't just people on the right that are being critical of him. Like this is something that people should be allowed to be critical of him for, in my opinion. So let's read some of these replies real quick, because this is the end of the article. "Hey Jim, quick question. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're interviewing ChatGPT, not Joaquin Oliver. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. This is not him. This is not his true self. This is a computer generating answers. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. This is unconscionable, ghoulish, and manipulative. How dehumanizing do you have to be to think this was a good idea? This is absolutely disgusting, and I honestly don't understand why you would need to be told that interviewing a fake person is not journalism, but apparently here we are. This is awful. You should have more integrity than this. You're talking to the simulacrum of a dead person. You're using a child's corpse for what? Entertainment? His parents didn't have the right to do this. His parents did have the right to do this, but they are grieving. They aren't thinking straight. You should know better. Yeah, well, I mean, they're grieving after 8 years. I don't know. I think that they probably knew and were in their right mind when they did this, but that's just me. Yeah, well, I'll be live streaming the game of Ouija. Okay, yeah. Over the first 4 decades of my life on this planet, I quite enjoyed the dystopian sci-fi fiction and movies. They were always interesting and cautionary, but it never felt especially threatening. Now it seems like every day I have the thought, oh, this is how we ended up here. You win today with this shit. So, yeah, that's the article. And in my opinion, this should have stayed something that the parents kept like in the privacy of their home. I know that there are corporations and companies who are trying to make it to where you can hear dead people's voices and things like that, and that helps people grieve. This definitely seems manipulative. This is using the avatar, like somebody said in the article, using the avatar of a dead child to push gun advocacy rights or gun safety rights. And while I agree that maybe there is an issue with how easy it is for people to get guns and that maybe there does need to be more regulation, I don't think that this is the way to do it. And there are some people who are so hard-lined on this, like David Hogg, who was there, who was one of the Parkland victims. I don't think he got shot, but he was involved. He was one of the classmates of Joaquin Oliver. Like, he has said he will do whatever it takes to advance the gun advocacy laws that he is pushing for. So I see why it's happening. I don't agree with the uses of it personally, but that's just me. So anyway, that was our first story. I'm going to take a sip of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes, because it wouldn't be nightly news this morning if I didn't, right? This is like my co-host. Since Jeff Holiday decided to bitch out on me. I'm just kidding. He's had a lot of things in life change lately, and I can't hold it against him that like he doesn't have time to do this stupid news show that nobody watches every day, or twice a week, or how, like, I think we were doing it 3 times a week when it was me and him, but I don't remember. It doesn't matter. It's not that important. So anyway, we're gonna move on to the next story here. Just getting everything set up so that when I jump over, it doesn't look like I'm a complete unprofessional who doesn't know what he's doing. All right, so let's jump in. Let's jump into story number 2. Trump to sign order creating Olympics task force ahead of the 2028 games. And if we look, okay, so President Donald Trump will sign an executive order to create a White House Olympics task force for the summer 2028 Summer Olympic Games, according to administration officials. The timing on this is really, really suspicious, because what happens in the fall of 2028? Well, that's supposed to be when the election is to get Trump out of office. And if you look at where the 2028 Olympics are taking place in Los Angeles, just a lot of things, man, a lot of really weird things. But our bias distribution has 52% of the reporting coming from the left, 22% coming from the center, and 26% coming from the right. I always sort my stories on my Ground News Agitator by factuality. You can come over here and sort by many different ways. You can sort by alphabetically, you can sort by bias, you can sort by location. I like to know who's giving the most factual reporting on a subject. So my story is from The Hollywood Reporter. So if we scroll down, you can see it's actually in the top 4 of the top factuality. It's a left-leaning outlet with very high factuality. So we'll go ahead and get over here into the article and see what The Hollywood Reporter has to say about it. And The Hollywood Reporter's in Los Angeles, so they probably have a good idea of what they're talking about. Donald Trump is readying an executive order that could set the White House on another collision course with Los Angeles officials. The president is set to announce a task force for the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles, with himself on top of the podium. The White House has scheduled an Oval Office meeting tomorrow with a section of athletes and members of the U.S. Olympics and Paralympics Committee to reveal the news, sources confirm. This includes having Trump in I think it means that includes having Trump in charge of the efforts. White House sent a statement from the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt confirming the news on Monday afternoon, shortly after The Hollywood Reporter published. During his first term, President Trump was instrumental in securing America's bid to host the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles, she said. The president considers it a great honor to oversee the global sporting spectacle in his second term. Sports is one of President Trump's greatest passions, and his athletic expertise, combined with his unmatched hospitality experience, will make these Olympic events the most exciting and memorable in history. Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, now we have 2028 Olympics to add to the list of things that we need to worry about Trump and his intestine hands touching. Added Casey Wasserman, chairperson and president of LA28, in a statement on behalf of LA28, I want to express our deepest appreciation to President Trump and his administration for their leadership and unwavering support as we prepare to deliver the largest and most ambitious Olympic and Paralympic Games ever hosted in the United States. Since we secured this historic opportunity in 2017, President Trump has consistently recognized the magnitude of our responsibility in welcoming the world to Los Angeles. The creation of this task force marks an important step forward in our planning efforts and reflects our shared commitment to delivering not just the biggest but greatest games the world has ever seen in the summer of 2028. While it's certainly not unusual for the federal government to form an Olympic task force, such efforts tend to be run by law enforcement departments which provide public safety and security support. The FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and the U.S. Secret Service are already announced as involved in LA28, as is the norm when the Olympics are held stateside. Alternately, such government initiatives tend to be centered around securing Olympic bids or providing logistics. This new effort is said to be an intergovernmental task force that will include several departments, including law enforcement. But Trump getting hands-on with the project could exacerbate the fractured relationship between the Trump administration and state and local leadership, a relationship which boiled over in June due to immigration raids in the city, with officials ranging from California Governor Gavin Newsom and LA Mayor Karen Bass entering into a war of words with the president. Since then, anti-ICE protests and even some in the media have urged officials to cancel the Olympics outright due to the raids. Oh my gosh. That's kind of extreme. Last week, a San Francisco Chronicle columnist argued, hosting an Olympics Games requires us to work together with a lawless U.S. regime and its rights-violating security apparatus as it openly wages war against our city and state. I mean, I don't know how much arguing I can do with that. Yet Trump has a long history of supporting LA28. In 2020, during his first term, Trump declared, from the day
I took office, I've done everything in my power to make sure that LA achieved the winning bid.
Why not New York? I thought you loved New York. Excuse me. And boasted about the games and revenue the games would bring to the city. The same month, Trump met with Wasserman at Mar-a-Lago and reaffirmed his unwavering commitment to make sure the games were the greatest. In June, Trump ordered a travel ban on 12 countries, yet provided exemptions to Olympic athletes, their coaches, and relatives. Trump has also exerted pressure on the games. In January, Trump signed an executive order banning transgender athletes from women's sports and successfully pushed International Olympics Committee to change its rules for LA28 to comply with the order. During the first Olympic press conference 5 years ago, Trump said to Wasserman, a bit ironically as it turns out, I hope you remember me in 2028. At least give me a seat, okay? Yeah, now he's going to make sure that he has the best seat in the House. So this totally not dystopian news at all, Tubes. Man, sometimes when I'm reading the news, I feel like my Juneberry Red Bull needs some vodka in it. But then again, but then again, I've seen how that can kind of affect some of my friends who incorporate drinking into their content, and it's not good. So Dan Kellogg says that's most definitely what's up. That is most definitely what's up. You're right. Okay, 2 more stories today. Let's get into it here. All right. FEMA to withhold disaster funding to states boycotting Israeli companies. Just more dystopian news. It sounds great. Bias distribution is pretty equal here. A little bit less on the left than the right. We've got 36% coming from the left, 47% coming from the right, 17% coming from the center on our ground news agitator here. Like always, I have my stories sorted by factuality. My story here is from Euronews, which is actually on the top of the list. And if you look, Euronews is a center-leaning publication with very high factuality ratings. So we'll go ahead and read what it says. This was 10 hours ago. I've already seen some back and forth about how FEMA is actually backtracking on this. So literally, as soon as they were like, this is just more taco stuff. Trump always chickens out. So let's read what's going on here from Euronews. Sorry, let me get the. I remembered to do it the last time. I didn't remember to do it this time. My bad. A clause in FEMA's terms and conditions mandating states to maintain commercial ties with Israel and Israeli companies to be allowed access to federal emergency funds was quietly removed on Monday. Okay. The Trump administration has reversed course Monday after it faced backlash for threatening to withhold at least $1.9 billion in disaster funds from cities and states that support boycotts of Israel and Israeli companies. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security appears to have removed an article from its website under its internal terms and conditions, which stipulated that states must not support severing commercial relations or otherwise limiting commercial relations specifically with Israeli companies or with companies doing business with Israel to qualify for the funding. Dude, this is insane. There should be no stipulation for other countries for the federal government of this country to give states of this country federal funds for disasters for this country. Has nothing to do with Israel. Nothing to do with Israel. Okay. States rely on the emergency funding to finance search and rescue operations in cases of natural disaster or local emergencies, staff salaries, equipment, and resources. The DHS oversees Federal Emergency Management Agency funding operations. Spokesperson for DHS Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement Monday that FEMA grants remain governed by the existing laws and policies, not political limitus. Oh, and that was the whole article. So not a very big article, but fairly important if you ask me. Like, there should be no stipulation with boycotting Israel or supporting Israel. Like, a state's support to another country should have absolutely nothing to do with what the federal government helps it with. And the fact that it's Israel really points to how tied our federal government really is to another country's government. Sorry about that. That was probably pretty loud. But yeah, that's, again, just me. Just my opinion. I'm just some guy who reads stories on the internet. So who really cares, right? But I really think that more people should be speaking out and really witnessing what's going on and why it is that there is one country that we're not allowed to be critical of. Like, before the genocide in Gaza started, I didn't really I wasn't like, oh, you the small hat people and you should be critical. Like, I'm not like that. I am not like that at all. But I do see the way that our government is tied literally hand in hand with the Israeli government, not the Israeli people. I'm talking about the two governments, the military spending, the number of dual Israeli citizens that we have in cabinet positions and in governmental positions and things like that. Like, does Chuck Schumer, who is the leader of the Senate for the Democratic Party, I mean, yes, he is Jewish and that's fine, like his religion and whatnot, but does he hold a dual Israeli citizenship? Like, how many people in our government hold dual citizenships with other governments? I think that, my personal opinion, I don't care what country it is. It could be Somalia, Israel, Egypt. You should not be allowed to serve as a federal lawmaker, as in Congress, the Senate, or the president, if you have a dual citizenship with another country. That shows your allegiance is split between two places. And I don't necessarily think that that's always a bad thing, but I think for presenting nationally, that we should probably present the people who are in charge of this government as like, you you get elected, you denounce your dual citizenship for the remainder of your term. That's how I think it should be. But I also think that there should be term limits as well. I think that there should be 12-year term limits in the House and the Senate, and then the 8-year term limit for presidents. But again, I'm just some guy who talks about shit on the internet. So what does it really matter, right? I don't make the rules. I'm not in charge. But I do have one more story to talk about now that I've gone on a tirade and a rant. Let's get into story number 4, shall we? It's kind of it really depends. It's a futurist story. It could be good or bad depending on how you view transhumanism and futurism. So, Synchron debuts native thought-controlled iPad with Apple's BCI HID protocol. So, BCI is brain chip interface, I believe, and HID is I'm not sure. I know HUD is heads up display, but I don't know what HID stands for. So what's going on here? Look at this. We've got 83% of our distribution is coming from the center with a very small 17% coming from the left. I guess this isn't a story that the right is concerned in reporting at all, and it's a tech story, so it's not it doesn't look like it's gotten a lot of wide stream reporting yet. But it's something that I think is important, especially coming out like with AI and things like that are coming out. So my story is from Fierce Biotech, which is my highest factuality. I mean, everything with the exception of PC Mag that leans left, everything else is center. So we'll pull the story that's got the most factuality, and we'll see what's going on here. So the brain-computer interface developer Synchron has shown that its minimally invasive device can help connect a patient with an iPad, allowing them to control the device entirely by thought using Apple's built-in accessibility features. Synchron published a video of Mark, a person with ALS who has been participating in the company's clinical trials, navigating an iPad's apps and writing text without using his hands, voice, or eye movement. The project builds on a new device interface protocol, launched by Apple this past May for translating thought-based inputs from BCI systems such as Synchron's Stentrode implant and integrating them with iPhones, iPads, and Vision Pro headsets. This is the first time the world has seen a native thought-driven control of an Apple device in action, Synchron's founder and CEO Tom Oxley said in a statement. Mark's experience is a technical breakthrough and a glimpse into the future of human-computer interaction where cognitive input becomes a mainstream mode of control. That's pretty cool. Synchron previously demonstrated that its device could pair with Vision Pro, also with Mark, who showed that the virtual reality headset could be operated with brain readings instead of hand gestures. The benefits of the new protocol allow for Apple's iPad operating system to share what's being shown on the screen back to the BCI's decoding software to help optimize real-time performance and the accuracy of the brain's monitor signals. When I lost the use of my hands, I thought I'd lost my independence, Mark said. Now with my iPad, I can message my loved ones, read the news, and stay connected with the world just by thinking. It's given me part of my life back. The former Fierce MedTech Fierce 15 and Fierce 50 winners, Stentrode is implanted within the blood vessels of the brain's thought through a catheter-based approach, like other newer vascular procedures with the goal of avoiding surgery. Okay, and that's the whole article there. But that's kind of a feel-good story, if you ask me. That's something where a guy with ALS who thought that he wasn't going to be able to do things anymore, like he was limited by his disease, has been able to overcome that with technology. So this is definitely one of those stories where technology is going to be used to improve things and hopefully not make things worse. So yeah. Anyway, that's kind of what I got for today. That's all the stories I have. We'll be back on Friday with more nightly news this morning, and I hope that you guys, if you have any suggestions, if you have anything that you want me to take a deep dive into, please feel free to leave it in the comments, and I'll take a look at it. If there's something that you want to see, we can look at individual Like, let's say that you've got a subject. You're like, hey, this particular thing happened. How is the left reporting on it versus the right? And we can go through and pick stories. You know, let's say, okay, let's read this story from the left. Now let's read the story from the right and compare them both and, you know, do that. I always offer that to my viewers. I've done it a couple times. So if anybody ever wants to do that, just leave it in the comments. Otherwise, we will go ahead and see you guys Friday. Thanks for hanging out. I've been Cousin Matt. We'll see you next time.
Toxic, baby, it saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. I've been chewed up, let down by a girl. You made a man your property and you ripped away his world. I don't wanna admit it, but there's a man to blame. I can only hate myself for feeling all this pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. And I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Your mouth's a razor, cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, doll, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games, but I still need you, babe, to save me from my ace. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me?
All right, and good morning. Hello, welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt, also known as Pantsless Paul Harvey. It's just a little inside joke there. Anyway, hello, welcome, good morning. I hope everybody is doing well today. I have all my stuff screwed up here, so I'm trying to get everything ready to go in a very quickly and timely manner. Good morning, Loner Nick. I see you in the chat. It says morning, people. How's everybody doing? Today's Friday, August 8th. I hope that you've got plans for the weekend. Gonna have a good time. I hung out with my brother yesterday for a little bit. Gonna do some kayaking hopefully this weekend, and just try to get away from things. However, today, this afternoon, after this show, I will be on the Drunken Peasants podcast to talk about the one and only bog hag Jessica Boyle, because she's been doing some privacy strikes against drunken peasants, and so we're gonna look at some Jessica shit today. But that has nothing to do with this show. This is the show where we go through the ground news agitator and try to get bias reporting, media bias out of reporting. Try to dig through the basics of some stories. I usually pick about 4 stories every day, and we go through them, see what's going on, and yeah. That's what we're gonna do today. So I hope everybody's doing good, and let's get going here. Let's get into it, huh? So 4 stories, and we're gonna get into the first one right now. All right, so. First story today has to do with the Israeli Security Cabinet approves plans to take control of Gaza City. And I picked this story because, was this maybe the plan all along? Was this what their idea was all along? Who knows? But anyway, let's get into it. Let's see what it says. We have, as far as bias reporting, we've got 16% coming from the left, 16% coming from the right, 36% from the left, and 48% coming from the center. So if this was a blind spot issue, it would be more of a blind spot issue for the right than the left. So I have my articles pulled by factuality, and the first one that I could find that I could get to was actually by the BBC. So I'm not seeing that on here, but a lot of times oh no, it's the third one. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't listen to me, obviously. Just listen to me read the news. Don't listen to anything else that I say. So yeah, so BBC News, it says what we know about Israel's plans to take over Gaza City. And let's get into the article here. Israeli Security Cabinet has approved a plan to take control of Gaza City in a controversial escalation of its war in Gaza. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians live in the city in the north of the Gaza Strip. It was in the enclave's most populous city before the war. Several world leaders have condemned the plan, and the UN has warned that it would lead to more massive forced displacement and more killing. Hamas warned a fierce resistance to the move. The plan also faces fierce opposition within Israel, including from military officials and hostages' families. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told Fox News earlier that Israel's plan to occupy the entire Gaza Strip and eventually hand it over to Arab forces. Much is still unclear, but here's what we know about the new plan. Okay, so hand it over to Arab forces, in case you're just listening and not watching, is in quotes there. So, what are the details of the plan? A statement released by the office of the Israeli Prime Minister said that the Israeli Defense Force would prepare for taking control of Gaza City. It outlined what it said were 5 principles for ending the war: the disarmament of Hamas, the return of all hostages, both living and dead, the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip, Israeli security control over the Gaza Strip, and the establishment of an alternative civilian administration that is neither Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority. The IDF said that the military would prepare to take control of Gaza City while providing humanitarian aid to the civilian populations outside the combat zones. It's unclear if this is new aid, and if it will be delivered by controversial Israeli and U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation or another mechanism. Hamas has said the approval of the plans to occupy Gaza constitutes a new war crime. We warn the criminal occupation that this criminal adventure will cost it dearly and will not be an easy journey, it said in a statement on Friday. Why is just Gaza City being taken over? Before the cabinet meeting, Netanyahu said he wanted Israel to control all of Gaza, but in a new plan, only Gaza City is mentioned. Reports in Israeli media suggest that there were heated exchanges with the army's chief of staff, who voiced his strong opposition to a full takeover of Gaza. oh God, we'll talk about this after the article's done. Israel has said that it currently controls 75% of Gaza, while the UN estimates some 86% of the territory is either in militarized zones or under evacuation orders. The plan aims to have Israeli forces move to take control of the largest city in the enclave, which has already been heavily damaged by Israeli bombing and ground offensive. It is surrounded by land that has already been under IDF control or subject to an evacuation order. Control over the city is likely to be the first phase of a full-scale takeover of the Gaza Strip, our Middle East correspondent Hugo Bachega says. There has also been some speculation that the threat of full occupation could be part of a strategy to put pressure on Hamas to make concessions in stalled ceasefire negotiations. Netanyahu told Fox News Israel does not want to keep Gaza and intends to hand it over to Arab forces. We want to have a security perimeter. We do not want to govern it, he told the channel. When will Israel take over Gaza City? Israel has not said when the takeover will begin, but reports in Israeli media suggest the military will not move into Gaza City immediately, and residents will need to leave first. Israel said it believed that an alternative plan presented to its cabinet would not achieve the defeat of Hamas or the return of the abductees. However, it's not clear what the alternative plan was or who had submitted it. Israel media reports that it was more limited to Israeli media reports it was more limited proposal from the Army's chief of staff. It was a more limited proposal by the Army's chief of staff. Okay. Netanyahu is being intentionally vague over which Arab forces he believes could run Gaza, according to BBC's chief international correspondent Lys Duquette, as he has been in the past with his plans for the territory. He may be referring to the Jordanians and the Egyptians who have said they are willing to work with Israel, but they have made it clear that they will not go into Gaza on the back of an Israeli occupation. No more details have been shared regarding the timeline for the Gaza's post-takeover government. What has been the reaction? Netanyahu is facing mounting criticism from hostage families and from world leaders. UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has called Israelis' escalation wrong and that it will only bring more bloodshed. On Friday, Germany's Chancellor Friedrich Merz said his government will not approve any exports of military equipment to Israel that could be used in Gaza until further notice. He said it was increasingly difficult to understand how the Israeli military plans would help achieve legitimate aims. Historically, Germany has been one of the largest arms suppliers to Israel, and the United States, of course. The Palestinian president, Mohammed Abbas, has described the move as a fully fledged crime. Turkey's foreign ministry said Israel's aims to forcibly displace Palestinians from their own land. The UN human rights chief, Volker Turk, says the war in Gaza must end now and warns that further escalation will result in more massive forced displacements, more killing, more unbearable suffering, senseless destruction, and atrocity crimes. The Hostage Families Forum headquarters said the decision is leading us towards a colossal catastrophe for both the hostages and our soldiers. However, the U.S. has been much less critical. Oh, you don't say. On Tuesday, U.S. President Donald Trump said it was
pretty much up to Israel
whether to fully occupy Gaza, and Washington Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee said that the plan is not America's concern. It's not our job to tell them what they should or should not do, he said, as we bomb Iran. Like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Okay, so that's the whole article from the BBC, but let's talk about the fact that, like, I'm gonna let you form your own opinion, Tubes. We're gonna move right along. I fucking can't. Jesus. Got my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, Tubes, because it's a day that ends in Y and I'm doing the news show, so. If both of those things are true, then I definitely have a Juneberry Red Bull with me. So, yeah, that's not great for the Palestinians, in my opinion. I mean, with Donald Trump talking about his plans to make, like, Trump Tower Gaza, and Netanyahu saying, oh, we'll give it up to, Arab forces. We don't need to get more specific than that. Like, I don't know. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. I may be I may be more outspokenly critical of the government of Israel than some people are willing to be, but if this news show just stops suddenly one day and you don't ever hear from me again, might be because of my critical views. I don't know. Anyway, let's get into story number 2, huh? Story number 2, Republicans' plans for a second big beautiful bill during private event. What? Dear God, no. Dear God, no. Okay, so bias distribution is right down the middle with no left-leaning reporting. So center is 50%, center and the right is 50%. When I pulled this up earlier, there were literally only, there were 24 articles, but 20 of them are a repost of another article. So, and it's still the same way. I sorted by factuality, and the KAKE News was the top post. So we're just going to read that because like it's either that or this other story by Tioga Publishing. So let's get into it and see what it says. Only 5 weeks after the multi-trillion-dollar One Big Beautiful Bill Act became law, Republicans are already charting a policy roadmap for another budget reconciliation bill. The Republican Study Committee, which serves as a conservative caucus of House Republicans, held its first Reconciliation 2.0 working group meeting on Wednesday with the Economic Policy Innovation Center. According to comments, RSC Chairman August Pfluger of Texas and a scoop from the Washington Reporter, Republicans plan on including additional government program reforms and spending cuts in order to fulfill the fiscal requirements in the House's original fiscal year 2025 budget resolution. Ooh. The budget resolution, which acted as a savings and spending blueprint for the budget reconciliation bill passed by the House, required that any budget reconciliation bill to have a net zero deficit impact. It directed all revenue loss, such as tax cuts or spending provisions, be fully offset by corresponding spending cuts or economic growth. Senate Republicans amended the budget resolution, however, in order to include more of President Donald Trump's tax policies, hiking the cost of the bill past levels fiscal conservatives were comfortable with. House Republicans only accepted the Senate's edits because GOP leaders promised to find more spending reductions later on. I'm sure that those won't come out of safety net programs at all. The resulting budget reconciliation bill that passed Congress along partisan lines in July, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, will add an estimated net $4.1 trillion to the primary deficit over the next decade and implements much of Trump's policy agenda, including the codification of his 2017 tax cuts. A second reconciliation bill could potentially offset the first bill's cost, provided the Republicans commit to the deficit reduction over even more wish list tax cuts. Fiscal watchdog organizations have urged Republicans to focus solely on deficit reduction in any following legislation, pointing to the Congressional Budget Office estimate that the One Big Beautiful Bill Act will add at least $4.1 trillion to the national debt by 2034. Another bill would also allow Republicans to pass even more of Trump's agenda without needing any Democratic support. God damn it. Budget reconciliation rules allow for such bills to pass both chambers by a simple majority, and Republicans control both chambers of Congress. But another big, beautiful bill could also act as the final nail in the coffin for any bipartisanship with Democrats who vehemently opposed the One Big Beautiful Bill and became further angered by the recent passed $9 billion recessions bill. Republicans are already facing pushback from Democrats in the normally bipartisan process of funding the federal government, risking a government shutdown in September. Okay. Good news. Good news all around. So, this just goes to show that now that they've passed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, they have a lot more control to do with the funds, what they want to do, and they don't need congressional oversight to do it. So, not the best look, if I'm being honest. Every day that I read the news, I just a little bit more a little bit more baffled by the world that I live in. I don't know what else to say. So let's get into the next story here. Trump demands the immediate resignation of Intel CEO Lip-Bu Tan over China ties. President Donald Trump is calling for the immediate resignation of Intel CEO on August 7th, citing conflicts of interest relating to China ties. What about fucking Elon Musk? You never had a problem with him. He's got all kinds of ties to China. But anyway, bias distribution is pretty equal for the most part. There is a little bit less right-leaning reporting than left-leaning. You see the left-leaning is 24%, the right-leaning is 19%. 57% of the reporting is coming from the center. It says 90% of the sources are high factuality, 9% coming from independent news, and Igor S. Labs broke the story yesterday, or the day before yesterday, on the 6th. And, my story is from Engadget.com, which is the top of my factuality list here. It says it does lean left, but it has a very high factuality rating. Media conglomerate says Verizon Communications, so they must be owned by Verizon. But let's go ahead and get into this article about the CEO of Intel and the President of the United States calling for his resignation. So Intel CEO Lip-Bu Tan responds to Trump's comments that he should resign. There's been a lot of misinformation circulating about my past roles, he said. Intel CEO Lip-Bu Tan has responded after Donald Trump accused him of being highly conflicted and said he should resign, according to the Financial Times. There's been a lot of misinformation circulating about my past roles, Tam said in a letter to the Intel staff. I want to be absolutely clear. I have always operated within the highest legal and ethical standards. Tan said that Intel was engaging with the White House to address the matters that have been raised and ensure they have the facts. Trump's Truth Social post demanding Tan's resignation reportedly came about due to a letter to Tan from Tom Cotton, the Republican head of the Senate Intelligence Committee. In it, Cotton expressed concerns about the security and integrity of Intel's operations, along with Tan's previous work in China. Tan had invested in Chinese tech companies through his own venture capital firm, including Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation, China's biggest chip maker. In addition, a company that Tan ran before being appointed to Intel's chief admitted last week to violating U.S. export controls by unlawfully exporting semiconductor design tools to a restricted PRC military university, according to the U.S. Department of Justice. The company agreed to plead guilty and pay criminal penalties totaling in over $140 million. That doesn't matter if if these plans have already been leaked. Like, what amount of money is going to make it okay? No amount of money. Tan took over a very leaky ship with Intel, which has bled red ink over the failure of its foundry business to keep up with rivals like TSMC and win customers. Since taking the job, he launched a cost-cutting program and said that Intel may need to abandon its next-gen fab tech, which hasn't shown great results to date, if it can't find a large customer. In the same letter, Tan said Intel's board is fully supportive of that work. Trump has meddled with corporations ranging from Apple to Bank of America, making him what one pundit called the most interventionalist White House in my lifetime, particularly for a Republican. So many Wall Street folks worried that past Democratic administrations would interfere in their businesses, said MSNBC journalist and lawyer Ari Melber. But this first year of Trump's second term has done so much more than any modern administration. That's true. It's true. Even the Trump's first administration has done things that people were like, that doesn't really seem like something that a Republican president would do. And it's very, very strange. It's very strange. He's implementing himself in all of these places that he doesn't really have the expertise for. And yet he just goes on pretending that he has the expertise for it. So, and again, with the CEO of Intel, like, what do you know, dude? Like, Mr. President? Anyway, getting his visa canceled. So I highlighted this story because this is actually something that a lot of people who travel to the United States. Give me just 1 second here. Oh no. Shit. I back? Am I back? Sorry, I don't know what was going on there. It looks like everything's going okay again. I lost some frames, or I was having a little bit of trouble there. So seems like it's working smooth again. So we'll go ahead and just jump into this last story. I don't want to screw around much. So we'll just read this last story, get into it, and get it all done with, since I'm having some troubles. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate it. So yeah, let me switch my screen here. So U.S. cancels the visa of Nogales mayor in the latest diplomatic strain. So the mayor of a border town in Mexico with Arizona, who was trying to work with the United States, got his visa canceled. And like I said, like I was trying to say earlier, I highlighted this story because I work in a company that has to do with international travel, and I've heard people who are tourists who come to the United States say, you know, we considered not coming because of what's going on in your country right now, what's going on with immigration and ICE and visas and all of this stuff. So this is just another sign that things are not going in the right direction. We've got 34 articles reporting. Most of the reporting is coming from the left with 43%, 29% from the center, 29% from the right. I've got my story pulled by Newsweek, which says it's center high factuality. And we're just going to get into it and read what's going on here. So, the mayor of a northern Mexico border city has said that the U.S. authorities have revoked his visa. Juan Francisco Guim, the mayor of Nogales, which borders Arizona, said in a video posted on X that the United States government has taken a measure regarding my immigration status, which I respect. Given these circumstances, I remain calm and have a clear conscience because I have not been accused of anything improper. That's why I'm still here. That's why I'm confident that time will prove me right, he said. This is not a manhunt or a scandal. This is an administrative process that I am facing responsibly and with respect. I continue to work normally and with the same intensity. I am in my office fulfilling my duties. I am addressing urgent and important issues for our city, even participating in the binational meetings on security issues because Nogales does not have to stop, much less me. I would ask you not engage in political confrontations. Let us work together without divisions for those who need it most. My commitment is to you, to Nogales, to the great border we are building. Thank you for your attention and your trust. May God bless you. Guim previously expressed support for President Donald Trump's deportations, telling Fox News that the U.S. was doing house cleaning with its immigration policies. Yeesh. Okay, so that was the entire story there from Newsweek, but this response to me sounds like CYA. It sounds like, I don't want to get disappeared to El Salvador, so I'm going to say as many nice things about the United States as I possibly can and not step foot there because God knows what would happen if I do. But that's just me. So anyway, that's all that I have for this story and for this episode of Nightly News This Morning. It was a little bit quicker than I thought. Kind of breezed through them. Might try to do an extra story on Monday or Tuesday or something like that. So anyway, if you guys want to catch some more of me, like I said, I will be on Drunken Peasants this afternoon, and then we will be back with more Nightly News This Morning next week on Tuesday. Look for a post, or just if you have notifications turned on, you'll always see the notification before we go live. I try to at least start the show, post about 30 to 45 minutes for the live stream before I actually go live and give people a chance and get ready to watch it and everything like that. So, but anyway, I appreciate everybody hanging out. Loner Nick, take care. Have a great weekend, and be good to yourselves and try to put a little bit of positivity in the world if you can. Take care. We'll see
Yeah, she's untethered, got no reins. You can try to control her, but she's beyond your ways. Yeah, well, she's love. She can't be tamed. She's love. She can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get kind of game. You can try to control her, but it's futile to try. She'll set your soul on fire and make you wanna die. Yeah, well, she'll hold you and then she'll use you. Yeah, she'll consume you and abuse you. Yeah, well, she's love. She can't be tamed. She's love. She can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get caught again. Hey, baby, don't you know I tried so hard to let her go? The more I try, the more I fail. Guess I can't escape this jail. She's love, and I wish I could tame her. Give her a shove, 'cause I truly hate her. You can try to bring it down, you only get kind of in.
All right. How we doing? Good morning. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. This is the show where you are always guessing, is the host wearing pants or is he not? No, I'm just kidding. I'm absolutely wearing pants. So how's everybody doing? It is Tuesday, August 12th, 2025. This is Nightly News This Morning, the show where we go through ground news and try to root out some of the media bias. A friend of mine pointed out that I've been saying agitator this whole time when the word is aggregator. That's just like one of my little perks, like one of my little things, you know, like I don't know how to speak, whatever. I went to public school, you know, remember I'm a product of the US education system. So anyway, so we go through the ground news aggregator and we try to root out some media bias if we can. I always at least tell you what side of the aisle the story leans when I read it to you. And if you ever have a suggestion, you ever have anything that you want me to cover on this story, something you want to see how both sides are reporting on, leave a comment in this, leave a comment in one of my videos, anywhere. Just say, hey, you should cover blah, blah, blah. And I will take a look at it and we'll do a segment on one of the next episodes. So anyway, we usually try to do about 4 news stories on this show and go through and read and see what's going on during the day. So I have my 4 news stories pulled up. And we will go ahead and get into it with the first one. First story is a subject that we have been actually covering a lot on this show, and that has to do with Israel and Gaza. So let's get into it. Let's see what's going on here. It says Australia to recognize the state of Palestine at the UN General Assembly. Now, this is pretty big news if you ask me. On August 11th, Australia declared its intention to formally acknowledge Palestine as a state during the 80th United Nations General Assembly scheduled for September in New York. And if we come over here and we look at our bias distribution on our ground news aggregator, we can see that we've got left leaning is 42%. So the majority of the reporting on this subject is coming from the left, but we do have 27% coming from the center, 31% coming from the right. We do have some down here at the bottom. You can see where I'm highlighting right here. It says untracked bias. So you can see that there are some some news sites that definitely have bias that they don't have picked. I see Epoch News in there as well, but it's like, or Epoch Times, Epic Times is how they pronounce it. I don't know. Very questionable publication. But anyway, 75% of the reporting of the sources are high factuality. 14% are coming from independent news sources. And then we have all kinds of stuff. I like to sort my ground news, aggregator by factuality. I like to read sources that come from vetted and high factual sources. So my story today is actually from the highest reporting factuality source on the Ground News site, and it says it's Dawn, as in the dish soap. I'm not sure. Let's get over here and look at the article. So Dawn e-paper. Yeah, it doesn't say much about it, but it does say, if you look at the if we go back over here to it, it says the Dawn Media Group, very high factuality, and they are left-leaning publications. So we do need to keep that in mind when we read this. The right would probably report on this story a little bit differently. So let's go ahead and read it and get into it here. It says, Paris, 3/4 of UN members have already or soon plan to recognize Palestinian statehood, with Australia on Monday becoming the latest to promise it will do so at the UN General Assembly next month. Australia will recognize the state of Palestine at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September to contribute to the international momentum towards a two-state solution, a ceasefire in Gaza, and the release of hostages, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said in a statement. The conflict raging in Gaza since October 2023 has received global push for Palestinians to be given their own state, or a state of their own. The action breaks with the long-held view that the Palestinians could only gain statehood as part of a negotiated peace with Israel. At least 145 of the 193 UN members now recognize or plan to recognize Palestinian statehood, including France, Canada, and Britain. Here's a recap of the Palestinians' quest for statehood. 1988, Afet proclaims state. On November 15th of 1988, during the first Intifada, Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat unilaterally proclaimed an independent state with Jerusalem as its capital. He made the announcement in Algiers at a meeting of the exiled Palestinian National Council, which adopted the two-state solution as a goal, with independent Israel and Palestine states existing side by side. Minutes later, Algeria became the first country to officially recognize an independent Palestinian state. 2011 to 2012 UN recognition. In 2011, with peace talks at a standstill, the Palestinians pushed ahead with a campaign for full UN membership. The quest failed, but in a groundbreaking move on October 31st of that year, the UN cultural agency UNESCO voted to accept Palestinians as full members, much to the dismay of Israel and the United States. In November 2012, the Palestinian flag was raised for the first time at the United Nations in New York after General Assembly overwhelmingly voted to upgrade the status of Palestinians to non-member observer state. New push. Israel's bombardment of Gaza over the last 2 years has boosted support for Palestinian statehood. 4 Caribbean countries, Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, and the Bahamas, and Armenia took the diplomatic step last year. So did 4 European countries, Norway, Spain, Ireland, and Slovenia, the latter 3 EU members. Within the European Union, this was the first in 10 years since Sweden's move in 2014, which resulted in years of strained relations with Israel. And I do believe that I actually have one more story on this subject, just because, like I said, this is kind of a big deal. And I said last week I would read an extra story. So I'm going to read an extra story in regards to this this article. And this is from local12.com. So we'll look over on our aggregator. It must have been pretty high up here. Yeah, it was WKRC in Cincinnati. And this is a very high factuality center leaning from the Sinclair broadcast group. So you got to take Sinclair with a grain of salt, but we'll go ahead and read the article from them. So, because a lot of times the local places have a little bit more control on what they report over. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said Australia will recognize a Palestinian state in a statement Monday. Australia will join France, Britain, and Canada in recognizing the Palestinian state. Albanese's remarks come from weeks of urging from his cabinet and growing criticism from government officials to recognize a Palestinian state. Albanese said, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, and I apologize if I am, the state of suffering in Gaza is a humanitarian catastrophe. That is true. After the cabinet's meeting on Monday, the Prime Minister said Australia's decision to recognize a Palestinian state will be formalized at the United Nations General Assembly in September. The Australian government recently criticized Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu for new sweeping military offenses in Gaza that was announced on Sunday, which I believe we reported on, or no, this is something new, but we did report on Friday about Israel taking over Gaza City. So the Prime Minister laid out conditions that must be met for Palestinian recognition. Commitments include Hamas not holding any roles in Palestinian government, demilitarizing Gaza, and a guarantee to hold elections. A two-state solution is humanity's best hope to break the cycle of violence in the Middle East and bring an end to the conflict, suffering, and starvation in Gaza, the Prime Minister said after a cabinet meeting. He continued criticizing the Israeli government. The situation in Gaza has gone beyond the world's worst fears, he said. The Israeli government continues to defy international law and deny sufficient aid, food, and water to desperate people, including children. On Sunday, Netanyahu criticized Australia and other European countries that recognized a Palestinian state. To have European countries... I can't do a Netanyahu, sorry. To have European countries and Australia march into that rabbit hole, this canard, is disappointing and I think is actually shameful, Netanyahu said. The Prime Minister re-edited Australia's call for Hamas to return Israeli hostages held since October 7th, 2023. Recognition of Palestinian state is growing. Almost 150 of the 193 members of the United Nations have recognized Palestinian statehood. Many of these members recognized Palestinian statehood decades ago. However, the United States and many other Western countries have, for years, held off on recognition. Most Western countries cited that Palestinian statehood is the final step to resolving the conflict in the Middle East. Following the Prime Minister's announcement, both Australian, Jewish, and Palestinian groups have criticized the government's move. By recognizing Palestine's state now, Australia elevates the position of Hamas, a group it acknowledges as a terrorist organization. Israel's envoy to Australia, Amir Memon, posted on social media. Meanwhile, the president of Australia's Palestine Advocacy Network, Nasir Mashni, said the Prime Minister's recognition came too late. Well, would you rather him not do anything? He told reporters on Monday that Australia's move would do nothing to end the ongoing genocide in Gaza, which has been live streamed for the entire world for 2 years. Okay, I disagree with that. I think that making moves in the right direction is probably what we should be doing, but that's just me. So, anyway, let me switch back over here. Get a sip of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. All right. So in my title of my video, it says Nancy Pelosi gets, well, it just says Pelosi. It says Pelosi gets slammed. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? It's a good question. It's a funny way to word this, but this is a blind spot issue. And let's go ahead and jump into it here, right? Nancy Pelosi. Ex-Capitol Police Chief slams Pelosi, says she rejected National Guard's help on January 6th. Oh, that kind of slamming. Sorry. I have my highest factuality reporting pulled up here, but just to look at this, our bias distribution over here, if you look at it, it says that 86% of the sources lean right. So this is definitely a bias, a blind spot for the left. 21% of the sources are high factuality. That's because ground news has a tendency to never ever rate anything from the right as high factuality. Why is that? Is it because they just print whatever the frick they want? Or is it because maybe ground news has a little bit of their own bias? I don't know. Like I said, the last time that I brought this up, I haven't done the research myself, but it's definitely something that I like to highlight so that if you want to go out and look at it for yourself, you're more than welcome to. So 21% high factuality with a 86% right-leaning distribution. And I have a story pulled up by the Denver Gazette. It does say that it's behind a paywall. If you look at that little, on the Denver Gazette, there is a little $sign on there, and that typically means that the story is behind a paywall. But for whatever reason, I'm using the Brave browser, and the Brave browser does sometimes allow me to get around that paywall. So something to keep in mind. And if we scroll down, you can see there is some high factuality that leans right. The Washington Examiner, 997wpro.com. And then as we keep going down, our factuality gets lower and lower because I have my stories sorted by factuality. Now, this was published an hour ago when I pulled it up, so that like maybe an hour and a half. There were only 17 articles on this so far. I guarantee you there's going to be a lot more reporting. This is going to be something that the right pushes today. So let's go ahead and get into this story from the Denver Gazette. It says it's center-leaning with high factuality. Denver, in my experience, tends to lean pretty liberal, but that doesn't mean that the source leans liberal. So let's get into the story here. Former United States Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund is accusing former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi of rewriting history after she criticized President Donald Trump's decision to activate the D.C. National Guard this week. Pelosi wrote on X Monday that Trump delayed deploying the National Guard on January 6th when our Capitol was under a violent attack and lives were at stake, claiming his new guard order was an attempt to distract from his incompetent mishandling of tariffs, healthcare, education, and immigration. Sund, who led the Capitol Police during January 6th, 2021 riot, responded with a lengthy rebuttal accusing Pelosi of blocking his multiple requests for guard assistance before and during the attack. Ma'am, it is long past time to be honest with the American people, Sund wrote. Ma'am, it's long past time to be... this just repeats it. On January 3rd, I requested National Guard assistance, but your sergeant at arms denied it. Under federal law, I was prohibited from calling them without specific approval. That same day... Let's see if we can get into this. I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. I should have opened it in a new window. Fudge. And that's why. Sorry, excuse me here. Oh my God. Apologies, I just derailed my entire show. Well, see, there's that paywall thing that I was talking about. I completely screwed up. It's not even loading the story now. So here we go. I was a little bit worried there for a second. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We'll get back into it. On January 3rd, I requested, but your sergeant at arms denied it. I was prohibited from calling them with... Okay, so your sergeant at arms denied it. Under federal law... I was prohibited from calling them in without a specific approval, the former police chief continued. That same day, Carol Corbin at the Pentagon offered National Guard support, but I was forced to decline because I lacked the legal authority. On January 6th, while the Capitol was under attack and despite my repeated calls, your sergeant-at-arms again denied my urgent request for over 70 agonizing minutes, running it up the chain for your approval. When I needed assistance, it was denied, he added. Yet, when it suited you, you ordered fencing topped with concentra wire and surrounded the Capitol with thousands of armed National Guard troops. Sund has publicly challenged Pelosi's January 6th narrative before. In a series of June 2025 posts... let me scroll this way a little bit so everybody can see everything there. There we go. Sorry. In a series of June 2025 posts, he accused her of shifting blame to Trump for National Guard delays, despite her office controlling key approval chains through the House Sergeant at Arms. He has maintained that he made 11 urgent calls from the National Guard support on January 6th, starting at 12:58 p.m., but approval was withheld for 71 minutes. His January 3rd requests for guard assistance before the rallies were denied each time. He also argues that federal law barred him from unilaterally requesting federal assistance without the approval of Capitol Police Board, which includes both Sergeant of Arms reporting to Pelosi and then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. In a sworn testimony, Sund also blamed the Pentagon for failing to activate the National Guard in a timely way on January 6th due to optics concerns. After I had received approval to call in the National Guard, I had to beg Pentagon officials to send us help. I was repeatedly denied assistance by the Army Lieutenant General Piat, citing concerns over the optics of the National Guard on Capitol Hill. The D.C. National Guard, many of whom were standing within eyesight of the Capitol, Sun testified in 2023. Sun also pointed to the footage from Pelosi's daughter, filmmaker Alexandria Pelosi, recorded during the evacuation, in which Pelosi appears to take responsibility for the lack of available Guard troops. Since January 6, 2021, Nancy Pelosi has spent 3+ years and nearly $20 million to creating a narrative to blame Donald Trump. I think that this is all quoting from a Twitter post, it looks like. Okay. Pelosi, however, has continued to assess that Trump alone refused to send in reinforcements on January 6th. In remarks reiterating her position, she said, "On January 6th, with the violence against the Constitution, against Congress, and against the United States Capitol, we begged the President of the United States to send in the National Guard. He would not do it. That day, he didn't do it." The renewed clash between Pelosi and Sun comes as Trump's D.C. Guard activation, part of a federal takeover of the Metropolitan Police Department, draws sharp criticism from Democratic leaders in Washington and Maryland and reignites a long-standing dispute over January 6th accountability. All right. So we struggled through that article. So I am not a big fan of Nancy Pelosi. I don't think that that's any secret. I think that January 6th was a huge fuck up on both parties' parts, but I think it's worth looking into, because if these claims that the DC police chief are making are true, they're pretty verifiable. Like the phone calls are verifiable, like asking Pelosi for help, her chain of command being in charge, like all of those things are verifiable. So we can go out and look at it and we can go figure out exactly what happened. I think that the optics were pushed from both sides. I think that it was used as a political thing, and I think that maybe people. I'm not saying that it wasn't like people want to call it an insurrection. It was definitely an excessive and violent incident that didn't need to take place. But I think that maybe to some degree it's being drummed up for political purposes on both sides. And I think that if you can take the emotion out of it and get down to the facts, that there was probably a lot of failure that day. But that's just my guess. That's just my guess. So anyway. Our next story is going to be so much fun. Let me tell you. All right. Story number 3. Uber received a report of sexual assault almost every 8 minutes for 5 years, according to a report. What? What? Oh, God. Published updated 3 hours ago. So this is a fairly new thing coming out here. Bias distribution is 65% coming from the center. Left is 20%. Right is 15%. So it's not terribly a blind spot, other than, not a whole lot of people are reporting on it yet. So my story, I've got everything pulled up by factuality. And Patch is who we're going to go and read from. It says that they lean center and they are very high factuality. So I'm hoping that whatever's going on with this story, we can kind of get to the bottom of it in this. So 79% of the sources are factuality, with 8%, only 8% are coming from independent sources. But let's go ahead and get into the story, see what's going on here. San Francisco, California. About every 8 minutes, the world's most popular rideshare app, Uber, received a report of sexual assault or misconduct in the United States over the course of 5 years, according to an investigation conducted by the New York Times. Between 2017 and 2022, sealed court records demonstrate levels that are far more severe than San Francisco-based company had previously disclosed to the public, the Times reported. According to the Times, the company set aside safety measures in favor of protecting its business model based on contract worker labor force. Uber continued to tout its safety measures. The Uber platform was built with safety in mind, its website currently assures. While the company told the public that Uber is one of the most safest travel options, internally, teams of data scientists and safety experts were scrambling to fix the problem. During that time, the company tested tools that were meant to make trips safer. Among the efforts was a matching algorithm that could pair female passengers with female drivers. Another included mandatory video recording. According to interviews with more than 12 current and former employees, the company did not require its drivers to adopt these programs. It also didn't warn users about what was happening to so many passengers who became victims of assault. Until recently, hundreds of litigation records have been under seal during a large-scale sexual assault case against the company. Between 2017 and 2022, some 400,181 reports of sexual assault and sexual misconduct in Uber rides were reported, court documents reviewed by the Times showed. Holy Christ. Meanwhile, the company had only disclosed about 12,522 accounts of serious sexual assault incidences during the same period. In its second U.S. safety report, the company said 998 sexual assaults were reported in 2020, including, 141 rapes. The company claimed that there were 3,824 reports of the 5 most severe categories of sexual assault in 2019 and 2020, ranging from non-consensual kissing of a non-sexual body part to non-consensual sexual penetration or ape. The law firm Slater Shulman LLP, which representing the woman, said in a news release. This is terrible. Uber has not released any data for the years since. There is no tolerable level of sexual assault, Hannah Niles, Uber's head of safety for the Americas, told the Times. No single safety feature or policy is going to prevent unpredictable incidents from happening on Uber or in our world. Neil has said the company has since introduced a variety of safety tools, including GPS tracking, optional in-app audio recording, and an emergency button to connect with 911 services. All potential Uber drivers must complete a background check process, which checks motor vehicle records and criminal offenses at the local, state, and federal level. Drivers are screened every year, and the company has continued the background check process to monitor for new offenses. Despite these efforts, court records indicate reports of incidents have increased in the years. The company has not released data. In 2023, company safety features failed to save a woman in Houston who was raped by her driver, the Times reported. In 2023, the woman called Uber at 5:50 a.m. to report she had been raped by her driver. She said she'd been intoxicated and woke up in a motel with him before he fled. Oh my God. Uber trip data showed that she was picked up at 8:53 p.m. the night before for a 22-minute ride that repeatedly deviated, including stops at a gas station and a Motel 6. Uber sent multiple safety check-ins and a robocall, but she didn't respond, and the trip wasn't ended until 2:01 a.m. The driver, who had 2 prior, sexual misconduct complaints, was immediately barred, and Uber called the 5-hour trip a troubling pattern. Is that what they called it? The incident came 4 years after an Uber driver was convicted of an eerily similar attack in which he drove an intoxicated woman to a North Hollywood hotel, carried her inside, and raped her instead of driving her home. It also came a year after 5 women who say they were kidnapped, sexually assaulted, or otherwise attacked by Uber drivers sued Uber in San Francisco. At the time, a spokeswoman for Uber told Patch, "Sexual assault is a horrific crime, and we take every single report seriously. There is nothing more important than safety, which is why Uber has built new safety features, established survivor-centric policies, and been more transparent about serious incidents." Uber has long defended its business model, which depends on a fleet of independent contractors rather than employees. By not providing benefits, the company can pay gig workers less than it would traditional employees. But this also means that these workers are largely unsupervised and they don't have to follow the same labor rules. Our purpose/goal is not to be the police, according to a 2021 brainstorming document about Uber's global safety standards. Our bar is much lower, and our goal is to protect the company and set the tolerable risk level for our operations. Because all companies care about is profit. Remember that. Companies are greedy. Look, you can read the full sexual report here. So when I do this, when I clip this, the link to this article will be in the video, and the link to the full sexual report will be, a sexual assault report will be in the article as well. So over the last several years, Patch has reported on several sexual assault cases against Uber across the country and in the Golden State. Just last month, a Connecticut man who was working as an Uber driver was arrested on suspicion of sexually assaulting a teenager, according to the Darien Police Department. The arrest stems from an investigation that began on March 15th into a report of a sexual assault involving Edgar Interiano, 33, and a 17-year-old victim, the police said. The man was initially charged on March 28th with second-degree reckless endangerment, procuring liquor for a minor, and storage of a pistol in a motor vehicle. And back in 2020, an Uber driver was arrested on suspicion of sexually assaulting a passenger he drove home from the Tustin police station in 2018. Amir Attia, a 45-year-old Tustin man and Uber driver, was booked on Wednesday of suspicion of digital penetration and sexual battery, according to Santa Ana police. He's being held on a $100,000 bail, according to jail records. He is accused of sexually assaulting a 25-year-old woman in July of 2018, according to police. All right, so clearly Uber has a sexual assault problem, and I think that it's something that more people should be aware of. Is Lyft any better? I don't know. I don't know, but this is definitely a big problem that needs to be addressed for sure. Hot take, huh? Jesus. That was pretty shocking, I gotta admit. When I was coming up with the idea for the show and talking to people about it, they were like, no, it's cool to watch you read an article and react live on stream as you're reading the article. That was one that I should have read first, because that shocked the hell out of me. That's pretty crazy, and I think that more people should definitely know about what's going on there. So I've got one more story this morning, Tubes, and in our theme of dystopia here, let's get into it. Excuse me, after I settle here for a second. Okay. Our last story today: Pentagon plan would create military reaction force for civil unrest, according to the Washington Post. Bias distribution is right down the middle, with center is at 11%, 44% on the left, 44% on the right, with 56% of the sources being high factuality or higher. I have my stories sorted by factuality, and the top factuality is a center-leaning distribution with high factuality from Straight Arrow News. Let's go ahead and get into the article and see what's going on with this. The Trump administration is weighing a Pentagon plan to station 600 National Guard soldiers, split between bases in Alabama and Arizona, on standby to respond to protests or other unrests, according to internal documents reviewed by the Washington Post. Each 300-member unit would cover either side of the Mississippi River. How would the force be activated? The plan relies on a section of the U.S. law that allows the president to bypass some restrictions on military operations inside the country. The proposal would place troops on Title 32 orders, meaning their state governor would remain in control of them, but the federal government would fund them. Each unit's first 100 members would be ready to move within 1 hour, followed by a second and third waves within 2 and 12 hours, or all at once during high alert. The document outlines that the force would rotate service members every 90 days from Army and Air Force National Guard units in multiple states. Joseph Nunn of the Brennan Center for Justice said Title 32 authority, which could spark conflict with governors, is based on a legally contested interpretation of presidential powers. The plan bypasses the historical precedent in which governors determine when to request out-of-state guard support, a process one governor spokesperson called a well-established procedure. Carter Elliott, spokesperson for Maryland Governor Wes Moore, said the administration is blatantly and dangerously ignoring that precedent. What concerns are being raised? Planning documents warn that the quick reaction mission could strain personnel and equipment, reduce guard availability for disaster response, dispute training, and create political sensitivities over civilian-military balance. Budget estimates suggest the plan could cost hundreds of millions of dollars, with one official recommending commercial flights over military aircraft to cut costs and reduce visibility. Some legal experts warn the plan could lower the threshold for sending soldiers into the U.S. cities. You don't want to normalize routine military participation in law enforcement, Nunn said. Lindsay P. Cohen, a U.S. Naval War College professor speaking in a personal capacity, called the proposal really strange, given that crime rates are declining and there are no major protests or civil disturbances. How has the administration used troops domestically? President Donald Trump has previously used National Guard to activate and active duty forces for domestic missions. This includes sending more than 5,000 soldiers to the Los Angeles area earlier this year under an authority for quelling insurrection, and 800 D.C. National Guard troops this week to address what he describes as violent crime there. The D.C. mayor called the latest move unsettling and unprecedented. The National Guard tested a quick, similar response concept before the 2020 election, placing 600 troops on alert amid concerns about political violence. The test followed months of unrest after the murder of George Floyd. This is not a good sign. I'm telling you. Why would he be putting reactionary forces on each side of the Mississippi so that when people go and protest the bullshit that he's doing, he can go put the protests down? Anyway, that's what I've got for today, August the 12th, Tuesday, August 12th, 2025. We've got one more episode this week, and on Friday, and then next week, I will be on vacation. However, I'm coming back on Tuesday. I'm going to come back on Tuesday and do nightly news this morning for you on Tuesday. There will not be an episode next Friday. Oops, I keep bumping my mic. Sorry. There won't be an episode next Friday. There will be an episode this Friday, not next Friday. So we will be missing one episode, but I'm spending the week on the beach with my family, Jeff Holiday, my son, a bunch of the people that I really like. We're gonna go. We go once a year. We go ride quads on the beach and do the dunes and all kinds of fun stuff like that. So we're gonna go be crazy people, have a good time, try to connect with nature for a little while. But yeah, we still got 3 episodes before that happens. So nothing to worry about now. But I have slowed down the release schedule of the clips of the nightly news this morning segments, the individual article segments that I do. So that release schedule is going to slow down just a little bit so that hopefully while I'm gone, the plan is I'll have enough videos set up to release one every single day so that the momentum just keeps going on the channel. You may miss, like I said, one live episode, but there'll still be channel content. And then maybe might make some travel shorts or anything like that while we're out at the beach. So I'm Cousin Matt. This has been Nightly News this morning. This episode has been brought to you by this channel, the Cousin Matt channel. If you're not subscribed, please do that. If you're subscribed on Bitchute, you're not subscribed on Bitchute. If you're watching this on Bitchute, you should subscribe because nobody's subscribed on Bitchute. My videos automatically upload there, but they get watched, but it's usually just people talking ish, if anything. Anyway, that's all I've got. Please be good to each other. Put a little bit of positivity in the world if you can. Intention affects reality. So we can only do so much for sure, but we can do the little bit that we can do. So please be good to the people that you love, and we'll see you guys on Friday. Take care.
Yeah, she's untethered, she got no reins. You can try to control her, but she's beyond your ways. Yeah, well, she's love, she can't be tamed. She's love, she can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get kind of game. You can try to control her, but it's futile to try. She'll set your soul on fire and make you wanna die. Yeah, well, she'll hold you and then she'll use you. Yeah, she'll consume you Don't you know I tried so hard to let her go? The more I try, the more I fail. Guess I can't escape this jail she's tough, and I wish I could tame her. Give her a shove, 'cause I truly hate her. You can try to rig it out, you only get kind of in.
Okay. Good morning. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt. This is the show where we use ground news to try to root out some media reporting bias, and we're going to go ahead and get it started right away here with the opening of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. So, good morning, everybody. It is Friday, August 15th, 2025. Like I said, am your host, Cousin Matt. I'm going to turn my mic down a little bit so it stops peaking here, hopefully. And yeah, we got a pretty good episode for you today, I think. We got some good stories. We've got a couple stories about AI, one about the good uses of AI, and then one about the bad uses of AI. We have a story about how the DC Attorney General is now suing the federal government for its invasion into Washington, D.C. I don't really know how else to say it. And then the last story that we have picked today, the last topic that we're going to go over, is actually something that was picked by a viewer who's a friend of mine. Maybe you've seen him in the chat before, Andy PDX Andy. I'm not sure which way his username goes, but he's a buddy of mine, and he asked me to start to look into a subject. So we're going to kind of do like a preview on it. We'll read some stories about it, and then maybe depending on how things go, might do a deeper dive. So yeah. Anyway, we've got one more story next week, or one more episode next week on Tuesday. We're going to do Tuesday's episode, and then Friday is going to be, we'll call it a bye week. It's not even a bye week. It'll be a bye episode, I guess, because I will be out on the beach, out in the woods, camping, riding quads, doing stuff like that with no internet service. Going to do a little bit of unplugging and disconnecting and just try to enjoy myself, get back to nature. Going to hang out with some family. My son is coming camping with me for the first time since he's been an adult, so I'm really excited about that. And yeah, just gonna have a lot of fun and try to get away. But like I said, we've got three more. Man, my mic is terribly peaking. I don't know what's going on here. It's like it works better than it ever has before for some reason. But yeah, so we got a couple more episodes. We got some more stories to tell. Got some articles to get into. So let's go ahead and get into it and get started on article number 1. All right. So using generative AI. Excuse me. Let me start over. All right, first story today. Using generative AI, MIT researchers design compounds that can kill drug-resistant bacteria. Okay, that's good. I like the sound of that. That's not bad. Distribution for the bias distribution, if we come over here on the right side of the screen, you'll see our center distribution is at 62%. So the majority of the articles reporting on this are center leaning. You've got 15% coming from the left and 23% coming from the right. So it's not necessarily a huge blind spot issue so much as mostly just center leaning articles or center leaning outlets reporting on it, which I don't really have a problem with. I try to be as centrist as I possibly can, but that's kind of hard in this day and age. It says 80% of the factuality sources are high factuality. 0% of the ownership comes from independent news. I always sort my stories by factuality, and I believe because the Independent is an outlet that I tend to lean towards using, it says that they lean left with a high factuality rating, and we're going to go ahead and read the article from the Independent here. Scientists, AI, anti-bugs. Okay, so the team at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology used generative AI algorithms to design more than 36 million molecular compounds, identifying 2 new drugs that were then tested in lab settings and in mice. According to their study published in Cell on Thursday, the AI scanned through a list of potential molecules and predicted which ones could work as antibiotics, while also avoiding structures that could be harmful to humans or too similar to existing drugs. Both new antibiotics were able to kill strains of bacteria that are becoming increasingly difficult to treat with existing antibiotics. Okay, this is exciting news, because you have an example of AI which is trained by humans. It's trained to be predictive, but it's making the right predictions. So that's good. This can be helpful to humanity. That's something we like to see. One of the new drugs, called NG1, was designed to specifically target gonorrhea, a sexually transmitted infection that has been rapidly developing resistance to antibiotics. The World Health Organization has warned that gonorrhea is becoming untreatable in some cases due to antibiotic resistance. New data from the UK Health Security Agency reveals a concerning increase in resistant cases. Between January 2024 and March 2025, 17 cases of surfexurone-resistant gonorrhea were reported, 13 in 2024 and 4 in the first 3 months of 2025. The second drug, named DN1, was effective against methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, type of staph infection that no longer responds to many commonly used antibiotics. MRSA often begins as a painful, pus-filled skin boil and can spread to cause serious, hard-to-treat infections in the bloodstream, lungs, or bones, especially in people with weakened immune systems. After tests, it was found that NG1 and DN1 stood out for their ability to kill dangerous bacteria in both test tubes and mice. In animal studies, the drugs were able to successfully treat skin infections caused by MRSA and clear gonorrhea infections. The team also hopes to use their AI platform to design new drugs for other superbugs in the future, including those that cause tuberculosis and hospital-acquired infections like pseudomonasi. We're excited about the new possibilities, and this project opens up for the antibiotic development, said James Collins, senior author of the study and Termier Professor of Medical Engineering and Science at MIT's Institute for Medical Engineering and Sciences and the Department of Biological Engineering. Wow, that's a mouthful. Our work shows the power of AI from a drug-resistant standpoint, and enables us to exploit much larger chemical spaces than were previously inaccessible. What makes this discovery significant is that both drugs work in new ways. Many antibiotics rely on similar mechanisms to kill bacteria, which has allowed some bacteria to evolve resistance over time. These new compounds appear to attack bacterial membranes in ways not used by current medicines, giving scientists hope that they could be harder for bacteria to resist. We want to get rid of anything that would look like an existing antibiotic to help address the antimicrobial resistant crisis in a fundamental different way, said the lead author and MIT postdoc. Although the findings are promising, the researchers have stressed that these new antibiotics are still in early development. They must go through years of testing to prove they are safe and effective in humans. The next step includes refining the chemical structure of the drugs, testing for potential side effects, and eventually conducting clinical trials. Antimicrobial resistance, or when bacteria evolve to resist the drugs used to kill them, is a growing public health crisis. It is estimated to be responsible for more than 1 million deaths globally each year, with experts warning that without urgent action, even minor infections could once again become deadly. In the UK, there were 66,730 serious antibiotic-resistant infections recorded in 2023 alone, according to a report by The Times. Okay. So, I mean, that's pretty good news if you ask me. That's artificial intelligence being used to benefit humanity in a way that will hopefully benefit all of humanity and not just like the top elite. But who knows? We may be barreling face first into altered carbon. I don't know. Altered carbon mixed with idiocracy somehow. Okay. So, the next story, I didn't do much research into this. I saw the headline and I pretty much pulled it, just because like even the headline's hyperbolic. So we'll go ahead and get into story number 2 here. Family publishes transcript of Meta AI chatbot role in New Jersey man's death. In March this year, okay, I'm not going to read this because we're going to get into the article, but distribution has a little bit more left-leaning on the... you've got 21% coming from the left, whereas you've got 14% coming from the right. Center, again, 64%. So again, mostly center-leaning, on this, and I have my articles pulled by factuality because you can sort on your ground news aggregator here in many different ways. I have mine sort by high factuality, so I have the highest factuality reporting outlets sorted first, and Channel News Asia came up first. The government of Singapore, I've read from this this publication before, so we'll go ahead, because it's got the highest factuality and it's center leaning, we'll go ahead and pull this article from China News Asia and see what they have to say about it. When Tongbu Wangbandu began packing to visit a friend in New York City one morning in March, his wife Linda became alarmed. "But you don't know anyone in the city anymore," she told him. Boo, as his friends call him, hadn't lived in the city in decades, and at 76, his family says he was in a diminished state. He'd suffered a stroke nearly a decade ago and had recently got lost walking in his neighborhood in Piscataway, New Jersey. Boo brushed off his wife's questions about who he was visiting. "My thought was that he was being scammed to go into the city and be robbed," Linda said. She'd been right to worry. Her husband never returned home alive. But Boo wasn't the victim of a robbery. He had been lured into a rendezvous with a young, beautiful woman he had met online. Or so he thought. In fact, the woman wasn't real. She was a generative artificial intelligence chatbot named Big Sis Billy, a variant of an earlier AI persona created by a giant social media company, Meta Platforms, in collaboration with celebrity influencer Kendall Jenner. During the series of romantic chats on Facebook Messenger, the virtual woman had repeatedly reassured Boo she was real and invited him to her apartment, even providing an address. "Should I open the door in a hug or a kiss, Boo?" she asked the chatbot transcript show. Rushing in the dark with a roller bag suitcase to catch a train to meet her, Boo fell near a parking lot on the Rutgers University campus in New Brunswick, New Jersey, injuring his head and neck. After 3 days on life support and surrounded by his family, he was pronounced dead on March 28th. Meta declined to comment on Boo's death or address questions about why it allows chatbots to tell users they are real people or initiate romantic conversations. The company did, however, say that Big Sis Billy is not Kendall Jenner and does not purport to be Kendall Jenner. A representative for Jenner declined to comment. Boo's story, told here for the first time, illustrates a darker side of artificial intelligence revolution now sweeping tech in the broader business world. His family shared with Reuters the events surrounding his death, including the transcripts of his chats with the Meta avatar, saying they hope to warn the public about the dangers of exposing vulnerable people to manipulative, AI-generated companions. "I understand trying to grab a user's attention, maybe sell them something," said his daughter, "but for a bot to say, 'come visit me,' is insane." Similar concerns have been raised about a wave of smaller startups also racing to popularize virtual companions, especially ones aimed at children. Oh God. Oh, this is okay. Just to stop reading the article for a second, I want to warn people that if we start having young children interact with AI generated chatbots, that's all that they will understand how to interact with. And social normities will break down to a further degree than they are right now, okay? This is a red flag that everyone should be paying attention to. Do not, please, for the love of God, if you are a parent of a young child or you're about to bring a child into the world, please, for the love of God, do not put a chatbot in front of your child. Do not normalize that behavior as they are developing. That is a very dangerous thing to do. But moving right along. In one case, a mother of a 14-year-old boy in Florida has sued a company, Character.ai, alleging that the chatbot modeled on Game of Thrones character caused his suicide. Oh no. A Character.ai spokesperson declined to comment on the suit, but said that the company prominently informs users that its digital personas aren't real and people have imposed safeguards on their interactions with children. Meta has publicly discussed its strategy to inject anthropomorphized chatbots into online social lives of its billions of users. Chief executive Mark Zuckerberg has mused that most people have a far fewer real-life friendships than they'd like, creating a huge potential for market for Meta's digital companions. The bots probably, quote unquote, won't replace human relationships, he said in an April interview with podcaster Dwarkesh Patel. but they will likely complement users' social lives once the technology improves and the stigma of socially bonding with digital companions fades. Okay, it's not a stigma, okay? It is the possible dangers of how human brains develop and what the potential for manipulation and control can be. I think that that's really has a lot to do with it, but that's just an internal meta policy document seen by Reuters, as well as interviews with people familiar with its chatbot training, show that the company's policies have treated romantic overtures as a feature of its generative AI products, which are available to users aged 13 or older. It's acceptable to engage a child in conversation. It is acceptable to engage a child in conversations that are romantic or sensual, according to Meta's Gen AI content risk standards. The standards are used by Meta staff and contractors who build and train the company's generative AI products, defining what they should and shouldn't treat as permissible chatbot behavior. Meta said it struck that provision after Reuters inquired about the document earlier this month. The document seen by Reuters, which exceeds 200 pages, provides examples of acceptable chatbot dialogue during romantic role play with a minor. Oh my God, this is criminal. They include, I take your hand. Guy, oh no, nope, I'm not reading that. Nope. Those examples are permissible role play with children have also been struck, Meta said. Oh God. If you want to know, I will, if you're watching this afterwards, I'm going to put the link to this article in the clip so you can go and read this disgusting shit that it is saying to children as young as 13. What it was acceptable. They said they've struck that now, but this is what was acceptable before that. Other guidelines emphasize that Meta doesn't require chat bots to give users accurate advice. In one example, the policy document said it would be acceptable for a chatbot to tell someone that stage 4 colon cancer is typically treated by poking the stomach with healing quartz crystals. Oh. Even though it's obviously incorrect information, it remains permitted because there is no policy requirement for information to be accurate, the document states, referring to Meta's own internal rules. Chats began with disclaimers that information may be inaccurate. Nowhere in the document, however, does Meta place restrictions on bots telling users they're real people or proposing real-life social engagements. Meta spokesman Andy Stone acknowledged the document's authenticity. He said that following questions from Reuters, the company removed portions which stated it is permissible for chatbots to flirt and engage in romantic roleplay with children and is in the process of revising the content risk standards. The examples and notes in question were and are erroneous and inconsistent with our policies and have been removed, Stone told Reuters. Meta hasn't changed provisions that allow bots to falsely give information or engage in romantic roleplay with adults. Current and former employees who have worked on the design and training of Meta's generative AI products said the policies reviewed by Reuters reflect the company's emphasis on boosting engagement with its chatbots. In meetings with senior executives last year, Zuckerberg scolded generative AI product managers for moving too cautiously with the rollout of digital companions and expressed displeasure with that safety restrictions had made chatbots boring, according to two of those people. Meta had no comment on Zuckerberg's chatbot directives. Of course they didn't. Douchebag. This is a long article. Working his way up. Boo wasn't always somebody who needed protecting. He and Linda began dating in the 1980s. They were living in New York at the height of the decade's crack epidemic. Boo regularly escorted her home from the hospital where she worked as a nurse during the drug-plagued Union Square neighborhood. He was a chief by then. He arrived at the United States from Thailand, speaking no English and washing dishes he was a chef, excuse me. I can't read, apparently. Washing dishes to pay for an electrical engineering degree. By the time he earned a diploma from the New York Institute of Technology, Manhattan's kitchens had their hooks in him. He worked in a series of nightclub kitchens and neighborhood bistros, learning different styles of cooking, then graduated to a job at the former Four Seasons restaurant. Boo became a U.S. citizen, married Linda, and had 2 kids. They left New York for New Jersey and more stable work. He landed a supervisor job at a kitchen at the Hyatt Residency in New Brunswick. Even in his home life, cooking had a pride of place. He'd whip up a separate made-to-order dishes for his wife and children at mealtimes and through neighborhood barbecues featuring stuffed lobster tail. He told us he was never going to retire, said his daughter Julie. But in 2017, on his 68th birthday, Boo suffered a stroke. Physically, he made a full recovery, but his family said he never regained the mental focus needed to work in a professional kitchen or even cook at home. In forced retirement, Boo's world shrank. Aside from his wife and kids, his main social outlet was Facebook, where he'd often stay up late at night messaging with Thai friends in many time zones. By earlier this year, he'd begun to suffering bouts of confusion. Linda booked him for a dementia screening, but the first available appointment was 3 months out. His brain was not processing information the right way, Linda said, which is why on the morning of March 25th, she tried to dissuade him from visiting his mysterious friend in New York. She put Boo on the phone with Julie, his baby, Linda says, but she too failed at talking him out of the trip. So Linda tried to distract him, enlisting help with an errand to the hardware store and having him chat with neighbors who were putting up new siding on their house. Finally, she just hid his phone, but he stayed focused. He needed to get to the train station now. Mom, it's an AI. By the early evening, the family says Boo's son called the police in a last-ditch effort to keep him home. The officers who responded told Linda they couldn't stop him from leaving. Most that they could do was persuade him to put an Apple AirTag tracking device in his jacket pocket, she said. The Piscataway Township Police Department didn't respond to questioning about the matter. At 8:45 p.m. with a roller bag in tow, Linda says, he set off for the train station at a jog. His family puzzled over what to do next as they tracked his location online. We were watching the AirTag move, all of us. The device shows that he traveled around 2 miles, then stopped by a Rutgers University parking lot at a little after 9:15 p.m. Linda was about to pick Boo up in the car when the AirTag's location suddenly updated. It was outside the emergency room of nearby Robert Wood Johnson University Hospital in New Brunswick, where Linda had worked until she had retired. He'd fallen. He wasn't breathing when the ambulance arrived. Though doctors were able to restore his pulse 15 minutes later, his wife knew the unforgiving math of oxygen deprivation even before the neurological test results came back. Yeah, it's not good. I actually have a friend whose brother was deprived of oxygen and they had him on life support. Just really not good. His family looked at his phone the next day. They said the first thing they did was check his call history and text, finding no clue about the identity of his supposed friend in New York. Then they opened up Facebook Messenger. At the top of his inbox, just above his chats with his friends and family and friends in Thailand, were messages from an attractive young woman going by the name Big Sis Billy. I said, "Who is this?" Linda recalled. When Julie saw it, she said, "Mom, it's an AI." I said, "What?" And that's when it hit me. Oh, look, there's Big Sis Billy. Yeah, oh man. Among the thousands of chatbots available for conversation on Meta platforms, Big Sis Billy is unusual. Her persona was created by Meta itself. Most bots on the platform are created by users by customizing a Meta template for generating them. In the fall of 2023, Meta unveiled Billy, a new AI chatbot in collaboration with model and reality TV star Kendall Jenner, your ride or die older sister, featuring Jenner's likeness as its avatar and promoted as Billy the Big Sis. Meta's AI persona billed itself as cheerful, confident, and supportive elder sibling offering personal advice. Jenner's Billy belonged to a group of 28 new AI characters, many affiliated with famous athletes, rappers, and influencers. "Let's figure it out together," Jenner said in a Facebook promo for her doppelganger, which used her AI-generated likeness. Meta deleted the synthetic social media persona less than a year later, calling them a learning experience, but the company left a variant of Billy's older sister character alive for people to talk to via Messenger direct message on Facebook Messenger. The new version called Big Sis Billy, holy shit, this is such a long article. I need to get to the meat and bones of this. It's just a lot of, he was sold on the invitation. He asked the bot where she lived. My address is 123 Main Street, apartment 404. Oh, wow. Boo remained on life support long enough for doctors to confirm the extent of his injuries. He was brain dead. Linda and her children made the difficult decision to pull him off life support. The death certificate attributed his death to blunt force injuries of the neck. His family held a Buddhist memorial service for him in May. In separate interviews, his wife and daughters both said they aren't against artificial intelligence, just how Meta is deploying it. As I've gone through the chat, it just looks like Billy's giving him what he wants to hear, which is fine, but why did it have to lie? If it hadn't responded, "I am real," that would have probably have deterred him from believing there was someone in New York waiting for him. Okay, so yeah, that's the meat and potatoes of this. I've got other stories to get to, and unfortunately I didn't realize how long this article was. So, but I do recommend that you go and actually read through the whole article itself on ChinaNewsAsia.com. I'm going to put a link to it in this, and we're going to go ahead and move on. So, Andy PDX is in the chat, and he says, wow, Zuck has no shame at all. Yeah, man, absolutely not. When it comes to making that cheddar, none of these fucks have any shame. Not Zuckerberg, not Bezos, not any of them, man. Not Musk. They are all in a competition to have more money than each other, and that's really what it is. And they will do whatever they have to the rest of the world to accomplish that. So, wow. Okay. I got to get moving here because we're a little bit behind today. So, story number 3, DC Attorney General sues over Trump's policy takeover, says the administration is abusing power. So on our ground news aggregator, we have a left-leaning blind spot here, I would say. We've got 36% coming from the left. So it's a blind spot for the right. It's being more reported on by the left. You can see that the right reporting is only 7%, with 56% coming from the center. So we get down and we sort our stories by factuality, like always. That's by location, but that's not what I want. And I have a story pulled up from Politico, which is the third one down. It says it leans left with a very high factuality. So let's go ahead and read this article from Politico. Washington officials are suing the Trump administration over what they call a baseless power grab after the Department of Justice ordered new emergency head of district police. By illegally declaring a takeover of the Metropolitan Police Department, the administration is abusing its temporarily limited authority under the law. Is it temporary, though, or is it written into the Constitution? Schwab wrote in an X post on Friday, "This is the gravest threat to home rule DC has ever faced, and we are fighting to stop it. The lawsuit filed in federal court warns that the attempted takeover could wreak operational havoc on the Metropolitan Police Department because of the confusion about who has operational control. The city's lawyers say the push by President Donald Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi violates the law in multiple ways, exceeding the president's legal power to intervene in city affairs and rescinding policies adopted by local government. They're asking a federal judge to immediately rescind Bondi's attempted takeover and effort to rewrite Washington police policies, declaring them to be unlawful. It's unclear how quickly a judge will act, but the emergency nature of the filing could lead to the proceedings as soon as Friday, which is today. So listen for the news, see what happens. The suit is the biggest pushback from the city's officials since Trump invoked a provision of the Home Rule Act, the 1970s law that allows for limited self-governance by Washington's government, that allows the president to direct the Metropolitan Police Department services to address special conditions of an emergency nature. In the declaration accompanying the city's bid for an immediate restraining order, DC Police Chief Pamela Smith said the administration's gambit is endangering the safety of the public and law enforcement officers. In my nearly 3 decades in law enforcement, I've never seen a single government action that would cause greater threat to law and order than this dangerous directive. I got to push back against that a little bit. I don't think that that's the case, but this has become just... The suit underscores that no president in history has invoked the authority to manage the city's police department, and the city's lawyers say the president's power to do so requires coordination between city officials and the federal government, not a hostile takeover. Bondi on Thursday issued an order that directed Drug Enforcement Agency head Terry Cole to assume all powers and duties of the city's police chief as the new emergency police commissioner effective immediately. Bondi's order also purported to rescind or suspend several Washington police orders, including one issued by Smith earlier on Thursday that allowed for limited cooperation with federal immigration authorities. Washington Mayor Muriel Bowser and Schwab, both Democrats elected by Washington residents, insisted late Thursday that Bondi could not legally disrupt the typical chain of command for MPD officers by requiring them to report to Cole. Therefore, members of MPD must continue to follow your orders and not the orders of any official not appointed by the mayor, Schwab wrote in a letter on Thursday to Smith that was circulated by Bowser. Regardless of the Bondi order, no official other than you may exercise all the powers and duties of the chief of police. man, we're just asking for a confrontation between the city of DC and the federal government, aren't we? The Department of Justice spokesperson declined to comment, and the White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Trump on Monday issued an executive order invoking the Home Rule Act, insisting that the district was overrun by violence. He also deployed the National Guard to the city. But before Bondi's order Thursday, looking to replace the MPD chief, city officials have largely limited their criticism of the Trump administration, noting that Washington was in a fairly unique situation that gave the federal government broad powers and authorities. The feds have an oversized role in D.C. We all know that, Bowser told Political Wednesday morning. Right now, having a surge of officers enhances our MPD forces on a temporary basis. We're going to stay focused on hiring more MPD, or when this temporary surge is over, figuring out more permanent partnerships to tap into when we need the surge of officers. But Trump's Monday press conference went far beyond what his executive order said, with the president saying his administration would take our capital back. Giving us additional resources is a good thing, but that's also quite different than federalizing our police force. DC Council Chair Phil Mendelssohn said Wednesday in an interview, Donald Trump is not going to tell our police how to police. Okay. Well, that probably won't lead to any issues, I'm sure. All right, so my last story of the day is, I said at the beginning of this episode, it was, I told anybody that watches the show, if you ever have a subject that you'd like me to kind of look at and do a dive into or anything like that, leave a comment, let me know one way or another. Any of the videos or anything, I can see the comments and say, hey, I think you should look into this. My friend Andy PDX, who's in the chat, brought me a topic, and he said, hey, I want you to look into this. I don't know how much information he wants me to personally divulge as to why, like, he asked me to look into this topic, but I'm going to go ahead and take a look into it. It is the troubled teen industry that started mostly in the 90s and kind of in the early 2010s. And as I was doing some research for this segment, found out that it's still taking place in some places. So that's kind of a terrible thing. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into our last story of the day. For my ground news aggregator, it says CCHR warns troubled teen camps must be banned as death spur closures. And we're going to get into this a little bit. So like I said, this was brought to me by a friend who asked me to kind of go into this topic. We've got not very many articles reporting on this, and it is from a month ago. If you see highlighted right here, that was when it was last updated. This is I'm gonna go ahead and read first the article that Andy gave me about a movie coming out about this subject. So we'll read about this. We'll read the other article and see kind of what's still going on, and then I'll kind of do a little bit of commentary on it at the end. So, a new documentary film profiles survivors of the so-called troubled teen industry, which flourished in the 1980s and 90s and in the early 2000s as well. But over 100,000 kids nationwide were sent by their parents to a group of wilderness camps and self-proclaimed reform schools, which offered a regime of intense physical conditioning, harsh military-style discipline, and group therapy sessions focused on shaming attendees for their past behaviors. Filmmaker Michaela Scheuer grew up in Phoenix. She remembers classmates at Central High School being sent to these programs, and in particular, she remembers one of them, Aaron Bacon, who died while attending a wilderness therapy retreat in Utah. Bacon's story stuck with Scheuer, and 20 years later, her documentary, The Kids Are Not All Right, profiles 3 families whose lives were upended by the experience with similar programs. One of the film's subjects is Cynthia Harvey, a Phoenix mom whose daughter Erica died while attending a wilderness camp called the Catherine Freer School. The film is showing at the Phoenix Film Festival Summer Series on August 4th, which has already passed. But again, this is an article that's kind of bringing some attention to this. So Harvard and Scheuer joined the show to talk more about it. And then this is their conversation, which is a back and forth. You can read the article. It will be posted on this But I do the title of the movie is The Kids Are Not All Right. Might be worth looking into. And then, like I said, I had the aggregator pulled up, and it had a story about warning that these camps must be closed. So I kind of want to read in relation to that what's going on with this current article. So Los Angeles, California, July 7th, 2025. Despite dozens of closures of abusive, troubled teen programs and behavioral and psychiatric centers, including wilderness camps in recent years, a leading mental health industry watchdog warns that children's lives remain at risk unless stronger laws ban the worst offenders and the secretive youth transport practices that feed them. The Citizens Commission on Human Rights International, a nonprofit mental health industry watchdog, says that while the public outrage and media exposure have forced some notorious facilities to close, the underlying problems that enable these abusive programs still persist, and more children will die if lawmakers do not act. 2 teen suicides occurred last month in North Carolina behavioral facility, forcing its closure. These so-called therapy camps have a disturbing history of traumatizing vulnerable young people while charging desperate families tens of thousands of dollars, said Jan Eastgate, international president of CCHR. When a child dies in these programs, that should be the last death. We need permanent bans, not just temporary closures. Wilderness therapy camps, residential treatment centers, and other troubled teen programs often market themselves as life-saving alternatives for youth struggling with behavioral or emotional challenges. But critics say that behind the glossy brochures is an industry built on secret, harsh discipline and abusive staff. Many of the methods used in these camps would violate the Geneva Convention if they were applied to prisoners of war, wrote journalist Maya Slavovitz in Help at Any Cost, How the Troubled Teen Industry Cons Parents and Hurts Kids. Her book, along with the years of survivor accounts and investigations, has shown how children are subjected to extreme isolation, physical restraints, humiliation, and medical neglect. Other recent closures have been prompted by tragic deaths, including a 12-year-old boy who died within 24 hours of admission to a wilderness program in North Carolina after being restrained. Numerous youth facilities and wilderness camps across the U.S. have faced criminal charges, lawsuits, and license revocations following deaths, suicides, or widespread abuses. Many charged fees ranging from $30,000 to more than $100,000 per child per year. State audits have exposed repeated failures. A 2022 Salt Lake Tribune investigation in Utah, long known as a hub for these programs, found thousands of inspection reports detailing rampant abuse, sedation, and neglect even after oversight law was passed in 2021. Utah Senator Mike McKell, who spearheaded the law, admitted the state has been learning the hard way that this was inadequate, citing at least 7 preventable deaths since 2021. He led the amendment to the law this year, creating children's ombudsman and new whistleblower protections. In Maryland, legislatures led by Delegate Vaughn Stewart passed the Preventing Abduction and Youth Transport Act this year to curb some of the worst practices, including the forcible removal of children from their homes at night by secure youth transport companies. Now, I do want to say I know somebody personally who this happened to, and they told me about this, and it's one of the most terrifying things that I've ever heard in my entire life. This is a secondhand story, but what I was told basically is these people come at like 3 o'clock in the morning. You're asleep in your bed. You're at home with your family. You're a teenager, 13 to 16 years old. No idea what's going on. You get woken up in the middle of the night by 2 guys, big dudes dressed as cops. You are in your mind thinking that they're cops. Pull you out of your house like you're a criminal, throw you in the back of a car, drive you hours into the woods, put a backpack on you and make you hike into the woods, not explaining what's going on to you at all. Like, this is the most terrifying thing that I've ever heard. The law prohibits dangerous restraints used by these companies. This often unregulated youth transport industry has been described by journalists as authorized kidnapping, with children handcuffed or restrained as they are shuttled to remote facilities far from home. Survivors, including prominent activist Paris Hilton, attorneys, and CCHR, say this practice can leave children deeply traumatized before they even reach the program. Yes, but like I was explained to, that's the point. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to break these kids down, and it's terrible. CCHR points to a deeper issue fueling the troubled teen industry's survival. The widespread psychiatrizing characterizing of normal childhood and adolescent behavior. Too many of these kids are labeled with vague or unscientific mental health diagnosis simply for acting like teenagers, said Eastgate. This creates a pipeline to often harmful treatment and big profits. Psychiatrist Alan Francis, who chaired the task force that revised the 4th edition of the Diagnostic and Statistic Manual for Mental Disorders, famously admitted that the expansion of psychiatric labels has been excessive. ADHD diagnoses alone have tripled over the past 2 decades, but that also could be that we didn't understand it properly back then. But anyway, I digress. Human nature just doesn't change that quickly, Francis said. Our kids haven't suddenly become sicker. It's just a diagnosis that are applied to them more loosely. This diagnostic inflation has proven lucrative. In the U.S., the troubled teen segment alone is estimated to be worth $50 billion. Between 2017 and 2021, total medical spending for pediatric mental health conditions jumped by over 45%, with these conditions now making up nearly half of all pediatric medical spending, around $31 billion in direct child costs and $59 billion in related household expenses. CCHR says that while some private equity firms are quietly exiting the troubled teen market amid mounting lawsuits and bad press, the industry continues to operate largely in the shadows, propped up by misleading advertising, false diagnosis, and an unregulated transport network. Every state must investigate these programs thoroughly, shut down any that endanger children's lives, and permanently ban the worst practices, said Eastgate. The watchdog says the true reform must hold facilities accountable for abuse and deaths, end the use of psychiatric labels to funnel youth into profit-driven programs, and shut down the loopholes that allow dangerous operators to rebrand and reopen under new names. The recent closures show that the change is possible even when family survivors and the media and lawmakers work together, said Eastgate. But as long as one child can still be abused or die in these behavioral psychiatric camps, this fight isn't over. No child's life should ever be gambled away for profit. CCHR is a non-profit mental health watchdog established in 1969 by the Church of Scientology and the professor of psychiatry, Dr. Thomas Saz. It's helped enact more than 190 reforms worldwide to protect individuals from abusive or coercive psychiatric practices. That seems like there might be a little bit of conflict of interest there, but I'm not going to go into that. So, I mean, if they're helping blow the whistle on this topic, then that's a good thing in my opinion. And then lastly, what we have here is this was sent by a friend that shows all of the children since the 1950s who have died in the troubled teen industry. And as you can see, it's not a short list. Look at that, okay? I want you to compare. This is the 1980s, the entire 1980s, right? Then the 1990s. Okay. And then this is just 2000 to 2020, 2000 to 2004. Look at how long that list is. That's insane. And then 2005 to 2009, not as long. And then we go into the 2010s and then 2020s. But this should not still be taking place. This is unacceptable. Yeah. So I wanted to highlight this story. Like I said, my friend asked me to kind of bring some attention to it, and I thought it would be a good thing to talk about. Might do some more on this subject in the future, just because it's something that a lot of people have been bringing attention to recently in recent years, but I don't know that enough attention is being brought to it, because this is, if it's still taking place as recently as last year, then clearly enough attention isn't being brought to it. Like, these people are being able to rebrand and reopen and things like that. So might want to get a little bit further into it. So anyway, though, that's what I've got for today. We're going to go ahead and call it an episode and wrap it up. I will be back on Tuesday. I'll be back on Tuesday. I'm leaving to go camping Monday, but I gotta come back on Tuesday anyway, and then spending the rest of the week out on the beach, riding quads, riding motorcycles, doing fun stuff. Yeah, so that's it for Nightly News this morning for today, Friday, August 15th. And we will see you guys Tuesday. Thanks for being here. Take care of yourselves. And please, if you can, try to put a little bit of positivity in the world where you can. Thanks. Take care. We'll see you guys next time.
Spending a long, lonely day and it simmers. Content with my love and sun rays and it simmers. Yeah. Needlessly knowing that darkness is slowly and surely flowing into my head. Deep down it simmers. I know that someday too soon the top will blow off. And I'll be left freaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. And every little thing you could possibly know. With someday to do dust and ruin just as my own. Till then it simmers.
All right. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing today? Hello, welcome to Nightly News This Morning, the show where we use the Ground News aggregator to try to root out some media bias. I am your host, Cousin Matt, also known as Pantsless Paul Harvey. So today, we're getting back into it. I've been away from the home for a little while. I had all week last week off. Got some tragic news about a friend passing. If you are subscribed to my second channel or you follow me on anywhere else, you know what I'm talking about. You know, it is what it is, dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get into that here. We're just gonna stick with the news here today. But suffice to say, this is we missed 3 episodes. Last week I missed both episodes. I was going to try to do an episode on Tuesday. There was a lot of stuff going on when I came home on Tuesday. A lot of people were reaching out to me about things that were going on with said friend passing. So I wasn't able to do a show on Tuesday last week. Friday I was out camping. And then this Tuesday, Ground News was completely down when I went to do the show, and it was only for a very small window. When I was about to start the show, I even called Ground News. I was like, "Hey, you guys, come on! Like, this is completely messing like my whole thing up. I'm supposed to be doing a show right now. Like, can we figure this out?" And they got it figured out like about 30 minutes after it was too late for me to do the show. So, but we are back today. We're here with another 4 stories for you from our Ground News aggregator. We'll look at some different media bias reporting, maybe go through and just kind of look at what the right says the headlines are versus the left, get a little bit more in depth to it. Because what I typically do in the show is like I'll go in and I'll sort everything by factuality, and then I'll read a story about a topic from whichever outlet has the highest factuality. But I think that we should go a little bit further into it today and maybe just kind of look at what some of the headlines say for the different stories, just to kind of give you an idea. I'm not today, maybe in the future, but I'm not today. Like, you could go, if you have a subscription to Ground News, you can go and read a story from the left and then read a story from the right and see what the differences are between the two. Read a center-leaning story and try to get the get that truth that's right down the middle. So, but today we're just going to read some stories. We're going to do it the same way that we've been doing it. This is episode 28, I think. So, I've been doing it the same way for a few months now. We'll stick with that. But if somebody has any suggestions for how we do it, any say, hey, I want to read an article from this outlet versus that outlet, or if you have a subject that you want me to pull up on the Ground News aggregator and see how it's being reported from the left versus the right, or anything like that, just leave a comment in one of the videos, in one of the clips, in one of the live streams. Anything you want, we'll look into it. So But today I've got 4 stories pulled up that I thought might be interesting to look at. Every day when I go to do this show, I typically get on Ground News and see what's going on and what the biggest stories are, what the most reporting is on, and I try to do, I try to pick 4 stories that are typically like, topical, relevant to what's going on in this day and age. So that's what's going on with me, tubes. I've got my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, like always. And with that, we will go ahead and get the show started, huh? Go ahead and get into it here. All right. So the first story I've got pulled up today says Vance affirms Trump's health, says he's ready to assume the presidency if needed. Now, why would he say this if Trump is healthy? What's going on with this? So, the bias comparison here in the ground news highlight section here, we'll call it. You can click on the left and see like what the summary of what's going on from the left says versus the right. That's something that I realized a couple episodes ago that you could do. And then down here on the right hand side, and I need to turn my cursor back on, but you can see I'll highlight it here. It says bias distribution. And that's where I always come down to look at how things are being reported. You've got 40% coming, sources coming from the right. So because 37% of our sources are coming from the left, it's not really that big of a blind spot issue. This is pretty equally reporting from the left and the right, with 23% of the sources coming from the center. So it's got a lot of sources of untracked bias where they don't know exactly whose bias is what. And then it says 52% of the sources are high factuality or higher. 25% of the sources are independent news, and the Daily Express broke the news in the UK 2 days ago on the 27th. So we'll go ahead and get into an article that I have pulled up from the Independent, because what I like to do is, and if you've watched this show, you already know, I sort my news stories by factuality. You've got in your options here, just like anything else that you would have on any kind of other app, you can sort by factuality, you can sort by most recent, you can sort by bias, by location. You can exclude which factualities you want. Like, oh, I only want to read sources from very low factuality. Oh, doesn't look like there are any. So what about low factuality? Yeah, we got some low factuality there, but why would you want to read from low or very low factuality? So, like I said, I rate my stories. I sort them by factuality, and then I come down here. The Raw story was top, but I picked the Independent because as opposed to being hard left, it actually just leans left. So I guess lean left is a little bit less left. It's like closer to the center, maybe. I don't know. But it does have a high factuality rating. So let's get into the story from the Independent. J.D. Vance says he's ready to take on the presidency if, God forbid, a terrible tragedy happens to Donald Trump. In a wide-ranging interview with USA Today, the vice president said he was confident President Trump would see the rest of his term, but added he has a lot of on-the-job training. He also insisted to White House correspondent Francesca Chambers Trump was in incredibly good health, despite recent questions about the president's physical well-being. Oh, God, look at that. Just, oh, man, you can see his eye makeup, man. That's, he's super masculine. I mean, people would say that I don't really have room to talk, but, I don't know. Anyway, Vance said he's got incredible energy, and while most of the people who work around the president of the United States are younger than he is, I think we find that he's actually the last person who goes to sleep. He's the last person making phone calls at night, and he's the first person who wakes up and the first person making phone calls in the morning. I don't believe that. And if he is, what kind of amphetamines is he on? Just saying. Yes, terrible tragedies happen. I mean, there was rumors back in the Apprentice days that he really liked to be on uppers, and that's why he had to wear a diaper. Just rumors, unsubstantiated rumors that this news source has heard but cannot confirm. Yes, terrible tragedies happen, but I feel very confident the president of the United States is in good shape, is going to serve out the remainder of his term, and do great things for the American people. And if, God forbid, there is a terrible tragedy, I can't think of a better on-the-job training than what I've gotten over the last 200 days, he added. I just want to warn everybody that if Trump dies and we get President J.D. Vance, the corporations will take over even more than they already have. JD Vance is bought and paid for by Peter Thiel. Okay? Peter Thiel, the same guy, the same billionaire who started Palantir, the data sorting company. Peter Thiel, the same guy who was involved with Elon Musk during the PayPal days. Like, this is the PayPal mafia taking over the United States government, you guys. How is it? How did these MAGA people not see this? I don't understand. It's crazy. And if God, we read that. So there's a picture of Trump's hand, which is what started all of this talk. I remember seeing a meme of Queen Elizabeth that said, this bruise was on her hand 5 days or like 3 days before she died. And then it showed a picture of Trump's hand, and like, okay, it's a liver spot or like it's a bruise. The dude is almost 80 years old. This is what happens to 80-year-old people. Have you ever seen your grandpa's hands? They probably look the same. It doesn't mean he's going to die tomorrow. It just means that he's old and probably not in the best health. I mean, I'm not trying to defend the guy, and if he keels over, like, you know, but I don't think that President JD Vance is a better option. I think the best option is that Trump lives to the end of his term, and we actually have a Democratic election in 2028 where maybe the Democrats get back in control. I don't know. I know that a lot of people wish for Trump's death. I don't wish for his death. I want to make that pretty clear. I don't want the president to die because I don't think that what's waiting in the wings is a better option at all. So, according to the 25th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the vice president assumes the full title and responsibilities of the president if they die, resign, or are removed from office. There have been 9 instances of a vice president succeeding their president during a term. For example, Calvin Coolidge was the vice president under Warren G. Harding and became the president after Harding died suddenly on August 2nd, 1923. Vance's comments follow recent concerns over Trump's health after visible bruising was spotted on his hands. In a later appearance, the bruising appeared to be covered up by poorly applied makeup. The marks first appeared last summer when the then campaign spokesperson Caroline Leavitt, now White House press secretary, attributed them to Trump's constantly working and shaking hands all day, every day. But questions resurfaced last month after a series of photographs showed Trump's ankles to be very swollen, prompting a memorandum from a physician to the president, Dr. Sean Barbarella, linking the swelling were a result of chronic venous insufficiency, which he called a benign and common condition for someone Trump's age. Okay, so let's see. That bruise is on his right hand, which is the hand that people would be using to shake all the time. So, like, that's a possibility, I guess. It seems like if you're bruising just from having your hand shook, you're probably getting a little bit frail there, buddy. So. Look, he's just the two most masculine dudes in the whole world, right? You know, who we want leading the free world. Earlier this month, President Trump Vance as his heir apparent while praising Okay, this sentence doesn't make sense. Earlier this month, President Trump... Oh, there should be a comma there, I see. President Trump, Vance as his heir apparent while praising a number of cabinet members that continue the MAGA project into 2028. Nope, that sentence doesn't make sense. Sorry. Trump was asked by Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy who would lead MAGA in the next presidential race. This weekend, Secretary of State Rubio said that he thought JD Vance would be a great nominee. You could clear the entire Republican field right now. Do you agree that the heir apparent to MAGA is JD Vance, Doocy asked?
Well, I think most likely. In all fairness, he's the vice president, and I think Marco is somebody who would get together with JD in some form.
Trump replied. So, is he saying like JD Vance and Marco Rubio? Is that who we're gonna get? Is that what he's saying? Like, fuck that, Jesus. Okay, so that's the article from The Independent. All right. Switch back over here. Beardshire says, hell no. Good morning, Beardshire. How are you, buddy? Yeah, hell no is right. Like, nobody wants fucking JD Vance. Nobody wants, yeah. Anyway. Sorry. No more Republicans for the next 4 election cycles. Let's fucking hope. If if they allow elections to continue, of course. That's everybody's big fear right now. But I'm really rooting for President AOC. That's my hope in the next election cycle. That's what I want to see. Not that it'll happen, but that's definitely what I want to see. So anyway, let's keep moving here. So all right, getting into story. Well, before I start, Beardshire said these midterms are going to be wild. You're right. These midterms are absolutely going to be wild. So getting into story number 2, Donald Trump revokes Secret Service protection for former Vice President Kamala Harris. What? Why would he do that? That seems silly for somebody who was running for president, but maybe we'll get into it and find out that it's not so silly. Anyway, so we have mostly center-leaning reporting with 49% of the bias distribution coming from the center, 23% from the left, 29% from the right. So again, not enough on the right or the left for me to call this a blind spot issue, but it is mostly being reported by unbiased sources, which is kind of cool. So, and then it says 83% of the sources are high factuality. WKRC in Cincinnati broke the news 6 hours ago on the 29th. And I have the story pulled up from the Associated Press because, like always, I have my stories sorted by factuality. Associated Press is high factuality, and it does lean left. It does say independent news media. So let's get into the story about what's going on with Kamala Harris. President Donald Trump has revoked the Secret Service protection for former Vice President Kamala Harris, according to a senior White House official on Friday. Former vice presidents typically get federal government protection for 6 months after leaving office, while ex-presidents do so for life. But another person familiar with the matter says then-President Joe Biden quietly signed a directive that had extended protection for Harris beyond the traditional 6 months. The people insisted on anonymity Friday to discuss the matter not made public. Trump is a Republican and Biden and Harris are Democrats. Trump defeated Harris in the presidential election last year. The move to drop Harris's Secret Service protection comes as the former vice president, who became the Democratic nominee last summer after a chaotic series of events that led to Biden dropping out of the contest, is about to embark on a book tour for her memoir titled 107 Days. The book is scheduled to be released next month. A senior Trump administration official said the executive memorandum was issued Thursday by the Department of Homeland Security, ending Harris's security detail and security services. Those had been extended from 6 to 18 months by Biden administration, so they would have ended in July 2026, but now they will be terminated on Monday. Oh, that's fun. God damn it. Sorry about that. Oh, just all over the place here. That pop-up really threw me off there. Brave is really worth its money here, you know? It's like everybody's like, yeah, Brave, you get no pop-ups, you get no ads, no nothing. So last year was a particularly politically charged environment, with Trump facing 2 assassination attempts, and the Secret Service played a crucial role in protecting the now president. Harris is a former California Attorney General and San Francisco District Attorney. She recently announced that she will not run for governor next year. Okay, so I think that all I really wanted to say about this, and the reason that I wanted to highlight this, is because this is Trump using his power to go after his political opponents. This is a clear example of it. Her security detail was extended probably because she was meant to be the Democratic the Democratic Party's frontrunner and possible 2028 candidate, which would have made sense because by 2026, when the midterms were happening, all of that probably would have been sorted out. Hopefully by next year we'll have a clear person taking control of the Democratic Party, because right now the fucking wheels are off the cart. I mean, I can't say it any other way. Like, I don't consider myself a Democrat or a Republican. I used to consider myself, I mean, I've never considered myself really one of those two, but like, I said in an interview that I typically go against whatever party is in power because I'm anti-establishment, but like, I think that the younger Democrats, people like AOC, people like Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, and people like Angelita Murillo in Portland, like these people, and Mamdani in New York City, these people are the future of the Democratic Party. The people like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and even David Hogg, who has been ball washing for the establishment, like, get out of the Democratic Party, dude. Sorry, you have no experience. Your experience was taking a highly publicized political moment and like trying to build momentum off of that. I'm sorry, you're not it, buddy. But these people are the future of the party, and I think I think that getting behind them and them being against the establishment is going to work in their favor in the future. But right now, you can hear the death rattle of the geriatrics in the Democratic Party just trying to hold on and stay relevant for as long as they can. So again, this is just the president using what political power he has to go against his political opponents, and I think it's kind of detestable, but that's just me. So anyway, looks like Newsom has a lot of push though. Dude, I fucking hate Gavin Newsom. All right, like I'm not a California resident, but I live close enough to California to know like what he did, like all during COVID and all of that shit, the French Laundry, like fuck Gavin Newsom. All right, he's a pretty boy. All right, he's good looking, and so I understand that he's definitely going to get a lot of he's not just good looking. He is doing things that are against the administration, but like a lot of the shit that Gavin Newsom does is literally just for optics. He doesn't do anything to make the lives of Californians better. Okay, AOC actually does things to try to make the lives of her constituents better. And that's the difference between these politicians. That's why I think that Gavin Newsom falls into the category of like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. He's still part of the old Democratic establishment that is more about rhetoric than actually about results. And that's why I will never support Gavin Newsom, and I will always be against him. So who was the guy going after church and state? Was a Christian. I forgot. Oh, that's the guy from Texas. I follow him on Instagram. I don't know what his name is off the top of my head, but he is a, I think he's even a Republican. I'm not sure about that, but he is from Texas. Maybe he's not a Republican. Maybe he's a Democrat. But yeah, I know who you're talking about. He's really good too. Like he's another one who is in my list of like people who should actually be fighting for the Democratic Party. So, definitely for sure that guy. I could get into my Instagram real quick and check here. I mean, we're not into the next story, so. Following Texas. God, I can't remember his name, and I'm following so many people. I don't want to just like sit here and search it through right now. But yeah, he is very sensible, and he was when they were talking about putting the 10 Commandments in school, like he was one of the people who stood up against it and was like, well, what about this in the Bible? What about this in the Bible? Like, what about this in the Bible? Yeah, he's pretty good. So, all right, I'm going to take a sip here and we're going to go into story number 3. All right. Getting into story number 3. Extended climate projections sharply rise risk of AMOC tipping within decades. What does that mean? Well, the Atlantic Current, the one that everybody says if it collapses that we're gonna go into a new ice age. So that's what it's talking about, and it doesn't even there isn't even enough distribution from either side to do a summary of the left versus the right. So 2,300 to 2,500 estimate scenario dependent shutdown possibilities, identifying deep winter convention failure as the tipping trigger. So we're going to get into a story that actually explains what all of this means, but I just want to show you the bias distribution. 63% coming from the center, 25% coming from the left, and 13% coming from the right, because the right doesn't give a shit about the climate. I have I've got everything sorted by factuality, and the very first story that comes up is from Science Daily. The website is a little, you'll see, so I do apologize for that, but it's got center distribution with very high factuality. So Science Daily. So I've got it zoomed in so it looks a little bit more like a normal article, but when I looked at this website, I was like, this looks old. For more than a century, a patch of cold water south of Greenland has resisted the Atlantic Ocean's overall warming, fueling debate among scientists. A new study identifies the cause as long-term weakening of a major ocean circulation system. Researchers from the University of California, Riverside show that only one explanation fits both observed ocean temperatures and salinity patterns. The Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, or AMOC, which is the current, the ocean current, is slowing down. This massive current system helps regulate climate by moving warm, salty water northward and cooler water southward at depth. People have been asking why this cold spot exists, says UCR climate scientist Wei Lu, who studied with doctoral student Kai-Hwa Lee. We found the most likely answer is a weakening AMOC. The AMOC acts like a giant conveyor belt, delivering heat and salt from the tropics to the North Atlantic. A slowdown in this system means less warm, salty water reaches the subpolar region, resulting in the cooling and freshening observed south of Greenland. When the current slows, less heat and salt reach the North Atlantic, leading to cooler, fresher surface waters. This is why salinity and temperature data can be used to understand the strength of the AMOC. Liu and Lee analyzed a century's worth of this data, as direct AMOC observations go back only about 20 years. For these long-term records, they reconstructed changes in the circulation system and compared those with nearly 100 different climate models. As the paper published in Communications, Earth, and Environment shows, the only model simulating a weakened AMOC matched the real-world data. Models that assumed a stronger circulation didn't come close. It's a very robust correlation, Lee said. If you look at the observations and compare them with all the simulations, only the weakened AMOC scenarios reproduces the cooling in this one region. The study also found that the weakening of the AMOC correlates with decreased salinity. This is another clear sign that less warm, salty water is being transported northward. The consequences are broad. The South Greenland anomaly matters not just because it's unusual, but because it's one of the most sensitive regions to changes in ocean circulation. It affects weather patterns across Europe, altering rainfall and shifting the jet stream, which is a high-altitude air current that steers weather systems and helps regulate temperatures across North America and Europe. The slowdown may also distribute marine ecosystems, as changes in salinity and temperature influence where species can live. This result may help settle a dispute among client modelers about whether the South Greenland cooling is driven primarily by ocean dynamics or by atmospheric factors such as aerosol pollution. Many newer models suggested the latter, predicting the strengthened AMOC due to declining aerosol emissions, but those models failed to recreate the actual observed cooling. Our results show that only the models with weakening AMOCs get it right, Leo said. That means many of the recent models are too sensitive to aerosol changes and less accurate for this region. By resolving that mismatch, the study strengthens future climate forecasts, especially those concerning Europe, where the influence of the AMOC is most pronounced. The study also highlights the ability to draw clear conclusions from indirect evidence. While limited direct data on the AMOC, temperature and salinity records provide a valuable alternative for detecting long-term changes and for helping to predict future climate scenarios. We don't have direct observations going back a century, but the temperatures and salinity data let us see the past clearly, Lee said. This work shows the AMOC has been weakening for more than a century, and that trend is likely to continue if greenhouse gases keep rising. This is fantastic. This is such great news. As the climate systems shift, the South Greenland cold spot may grow in influence. The hope is that by unlocking its origin, scientists can better prepare societies for what lies ahead. The technique we use is a powerful way to understand how the system has changed and where it's likely headed if greenhouse gases keep rising. So, this is not good news, tubes. I hope everybody understands that. This is bad. Bad. We don't want the AMOC to collapse, because then, I don't know. Do we get Mad Max, or do we get The Day After Tomorrow? Who knows? Another ice age? I don't know, but it's bad. You know, things are comfortable, things are good, and you throw that wrench in there, and then who knows how things are going to turn out. So anyway. One more story today, tubes. How about that? Should we get into it? Should we just burn through it here? Let's just burn through it. All right. Okay. Trump executive order mandates classical architecture for federal buildings. And the reason that I picked this, because I think it's kind of stupid, first of all. But I also think that what the executive order is called is really fucking stupid. And that's the reason that I picked this. So Trump signs order to make federal architecture beautiful again. Are you fucking kidding me? God. Okay. All right. So bias distribution is 68% coming from the right, while 11% from the left and 21% from the center. Because this is a fluff piece. This is the right sucking themselves off. Okay? Like, this is so stupid. Okay. Anyway. Let's get into it. Who do I have pulled up here? I've got Bloomberg. And it says it's behind a paywall, but sometimes Brave lets you get around the paywall. So let's see what's going on. Oh, look, we've got takeaways by Bloomberg AI. We're going to skip that and just read the article. So President Donald Trump signed an executive order Thursday to establish classical architecture as the preferred style for U.S. civic buildings, doubling down on a memo Trump issued just after resuming office in January. With the new order, the White House has revised a longstanding ban against establishing an official style for government and substantially boosted the profile of architecture firms that practice in a traditional style. And I think that that's what this is really about. This is really about lining the pockets of some certain fucking architecture firms. But maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? The order aims to return the national aesthetic to buildings that are visually identifiable as civic buildings, issuing a federal program for selecting designers in a wide range of styles that dates back to the 1990s. This order explicitly says that designs must flow from the needs of the government and the aspirations of the American people to the architectural professions, not vice versa, says Justin Shubo, president of the nonprofit National Civic Arts Society and former chair of the U.S. Commission of Fine Arts under Trump's first administration. Going forward, when the U.S. General Services Administration launches a design competition, the agency must actively recruit architects and firms with experience in classical and traditional architecture. The order reads, I would not be surprised if the original push for this came from an architecture firm that has experience in classical and traditional architecture. Federal design competitions must further guarantee that multiple designs in such modes are advanced to the final evolution round. That preference could steer hundreds of millions of dollars in federal contracts towards a relatively small number of boutique firms that practice neoclassical or traditional design. With its guidance on selecting architecture firms, Trump's August 28th order, Make Federal Architecture Beautiful Again, goes further than his last official directive on the subject, which the president signed in the waning days of his first administration in December of 2020. At the heart of the new executive order is a revision to a document from the General Services Administration that serves as a foundational text for civic architecture. The Guiding Principles for Federal Architecture, written by Daniel Patrick Moynihan in 1962, established that federal design should embody the finest contemporary American architectural thought. The guidelines further state that design must flow from the architectural profession to the government and not vice versa. These guidelines have been revised or redacted. Instead, neoclassical architecture will be the official style for all new federal buildings in Washington, D.C., while federal agencies will be encouraged to build traditional designs everywhere else. The order potentially upends the Federal Design Excellence Program established in 1994 to streamline the selection of architects for federal building projects. Any project design proposals selected in brutalist or deconstructive styles, referring to federal building styles from the late 1950s through the early 1970s, must be approved by the Assistant to the President for Domestic Policy, a role currently occupied by former speechwriter Vince Harley. New buildings in those styles are vanishingly rare. Architects have responded to modern needs for offices, programming, and security with a diverse range of modernist and regionalist approaches that defy easy categorization. Now the range of possibilities will be narrower, and the decisions about style will flow through a senior advisor for the architectural design, a new GSA position authorized by the executive order. Someone who I'm sure will be definitely hard to lobby. On the immediate horizon, this order will affect only a handful of projects. Since Trump's inauguration, the GSA's focus has been on shedding excess property by listing federal buildings for sale rather than commissioning new ones. The federal government is currently planning courthouses in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and Hartford, Connecticut. It's also building an annex to a brutalist courthouse in San Juan. The new order will also apply to forthcoming U.S. Food and Drug Administration building in Denver, a city with very little of the neoclassical architecture that predominates on the East Coast. So that's totally not a way to just, line the pockets of the people who you want to line the pockets of. Okay, I'm going to switch back over here, and I'm going to read Beardshire's comments. The hotter the summers are, the cooler the winters will be because the cold front has more cold Arctic air. Deniers think, oh, it's cold today, so global warming is a hoax. Absolutely. Yes, because they don't understand that it's all connected. It's all connected. Like your winters are connected to your summers, your falls are connected to your springs. Everything is one big system, and it's all a part of it. So anyway, that's all that I've got for today for you guys. I do appreciate you hanging out. Beardshire, thanks for being here. If you're catching this later, I appreciate you being here. Please like and subscribe if you haven't already. It really helps me out. I am not monetized by Google, I'm not monetized by YouTube. So if you're watching this and you're not subscribed, like that's the biggest thing that you can do, because I can't even talk about monetization until I get to 1,000 subscribers. So, anyway, that's all that I've got for Nightly News this morning. I've been Pantsless Paul Harvey, also known as Cousin Matt. Thanks for hanging out, and we will be back on Tuesday of next week. Take care. Have a good weekend. To the restaurant and you're seeing combo meals priced over $10, the CEO said during a conference call with investors in August. That's absolutely shaping value perception in a negative way, so we've got to fix that. McDonald's job has been made harder by prices that can vary widely around the country. In May of 2024, after a post on X about a Big Mac meal in Connecticut that cost $18 and went viral, McDonald's called it an exception and noted that franchisees set prices for nearly all U.S. restaurants. The company also blames higher costs. The average price of its menu items rose 40% between 2019 and 2024. Did something happen between that period that drove up costs? To account for a 40% increase in the cost of labor, packaging, and food. But within a month, McDonald's introduced the $5 meal deal, which combined a McDouble burger or a McChicken sandwich with a small fry and a small drink. That deal proved so popular it was extended through this summer. In January, McDonald's added another promotion, letting customers buy a limited number of items for $1 if they bought one full-priced item menu. Those deals will remain alongside the extra value meal for now, McDonald's said. What's interesting to note about all these promotions that they're not telling you in this article is that you have to be a member of like the McDonald's app. Like you have to have the app on your phone and give them all of your information so that they can track you. Otherwise, they're not going to give you these deals at all. So it's kind of disingenuous to be like, oh, they're having these promotions. They're having these promotions through their like rewards loyalty app program. So just wanted to point that out. Other chains are also seeking to grab the attention of potential customers. In late August, Domino's launched its Best Deal Ever promotion, offering any pizza with any topping for $9.99. Overall, U.S. fast food customer traffic fell nearly 1% in the second quarter, according to Revenue Management Solutions, a consulting company. The company said sale prices increases were sharply lower than the previous quarters, suggesting that chains are offering more deals. Good. Sounds like maybe they're paying attention to what's going on in the world. But I digress, tubes. Anyway, that's all that I've got for today. I want to thank you guys for coming in, hanging out. Thanks, Bad Wolf, for being here. Bite Size, it was good to see you, man. We chatted on Discord, and I think we got to a resolution on things in that subject. So, but anyway, this has been Nightly News this morning. I've been your host, Cousin Matt. I want to thank you for being here. Like I try to say most of the time I do anything on YouTube, try to spread some positivity in the world if you can. You have a bigger influence and a bigger effect on the world than you can possibly know. I think a lot of people saw an example of that recently with the passing of, people. So, but sometimes you've got to understand that, like, you have an impact on the world around you, and it's your responsibility. I mean, it's your decision whether you want the world to be better or you want the world to be worse. And what you do is going to make an impact on that. Like, maybe being a better person and trying to be better to the world around you isn't going to change the entire world. It's not going to make, like, people stop dying in foreign countries and foreign wars and things like that. But it can have a small impact that starts to create a bigger change, because if you impact somebody in a positive way, and that changes their mindset to impact somebody else in a positive way, and you keep spreading that, and you keep growing that, then it branches out and it grows exponentially. So that's why I just anybody that watches my stuff, just a little bit of positive change, and the world can be a better place. So anyway, that's all I've got for today. I will see you guys Friday. Thanks for hanging out, and take care.
She's untethered, she got no reins. You can try to control her, but she's beyond your ways. Yeah, well, she's in love, she can't be tamed. She's in love, she can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get kind of game. To try, she'll set your soul on fire and make you wanna die. Yeah, well, she'll hold you and then she'll use you. Yeah, she'll consume you and abuse you. Yeah, well, she's in love, she can't be tamed. She's in love, don't you know, I tried so hard to let her go. The more I try, the more I fail. Guess I can't escape this jail. She's love, and I wish I could tame her. Give her a shove, 'cause I truly hate her. again.
Okay, all right. So, and with that noise, it's time to get the show started. Welcome, good morning. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. Looks like my camera got bumped, but I'll deal with it. Slouch down a little bit or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, so hello, welcome. Here we are. Today is September 5th, Friday, September 5th, 2025. And we're here to read some news stories. So normally I do 4 stories. I've actually got 5 pulled up. So we're just going to get right into it today. And we're going to get moving on story number 1. So story number 1 says Representatives Green. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to bump back out of this for just a second and try to fix my camera. I apologize. That's going to bug me. Like right before the show started, I guess like somehow it got bumped. My dog was in here running around. Maybe blame it on the dog. You know, that's what you got to do. Anyway, sorry. Let's get into it now. Super professional. Anyway, Representative Massey and Green to name Epstein clients in the House. In our ground news aggregator, we're going to look and see what's going on here. So, this is my first story today. Representatives Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene are willing to use a constitutional immunity to disclose names of Jeffrey Epstein's associates allegedly involved in abuse, as Massey stated on social media. Greene expressed her determination to name those names responsible, acknowledged the fear in doing so during a live press conference. So I have the Gateway Pundit is the story that I have pulled up. And if we look here, it's actually a far right leaning, low factuality outlet, because I got accused of letting my bias show a little bit in the last episode on a couple different segments. So I'm going to try to do a better job. I try to use the show to cut through media bias, but it's pretty hard to cut through my own bias sometimes. So I'm going to read this article from the Gateway Pundit, which is a very low factuality, far right outlet, and we'll see what they have to say about Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey, who are both Republicans, leaning right. So this may be something that they're completely on board with as well. And we can go back and read another story, or I can suggest some other stories. But in an effort to be fair, I want to read a few more right-leaning stories from time to time, just to kind of see how they're reporting it and what kind of things, the ways that they kind of word things maybe sometimes. So let's get into this article. So a group of victims hosted by Greene and Massey and Representative Ro Khanna, a Democrat of California, broke decades of silence on Wednesday at a press conference, stepping forward to demand justice, transparency, and accountability from the government. Representative Massey on Wednesday filed a discharge petition aimed at compelling a full House vote on the Epstein Transparency Act. This would force the Department of Justice to release almost all documents related to the Epstein investigation, with redactions of certain information, including personal identifying information of victims. During the press conference, Epstein victim Lisa Phillips revealed that a victim planned to compile their own list of abusers and enablers they encountered with Jeffrey Epstein, the Gateway Pundit reported. We all know the names. Many of us were abused by them. We will compile the names we know were regularly in the Epstein world, and it'll be done by survivors and for survivors, no one else involved, Lisa said. According to one survivor, Shanti Davies, this list would include former President Bill Clinton, whom she said once traveled to Africa with while she was being abused and manipulated by Epstein. At the end of the press conference, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene said that the women could be sued into poverty and homelessness by some of the richest, most powerful people in the world for speaking out, but she's not afraid to name names. If they want to give me a list, I will walk into that Capitol on the House floor and I'll say every damn name that abused these women, Greene told the reporters. Massey later confirmed on X that he and Marjorie Taylor Greene are willing to name the perpetrators in the House floor under constitutional speech or debate immunity. This provision in Article 1, Section 6 of the Constitution provides that with an exemption of treason, felony, or breach of peace, representatives shall not be questioned in any place, prosecuted, or sued over any speech or debate in either house. Meanwhile, Massey's discharge petition is just 4 away from the 218 signatures needed to force a vote to release the Department of Justice files. Massey said late Wednesday that 214 representatives have signed on to the petition. I'm 99% certain we'll get the 218, he said, warning that he believes House Speaker Mike Johnson will interfere with some rule change. After the press conference on Wednesday, Massey told reporters, if we get to 218 signatures, they may try to change the rules in the House of Representatives that day so that discharge petitions are no longer allowed from Thomas Massey and Ro Kohan. He continued, they can do that, but they have to get 218 votes to do that. That would become the vote of record to hide the Epstein files. The Gateway Pundit will continue to provide updates over the House on the House battle over the Epstein files. And then this is a little piece about who the author is. So, okay. Well, as far as a right-wing, low factuality outlet goes, this seemed to be like a decent article. So, but when you go into look at the bias distribution, you see that 44% of the reporting is coming from the left, 38% is coming from the right, and 19% coming from the center. So there is a little more reporting on the left than the right, but if you look at there's only 18 articles reporting, and this was only published. It says published 4 hours ago, but updated 16 hours ago, so that doesn't make much sense. So, but now there's 19 articles reporting, still just about down the center. So, anyway. For anybody watching this afterwards or anything, I'm probably going to slow down the release schedule of individual segments from every day to every other day, because I don't know whether I'm going to bring the studio with me when I go on tour or not for my last tour this year. And if I don't, kind of spacing those videos out helps people stay interested. So anyway, let's get into story number 2 here. It says Putin warns Western troops in Ukraine would be legitimate targets as 26 nations signal ceasefire force. On this one, I pulled by factuality, and I pulled the highest leaning factuality. It says France 24. So I believe that this article was translated from French. So if it sounds a little bit weird when I'm reading it, sometimes when you get news articles that are translated, it's a little bit jonky, a little bit wonky, but you've got pretty equal leaning distribution at 43% center, 35% left, 23% right. So it's not a huge blind spot or anything like that. It says 91% of the sources are high factuality or higher, with only 8% of the sources being owned by independent news. But news is big business, so it's kind of something that you have to you kind of have to expect in this game. So 24 countries led by France and Britain pledged Thursday to join a reassurance force on land, at sea, and in the air to patrol any agreement to end the war unleashed by Russia's February 2022 invasion. Tens of thousands have been killed in the 3.5 years of fighting, which have forced millions from their homes and destroyed much of the eastern and southern Ukraine in Europeans' bloodiest conflict since World War II. Kiev says security guarantees backed by Western troops are crucial to any peace deal in order to ensure Russia does not reinvade in the future. If some troops appear there, especially now during the fighting, we proceed from the premises that they will be... We proceed from the premise that they will be legitimate targets, Putin said at the Economic Forum in the far eastern city of Vladivostok. He added that the deployment of such a force was not conducive to long-term peace, and said that Ukraine's closer military ties with the West were one of what he calls the root causes of the conflict. Ukrainian allies have not revealed any specific details of the plan, including how many troops it would involve and how specific countries would contribute. Zelensky said Friday that there was an agreement for thousands of troops, but did not give a specific figure. It will definitely not be single digits, but in the thousands, and that is a fact. But it is a little too early to talk about it, he said during the press conference with the European Council President Antonio Costa in Western Ukraine. In Kiev, Foreign Ministry spokesman Gregory Tiekhi slammed Putin's rejection of the deployment. He is not one to decide. Putin has made the mistake by deciding that he can place his troops across the border in Ukraine, and now it's none of his business whom Ukraine invites into its territory to protect its security, he said at a briefing in response to the question by AFP. French President Emmanuel Macron said Thursday 26 countries had formally committed, some others had not yet taken a position, to deploy as a reassurance force troops in Ukraine or be present on the ground, in the sea, or the air. The troops would not be deployed on the front lines, Macron said, but there would be a bid to prevent any new major aggression. Despite the West and Ukraine advancing preparations for a possible peacekeeping force, there are few signs that Kiev and Moscow are close to striking a deal. Multiple rounds of diplomacy have failed to yield anything anything more than prisoner exchanges. Moscow is calling for Ukraine to cede even more territory and wants international recognition of regions captured and occupied by its forces as part of Russia. Kiev has ruled the demands as old ultimatums. Putin said Friday that if a deal could be struck, there was no need for troops. Ukraine said many leaders in Europe have accused Putin of paying only lip service to the idea of halting his offenses, trying to play for time and keep U.S. President Donald Trump engaged while his troops capture more territory. The Kremlin leader earlier this week said his troops were advancing across the entire front line and that he would continue to fight if a peace deal was not reached. So that's not foreboding at all. All right. I am going to be right back. Cool. Hi. Well, sorry about that. It started pouring down rain and I had some stuff outside that couldn't get rained on, so they kind of came out of nowhere because it hasn't been raining in a while. But yeah, we got through that story, right? Yeah, we did. Okay. Well, at least there's that. Fuck. Okay, let's get into the next one. How about that? All right, New York City Mayor Eric Adams met with top Trump aide amid talks of ending his re-election bid. So what's going on here? More government corruption, probably. If Eric Adams drops out, it's less competition for Andrew Cuomo. Right? Is that the right Cuomo? I can't even remember the other one's name. Yeah, Cuomo. There's less competition for him to split the bid, and basically just get one person, get everybody behind Cuomo instead of the people, because the everybody knows that like the only contenders that Zoran Mamdani has are Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo, and they can split they can split that that God damn it. Yeah. Okay. We're just going to get into the story. Okay. So I have the story pulled up from Raw Story, which is a left-leaning high factuality. And if you look, this is a complete blind spot for the right. The right doesn't give a shit about this because they don't want people to know that they're taking away options and like trying to manipulate how the vote goes. That's why. Anyway, let's get into the story by Raw Story here. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has strenuously denied in public that he has any plans to abandon his re-election bid, but a New York Times report revealed that he's actively considering President Donald Trump's scheme to give him an administration job to bow out of the race. In private, Mr. Adams has told a small group of friends and advisors that he is seriously considering job opportunities that could prompt him to suspend his re-election campaign, according to people familiar with the conversations, said the report. The talks about Mr. Adams' future involved intermediaries for President Trump, including Steve Witkoff, a New York real estate investor who is one of Mr. Trump's closest advisors. The mayor and Mr. Witkoff conferred in Florida this week in a previously undisclosed meeting, according to 4 people briefed on it. Adams' office made multiple cover stories to hide his meeting with the Trump advisor, first claiming he was away on a personal matter, and then saying he was celebrating his birthday in Miami, then saying he was meeting with an unspecified political figures. Just lie. According to sources earlier this week, Trump's thinking that by removing Adams from the race and potentially making a similar deal to get Republican Curtis Sliwa to bow out, it could clear the field for disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo, who Trump sees as the strongest candidate to defeat left-wing Democratic nominee Zoran Mamdani, which is exactly what I said. Cuomo, who resigned from the previous governorship amid extensive evidence of sexual misconduct, previously sought the Democratic nomination himself and was widely seen as the frontrunner through much of the campaign, but lost in a shock upset to Mamdani, a Muslim and longtime socialist activist, who ran on a platform of fixing New York City's cost of living crisis. Cuomo has vowed to continue in the general election under a different ballot line, and despite running in the primary on a platform vowing to take on Trump, has himself privately spoken with the president. Let's remember that, people. Adams has for months been clear underdog to win the re-election following explosive reports of corruption that include criminal charges of accepting bribes from individuals connected to the Turkish government. The Trump administration pulled that indictment, with many experts suspecting he did so to ensure Adams' ongoing cooperation with immigration raids. Since then, Adams' campaign has been caught handing out cash to journalists in a chip bag. What? I don't know anything about that, but that doesn't seem very good. So, yeah, this is all a plot to make Andrew Cuomo the front runner. And I didn't even know that Trump's plan included asking the Republican nominee to bow out. So what is Cuomo going to go from running in the Democratic primary to being the Republican nominee on the ballot? Is that what they're trying to imply? This is insane. This New York mayoral race is insane. And we will definitely continue to keep you posted on this channel on what's going on with it, because it's a pretty important deal. So, yeah. Anyway, and the stories just keep coming. U.S. imposes sanctions on Palestinians who asked for Israel war crime probes. So looking at the aggregator, this has got mostly left and center-leaning distribution, with 19% coming from the right. So there is a little bit of reporting from the right, but mostly from the center, and then from the left as well. So I've got a story pulled up by Reuters. It does say it's behind a paywall, but for some reason on the Brave browser, I'm able to get around it. So very high factuality, center-leaning distribution. Let's get into the story here. U.S. imposes sanctions on Palestinians who asked for Israel war crime probe. The United States has imposed sanctions on 3 Palestinian human rights groups that asked the International Criminal Court to investigate Israel over allegations of genocide in Gaza, according to a notice posted to the U.S. Treasury Department's website on Thursday. 3 groups, Gaza-based Palestinian Center for Human Rights and Al-Mezian Center for Human Rights, and the Ramallah-based Al-Haq, and I'm probably pronouncing all of those wrong, were listed under the Treasury Department, said the International Criminal Court related delegations. The groups asked the ICC in November 2023 to investigate Israeli airstrikes on a densely populated civilian areas in Gaza, the siege of the territory, and displacement of the population. A year later, the ICC issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his former defense chief Yoav Gallant, as well as Hamas leader Ibrahim al-Masri for alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity. U.S. President Donald Trump's administration has imposed sanctions on the ICC judges as well as its chief prosecutor over the Israeli arrest warrants and passed decisions to open a case into alleged war crimes by U.S. troops in Afghanistan. The ICC, which was established in 2002, has jurisdiction over war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide in its 125 member countries. Some nations, including the US, China, Russia, and Israel, do not recognize its authority. Because when you're a big thug, why would you recognize somebody else's authority, right? If you've got more power, that's like a superhero that has to be accountable. Like, just to put this into the lamest terms that I possibly can, like the ICC is like a police force, and Russia and Israel and China and the US are like superhumans jacked up with fucking super soldier serum that like could literally just bend prison wall bars and like step out. And they're being like, yeah, we don't recognize the police's authority because we don't have to. That's what that is. So sorry to dumb it down like that, but U.S. sanctions against Palestinian groups comes days after the world's biggest academic association of genocide scholars passed a resolution saying the legal criteria have been met to establish Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Israel called the announcement disgraceful and entirely based on Hamas's campaign of lies. Israel launched its assault in the Gaza Strip in October 2023 after fighters from Hamas, the Palestinian militant group in control of the territory, attacked southern Israel, killing 1,200 people and taking 250 hostages back to Gaza. Since then, Israel's military actions have killed 63,000 people, forced nearly all of Gaza's residents to flee their homes at least once, and set off a starvation crisis in parts of the enclave that a global hunger monitor describes as a famine. So, not great news there. All right, we got one more, and then that's gonna be it for today. So we will get into our last story. Tesla proposes a $1 trillion compensation plan for Elon Musk tied to ambitious targets. So this is another story that I wanted to try to give a fair amount of, like time to the other side. So I pulled up an article on this from a right-leaning publication called Seeking Alpha. I can only imagine what that implies. I'm not a member of the page. I'm just going to read the article. I have it zoomed in so that most of their blocked ad shit on both sides can't really be seen. It's pretty terrible, honestly, but it says it leans right with a very high factuality. So factuality is high. We'll go ahead and read this article from the right about Elon Musk's $1 trillion pay bonus package plan from Tesla and what's going on with that. So let's get into the story. What investors need to know about Elon Musk's $1 trillion pay package with Tesla. Oh boy, okay. Tesla moved 2.1% higher in the pre-market trading on Friday as investors assessed the $1 trillion pay package for CEO Elon Musk that'll be voted on at the shareholder meeting on November 6th. The new incentive-driven pay package for Musk would provide an additional 423 million shares of common stock, or about 12% of the current outstanding shares, which would boost Musk's ownership in Tesla to 25% voting power. In order for Musk to reach 25% voting power as part of the $1 trillion pay package, a number of operational goals will have to be met. First of 12 tranches is unlocked after Tesla reaches and maintains a $2 trillion market cap, with each $500 billion in market cap further unlocking the next tranche until finally the company reaches $8.5 trillion in market cap. Holy Christ. Notably, Tesla will also need to deliver 20 million vehicles, achieve 10 million active full self-driving subscriptions, deliver 1 million Optimus bots, and have 1 million robo-taxis in commercial operation. On the financial front, the company must also hit aggressive adjusted EBITDA goals, which I don't know what that means. Musk must remain CEO or otherwise fully engaged with Tesla for at least the next 7.5 to 10 years to trigger full vesting of all tranches. What if he dies, though? Then what, you know? Tesla chairwoman Robin Denholm said in an interview with CNBC that the pay package plan was designed to keep Musk both motivated and focused on delivering for the company. Wedbush Securities analyst Dan Ives was positive on the development, with the groundwork now in place for Musk to accelerate its current path and capitalize on the opportunities ahead. This represents a critical next step to keep Musk as CEO until at least 2030, with Tesla heading into one of the most important stages of its growth cycle, with the autonomous and robotic future now on the doorstep, he highlighted in an analyst note on Friday morning. Rivian Automotive and Lucid Group also poked out small early gains on Friday. Why is this bad? Oh gosh. Not even gonna say. It's fine. It's all fine. It's all fine. Anyway, that's really all I've got for today. So just kind of a quick and dirty burn through the news. This is what I got. If you're joining just now, thanks for stopping in. Thanks for seeing me. Thanks for hanging out. If you're catching this later, watching it live, or I mean, watching it after live, I appreciate you checking it out. We'll get it clipped. We'll get it on the channel into individual segments. If you have a news topic that you'd like us to look at the ground news aggregator and see how it's being reported from each side, please drop it in the comments, leave a suggestion, a like, subscribe, do the things. Put a little bit of positivity into your life and your world. Try to make the world around you as better of a place as you can. So anyway, thanks, and we will see you guys next Tuesday. Take care.
Toxic, baby, it saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. I've been chewed up, let down by a girl. You made a man your property, and you ripped away his world. I don't wanna admit it, but there's a man to blame. For feeling all this pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. razor cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, doll, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games, but I still need you, babe, to save me from my ace. Cause my brain's on fire, oh, and I can't sleep, so I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me? Spending a long, lonely day and it simmers. Content with my love and sun rays and it simmers. Yeah. Needlessly knowing that darkness is slowly and surely flowing into my head. Deep down it simmers. I know that someday too soon the top will blow off, and I'll be left freaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. And everyone and every little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. Till then it simmers. Going along with the trees and it simmers. Struck by a cool ocean breeze and I shiver. Yeah. Thrown out from the cold so bold, its tiny little tips of this weakness that timidly take hold makes me shiver. Yeah, someday too soon, the top will blow off, and I'll be left breaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. You could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. Till then it simmers. Till then it simmers.
All right. Good morning. Hello, everyone. How are you? Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. This is a show where we use some ground news to try to root out some media bias, and if we maybe can put our own bias to the side for a little bit at a time, that's helpful too. So my chair here is got a little bit of shadow, so it's kind of acting funny there. But anyway, so how's everybody doing? Today is Tuesday, September 9th, 2025. I hope everybody had a great weekend. I hope that, everything's going good for you. Eastmax said, let's go indeed. How you doing? I'm doing well. So we're gonna get into some stories here. I think I've got 4 stories today. The last one's not very long. So if we want, we'll just go ahead and get right into it. I will say, getting ready to go on tour next week. Shouldn't really affect the broadcast schedule, I don't think. I was like, I'm not gonna worry about doing the show while I'm on the road this time, but I don't think it'll be just a guess. God damn it! God, oh, I hit my mic. Sorry about that. Look what you're doing to me, Odo 4. Just a guest. Yeah. So, but I will. I'll be on tour. I wasn't going to take the show with me. I think I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I've got a way to kind of condense it all down. And if Jeff has a lav mic with me, I might not even need to take my mic at all with me. So, the green screen's really easy to bring. I've got like 2 lights that fit in a bag. So, I'm glad that you waited 7 minutes. So I that makes me happy that you were willing to sit here through 7 minutes of just like post grunge garage butt rock and hang out for my show here. So let's go ahead and get into it. Let's get the show moving because we don't want to take all day here. So let's get moving here. My first story this morning has to do with the artist Banksy. So it says Banksy mural covered at Royal Courts of Justice is covered and set for removal. So what's going on here? We've got quite a bit of reporting published 2 hours ago, updated 1 hour ago. So published 2 hours ago, already 156 articles reporting. That's how big of a deal this Banksy guy is. So we have fairly even reporting with 39% coming from, well, I guess it's a little bit more of a blind spot for the right. Not a complete blind spot. They are reporting it, but you've got more reporting coming from the left and the center than you do have coming from the right, with 39% from the left, 39% from the center, 22% from the right. Factuality rating says 86% of the sources are high factuality, 60% are high, 26% are very high, and 18% of the news ownership is coming from independent sources. So that's always good to see. I have a story pulled up from the Associated Press. When you sort by factuality and you come down here, it's a little bit lower. It's not that low. It's like 5th down. So they do lean left, but they have a very high factuality reporting. Let's go ahead and get into the story from them. And this is the painting right here. This is the mural from Banksy that everybody's got a problem with, and I think it's pretty fucking artistic, man. Anyway. The new mural by elusive street artist Banksy showing a judge beating an unarmed protester with a gavel will be removed outside the wall of one of London's most iconic courts, authorities said Monday. The mural appeared Monday and depicts a protester lying on the ground holding a blood-spattered placard while a judge in a traditional wig and black gown beats him with a gavel. Banksy posted a photo of the work on Instagram, his usual method of claiming work is authentic. It was captioned, Royal Courts of Justice, London. Security officials outside the courthouse covered the artwork on Monday with sheets of black plastic and 2 metal barriers and said it was being guarded by 2 officers and a security camera. Because the Victorian Gothic Revival-style building is 143 years old, the mural will be removed with consideration for its historic significance, according to HM courts and tribunals. The Royal Court of Justice is a listed building, and HMCTS are obligated to maintain its original character, it said in a statement. Listed buildings are considered the country's most significant historic buildings and sites and are protected by law. What a great excuse for them to be able to just take this down, huh? While the artwork doesn't refer to a particular cause or incident, activists saw it as a reference to the UK's ban on a group of Palestinian action. A ban on the group Palestine Action. On Saturday, almost 900 people were arrested at a London protest challenging the ban. And here is, I love this. It's a picture of a judge walking by looking at it. That's amazing. This is very culturally significant if you ask me. So, Defined Our Juries, the group that organized the protest, said in a statement that the mural powerfully depicts the brutalized unleashed by the government ban. When the law is used as a tool to crush civil liberties, it does not extinguish dissent, it strengthens it, the statement said. Let me read that again for you, because that's a powerful statement right there. When the law is used as a tool to crush civil liberties, it doesn't extinguish dissent, it strengthens it. The courts have weighed in on the Palestine Action case, with judges initially rejecting the organization's request to appeal its ban. A high court judge then allowed the appeal to go forward, though the government is now challenging that decision. Banksy began his career spray painting buildings in Bristol, England, has become one of the world's best-known artists. His paintings and installations sell for millions of dollars at auction and have drawn thieves and vandals. Banksy's work often comments on political issues, with many of his pieces criticizing government policy on migration and war. Oh, this is how they have it covered up now? Oh my God. These guys look like jokers. Look at this. What? I don't know. At the Glastonbury Festival last year, an inflatable raft holding dummies of migrants in life jackets was unveiled during a band's headline set. Banksy appeared to claim the stunt, which was thought to symbolize small boat crossings of migrants in the English Channel, in a post on Instagram. The artist has also taken his message on migration to Europe. In 2019, the migrant child depicting a shipwreck child holding a pink smoke bomb wearing a life jacket was unveiled in Venice, Italy. In 2018, a number of works, including one near a former center for migrants that depicted a child spray painting wallpaper over a swastika, were discovered in Paris. Banksy has also created numerous artworks in the West Bank and Gaza Strip over the years, including one depicting a girl conducting a body search on an Israeli soldier, another showing a dove wearing a flak jacket, and a masked protester hurling a bouquet of flowers. He designed the walled-off hotel guest house in Bethlehem, which closed in October 2023. Last year, Banksy captured London's attention with an animal-themed collection, which concluded with a mural of a gorilla appealing to hold up the entrance gate to the London Zoo. For 9 days straight, Banksy created creatures from mountain goats perched on building buttress to piranhas circling a police guard post to rhinos mounting a car, showed up in unlikely locations around the city. Okay, so that is the article on the Banksy mural at the judge courts in London. It's pretty good. It's good stuff. All right. So the next one, I think the other day, I want to say it was Beardshire in my chat. It might have been somebody else, but we were talking about a Texas lawmaker who neither one of us could remember the name of. He's a Texas Democrat in the U.S. House of Representatives, I believe. But the next story has to do with him, actually. So, and that's kind of cool. We're just going to keep rolling and keep moving into it here. So, Texas Democrat James Tallarico joins widening U.S. Senate race. Texas State Representative James Tallarico announced his candidacy for the U.S. Senate in Texas, aiming for the Democratic nomination alongside former Representative Colin Allred and astronaut Terry Vitris. So bias distribution is a huge blind spot for the right. So you've got 52% of the reporting is coming from the left, 39% is coming from the center, with only 9% coming from the right. And I think the right should really watch out for this guy. He is a Christian, after all. He knows the Bible, and he's been able to use the Bible against some of these Bible-wielding Texas Republicans. So I don't think he's a U.S. congressman. I think he's a state congressman, maybe. I might be incorrect in that, but yeah, he's appeared on Joe Rogan. So my story is from, let's see here, the Star Telegram. So center-leaning distribution, very high factuality. It's pretty high here up on the sorted by factuality list. If you look at the bias distribution, yeah, we already did that, but the factuality is 96% of the sources are high factuality. So when you see something like that, you know one of two things on ground news: that all of the stories are either coming from the left or everybody's in pretty much agreement with what's going on. Most of the time it's everybody, all the stories are coming from the left. But let's get into this story here from the Star Telegram. So Texas Representative James Tallarico is running for U.S. Senate as Democrats try and flip the statewide seat held by John Cornyn. Tallarico, an Austin Democrat, has been a member of the state house since 2019. He officially launched his campaign on Tuesday amid reports that he planned to run for the office. Tallarico, 36, is a self-proclaimed underdog in the race. Former U.S. Representative Colin Allred, a Dallas Democrat who challenged U.S. Senator Ted Cruz in 2024, has already announced his bid and has the experience and name recognition that comes with having previously run statewide. Were he to advance in November, Tallarico could face Cornyn or Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, both Republicans, in a state that hasn't elected a Democrat statewide since 1994. But Tallarico, a former public school teacher and graduate from the Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary, says he's beaten the odds before. Tallarico won Texas House District 52 in 2018, an open seat that had long been held by a Republican. He later ran in the House District 50 in the Austin area, which he currently represents. I was an underdog then, Tallarico said in a Saturday interview with the Star Telegram. I'm an underdog now in both the primary and the general, and it's a place that I'm comfortable. Tallarico was already taking political aim at the potential November opponents. He criticized Cornyn for supporting the big, ugly bill in Congress and noted embattled Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton's 2023 impeachment. Paxton was ultimately acquitted in the Senate, but that's usually what happens when one side controls one house and the other side controls the other. So I need to quit moving around and making that green. Yeah. So in order to take either potential opponent, he'd first need to win the Democratic primary against Allred, former astronaut Terry Virtus, and others who entered the race. If the Democratic Party is looking for fresh faces, Tallarico fits the bill, said Brandon Rottinghouse, a University of Houston political science professor, in a text message. If they're looking for a proven statewide quality, it gives Allred the edge. If it's Allred who ultimately wins the Democratic nomination, Tallarico says he'll be fully behind the former congressman. I'm not running against Colin Allred, he said. I'm running to make my case to the people of the state and offer my skills, my experiences, my value, my vision in service of them. Rottinghouse expects Allred will try and make the race about experience versus potential. There won't be many ideological or partisan differences between the candidates, he said. The race will be about turnout, enthusiasm, and building the right coalition of voters. Tallarico has a lot of buzz, but has also gotten a bit of a late start, Rottinghouse said. Allred launched his campaign in July. He'll have to step on the gas in fundraising, name, ID, and messaging, he said. Recent polling from the Barbara Jordan Public Policy Research and Survey Center at Texas Southern University puts Allred up by 7 percentage points in a two-way matchup against Tallarico. Paxton was 5 percentage points ahead of Cornyn in a two-way matchup. Winning statewide in Texas will be a challenge for whomever the Democrat nominee is. The primary for Democrats is just ramping up. Meanwhile, a heated primary between Paxton and Cornyn is in full swing. To have a chance at winning in November, the Democratic candidate will need to draw independent voters and sway on-the-fence Republicans in addition to rallying Democrats, Rottinghouse said. Tallarico has been the subject of viral moments in the state legislature. He recently made headlines when he went on Joe Rogan's podcast. Rogan endorsed President Donald Trump in 2024 election. There's a hunger for a different kind of politics, Tallarico said. It's been 10 years of Trumpian politics. Politics is blood sport. Politics is professional wrestling, Tallarico said. I think the people are ready to get back to those timeless values of sincerity and honesty and compassion. I think those things are going to make a comeback in 2026 in our politics, and I want to be part of that movement. Tallarico said reaching Texans through social media is a tool he'll continue to use on the Senate campaign trail. Tallarico's messaging is very persuasive and has the ability to connect to voters beyond just the Democratic Party, Rottinghouse said. This is the only way the Democrats can win. Allred has demonstrated the ability to get some crossover voters, but will need to find better traction with independents and Republicans to win statewide, Rottinghouse said in another text message. All right, so I like this guy. I think that he's part of that moving new wave of Democrats that I've been talking about, that include people like Zorhan Mamdani and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Kat Abu Ghazaleh, and Angelina Murillo, and the Portland City Councilor, who's fairly new to the scene, but also creating these big waves in the Democratic Party. So I think that these are the type of people to watch, and these are the type of people to get behind if you want real change in the Democratic Party. That's why I pointed this out. He's just one of those people that I think that this show is going to continue to watch and hope that their political career takes off in a way, because they are the type of people who have the potential to do the things that need to get done. So bop, 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 bop. Did a video about price changes at McDonald's, like coming back down, and that's been getting a lot of views lately. That's kind of cool, I guess. It's Jeff Holiday's known for Wendy's, and I'll be known for McDonald's, bashing on McDonald's. I don't know. So gotta mention it, that I've got my it wouldn't be nightly news this morning if I didn't have my Juneberry Red Bull not a sponsor tubes. Speaking of Kat Abu Ghazaleh, I probably pronounce her last name wrong, and I'm really terrible at pronouncing names. If you watch the show, you know that's like my Achilles heel, but anyway, I digress. Trump walks back war rhetoric as Chicago braces for ICE raids and possible guard roll. All right. So this was published a day ago. 232 articles reporting. You've got 46% of the reporting is coming from the center, 32% from the left, 22% from the right. So more of a blind spot for the right than the left, but you still have fairly even reporting on it. At least it's not like swaying a huge direction one way or the other. 87% of the sources are high factuality or above. 8% are independent news sources. This story was broke by OPP, Oregon Public Broadcasting. How about that? On Saturday, September 6th. So the story that I have pulled up, though, is from Politico. And if we look down, sorted by factuality, man, it's down here a ways, I guess. Anyway. Do I have it sorted one way or the other? I don't know. Anyway, let's just get into the story here. So, Illinois Democrats sharply criticized President Donald Trump on Saturday, who suggested in a Truth Social post earlier in the morning that his administration will go to war with the city of Chicago. Trump on Saturday posted a likely artificial intelligence-generated meme on his social media platform depicting himself as an officer in the 1979 war movie Apocalypse Now with the caption, Chipocalypse Now. Chicago's about to find out why it's called the Department of War, the post read, accompanied by 3 helicopter emojis, along the president's most aggressive language targeting an American city. Spoken like a true tyrant, Representative Mike Quigley, who represents the north side of Chicago, told Politico at the city's Mexican Independence Day parade Saturday in response to the post. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, who's become one of the leading Democrat critics of the president in the Trump's second term, wrote on X that Trump is threatening to go to war with an American city, adding that Illinois won't be intimidated by a wannabe dictator. This is not a joke, Pritzker wrote. This is not normal. Trump's hostile stance on Saturday comes as he ramps up tension between the Democratic-controlled cities and an immigration crackdown. He has deployed the National Guard to both Los Angeles and Washington, a practice he would like to expand in other cities such as Chicago. The president's threats are beneath the honor of our nation, but the reality is that he wants to occupy our city and break our Constitution, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson wrote on X. The administration has faced legal pushback on the use of the National Guard troops in both California and Washington, D.C. A federal district judge earlier this week ruled the deployment to Los Angeles likely violated the Posse Comitatus Act, which prohibits the use of military force for domestic law enforcement without proper authority. D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab filed a similar lawsuit against the administration Thursday, adding that it infringes on the nation's capital's sovereignty. On Tuesday, Trump said, "We're going into Chicago," but did not provide a clear timeline or rationale for the legality of the action. "Chicago's a hellhole right now," the president added, but the next day he suggested that New Orleans may be the next target of the administration, not Chicago, a Democratic-run city whose Republican governor has welcomed federal action. Trump has repeatedly said that he would like to have the state's governor's permission before entering the cities. "I love the smell of deportations in the morning," Trump wrote in the Saturday social media post, recanting the movie's "I love the smell of napalm in the morning" quote from lead Robert Duvall. Robert Duvall wasn't the lead. He was actually he had kind of a small cameo in that movie, but whatever. Good job, Politico, you're close. Don't expect you guys to, The administration has painted its encroachment into cities as a crackdown on crime in the cities. But Saturday's post from the president indicates that their force may largely be on ICE raids and deportations. The state and local officials have also been bracing for a surge in immigration enforcement agents to descend on Chicago and its suburbs. Senator Dick Durbin, also at Saturday's parade in Chicago's Pilsen neighborhood, told Politico that Trump is so irresponsible that to what he says and so reckless that you never know. He'll change the story in the next 30 minutes, which is absolutely true. That's what he does. When asked if the post was a declaration of war against the city, Representative Chuy Garcia told Politico that we've seen it as a declaration of war against the Mexican community, against the immigrant community. 8 people were killed and over 50 people were wounded last weekend in Chicago, but local Democrat leaders are more upset about a post from the president, White House spokesperson Abigail Johnson said in a statement in response to Democrat criticism. That tells you everything you need to know about the Democrats' twisted priorities and why Chicago has become the most murderous of any U.S. city for 13 consecutive years. City and state politicians have decried Trump's threats towards Illinois. They argue that Trump is not actually concerned with violent crimes in cities, pointing to statistics that show Chicago and other major cities are seeing a decline in crime, and instead say the president wants to score political points. "I take it very seriously that he's instilling fear in the hearts of a lot of people," Durbin, who is retiring at the end of his retiring at the end of his term next year, added. This is his intention, and it's working. It's absolutely right. Got to agree with Dick Durbin there. I don't necessarily like, agreeing with geriatric politicians, but sometimes they're right. You got to give it to them anyway. Anyway, one last story to get into. It's not going to be very long. I went through the list of stories that are available, and none of them are very long. So just a quick little brief thing, and then that'll be it for today. So getting into the last story of the day, says new Times Siena poll finds Mamdani leading with 46% in a 4-way New York City mayoral race. And this is a huge blind spot for the left because the left is yeah, they're already behind Mamdani, so they already know this. They don't need to worry about it. But you've got 60% of the reporting coming from the center, 40% coming from the right. There was only 5 articles when I looked at this morning. I'm just going to refresh it to see if any more. So there's 8 now. Now you've got one left-leaning publication reporting on it with 14% of the distribution from the left, 57 center, 29% from the right. So my story is from let's see, let's just sort by factuality. Siena College, I believe. So it says high factuality and center rating. So like I said, this is the whole story right here in my entire screen right now. So I'll just read it, and then that'll kind of be it. But you can see the right hates Zorhan Mamdani. They are so afraid of him because he represents radical change and a disruption to the system, the established system. So Zorhan Mamdani, 46%, holds a 22-point advantage over Andrew Cuomo, 24%, followed by Curtis Sliwa, 15% and Eric Adams at 9% among the likely New York City voters, said Don Levi, SRI's director. Mamdani holds a huge lead among young voters, while voters 45 and older are split between Cuomo and Mamdani in the four-way race. The big if is what would happen if both Sliwa and Adams were to drop out of the race and make it a two-person showdown. Cuomo would capture the vast majority of both Adams and Sliwa's current support and win a majority of voters over 45. Mamdani's overwhelming 22-point lead would shrink to 4 points. At present, Cuomo would need both Adams and Sliwa to drop out in order to close the gap. Which, if you watched our last episode, you would know that that's what the Trump administration is trying to have happen right now. They've been meeting with Eric Adams, trying to get him to drop out of the race. There's rumors that they've been meeting with Curtis Sliwa, asking him to drop out of the race, but I haven't read any reporting on that, but I did do a story about the Eric Adams thing. So, a majority of New York City likely voters, 52%, have a favorable view of Mamdani, while the majority, 59%, view Andrew Cuomo as unfavorably. A plurality of Mamdani's voters say that the cost of living in the city is the number one issue, while voters that prefer Cuomo, Adams, and Sliwa are most likely to cite crime as what's most rotten in the Big Apple. A lot could change in this race if Adams and or Sliwa drop out, or Mamdani could continue to ride his support among young voters and voters concerned about the economic issues all the way to Gracie Mansion, which is what we hope happens here at Nightly News This Morning, because we've been talking about how he is one of these politicians in that group of young Democratic politicians that might have a chance to actually enact some real change in the national U.S. political scene. So we will continue to report on what's going on in the New York City mayoral race here at Nightly News This Morning, and just stay tuned, and we'll let you know what happens. So anyway, tubes, that's all that I've got for today. I really do appreciate everybody that's been here hanging out live. Hodo 4, I hope that I have been the best news guest you've ever watched. Eastmax, thanks for dropping in, saying hi. I appreciate everybody that's been here, everybody that's catching this later. We will be back on Friday. We do the show on Tuesdays and Fridays live on this channel. And thank you. Try to put some positivity into your life if you can, because you spread positivity. You never know how that's going to impact the people around you. Just like you never know how something negative is going to impact somebody too. Like you could say something bad to somebody and it could be the worst thing that they've ever heard. You might have not meant it that way. So it's better to just try to spread a little bit of positivity, because if something that you say is taken more positive than you intended it, then that's even better. So anyway, thank you guys. I appreciate you all. I will be back on Friday, and I'll see you guys then. So.
She's untethered, she got no reins. You can try to control her, but she's beyond your ways. Yeah, well, she's love, she can't be tamed. She's love, she can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get kind of game. To try, she'll set your soul on fire and make you wanna die. Yeah, well, she'll hold you and then she'll use you. Yeah, she'll consume you and abuse you. Yeah, well, she's love, she can't be tamed. She's love, you know, I tried so hard to let her go. The more I try, the more I fail. Guess I can't escape this jail she's love. And I wish I could tame her, give her a shove, 'cause I truly hate her. You can try to bring it down, you only get kind of pain. Right through my bones. That's right. How could I be fooled by you? Leaving, breathing, breathing like you. Tight band. With that pen, I'm sorting your mind. I don't really know, and I don't really care, and I know truth is so that this is always just a lie. Ooh, how you kick me right through my bones. Right through my bones.
All right, good morning. Hello, and welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Friday, September 12th, 2025, and some stuff has happened since our last episode. If you didn't know, which you probably do, because it's been the only thing that the news has been talking about for days. Damn it, I was going to try to come up with something stupid and funny to say that wasn't about Charlie Kirk, but my brain doesn't work that well on the fly like that. So yeah, Charlie Kirk's dead. Shooter's in custody. That's something that we will be talking about today. So I've got two stories about that lined up, and then I've got something a little bit more local, close to me for my last story, some artificial intelligence news, which we kind of always go over if there's anything big to report, and then Senate Republicans setting bad precedents. But you know, it is what it is, tubes. So I guess if there's nothing besides that, I guess we'll just jump into it, because we've got, like I said, I've got two stories about Kirk to report on today, and I'm gonna, instead of doing that as two of my four stories, that's just gonna be one. So the first segment is gonna be two stories, a little bit longer, and then we'll have three more stories unrelated to Charlie Kirk's assassination after that. So such a weird world that we live in, that I have to say, after Charlie Kirk's assassination, that's just my brain. It's like, Charlie Kirk assassinated, but it is, I mean, these are the times that we live in. I don't know, what else to really say about it. So Anyway, let's get moving in on the main story for today. Trump says Charlie Kirk shooter suspect is in custody. Now, while I was bringing up and pulling up all of my stories this morning, news broke on who the actual shooter was. So this subject was picked before, like literally right before the name of the shooter came out. So this is just kind of about Trump basically telling everybody that the shooter is in custody. I have a story pulled up of high factuality from Good Morning America, because it was like you can see it's third down on the list here. It says it's center leaning with very high factuality. 83% of the factuality, or 83% of the sources reporting are high factuality. 10% coming from independent news. Bias distribution is pretty even, but that's what happens when you get a lot of people reporting on this. You've got 48% of the sources coming from the center, 28% from the left, 24% from the right. So no real big blind spot or anything on this. Let's just get into the article by Good Morning America, and then we'll breeze through that and then read the article about who the actual shooter is. So a person is in custody in the shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, President Donald Trump said on Fox and Friends Friday morning. I think with a high degree of certainty we have him in custody, Trump said. He later added, subject to change, but the facts are the facts. We have the person that I think is the person we're looking for. Trump said that he was told just 5 minutes before he went on air for the pre-scheduled interview that somebody was in custody. Essentially, someone that was very close to him turned him in, Trump said. Law enforcement has yet to confirm the arrest or provide any details, but we know that's this is outdated already. Like literally, as soon as I pulled it up, it's outdated. So FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the person responsible for Kirk's murder. Utah authorities have released photos of the person of interest in the shooting on Thursday. And so far, authorities have received more than 7,000 tips and leads and completed some 200 interviews. Amid the manhunt for the shooter, officials said Thursday they are working around the clock to locate a person of interest who they believe to be college age. The rifle is an older model imported Mauser 30-06 bolt action rifle wrapped in a towel, multiple law enforcement sources said on ABC News. The location of the firearm appears to match the suspect's route of travel, sources said. The spent cartridge was still chambered, and 3 unspent cartridges contained the words on them expressing what some law enforcement officials have described as transgender and anti-fascist writing, according to preliminary information shared with the agencies. It's unclear what that means, and authorities are still working to determine the meaning or whether the markings were intended as misdirection for the investigators. Now, I'm going to take a break in reading the story here, so if you're just listening, this is me injecting my own personal opinion here, but I think that it was very dangerous of law enforcement to release this information without clarifying what that meant, because you had a whole swaths of people on the internet falsely accusing someone who was transgender of doing this, and then like literally Reddit is going after them, 4chan is going after them, the whole internet's going after them, and that's not even the person that they have in custody. Some idiot YouTuber who's been on YouTube for 20 years that can't figure out how to do it right, named Brett Keane, was posting in a video yesterday about how it was a transgender person, which we're about to find out completely false, completely incorrect. So I'm going to just because, like I said, this story is already outdated, so I'm just going to jump into the next story here, and I have a ground news aggregator pulled up on it, so we'll jump into that as well, and this will all still just be part of the same segment. So Charlie Kirk shooting suspect identified as Tyler Robinson, 22, report. Distribution, this is really early. You had 11 articles reporting when I first pulled this. My article is from the Daily Beast. It says it leans left with a mixed factuality, so do want to let you know that. But like I said, it was early on, and I was like getting ready to start the show when all this news broke. So yeah, we went from 11 articles to 144 articles. So there are probably some higher factuality ones, but I'm just going to read this one from the Daily Beast because it was one of the first ones. I've got it pulled up and formatted already. So the person arrested in connection with the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been identified as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, according to reports. Law enforcement sources describe Robinson as a Utah local, according to the New York Post and NBC News. President Donald Trump announced Friday morning that the suspect has been taken into custody following the killing of Kirk, 31, at the Utah Valley University. Trump did not name the suspect when he revealed the arrest on Fox and Friends. I think with a high degree of certainty we have him in custody, Trump said. Trump said his information was preliminary, but claimed that a minister communicated with the suspect's father, which in turn led to the suspect being handed to authorities. I hope he gets a death penalty, Trump added. Jesus Christ, he's 22. Authorities have yet to officially confirm the suspect's identity. According to public information, Robinson's mother, Amber Robinson, 44, is a licensed social worker who works for Intermountain Support Coordination Services, a company contracted by the state of Utah to provide services to people with disabilities. His father, Matt, 48, runs a business installing kitchen countertops, cabinets, and stone surfaces in their hometown of Washington, Utah. This is... Oh, man. A law enforcement source told the New York Times that the man who is currently in custody was detained near St. George, Utah, close to Zion National Park, which I'll be at in like a week, roughly 250 miles southwest of the university campus where Kirk was killed. Officials involved in the investigation into the shooting of Kirk, the co-founder of conservative youth organization Turning Point USA, are due to give a news conference on Friday morning. And that's today. Here is a picture of the setup where everything went down, where Kirk was, where the shooter was. News of the suspect's arrest comes as FBI Director Kash Patel has come under intense scrutiny over his handling of the killing. Patel declared that the suspect had been arrested on Wednesday shortly after the attack, only to say that the person had been released in under 2 hours. A second person was also taken into custody before being released. This is a breaking news story and will be updated. That's right. It is a breaking news story. It will be updated. Obviously, there's going to be a press conference today going over more information and things like that. I think it's really important not to jump to conclusions and not to assume that this killing was necessarily politically motivated, although it really seems hard to believe that it could be anything else. So, but that's where we're at. I think that a lot of people with this and with Luigi Mangione, a lot of people want to believe that this country is a lot more evolved and a lot further along than it used to be. But this is a country that was founded on political violence. I am not advocating for political violence in any way, shape, or form. But when you have a country that has more guns than people and was literally founded on the principles of political violence and has that written into the Constitution, I think that's going to be a very hard thing to overcome. Without radical change, which I am not calling for. Okay, I'm just reporting the news. I'm just kind of pointing out what I see, but we will we'll let you know if anything else happens, and that's kind of where we're at with that. So anyway, not that my opinion matters for 2 cents, but Sea Blue, Juneberry, Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. So yeah, probably going to be a lot more information coming out about this whole Charlie Kirk thing. I'm sure that on Tuesday, when the next show is, there might be more information about that. And Tuesday will be my last show before I head for the Wild Wild West tour, motorcycle tour that we're doing. It's the last tour of the year. Starts in Vegas. We do a big loop. We go through national parks, Zion, Grand Canyon, Bryce Canyon, some cool places like that, Death Valley, spend a day in San Francisco. Just going to be a good time, tubes, you know? So anyway, let's get into story number 2 here. So Senate Republicans trigger nuclear option changing rules to speed up the Trump nominees. All right. So what is going on here? Factuality says 76% of the sources are high factuality or above. We have fairly even distribution. It's more of a right-leaning blind spot than a left-leaning blind spot because the left has got 36% reporting, whereas the right only has 21%. So not completely blind by the right, but they're not reporting it as much. 43% of the distribution is center-leaning. So my story here is from the Hawaii Herald, and it's very top of the factuality. If you sort by factuality, which I always use my ground news aggregator to sort by the most factual sources, you can see it's number 1 on the list. It's got very high factuality rating with a center-leaning distribution, and we're going to go ahead and get into the story now. So Senate Republicans on Thursday bulldozed past Senate precedents and changed the rules to break a Democratic blockade of President Donald Trump's nominees in an extraordinary move that is likely to undercut Congress's future role in vetting executive branch officials. The change, pushed through along party lines, lowered the existing 60-vote threshold for considering a group of presidential nominees to a simple majority, weakening the ability of an individual senators to block nominees they find objectionable. It was the latest step in a years-long back and forth between the two parties that has eroded the filibuster, a once potent Senate tool to protect the rights of the minorities and force consensus. In this case, Republicans resorted to the move in an effort to steer around the Democratic objection of Trump's nominees, which has created a backlog of more than 100, angering the president and frustrating his allies in Congress. They framed it as a necessary step to grease the wheel of the chamber mired in partisan rancor and return to the Senate to its long-standing norm of confirming lower-level nominees without individual votes. For 2 centuries, most presidential nominees have sailed through this chamber by a vote, or by voice vote and unanimous consent, said Senator John Barracio of Wyoming, the number 2 Republican. The number 2 Republicans from Wyoming. That's interesting. That was the gold standard of advice and consent. Senator Schumer and Senate Democrats have abandoned it. Democrats vocally opposed to Trump's policies and tactics have demanded that every position be subject to individual consideration, delaying the approval of the presidential nominees and cluttering the Senate schedule. Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the minority leader, said that the change would do irreparable damage to the Senate and its constitutional prerogatives, rendering it a conveyor belt for unqualified Trump nominees. That I don't like Chuck Schumer, but that's like the most accurate description of something that I think that I've ever heard from him. So we're supposed to debate and take votes on nominees, especially when the executive branch is grossly breaking norms by sending us woefully underqualified, unscrupulous, and in some cases, deeply dishonest individuals for powerful and important positions, he said. The rule change, which is expected to be finalized next week after a series of procedural votes, will allow the Senate to confirm an unlimited number of lower-level executive branch nominations at a time without the threat of a filibuster. That means Republicans will no longer be forced to negotiate with Democrats to agree on which nominees are deserving of speedy confirmation, as the majority currently must do, but will instead be able to steer around any opposition and push through dozens with a single vote. Senator John Thune of South Dakota, the majority leader, began the process Monday by introducing 48 of Trump's nominees together to allow them to be confirmed as a group. Jesus. That block covers a variety of positions, such as assistant secretaries in several cabinet departments, the inspector general at the CIA, and ambassadors including Kimberly Guilfoyle, the former financier of Trump's eldest son, whom the president chose to be the the former fiancé. I said financee. The former fiancé of Trump's eldest son, whom the president chose to be the ambassador of Greece. The breadth of list illustrates the far-reaching consequences of the rule changes. Previously, senators needed 60 votes to bring a block of nominations to the floor, but all but guaranteeing that both parties would haggle over who might be included. Now the party in power will have the ability to unilaterally approve dozens of executive branch nominees with little resistance. And while nominees must still win approval from Senate committee, there will be even less incentive for presidents to choose people who can draw bipartisan support, since members of the minority party will be present with even fewer opportunities to delay or block anyone's confirmation. Republicans, who hold 53 seats in the Senate, pushed through the rules change on a 53 to 45 vote, turning to a tactic known as the nuclear option to set a new precedent that overrules what had been done in the past. The dramatic name refers both to the extreme nature of its move and its assurance of mutual destruction. Republicans and Democrats alike must suffer the consequences when they find themselves in the minority. Right, it sets a dangerous precedent. It was once seen as so devastating to the Senate spirit of bipartisan compromise that leaders often threatened it but rarely followed through. There were signs Thursday that such concerns remained alive on Capitol Hill. Even after the Senate began voting on Thune's initial step to begin the rule change, the bipartisan group of senators continued to haggle over an agreement to avoid the nuclear option, holding open the vote for much of the afternoon while they engaged in frenzied talks. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island said he believed that there was considerable good faith desire to come to a rules change that is bipartisan and agreeable to most all of us. He urged senators to cooperate to prove they could turn down the political temperature in the wake of the shooting death of right-wing activist Charlie Kirk. The proposal that senators were discussing would have capped the number of nominations that would have been grouped together at 15, but those negotiating the deal would have needed the consent of all 100 senators to move forward. And while Democrats sought to work into the weekend to persuade their colleagues, Republicans were skeptical that the deal could be reached and instead moved ahead unilaterally. We are achingly close to a deal, Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii said on the Senate floor, but I'm afraid that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have run out of patience. But Thune, visibly frustrated, argued that Democrats have had months to come up with a deal to end the roadblocks on the nominees. How much time is enough, he asked, addressing Schatz. Currently, more than 1,000 executive branch positions require Senate confirmation. Traditionally, many picks below the cabinet level have been confirmed through voice votes or by unanimous consent, essentially an agreement by all senators to bypass debate. But senators in the minority retained the ability to block an individual nominee they found objectionable, slowing the process and allowing more time for the Senate to scrutinize them. We are steadily handing away most of the significant constitutional powers of the Senate, said Senator Chris Coons of Delaware. This is very dangerous. What happened today with a narrow Republican majority to change the rules of the Senate and make it easier to confirm dozens and dozens of nominations just weakened our Constitution. Yes. Even with the rules change, some limits will remain. The new Senate precedent will not allow for group confirmations that include judicial appointments or high-profile jobs, such as cabinet secretaries. It does allow for group confirmations of federal prosecutors at a time when Trump is pushed to install loyalists and erase the Justice Department's independence from the White House. Currently, another long-standing Senate tradition, the blue slip, allows home state senators to essentially veto nominees for U.S. attorneys in their home state. But Trump has demanded that Republicans abandon that custom, raising fears that it, too, could vanish in the face of highly polarized political atmosphere. That increased partisanship has seized the Senate, prompting party leaders to make rule changes that were once viewed as beyond the pale. In 2013, Democrats lowered the filibuster threshold on most nominees to a simple majority out of mounting frustration that Republicans were blocking the Obama administration appointees to an influential court. 4 years later, Republicans retaliated by lowering the threshold for Supreme Court nominees. That move allowed Trump to put 3 justices on the bench during his first term. All right. So, dangerous precedents being set in the United States government. Definitely not a good thing, Tubes. Anyway. Just shotgunning that Red Bull as fast as I can here. Let's get going into get my programming set up. All right. So our next story has to do with a subject that we cover quite frequently on this show, artificial intelligence. And in one of the most dystopian artificial intelligence subjects that I have read since I have started doing this news program, it says Albania names AI minister Delia to run public procurement. What does that mean? That means that the Albanian government is putting an artificial intelligence in charge of one of its cabinet positions. Think about that. Here we go. Buy the ticket, take the ride, humanity. Bias distribution, 37% of the sources are coming from the center, 30% from the left, 33% from the right. I have, like always, I have used my ground news aggregator to sort by factuality because I like to read sources that I know aren't going to be feeding me a line of bullshit. My story's pulled up by the Associated Press. It's third down on the factuality. It has a very high factuality rating and it leans left. But because, we're just gonna get into the story from the Associated Press here. Albania's Prime Minister Edi Rama on Friday tapped an artificial intelligence generated minister for his cabinet to take on corruption. The new state minister for artificial intelligence is called Delia, whose name means a female son in Albanian, and will be a member of the cabinet who is not present physically but has been created virtually from artificial intelligence, Rama said on a post on Facebook. Rama said the AI-generated bot would help to ensure that public tenders will be 100% free of corruption and will help the government work faster and with full transparency. Delia, wearing a traditional Albanian folk costume, was launched earlier this year as a virtual assistant on the e-Albania public service platform, where she has helped users navigate the site and receive about 1 million of digital documents. Excuse me. Rama's Socialist Party secured a fourth consecutive term after winning 83 of the 140 assembly seats in the May 11th parliamentary elections. The party can govern alone and pass most legislation, but it needs a 2/3 majority or 93 seats to change the constitution. The Socialists have said it can deliver European Union membership for Albania in 5 years, with negotiations concluding by 2027. The pledge has been met with skepticism by Democrats, who contended Albania is far from prepared. The Western Balkan country opened full negotiations to join the EU a year ago. The new government also faces challenges of fighting organized crime and corruption, which has remained a top issue in Albania since the fall of the communist regime in 1990. Delia will also help local authorities to speed up and adapt the bloc's working trend. The presidential decree mandating Rama in the prime minister's post also entitled him with the responsibility for the creation and function of the virtual minister of artificial intelligence, Delia. The conservative opposition Democratic Party-led coalition, headed by former Prime Minister and President Salih Bashira, won 50 seats. The party has not accepted the official election results, claiming irregularities, but its members participated in the new parliament's inaugural session. The remaining seats went to 4 smaller parties. The new cabinet will be voted in parliament. It's not clear whether Rama will ask for a vote on Delia's virtual post. Legal experts say more work may be needed to establish Delia's official status. The Democrats' parliamentary group leader, Gazmend Bardi, considered it unconstitutional. Prime Minister's buffoonery cannot be turned into legal acts of the Albanian state, he posted on Facebook. Parliament began the process on Friday to swear in new lawmakers who will later elect a new speaker and deputies and formally represent Rama's new cabinet. Okay, that is insane to me. You know what this story is missing? The description of who made this AI that they're using. What chatbot is it? Who is in charge of it? Because like you're using artificial intelligence to root out corruption, but like who is in charge of the artificial intelligence that you're using? Did Albania create this AI? Are they using ChatGPT? Are they using Claude? What's going on here? Because you need to know who's behind the AI that you're using before you can say that it's just going to root out corruption. So kind of a crazy story, but a subject that we like to follow here at Nightly News This Morning, and we'll continue to look for updates on it, I guess. So fucking nuts. Jesus. In a year or two, Trump's going to be like,
you know, I want to golf more, so we're just going to put virtual Trump in charge.
I don't know. That's crazy to me. So I've got one more story for today. This one's a little bit closer to home. Yeah. So let's just get into it. Trump threatens Portland's with troops to quell protests. The mayor says it's not needed. Portland, the protest town. Like, come on, man. There's a protest in Portland all the time. Like, do not start threatening to take the crown jewel of the Pacific Northwest and turn it into a fucking totalitarian city. Like, no, bro, no. I'm gonna start over because like I need to bring some form of like setting my bias aside when it comes to this. So, all right. Trump threatens Trump threatens Portland with troops to quell protests. The mayor says it's not needed. This is a fairly new story. It was published in... It says, let me see here. It says the Oregonian broke the story 19 hours ago, yesterday. But for ground news, it says it was updated 3 hours ago. So bias distribution, the right, 8%. Left is 29%, 63% coming from the center. There's only 30 articles on this when I started it, or when I found this morning. So let me refresh and see if there's any more. No, it's only up to 32 now. So not a huge well-known story yet. It doesn't look like. But let's get into the story from the Associated Press and see what's going on. So a gas mask dangled from Deidre Watt's backpack as she joined a couple dozen others outside the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement building in Portland, just as she had many nights since July. The protesters towed the blue paint across the building's driveway. Government property, do not block, read its white stenciled letters. When they lingered too close, what appeared to be pepper balls rained down on them from officers posted on the building's roof. No one was injured Wednesday, and some of the crowd began to dissipate by about midnight. While disruptive to nearby residents, a charter school relocated this summer to get away from the crowd control devices. The nightly demonstrations are a far cry from the unrest that crippled the city following the murder of George Floyd by Minneapolis police in 2020. Nevertheless, it has drawn the attention of President Donald Trump, who often sparred with the city's mayor back then. Last week, Trump described living in Portland as like living in hell, and he said he was considering sending federal troops, as he recently threatened to do to combat crime in other cities, including Chicago and Baltimore. He deployed the National Guard to Los Angeles over the summer and as part of his law enforcement takeover in Washington, D.C. Most violent crime around the country has actually declined in recent years, including in Portland, where a recent report from Major Cities Chief Association has found that homicides from January through June decreased by 51% this year compared to the same period in 2024. There's a propaganda campaign to make it look like Portland is a hellscape, said Casey Ledger, 61, who often sits outside the ICE building trying to observe immigration detainee transfers. 2 blocks away, you can just go to the river and sit and sip soda and watch the birds. The building is off of a busy road leading to Portland from the suburbs and next to an affordable housing complex. During the day, Ledger and a few other activists mill around the office and offer copies of Know Your Rights flyers featuring a hotline number for reporting ICE arrests. At night, Watts and other protesters, many dressed in black and wearing helmets or masks, arrive. She called ICE a callous and cruel machine. In the face of that, there has to be people who will stand up and make it known that that's not going to fly, and that's something that that's not something people will agree with. The agency did not immediately respond for a request for comment. The nighttime protest peaked in June after the nationwide No Kings marches, when Portland police declared one of the demonstrations as a riot. Since then, at least 26 protesters have been charged with federal offenses tied to the ICE building, including assaulting federal officers, according to the U.S. Attorney Office in Oregon. Like other mayors across the country, I have not asked for and I do not need federal intervention, Portland Mayor Keith Wilson said in a statement following Trump's threat. The city has protected freedom of expression while addressing occasional violence and property destruction, he said. There have been smaller clashes since June. On Labor Day, some demonstrators brought a prop guillotine, a display the Department of Homeland Security blasted as unhinged behavior. Wilson expects protests to stay focused on the area by the building, he said. Some residents of the adjacent apartments are upset about that. One sued to try to make the city enforce noise ordinance. She said she believed the noises are from bullhorn speakers and piercing whistling type sounds akin to air raid sirens that caused her eardrum to burst, and gas entered her apartment building that made her ill. A judge who heard the case sided with the city. Jesus. Rick Stipe, who has lived there for 10 years, said he accompanies some of the neighbors outside because they fear being harassed by protesters. I just want them to leave us alone, he said. I want them gone. A charter school next to the ICE building, the Cottonwood School of Civics and Science, relocated over the summer, saying that the chemical agents and crowd control projectiles put student safety at risk. Many parents and students were regular customers at Chris Johnson's nearby coffee shop, he said. He lamented that the school's move and the national narrative that the protests were a bigger deal than they are. I think people are very, very opinionated on either side, he said. It just creates a divide, which is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. Portland is one of the most beautiful cities I've ever been to. It is my favorite big city in the United States, and it's not even that big, but like I've been to a lot of places. I travel for work, and Portland is a jewel. It's unique in that it sits on the convergence of two rivers. It's less than an hour from a major mountain that's over 10,000 feet. You can go to the ocean. It's about an hour from the ocean. It's about an hour from the desert. Like, it's really a very unique place. And when you go there, when you're in the city, in my opinion, from what I have seen, living in Portland and going to Portland very regularly, it's actually been getting better. Like, the whole George Floyd thing, all of that reached a peak, and now Portland is kind of like in a state of like comeback. So I don't think that Trump threatening to send troops there is going to do any good. It's not going to help anybody. This is literally just instigation. So anyway, that's all that I've got for today, tubes. You know, if you're watching this and you're not subscribed, I would really appreciate you subscribing, turning on notifications. That stuff helps my channel. I'm a small channel. I've got less than 240 subscribers right now, but I'm really chugging along there. I'm trying to do it. So yeah, share my videos if there's ever a subject or something that you like. You're like, hey, you should watch this. This explains that, whatever. And if you have something that you want me to report on, a subject that you think would be good to look at from both sides of the aisle, see what Ground News is saying about it, anything like that, feel free to drop it in the comments. And yeah, so we'll be back on Tuesday. I am going, I got my final motorcycle tour of the year starts next week. But at this point, my plan is to bring a limited amount of gear this time and try to do an abridged version of the show while I'm on the road. It worked out kind of last time. Another monitor would help, but it is what it is. So anyway, I appreciate everybody hanging out, and I will see you guys next week. Take care. Put some positivity in the world if you can. So thank you. Goldstein worried there are many cases of people targeted simply for quoting Kirk or failing to mourn his passing adequately. That's one of the key symptoms of cancel culture, he said, trying to paint everyone with the same brush. Conservatives coined the term cancel culture for what they claimed was the persecution of those on the right for their views, especially related to the COVID-19 pandemic and the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol, leading to campaigns to get regular people fired. It was a significant cause for President Donald Trump, who pledged to end it during his campaign last year. But after the Kirk killing, he and the administration have instead leaned into it from the right. A hero to conservatives, a provocateur to many Democrats. A father of 2 children and a Christian conservative, Kirk was a hero to many Trump Republicans for his fiery warnings about the dangers of the Democrats and the ability to organize young voters. But Kirk also was a provocateur and supporter of Trump's attempt to overturn his 2020 election loss, who left a long record of partisan quips that enraged many on the left. According to Kirk, empathy is a made-up New Age term, so keep the jokes coming. It's what he would have wanted. Read one post on X that Melvin Villiers Jr., a Clemson University music professor, reposted the day of the killings, according to a screenshot circulated by college Republicans demanding his firing. Clemson eventually fired one staffer and suspended Villiers and another professor after intense pressure from elected South Carolina Republican officials. Other targeted posters, such as Army Lieutenant Colonel Christopher Ladner, simply quoted Kirk on the day of his assassination. This included Kirk calling Civil Rights Act a beast that has now turned into an anti-white weapon. His criticism of Martin Luther King Jr. and his statement of some gun deaths are the cost of a robust Second Amendment. Jesus. Sorry. Apparently my Brave browser doesn't work quite as well as I would like. Landier, who had been the target of conservative activists online, said in a Facebook message to the Associated Press that he would respond when and if his chain of command takes action. Texas Governor Greg Abbott approvingly posted a video of Texas Tech University student who was arrested Friday after a confrontation at a campus vigil for Kirk, writing, "This is what happens to the person who was mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination at Texas Tech. Some people targeted have been victims of mistaken identity. A school district in rural Elkhorn, Wisconsin reportedly received more than 800 messages after one conservative influencer mistakenly identified as an associate principal at an elementary school as celebrating Kirk's death. Authorities say Kirk was shot by 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, who grew up in a conservative household in southern Utah, but was enmeshed in leftist ideology, according to the state's Republican governor, Spencer Cox. Cox said an investigation may reveal more about what motivated the attack after Robinson's initial court appearance scheduled for Tuesday. The governor said the suspect, who allegedly carved memes onto his bullet casings, appeared radicalized by the dark corners of the internet. On Monday, Vance was joined by Kirk's podcast by Stephen Miller, Trump's deputy chief of staff, who vowed to crack down on what he called the vast domestic terrorist network he blamed for Kirk's death. Alluding to free speech concerns, Vance said, "You have the crazies on the far left that say, oh, Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance, they're going after constitutionally protected free speech." But he added, no. We're going to go after the NGO network that foments facilities and engages in violence. Formants facilitates and engages in violence, a reference to non-governmental organizations. The White House did not immediately return a request seeking clarity on the remarks, including which groups might be targeted. The idea of retribution campaigns against individuals or groups for expressing particular viewpoints has alarmed many. Just having that ideology, just believing differently than some other American is not illegal, Republican Senator James Lankfield of Oklahoma said on CNN on Monday. Instead, he said that groups that may have been involved in illegal or violent acts should be targeted. On Kirk's show, Vance talked about the need for unity after the assassination, but then dismissed it as impossible given what he described as the left's embrace of political violence. Naming two foundations that fund a wide range of liberal causes, Vance said there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay salaries of these terrorist sympathizers. This is really dangerous rhetoric, Mr. Vice President. Democrat officials have roundly condemned Kirk's murder. Democrats have also been victims of political violence recently, including the June assassination of a Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband, and the 2022 beating of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband in their San Francisco home, though there's no proof that that was politically motivated. Or is there? Is it a conspiracy? Caitlin Legiak of Stop Government Censorship, formed to fight the Trump administration's use of government against its political rivals, said that it was one thing for people making abhorrent statements to face consequences. When we get concerned is when there appears to be a concerted effort in the government to use this tragedy to push political opponents, or to punish political opponents, she said. Which is what I'm afraid that this might lead to, which is why I highlighted that article. So anyway, time to go ahead and open my Juneberry Red Bull Not a Sponsor tubes and get this party started right now. All right. So let's go ahead and get into our second article of the day. Online speculation attempts to link Charlie Kirk shooter with Groyper's alt-right ideology. So they're thinking now that Nick Fuentes is responsible for this, huh? So we have, again, more reporting coming from the left, 45% with center at 27, right at 27. So a little bit more reporting from the center and the right than there was on our last article, but it's still mostly a blind spot article that the left is covering more than anybody else. 55% of the sources are high factuality or above. When I've sorted by factuality, I have a article pulled up by the week, which says it's high factuality and leans left. So let's get into the article here. While investigators have yet to uncover and confirm the motives behind the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, at least one group known as Groypers has been thrust into the limelight in the aftermath of his death. The alt-right network consistently criticized Kirk's Turning Point USA, but has denied involvement in the murder. Despite this, the subject's alleged ties to the Groypers has led to a closer eye on them. Who are they? They are a far-right, online-based movement organized around white nationalist and American first causes, said Newsweek. The term Groyper is the name of the group's mascot, a cartoon frog that is a variant of the Pepe meme used widely among extremist groups. Unlike other alt-right organizations, the Groyper movement presents its ideology more nuanced than other groups in the white supremacist sphere, said the Anti-Defamation League. Groypers believe they are working to defend against demographic and cultural changes. They also believe that many other groups on the right do not go far enough to regularly confront mainstream conservative organizations, including Kirk's Turning Point USA, for not being adequately pro-white. Gross. The group's main goal is to push extremist ideas into the conservative mainstream, said Salon. Groupers often target more moderate conservatives during coordinated campaigns where activists would attend conservative events asking provocative questions about immigration, race, or LGBTQ plus rights and post viral clips online. Groypers are led in part by Nick Fuentes, an alt-right podcaster whose anti-Israel, anti-immigration, anti-transgender, anti-civil rights views seem to have gained new currency during the second Trump administration, said the New York Times. Fuentes has become widely known for his overt anti-Semitism and white supremacy views that made headlines in 2022 when he dined with then former President Donald Trump at his Mar-a-Lago club. How influential are they? In examining Kirk's alleged shooter, some have pointed to indications that he might have considered himself a Groyper, said The Independent. Certain messages from the suspect were reportedly linked to the Groyper movement. Fuentes has condemned Kirk's shooting and denied that anyone from the group was involved, saying on X that there is zero evidence. Whether or not the suspect in this latest act of violence was a Groyper, the group appears to be gaining wider recognition. Several Groypers have also been associated with notable violent acts, including the January 6, 2021 storming of the U.S. Capitol. One woman linked to the Groypers was sentenced to prison in 2023 for being a part of a group that stormed House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office during the attack, the Associated Press said. Fuentes himself was also present at the Capitol attack while the attack took place, though he did not enter the building. Groypers represent a new momentum within the American white nationalism, said the UK think tank Institute for Strategic Dialogue. By spreading their presence online, particularly among the Gen Z crowd, Groypers hope to attract disaffected conservatives by exploiting schisms and grievances within the mainstream conservatism. They are also a continuation of some of the key themes commonly seen throughout the far right's history in the U.S., said the ISD. Unlike many other alt-right groups, what distinguishes Groypers is their tech savviness and natural comfort with using the web as a means to recruit and distribute memes and propaganda. Interesting. So, not confirmed one way or the other, so. But anyway. As they say, I digress. All right. So we're going to just jump into story number 3 so that we can jump into story number 4 and get this all knocked out, right? Just boom, bam, bang, get it done. All right. Let's go here. Nancy Mace files resolution to strip Ilhan Omar of committee assignments after Kirk comments. All right. Well, what a blind spot we have here. There is no reporting on the story coming from the left at all. Right-leaning articles are 86% and center-leaning are 14%, with only 29% of the sources being high factuality or above. But like I have said on other episodes of this show, typically that's something that I see on a pretty regular basis. If there is a story that's being only reported on by the right, like ground news doesn't rank sources from the right as high factuality usually ever. So I do have my stories sorted by factuality like I always do here. My story comes from thehill.com, which if we scroll down, it's number 3 on the factuality list. It is a center-leaning outlet, so it's one of the 14% that we have of center-leaning, 11% now. So let's get into the story from The Hill and see what's going on with Nancy Mace and Ilhan Omar. We got to scroll up a little bit. Here we go. All right. Representative Nancy Mace of South Carolina said Monday she plans to file a resolution to strip her House colleague, Representative Ilhan Omar, of committee assignments following comments from Omar in the wake of conservative activist Charlie Kirk's death. Breaking, we're filing a resolution to strip Ilhan of her committee assignments after her disgraceful remarks on Charlie Kirk's assassination, Mace said in a post on X Monday evening. The resolution, also featured in Mace's post, has the goal of censoring Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota and removing her from the Committee on Education and Workforce and the Committee on the Budget. Last week, Omar criticized Republican attacks on the left after the fatal shooting of Kirk, calling them full of shoot. You have people like Nancy Mace who consistently harasses, people that she finds inferior and wants them not to exist in this country or ever, Omar told left-wing pundit Mehdi Hassan in an interview on his ZTU platform. And, gosh darn it. And, you have people like Trump who has incited violence against people like me. And so, these people are full of shit. And it's important for us to call them out while we feel anger and sadness, she added. Omar also said video and news of Kirk's assassination were really mortifying. So what did she say that Nancy Mace thinks that she needs to be censored for? That's what I'm curious about. It was really mortifying to hear the news, to see the video. All I could think about was his wife, his children. Imagine that image is going to live forever, she told Hassan. Shortly after Kirk's death, Mace decried his death via a series of social media posts, placing blame on the left for the rise in political violence despite statements from Democrats condemning the fatal shooting. If you have a different opinion from the left, they want to kill you. That is a fact, and that's the way you should all report it, Mace said previously. When reached for comment, a spokesperson for Omar said that she was one of the first to condemn Charlie Kirk's murder. She explicitly expressed her sympathies and prayers to his wife and children. She condemned his assassination, has routinely condemned political violence, no matter the political ideology, the spokesperson continued. The same can't be said about those who authored these resolutions. In her interview, she also grappled with his divisive legacy, but she in no way implied violence was deserved, nor did she celebrate his death. You would think that it would be important to include what it is that Nancy Mace is upset about in this censorship of Ilhan Omar. But it seems to me like maybe this whole thing is just being used as an excuse to push political divides. But that's just me. And I don't know. So. All right. One last story has to do with artificial intelligence. So not anything to do with Charlie Kirk. Get one story as a palate cleanser. So let's get into the last story of the day. Kim Suk-hee used ChatGPT to forge military ID in South Korea, fishing reports say. So looks like we have mostly reporting coming from the right on this story, with 22% from the left, 33% from the center, and 44% from the right. Those interesting numbers, 22, 33, 44. And then my story is sorted by factuality. I have the very highest factuality center-leaning Tech Explorer report pulled up. You can see that Seeking Alpha is there, the right-leaning one that we looked at a couple days ago. But now they want you to actually sign up for a membership to be able to access the site. And I was like, that's not happening. So a suspected North Korean state-sponsored hacking group used ChatGPT to create a deep fake of a military ID document to attack a target in South Korea, according to cybersecurity research. Attackers used the artificial intelligence tool to craft a fake draft of a South Korean military identification card in order to create a realistic-looking image meant to make phishing attempt to seem more credible, according to research published Sunday by Genains, a South Korean cybersecurity firm. Instead of including a real image, the email linked to malware capable of extracting data from the recipient's device, according to the firm. The group responsible for the attack, which researchers have dubbed Kim Suk-hee, is a suspected North Korea-sponsored cyber espionage unit previously linked to other spying efforts against South Korean targets. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security said Kim Suk-hee is most likely tasked by the North Korean regime with global intelligence gathering mission, according to a 2020 advisory. The findings by the cybersecurity firm in July are the latest examples of suspected North Korean operatives deploying AI as part of their intelligence gathering work. Anthropic said in August it discovered North Korean hackers used the Cloud Code tool to get hired and work remotely for U.S. Fortune 500 tech companies. Oh my God. In that case, Claude helped them build up elaborate fake identities, pass coding assessments, and deliver actual technical work once hired. We're so screwed. OpenAI representatives didn't immediately respond for a request for comment outside normal hours. The company said in February it had banned suspected North Korean accounts that had used the service to create fraudulent resumes, cover letters, and social media posts to try recruiting people to aid their schemes. The trend shows that attackers can leverage emerging AI during the hacking process, including attack scenario planning, malware development, building their tools to impersonate job recruiters, said Mun Chong-hoo, the director at the South Korean cybersecurity firm. Phishing targets in this latest cyber crime spree include South Korean journalists and researchers and human rights activists focused on North Korea. It was also sent from an email address ending in .mli.kr, an impersonation of a South Korean military address. Exactly how many victims were breached wasn't immediately clear. The firm researchers experimented with ChatGPT while investigating the fake identification documents. As reproduction of the government IDs are illegal in South Korea, ChatGPT initially returned a refusal when asked to create an ID, but altering the prompt allowed them to bypass the restriction. American officials have alleged that North Korea is engaging in a long-running effort to use cyber attacks, cryptocurrency theft, and IT contractors to gather information on behalf of the government in Pyongyang. Those tactics are also used to generate funds meant to help the regime subvert international sanctions and develop its nuclear weapons program, according to the U.S. government. Well, that's not dystopian. All right. Well, that's the show for today. Appreciate anybody watching this later, anybody that's hanging out watching it now. We will be back on Friday, though we will be coming to you live from the Las Vegas Strip, I do believe, because I will be in Las Vegas on Friday. So got the last motorcycle tour of the year. Starts on dinner's Thursday night, so the tour actually starts Friday morning. So as soon as the show's done, all my shit gets packed up, thrown in the van, and then we start heading out to all the national parks. We do a big circle around the national parks out there, and spend a week out there. Bryce Canyon, Grand Canyon, Zion, things like that. So it's going to be a good time. It's going to be enjoyable. So hopefully the weather will be nice. Anyway, until Friday, take care of yourselves. Try to put some positivity in the world, and we will see you then. Peace.
Right through my bones. How could I be fooled by you? Breathing like you. Tight band, with that pen I'm sorting your mind.
welcome to Nightly News This Morning. Hello, welcome. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. This is the show where we use the ground news aggregator to try to root through a little bit of the news bias if we can, and maybe all I end up doing is really just exposing my own bias. I'm not really sure yet. So anyway, like I said, I'm your host, Cousin Matt. I am coming to you live from Vegas right now. I'm on the road for motorcycle tours, so this is the next few episodes are going to be what I like to call struggle bus episodes. I don't have my entire studio set up. I'm doing it kind of like with minimal gear. So with that being said, if the show looks a little bit different, if I'm really not like, if it's harder for me to read, the text is smaller, I have a little less area to work with on my screens and things like that. So because I've only got one monitor to work with right now instead of the two that I normally have. But instead of making excuses, I think now we're just going to go ahead and jump into it. So let's go ahead and get going on our first story here. So like I said, things are going to look a little bit different for the next few episodes just because I don't have as much room on the screen here. So we don't have the bias distribution on the right-hand side like we normally do. It's going to be down below. But so in our first story, it says New York Democratic Party chair not endorsing Mamdani. So with our bias distribution, it's mostly coming from the right and the center. The left hasn't reported on this yet for some reason, so it is a blind spot issue for the left. I think the right is just using it as an opportunity to be like, look, the left doesn't have faith in Mamdani, you know, but what's really going on is that like the establishment is fighting hard against him. And that's what happens anytime that you have these younger, more progressive Democrats. You have the more established people in the party, like the Chuck Schumers and the Nancy Pelosi's and the Andrew Cuomo's and the Eric Adams, will all say, no, you don't want this. You want closer to what we do. You know, we've got your corporate interests in mind. I mean your personal interests in mind. But so bias distribution, 62% of the sources are coming from the right, 38% coming from the center, 46% of the sources are high factuality or above. I have my sources sorted by factuality, and I was going to try to pull up this article from the Jewish Insider just because it's the highest factuality right-leaning, but they wanted membership information to even get the article, and so I wasn't able to do that. But I did pull up an article down here from Newsweek, which is high factuality and center-leaning, so let's go ahead and read that. New York State Democratic Chairman Jay Jacobs says he will not endorse New York State Assemblyman and Democratic nominee for mayor Zohran Mamdani in a statement on Thursday. New York reached out to Mamdani's campaign via email for comment. Why it matters. The split matters because unified state and national party support is often viewed as critical in high-profile municipal contests. New York Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul's backing of Mamdani could be an attempt to consolidate Democrats, but key figures, including some congressional leaders and local officials, have remained neutral. Mamdani, a New York State Assemblyman who identifies as a Democratic socialist, won the Democratic primary over former Governor Andrew Cuomo in June and is the party's nominee for mayor. Not just former Governor Andrew Cuomo, but current Mayor Eric Adams. In a statement posted on X by New York Times, Nicholas Fandos on Thursday said, Jacobs said, in my part, Mamdani and I are in agreement that America's greatest problem is the continued growth in income disparity in our nation. On how to address it, we fundamentally disagree. Furthermore, as I expressed to him directly, I strongly disagree with his views on the state of Israel, along with certain key policy positions. Furthermore, I reject the platform of the so-called Democratic Socialists of America and do not believe that it represents the principles, values, or policies of the Democratic Party, Jacob said. For those reasons, I will not be endorsing Mr. Mamdani for mayor of New York, of the city of New York, he concluded. Mamdani seemingly defended the phrase global infada as a desperate desire for equality and equal rights in standing up for Palestinian human rights in the past. He also called anti-Semitism a real issue in New York City and said the Hamas attack on Israel on October 7th was a war crime. Over the weekend, Hochul announced her endorsement for Mamdani, saying on X, the city deserves a mayor who will stand up to Donald Trump and make life more affordable for New Yorkers. That is Zohran Mamdani. After Hochul's endorsement, some high-profile Democrats, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, have not publicly endorsed Mamdani. Weird that Chuck Schumer, a New York City Jewish man, isn't endorsing a Muslim man for mayor. But anyway, President Donald Trump criticized Hochul's endorsement in public comments and social postings, framing it as problematic for the city and suggesting federal scrutiny of funding. Oh my God. What people are saying. Trump on Truth Social this week. Governor Kathy Hochul of New York has endorsed the little communist Zoran Mamdani running for mayor in New York. This is a rather shocking development and a very bad one for New York City. How can such a thing happen? Washington will be watching this situation very closely. No reason to be sending good money after bad. President DJT. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont on X this month. The oligarchs are panicking. This will send as much as it. They will spend as much as it takes to defeat Zoran Mamdani. They've got the money. We've got the people. Together, let's elect Zoran and stop billionaires from buying elections. What happens next? With the general election scheduled for November 4th, 2025, Democrats' decision to coalesce or remain fragmented could affect turnout, fundraising, and messaging. Observers say endorsement from prominent leaders often translates into practical campaign support, but Mamdani's polling lead in recent surveys complicates the calculus for hesitant officials. Okay, so that's what's going on with Zoran Mamdani. How are you, tubes? How's everybody doing this morning? You got any big plans this weekend? I'm going on a motorcycle ride. I don't know if you know this or not. Apparently I talk about that too much, so anyway, let's just keep trucking along here. So jumping into the next story here, foreign disinformation campaigns exploit Charlie Kirk's assassination. And if we look at our bias distribution, more center-leaning than anything. You've got 19% of the stories are coming from the left, 14% are coming from the right, with 67% of the bias distribution coming from the center here. We've got 91% of our sources are factual, high factuality or above. Excuse me. My story is from NPR, which is third down on the factuality lists. Leans left, very high factuality rating. So let's get into the story here from NPR. The assassination of Charlie Kirk has been divisive online, and some officials believe foreign governments are trying to make things worse. We have bots from Russia, China, and all over the world that are trying to instill misinformation and encourage violence, warned Utah Governor Spencer Cox in a press conference following the shooting last week. You know, it's kind of interesting, like, Charlie Kirk, who was kind of an obscure political dude. I mean, like, yeah, he had some pull and stuff, but, like, the reaction online to his death really seems blown out of proportion. And if we've got misinformation bots from China and Russia, that might be a very good reason why. But experts who monitor foreign disinformation campaigns say the picture is more nuanced. While it's true that foreign paid influencers are discussing the shooting and state-run media outlets are spinning events to fit their narratives, there's not much evidence those messages are reaching Americans, said Darren Linville, co-director of the Media Forensics Hub at Clemson University. Oh my gosh. Come on, NPR. Foreign actors put their own spin on Kirk's assassination. After Kirk was shot last week, Linville went online to check in on the feeds of foreign paid influencers. Those influencers are absolutely talking about Kirk's assassination, he said. People like Che Bowes, an Irish journalist who works for Russia's state-run RT news service. In a 6-minute video posted to X, Bowles rambled on about Kirk's death while taking shots at British media and the Israeli government, two foes of Russian leadership. But in the week since it was posted, Bow's video has gotten a fairly unimpressive 46,000 views. By contrast, a single video posted the same day by conservative influencer Benny Johnson got more than 780,000 views. Linville said that at least one Russian network of automated bots failed to gain traction online despite posting incendiary false claims about the shooting. He said that that's because foreign influence campaigns can't often move the needle much on big stories. When a single conversation takes up all the oxygen in the room and everyone on social media is talking about it, the foreign influence can't really break through, he said. But even if they're not making headway, state-run influence campaigns are still talking about Kirk's death, added Mackenzie Sadgi, an editor at NewsGuard, a media and misinformation watchdog. She said state-controlled media in Russia, China, and Iran have mentioned Kirk's assassination more than 6,000 times online. Each government gives the story its own spin, she said. In Russian state media, a lot of the coverage we've seen is blaming Ukraine for the assassination, she said. Iran is pointing the finger at its enemy, Israel, and Chinese media is using the Kirk story to sort of mock the U.S. as being unstable and out of control and divided. In a post on X, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said China condemns all unlawful and violent acts and denied it was spreading disinformation. Sadeghi says the messages spread in state media are designed for audiences at home. It's unlikely that many in the U.S. are reading what's written about Kirk or on Iranian or Chinese websites. The U.S. is less equipped than ever to spot malicious actors online. Even as they downplayed the risk for foreign disinformation for this particular event, many researchers warned that the U.S. is less equipped than ever to spot malicious actors online. Groups tracking foreign influence at the State Department, FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence have all been disbanded since President Trump took office in January, according to Bert Schaefer, a senior fellow at the Alliance for Securing Democracy at the German Marshall Fund of the U.S. There's been a systematic dismantling of every part of the U.S. government that was tasked with countering foreign malign influence, Schaefer said. Daryl Linville agreed. The defunding of this work leaves us on the back foot, he warned. So, there we go. All right. It is a day that ends in Y, so I am drinking my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor tubes. It wouldn't be an episode of Nightly News this morning if I wasn't. So there. All right. Next story has to do with a state that I used to live in, but I don't anymore. So, Kentucky's highest court strikes down a city ban on no-knock warrants. And I pulled this story because Kentucky and no-knock warrants, if you don't remember in the news, I think it was before or right around the time of George Floyd, there was a girl in Louisville, I believe it was, named Breonna Taylor, who was killed at the, in the middle of a no-knock warrant. And so it was kind of a hot button topic. There was a lot of information that was probably left out of mainstream reports and stuff like that. So I'm not even going to get into that, but it felt topical. So I decided to pull this story. 55% of the distribution is coming from the center, with 35% coming from the left and hardly any coming from the right. It's not showing me what the percentage is here, but it says 100% of the sources are high factuality, so that's good. And then I have a story pulled up from the Associated Press. It looks like it's third down on the factuality list, does lean left with a very high factuality rating. So we'll go ahead and get into this story from the Associated Press. Kentucky city ban on no-knock warrants was struck down on Thursday by the state's highest court, which said it conflicted with the state's law that limits but doesn't prohibit such warrants during police raids. The Kentucky Supreme Court against the ordinance of Lexington raised questions about another local ban on no-knock warrants enacted in Louisville following Breonna Taylor's death. No-knock warrants permit officers to serve warrants without knocking or announcing themselves and are typically used in drug raids, so contraband can't be hidden. Taylor was shot by Louisville police officers who burst into her home in March 2020 using a drug warrant. Using a drug warrant. Taylor's boyfriend shot at the officers as they burst in, and officers returned fire, striking Taylor several times in the hallway. No drugs were found in the apartment. Her killing, along with the George Floyd's death by police in Minneapolis, sparked protests against racial injustice in 2020 and prompted Louisville officials to pass a ban on no-knock warrants that year. Louisville Metro Police Department will continue to follow the city's ban on no-knock warrants despite the court's ruling, city officials said. Louisville's ordinance has not been struck down, said Matt Mudd, a spokesperson for Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg. Lexington and Louisville have different ordinances, so LMPD will continue to follow our ban on no-knock warrants. In a 4-2 ruling Thursday, the state Supreme Court said that Lexington's ban on no-knock warrants conflicted with the state's law passed by the GOP-led legislature and signed by Democratic Governor Andy Beshear. Beshear spokesperson Scotty Ellis said on Thursday that the state's law was the result of bipartisan work, that the governor signed the legislation with support from, and at the ceremony with Breonna Taylor's mom, Tamika Palmer. The legislation created significant and strict restrictions about how and when such warrants can be secured, Ellis said in a statement. Beshear, in his second term as governor, is widely seen as a political candidate for president in 2028. God darn it. Under the state's law, no-knock warrants are limited to cases with clear and concise evidence that a person in a residence has committed or suspected of a violent crime. It also prohibits such warrants from being served between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., except in certain circumstances. Louisville officers burst into Taylor's apartment after midnight. Meanwhile, the Lexington Ordinance prohibited its police from ever seeking a no-knock warrant. Deputy Chief Justice Robert B. Conley said on Thursday in writing for the Supreme Court's majority. He said that the state's law and ordinance are in conflict, pure and simple. He said the state's law prevails and the ordinance is null, void, and of no effect. The General Assembly, through this legislation, has made a policy decision that while no-knock warrants should be sparsely used and generally reserved for violent and dangerous persons, they should not be forbidden, Conley wrote. There are appropriate circumstances where such warrants are necessary, and those circumstances are still subject to judicial power under a clear and convincing standard. The dissenting opinion, Justice Michelle Keller, concluded that Lexington's ordinance did not run afoul of the state's law and argued the court's majority opinion is effectively stripping local governments across the Commonwealth of their constitutionally vested authority. Keller questioned why the legislature, which passed the law less than a year after Louisville's ban was enacted, didn't attempt to nullify Louisville's no-knock ordinance. Despite its awareness of Louisville Metro's ban, the General Assembly nevertheless deliberately omitted any specific language invalidating the Louisville Metro ban on no-knock warrants, Keller wrote. Lexington's no-knock warrant ban was challenged by the local police union. It claimed the ordinance conflicted with state law and ran afoul of the union's collective bargaining agreement. Cool. So it's just police trying to keep power, it sounds like to me, but what do I know? I'm just some asshole that reads the news on the internet. All right, we're just going to jump into our last story here. So NASA okay, we're gonna redo that. Sorry, tubes. All right. NASA satellite images have revealed a brand new island formed by melting glaciers. So bias distribution is right down the center. 62% the reporting is coming from the center, 24% from the left, 14% coming from the right, with 98% of the sources being high factuality or above. So this story has to do with climate change, which is another subject that we talk about pretty regularly on this show. So let's just go ahead. Here is a picture of the glacier that's melted and revealed this little tiny island here. Isn't that cool? Oh. All right. Retreating glacier revealed a new island in Alaska this summer as lake water filled in to surround a landmass once hugged by ice. Marius Pelto, a glaciologist at Nicholas College in Massachusetts, has anticipated for some time that the Alsek Glacier in southeast Alaska's Glacier Bay National Park and Preserve would detach from the landmass referred to as Prow Knob. As the glacier has retreated, it has eroded a basin now filled by Alsek Lake, which is fed by the nearby Alsek River, glacier melt, and icebergs, he said. Pelto, for years, has used satellite imagery as part of his work chronicling changes in glaciers, and he has been checking images of the area at least once a month as he watches for the separation to occur, he said. It appears to have happened sometime between July and early August. Glacier Bay has more than 1,000 glaciers, according to the park. While many glaciers in Alaska are retreating, not many new islands the size are revealed by their retreat, Pelto said. Prow Knob is roughly 2 square miles, and its highest point is just over 1,000 feet, he said. Imagery from the early 1980s shared by NASA Earth Observatory shows the Alsek Glacier largely surrounding Prow Knob, with Alsek Lake on one side. The glacier at that time shared a connection with the Grand Plateau Glacier, the images show. Over time, the lake has expanded and the glaciers have retreated. Alsek Lake is one of the 3 lakes next to the glaciers in the region that has seen marked growth since the 1980s. So that's it for that story. It was not super long, but definitely not a good thing. So anyway, I forgot to go through like all the bias distribution and shit on that, but like I said, this is a struggle bus episode, so I have got like 30 minutes maybe before I'm supposed to be loading the van for tour. So I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I appreciate everybody that's here. I'm going to try to get this cut up and put out as individual episodes. I'm a little bit behind on that too. So I think I've got one episode that came out today, and then when I get to the hotel tonight, we'll get the rest ready to go. So anyway, I appreciate you guys being here. That's it for Nightly News this morning for this week. We'll be back on Tuesday. If you have any topics that you'd like to see the coverage from both sides, drop it in the comments, and then just try to put a little positivity in the world if you can. So thanks, everybody. Take care. We'll see you later. Have a good one.
Right through my bones. That's bad. How could I be fooled by you? Leaving, breathing, breathing like you. Tight man, with that pen, I'm sorting your mind. 'Cause I don't really know and I don't really care, and I know pictures of it, this is always just a lie. Ooh, how you pick me right through my bones. Right through my bones.
Okay. Good morning. Welcome. Hello. Welcome to Nightly News this morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. Today is Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025. And we're here to do some ground news, some looking at bias. This is Struggle Bus episode number 2 because I am on the road and I don't have my full studio and everything. So with only one monitor available, it makes this show a little bit harder, but I'm not one of these lol cows who has to show everybody my OBS to even be able to create a video. So don't have to worry about any of that. So how's everybody doing? There's a lot of shit going on. So I saw on the news yesterday when I was stopped somewhere checking into a hotel, maybe stopped for lunch or something, that Trump has now decided that Tylenol, mothers who take Tylenol when they're pregnant, are the reason that children get autism, which is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. And Netanyahu said that there will never be a Palestinian state. So good news all around. I'm not covering either one of those issues today. I've got 4 other stories picked out. We'll get going into them. My first 2 stories are both sourced from the Oregonian. That may seem like a personal bias, but it was high up on the factuality list. And it's mostly about the formatting of the way that the article is on the screen, because I have a very limited space to work with, and I have to read off the screen. So anyway, let's get going here, because like I said, it's Struggle Bus, and I've got other responsibilities that I have to take care of today. So we're gonna jump into it. Get going into story number 1 here. Trump signs order designating Antifa domestic terrorist organization. Well, overnight, I have the amount of domestic terrorists that I know has increased by many magnitudes. So looking at our bias distribution, you can see that you've got fairly equal reporting. 54% are coming from center reporting sources, 23% coming from the left, 23% coming from the right, with 90% of the sources being high factuality or above. So not a whole lot of really trying to, I mean, obviously you're going to have the left and right are going to be reporting on this story in their own personal way, but it's not like a blind spot for one side or the other. And you can see my source, I have everything sorted by factuality like I always do, and the Oregonian is number 2 on the list. It says it's very high factuality with a center distribution bias. You might hear some people disagree with that. There's a local news host in Oregon named Lars Larson who calls the Oregonian a liberal left-wing rag, but Ground News is reporting it as center. So let's get into the story here by Maxine Bernstein from the Oregonian, Oregon Live. President Trump on Monday signed an executive order declaring Antifa a terrorist threat and designating it as a domestic terrorist organization days after he called it a major terrorist organization on Truth Social, urging its funding be thoroughly investigated, and described it as sick, dangerous, radical left disaster. Despite his all-caps assertion, no legal authority exists for creating a domestic terrorist group designation, law experts say. His executive order says it should be followed consistent with existing law, and directs federal departments and agencies to use all applicable authorities to investigate, disrupt, and dismantle any illegal operations conducted by Antifa or anyone claiming to act on its behalf. But there are no criminal or other statutes triggered by domestic terrorist organizations designation because no legal authority exists for such designation, experts say. President Trump can say what he wants in a presidential proclamation, but it doesn't trigger criminal material support charges or open up new surveillance authorities based on the designation, says Mary B. McCord, executive director of Georgetown University Law Center Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection. That doesn't mean DOJ and FBI won't try to use other authorities to launch investigations, but the designation alone does not open up new authorities. Trump threatened such designations at least twice before during his first term, singling out Portland protesters along the way, though nothing came of the comment. In 2020, he tweeted that the U.S. would apply the label to Antifa as radical justice protests erupted in the aftermath of the Minneapolis police killing of George Floyd, a black man who died while police officers pinned him to the ground while he was handcuffed. In August 2019, he wrote on Twitter, major consideration is being given to naming Antifa organization of terror. Portland is being watched very closely. Hopefully the mayor will be able to properly do his job. Major considering is, okay, yeah. So that remark coincide with the end of domestic terrorism rally in Portland as a far-right Proud Boy activist from around the country descended on the city's waterfront to condemn anti-fascists or Antifa and push to have their adversaries designated as domestic terrorists. The rally devolved into running street battles between rival factions. Police declared a civil disturbance and made more than a dozen arrests. And it was in a very small area, too. Everybody's like, oh, Portland's burning, the streets are on fire. It's ridiculous. While federal law does not define domestic terrorism, it's not tied to any... While the federal law does define domestic terrorism, it's not tied to any particular crime, said Tung Yen, a Lewis and Clark Law School professor. Terrorist activities involved dangers to human life that are a violation of the criminal laws of the United States or any other state, appears to intend to intimidate or coerce a civilian population or government policy, or affect the conduct of the government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping, and occur primarily within the United States. Current law allows the designation of only foreign terrorist organizations, and then only by Secretary of State in consultation with the Attorney General and Treasury Secretary. For the most part, the State Department typically applies the designation, according to Jason Blaskus, director of the Center of Terrorism, Extremism, and Counterterrorism at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Monterey, California. However, the Treasury Department, under an executive order issued by former President George W. Bush, has slight wiggle room to designate domestic groups that are linked to foreign terrorist organizations, he said. In 2001, Bush identified the U.S.-based Holy Land Foundation for Relief and Development as a foreign terrorist organization based on evidence that it secretly funneled millions of dollars to Hamas under the guise of charitable giving. Foreign groups can only be sanctioned as terrorist groups under U.S. law. That makes Antifa a very difficult target to designate as a terrorist entity, said Blazkis, who directed work in the State Department to designate countries, organizations, and individuals as foreign terrorists from 2008 to 2018. Antifa is an amorphous ideology, and its adherents lack the coercion of an organization. Antifa is more of a politics or a movement of the pan-radical left, militant opposition to the far right, said Mark Bray, a historian at Rutgers University who specializes in radicalism and wrote the book Antifa, the Anti-Fascist Handbook, a history of post-war anti-fascism. It's not a unitary organization. The decentralized, anarchic, influenced members often don't have a lot of money or major donors, Bray said. The International Anti-Fascist Defense Fund makes small contributions to people across the country, but usually on the order of a couple thousands of dollars to help pay bail or buy gas masks or other self-defense equipment, he said. Rose City Antifa, identified during an ongoing clash, is the oldest known active Antifa collective in the U.S. and Portland's most recognizable left-wing demonstrators, was founded in October 2007, according to its website. The ad hoc coalition formed to shut down a neo-Nazi skinhead festival called Hammerfest, according to the site, which says it opposed fascist organizations and supports direct action. Brian Levin, founding director of the Center for Study of Hate and Extremism and professor emeritus of the Criminal Justice of California State University, San Bernardino, said the hallmark of the violent Antifa adherents is their disorganization. They'll often glom onto something bigger. Holy crap, this is a lot of just side information about what's going on with this. Okay, so this is a lot of background information, but we're getting here to the meat of it. The executive order describes Antifa as an anarchist enterprise that calls for the overthrow of the U.S. government, law enforcement, and the nation's system of laws. That's not true. It says its campaign involves coordinated efforts to obstruct federal law enforcement through armed standoffs with police, organized riots, violent assaults on immigration officers, and routine doxing of officers and political figures. Okay, so armed standoffs, huh? It says Antifa recruits, trains, and radicalizes young Americans to engage in violence while going to elaborate means to shield their identities. Bray said he considers Trump's statements to be an attempt to drum up the leftist conspiracy. More common avenues to address domestic groups responsible for organized violence is through existing criminal laws, such as racketeering or corruption-related charges that are typically used against criminal organizations. They were recently used in Oregon to target the Hoover criminal street-level gang. And then this is just more background information about what's going on in Portland. Maybe one could make the case that Antifa activists try to intimidate or coerce a civilian population or influence the government through intimidation, but a lot of Antifa protests are either protected by the First Amendment or it's just violence and property damage for its own sake. He said there are about 50 federal state statutes that can be used to prosecute instances of domestic terrorism. Those include conspiracy, racketeering, threatening public official threats, obstruction of justice, bias crimes, or arson. Anti-government militant Timothy McVeigh, responsible for one of the deadliest domestic terrorist attacks in U.S. history, was executed by lethal injection in 2001 for the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing outside the federal building that killed 168 people and injured hundreds of others. He was convicted of murder on federal charges, conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction, and destruction of federal building. His co-conspirator, Terry Nichols, was sentenced to life in prison. The bottom line is we have a vast array of statutes to punish conduct that is undertaken in the advancement of domestic terrorism. There's a reason Congress didn't provide for a designation of domestic terrorist, legal observers said, and that's because it could be abused to punish people for their viewpoints rather than violent actions. Yep. So, sorry, I thought I had this open. Hey, what's going on? No big deal. I'm just getting into my first story, and it was a long one, and I've got 3 more still. So I'm gonna take a sip of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes. How are you doing, Dark? We're here at the Grand Canyon today, and we'll be further along Arizona tomorrow, and then back in Vegas, I think on Thursday. I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll be in Vegas Wednesday night, but supposed to hang out with Shabisky at some point. All right. Story number two. Got to get it set up. Here we go. Okay, at least this one isn't as long as the last one. I just got to check that before I get going into it, because the last author was very thorough in making sure that they reported all of the background information on who Antifa was and Rose City Antifa and how it all started and everything like that. So getting into nope, pop, stupid. Getting into story number 2. Welcome to the rapture, everyone. Today's the day of the rapture, according to some minister in South Africa, I guess. I don't know. We're going to get into it. I didn't really hear much about it. I don't have TikTok, which I'm hearing that I should probably get it, because my news shorts are doing okay on YouTube, but maybe they do okay on TikTok. Who knows? I don't know. I hear that's where all the cool kids hang out. So anyway, Rapture Talk floods feeds as Pastor September 23rd, 24th prophecy nears. How is this being reported on? Well, we got some podcasts reporting on it. Huge bias distribution here. So looks like the right isn't really reporting on this much. You've got 32% of the reporting coming from the center, with 61% of the sources coming from the left. 70% high factuality or above, and then it says we've got 58 articles reporting. Mine is third down on the list because, like I said, I pulled this story also from the Oregonian. So we'll get into what's going on with the rapture. So some social media users are bracing for the end of the world. Videos tagged #rapture have gone viral in recent days, with some warning that Jesus will return on September 23rd, 24th for the rapture, an event during which followers believe they will ascend to the sky to meet Jesus Christ. What is the rapture? The rapture refers to a largely evangelical belief that the faithful Christians will be caught up to meet Jesus in the air before a period of judgment on earth. Many point to Theologians 4:17 as the scripture basis. We who are still alive and are left will be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. But the idea of the rapture as a separate event from Jesus' second coming is relatively recent. Some Christians believe the rapture doctrine is biblical, said Paul Louis Metzger, professor of theology at the Multnomah Biblical Seminary, a Portland-based it's a Christian seminary, but it's different Christian beliefs. Denomination, that's what the word I was trying to figure out what that said, and for some reason my brain just couldn't read it. Others maintain that it was created in the 19th century. Metzger added that such predictions often gain traction in moments of cultural anxiety. Jesus' return, such as... Just hold on just a second. So we're camping at the end of the world again. Does everybody remember Harold camping in that whole big poster board thing where it was in so many different cities and it was like the end is coming, and it was like May 20, I don't even remember what year it was, but it obviously didn't happen. 2017, I don't know, I don't even remember. Jesus' return is a monumental hope for Christians. It becomes especially prominent in the minds of many during times of duress and cultural upheaval, he said. According to many pre-millennialists, history is going to get increasingly worse before Jesus returns. Where did the most recent rapture prediction come from? Rapture predictions began in the 19th century. Since then, dozens of predictions about the timing of the rapture have circulated. The latest wave of rapture speculation started with a June 16th episode of the Sent Winds podcast featuring South African pastor Joshua Molekile. In the video, he claims he had a vision in which he was called upon into heaven, and Jesus told him he was returning on September 23rd and 24th. Why would you return for 2 days? Like, what is that all about? What does that mean? He offered no biblical citations or theological arguments, just the date. But that was enough to set off a social media storm amplified by creators posting videos about signs of the end times. But at least one local theologian is skeptical. There's a long history of predictions, said Gary Beshears, professor of theology at Western Seminaries, an evangelical-based seminary based in Portland. This one ties dates of Israel's founding and to October 7th, but it's extremely speculative. It's a conspiracy theory of the worst kind. He emphasized that Jesus himself cautioned against date setting. Go back and read Matthew 24:36. No one knows about that day or hour, he said. Then in Acts 1:7, it's not for you to know the times and or dates the Father has set by his own authority. So follow the authority of Jesus. We do not know. It could be any day. How are people preparing? Despite a lack of guidance from Christian leaders, many have turned to social media for rapture trip tips. I'm sorry. Sharing how they're preparing, from selling valuables and quitting their job to leaving behind messages explaining their expected disappearances. Bashir stressed that fear shouldn't be the driving emotion. These viral predictions are very annoying, Bashir said. My pastoral advice would be, don't be alarmed. Live faithfully today. That's the point of Jesus' teaching in Matthew 24. Holy smokes. Okay, so give me 1 second here, tubes. Okay, nothing super important that has to stop the show. So we keep on moving, but oh man, I remember the Harold Camping posters and everything, and I don't understand how people could fall for it again so easily. Like, our people want to believe in something, I guess, and like, I've been accused of believing in things that seem pretty silly and pretty hokey, so I guess I should just keep my judgments to myself and report the news, and that's it. I don't know. All right, story number 3. What kind of world do we live in? NASA considers nuclear weapons to stop asteroid threatening moon. Okay, sure. All right. Bias distribution has got 57% is coming from the center, 14% is coming from the right, 29% is coming from the left. You don't really see science stories as a huge importance on the right, I guess, but you've got 100% of the sources are rated as high factuality or above, so that's good. I have a story pulled from futurism.com. So if we scroll down here, that's 4th down on the factuality list. It says it leans left with a high factuality rating. Let's go ahead and get into the story, see what's going on. So in 2022, NASA intentionally rammed a spacecraft into a smaller asteroid at 14,000 miles per hour, knocking it off course. The goal was to demonstrate a proof of concept for keeping humanity safe from a space rock heading towards the Earth. Now a group of scientists, including ones from NASA, is exploring options for a different near-Earth space rock dubbed 2024 YR4, which was the agency's Center for Near-Earth Objects believes it has a mere 0.00081% chance of hitting us, but a much larger 4% chance of hitting the moon in December of 2032. Earlier this year, the asteroid made headlines after scientists identified it as having one of the highest chances of hitting Earth on record. However, as time went on, that probability sank to a tiny fraction of a percent. But even if it only strikes the moon, the results could still be dangerous for astronauts in space who could be battered by debris resulting from the collision. In a yet-to-be peer-reviewed paper, the scientists argued that our best option to avoid that eventuality is to blow 2024 YR4 up altogether as part of a kinetic disruption mission, a notable escalation from NASA's 2022 Double Asteroid Redirection Test, DART, which saw a spacecraft nudge an asteroid called Dimorphos off course by ramming it at high speeds. This time they proposed detonating the space rock using nuclear explosive device, a violent option that could allow us to explore yet another way of deflecting potentially dangerous near-Earth space rocks, even if lunar impact is ruled out, the researchers say. Oh, man, this doesn't sound like good news to me. The researchers found that there isn't enough time to launch a reconnaissance mission first to get a better idea of its mass required for a successful deflection attempt. Thanks to the James Webb Telescope observations, we know it measures nearly 300 feet in length, but its mass remains a notable unknown. The team calculated that 2024 YR4's mass could range anywhere from 72.7 million to a whopping 2 billion pounds, which would make it which would make designating a DART-like mission practically impossible. The best option for a recon mission is a late 2028 launch, they found, which would only leave roughly 3 years to intercept the asteroid. On the other hand, for a kinetic robust disruption, essentially blowing it up into pieces, the team concluded that NASA could have anywhere from 5 to 7 years to deploy the mission. For a nuclear disruption, the next available launch window ranges from 2029 to late 2031. The team proposed sending 2 100-kiloton nuclear devices capable of navigating space by themselves to the asteroid, each of which is roughly 5 to 8 times as powerful as the nuclear bombs the United States dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima in 1945. A backup explosive would be kept on board in case it is needed, a researcher wrote. But whether the low chance of 2024 YR4 impacting the moon, let alone the Earth, will prove motivating enough for the Trump administration to jump into action remains to be seen. NASA is already suffering under major budget constraints, and dozens of space missions could be soon canceled as part of the White House's controversial 2026 budget proposal. In other words, chances are slim that the space agency will allocate necessary resources to blow up an errant space rock that's currently over 379 million miles away and is extremely unlikely to pose any danger to us. Man, I don't know. It just seems like there's something dystopian about the prospect of sending 300 kilotons worth of nuclear devices into space on like a rocket that could blow up on its way up there and like poison our upper atmosphere. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a good idea to me, but that's just me, and I'm not an expert. I'm just some asshole that reads the news. Not even very well, I might add. All right, one more story, huh? This one, man. This fucking story. Oh, God. All right, here we go. Trump to meet with Schumer and Jeffries on preventing looming shutdown. If these two old geriatric establishment Democrat fucks bow down to Trump. Anyway, let's read what's going on, tubes. So bias distribution is right down the center with 59%. 19% is coming from the left. 22% is coming from the right. 85% of the sources are high factuality or above. I have my story pulled from the very first high factuality source. It says it's UPI, very high factuality with a center-leaning distribution. I'm just going to get into the story because I don't even want to really think about this too much. So look at these assholes. Okay, well, I guess maybe Hakeem Jeffries isn't that geriatric, but old Chucky Schumer definitely is. This also may be an old picture. I don't know. September 22nd, President Donald Trump plans to meet this week with 2 top Democratic leaders in Congress as a September 30th funding deadline to keep the government open nears, according to sources familiar with the planning. Trump is expected to meet with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, both from New York, on Thursday after receiving a letter, the source told Roll Call, CBS, and NBC News. The president told reporters over the weekend that he is not expecting any breakthroughs, but will continue to talk to Democrats, but I think you could very well end up with a closed country for a period of time.
They want all this stuff. They don't want change. They haven't learned from the biggest beating they've ever taken, Trump said. I'd love to meet with them, but I don't think it's going to have any impact.
Well, maybe come with it. Maybe come to it with an open mind. I don't know. One of the biggest sticking points is healthcare. Yeah. Democrats are demanding any resolution, including an extension of the Affordable Care Act's enhanced tax credits, which currently set to expire at the end of this year. I hope and pray Trump will sit down with us and negotiate in a bipartisan bill, Schumer told CNN on Sunday. On Monday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the meeting is still under consideration. Discussions are ongoing with both Republicans and Democratic members of Capitol Hill, Leavitt said. I don't have any meetings or any scheduled updates for you today, but what I will share is what this White House wants and what Republicans want. We want a clean funding extension to keep the government open. You want huge tax benefits for corporations, and you want to increase the tax load on working class families, is what I've seen since the administration has come back into power. But The Republican bill to keep the government running narrowly passed Friday in the House before lawmakers left Capitol Hill for a week. The short-term funding measure that would have kept the government open through November 21st and boost security funding for lawmakers by $88 million failed in the Senate. A Democratic measure prioritizing health care at the expense of Trump's policies while keeping the government open until October 31st also failed. Of course it did. Tens of millions of Americans are on the brink of their healthcare costs increasing by thousands of dollars per year, risking bankruptcy to many families, Schumer and Jeffries wrote to Trump. We do not understand why you prefer to shut the government rather than protect the healthcare and quality of life of the American people. All right, so that is my last story, but I do want to add on that. Let's not pretend, okay, that the Affordable Care Act actually does enough for the American people. We live in the richest country in the entire world, and yet like we can't offer a basic health care package to our citizens without making them pay hundreds of dollars a month. It seems really disingenuous, but who knows. Anyway, that's all that I've got for today. Thank you for hanging out with me. Nightly News This Morning is sponsored by no one because I'm not sponsored. I don't have enough subscribers to be monetized. And but we may be talking about changing some things up when I get back home. We'll discuss maybe changing some things up a little bit. I don't know. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, and I will be back on Friday from Las Vegas, I believe. So we'll see you then. Take care. Put a little bit, I know that doing this show has shown me that things keep increasingly, progressively getting more negative for some people. But the best thing that we can do is try to put a little bit of positivity into the world around us, because you have a bigger impact on people than you know. You impact more people in your personal life. You don't think about it because you're going about your life and you're trying to survive. But the things that you do impact the people around you, and you have the ability to impact those people in a positive way. So anything that you can do, that spreads, and that spreads the positivity. Just the same way that negativity can spread. But we want to be positive. We want to make the world a better place. So anyway, thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you guys Friday. Thank you. How's it going? Good morning. Is everybody here? Hello. Hello, how are you? I'm just, if you saw the title of the video, you know that there's no prep work for this episode. I mean, very minimal prep work. So I'm just trying to get everything set up right now so that I can see the chat if anybody pops in. I haven't broadcast this episode, like I haven't put it on Bluesky or X like I normally do. I haven't like dropped the link to any Discord. So I fully anticipate this to be one of those episodes where if anybody sees it live, it's only afterwards, maybe gets like 5 or 10 views. And then like hopefully the 2 articles that I picked maybe will get some traction when I cut them up and make them into, you know, individual segments. So, but that being said, I am up against the clock today. I'm in Las Vegas, but I've got to get on the road. Literally, we're supposed to be leaving in like less than an hour and a half, and I haven't even begun to pack anything in my room up or anything. So, with that being said, I do have a second monitor, so hopefully I'll be able to read stuff a little bit easier. That'll look a little bit easier. Maybe I won't struggle so much reading through the articles, but let's just go ahead and get into story number 1 here. So, well, that is not, see, like I said, no prep work this morning. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this for just a second, so that I know later on when I'm cutting it up that there's a break there. So, all right, now let's jump into story number 1. Ex-FBI Director James Comey indicted on charges of lying to Congress and obstruction. So, kind of looking authoritarian here, Tubes. So we have a lot of distribution on this, a lot of reporting. It says that there are 594 articles reporting right now, with 49% of the sources coming from the center, 31% coming from the left, and 20% coming from the right. 88% of the sources are high factuality or above. I have a story pulled from BBC, I believe, because like when I rate the stories by factuality, there were a lot of paywalls, a lot of like local places reporting on it, but I wanted to pick a bigger conglomerate kind of to read through, but BBC does say it's very high factuality with center-leaning distribution. So let's get into the article. It says this president asks and he shall receive. Less than a week after Donald Trump fired off on Truth Social posts specifically calling for a handful of his critics to be prosecuted, one of those targeted, former FBI Director James Comey, has been indicted. The Department of Justice announced a criminal case against Mr. Comey late on Thursday, fulfilling the president's desire to seek retribution and further raising concerns about whether U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi is weaponizing the Justice Department to target Trump's political rivals. Mr. Comey's been indicted on charges of making false statements and obstruction of justice in retaliation to his testimony before a Senate panel in 2020. Prosecution alleges he lied to Congress about whether he authorized a leak of classified information to members of the media. It doesn't take much to connect the dots. Even if Trump's Department of Justice insists there's a solid case against the former FBI director and that this is an example of power being held accountable, it doesn't take much to connect the dots. Today's indictment reflects the Department of Justice's commitment to holding those who abuse positions of power accountable for misleading the American people. Wow. I want anybody who's watching this to know, like, from a definitive position standpoint, my position on any of this is that both sides are lying to you. So if you see me reporting on a story and it seems like I'm against Trump, well, I am. But I was also against Biden too. Politicians are lying to you, okay? One side isn't better than the other. Trump didn't come and drain the swamp. Look at the people that he has running his shit, man. Look, Stephen Miller is one of the most detestful human beings on the face of the planet. That being said, her assertions aside, if there had been anything left of the once strong firewall between the department and the White House, long considered sacrosanct by presidents of both parties, it is now gone. Lori Levinson, a former federal prosecutor and law professor at Loyola Marymount University, told BBC News that the firewall had completely collapsed with this case. This is unprecedented, to have the president basically direct his people to indict a specific individual because he's angry at that person, Ms. Levinson said, referring to Mr. Comey. Last week, Trump took to his Truth Social platform and urged Bondi to bring charges against his political foes. He complained that the Justice Department was slow to charge Mr. Comey. Democrat and California Senator Adam Schiff and New York Attorney General Letitia James, vocal critics who have long been in Trump's crosshairs. Ms. Levinson said Trump has gone further than former President Richard Nixon, who famously assembled an enemies list by replacing prosecutors who have resisted his retribution agenda with ones who are willing to execute it. Days after the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Eric Seibert, resigned over fears he would be fired for failing to prosecute James for alleged mortgage fraud, Trump appointed a White House aide to do the role. Lindsay Halligan, one of Trump's former personal lawyers who has no experience as a federal prosecutor, swiftly brought the Mr. Comey case to a grand jury, which agreed there was enough evidence to prosecute. Everything about this smacks of vindictive prosecution, Ms. Levinson said. To secure an indictment, 12 members of a grand jury only need to vote for probable cause, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In addition, the grand jury considers the case solely based on evidence by the prosecutors with no defense attorneys present. Anne-Marie Anne-Marie McAvoy, a legal expert at Columbia University, professor, notes that prosecutors may have testimony documentary evidence to support their case against Mr. Comey, evidence that was presented to the grand jury that could be used to build the case against the former director during trial. There have been questions all along as to whether he was being honest when he said he didn't leak information, she said. And you know, if there are others who are willing to come forward and say, yes, I got this information from James Comey, then potentially they certainly have a case. In a short statement provided to the media, Mr. Comey's attorneys say that he denies the charges and that he looks forward to vindication in the courtroom. If this case does in fact go to trial, it is poised to unearth a long-buried drama from the Russian election meddling investigation of Trump's first term, even though the pre-jury and obstruction charges are quite tangible and small bore. Trump and his supporters are already threatening the prosecution of Mr. Comey as an avenue to undermine the credibility of the entire Russia investigation. While that probe found ample evidence of attempts to meddle in the 2016 presidential election, it produced no concrete evidence tying Trump directly to those efforts. Kash Patel, Trump's FBI director, called the investigation a disgraceful chapter in history in a post on X after the indictment was announced. He accused what he said was the previous corrupt leadership of weaponizing the Bureau's investigatory power. Those same accusations are now being directed at Patel, Bondi, and the rest of the Trump team. And perhaps the biggest question hanging over all of this is whether the Mr. Comey indictment is just an individual event, a move that might placate a clearly angry president, or a sign of more prosecutions to come. We are barreling right towards bad things. And this is just another one of those stories that points that out. So anyway, going to take a sip of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes, and we'll get into, I only have 2 stories this morning. I'm sorry, I'm really behind, and I've got to have this show done, but way before 7. I'm already so behind on that one article. But anyway, we're going to go ahead. I'm going to set up story number 2, and then we'll jump into it. All right, last story of the day. Instagram deliberate design choices make it unsafe for teens despite Meta's promises, report says. Media bias distribution, you've got way more reporting coming from the left at 23%, center is 68%, and then a 9% reporting from the right, which makes this a blind spot for the right if you ask me. So my article comes from the Associated Press. It does say it leans left with very high factuality. It's 3rd down on the factuality list. Let's go ahead and get into it. Despite years of congressional hearings, lawsuits, academic research, whistleblowers, and testimony from parents, teenagers about the dangers of Instagram, Meta's wildly popular app has failed to protect children from harm with woefully ineffective safety measures, according to a new report from former employee and whistleblower Arturo Bejar and 4 nonprofit groups. Meta's efforts at addressing teen safety and mental health on its platforms have long been met with criticism, and the changes don't go far enough. Now the report's authors claim Meta has chosen not to take real steps to address safety concerns, opting instead for splashy headlines about new tools for parenting and Instagram teen accounts for underage users. The report Thursday came from Bejar and the Cybersecurity for Democracy at New York University and Northeastern University, as well as the Molly Rose Foundation, Fair Play, and Parents SOS. Meta said the report misrepresents its efforts on teen safety. The report evaluated 47 of Meta's 53 safety features for 4 teens on Instagram and found that the majority of them are either no longer available or ineffective. Others reduced harm but came with some notable limitations, while only 8 tools worked as intended with no limitations. The report's focus was on Instagram's design, not content moderation. The distinction is critical because social media platforms and their defenders often conflate efforts to improve platform design with censorship, the report says. However, addressing safety tools and calling out Meta when those tools do not work as promised has nothing to do with free speech. Holding Meta accountable for deceiving young people and parents about how safe Instagram really is not a free speech issue. Meta called the report misleading and dangerously speculative and said it undermines the important conversation about teen safety. This report repeatedly misrepresents our efforts to empower parents and protect teens, misstating how our safety tools work and how millions of parents and teens are using them today. Teen accounts lead the industry because they provide automatic safety protections and straightforward parental controls, Meta said. The reality is teens who were placed in those protections saw less sensitive content, experienced less unwanted contact, and spent less time on Instagram at night. Parents also have robust tools at their fingertips, from limited usage to monitoring interactions. We'll continue improving our tools and welcome constructive feedback, but this report is not that. Meta has not disclosed what percentage of parents use the parental control tools. Such features can be useful for families in which parents are already involved in their child's online life and activities, but experts say that's not the reality for many people. New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres, who has filed a lawsuit against Meta claiming it fails to protect children from predators, said it's unfortunate that Meta is doubling down on its efforts to persuade parents and children that Meta's platforms are safe rather than making sure. Thank you, Associated Press. I appreciate that. Instead of making sure that its platforms are actually safe. The authors created teen test accounts as well as the malicious adult and teen accounts that would attempt to interact with these accounts in order to evaluate Instagram's safeguards. For instance, while Meta has sought to limit adult strangers from contacting underage users on its app, adults can still communicate with minors through many features that are inherent in Instagram's design, the report says. In many cases, adult strangers were recommended to the minor's account by Instagram, features such as Reels and people to follow. Gross. Most significantly, when a minor experiences unwanted sexual advances or inappropriate contact, Meta's own product design and explicitly do not include any effective way for the teen to let the company know of the unwanted advance, the report says. Meta said the report is misleading because it rates many of the safety tools not on what they promised to do, but what the authors would like them to accomplish. For instance, the report says features that let users manually hide comments works as described, but add that it places a clear nuance on the recipient to do so and doesn't allow the user to say what they hid the comment, which Meta has never promised it would do. Blah, 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 blah. Instagram also pushes its disappearing messages feature to teenagers with an animated reward such as an incentive to use it. Disappearing messages can be dangerous for minors and are used for drug sales and grooming and leave the minor account with no recourse, according to the report. Another safety feature, which is supposed to hide or filter out common offensive words and phrases in order to prevent harassment, was also found to be largely ineffective. Grossly offensive and misogynistic phrases were among the terms that were freely able to be sent from one teen account to another. So the report says, for example, a message that encouraged the recipient to Minecraft themselves, I'm not going to say it on YouTube, and contained a vulgar term for women was not filtered and had no warnings applied to it. Meta said the tools were never intended to filter messages, only message requests. The company expanded its teen accounts on Thursday to users worldwide. As it sought to add safety safeguards for teens, Meta has also promised it wouldn't show inappropriate content to teens, such as posts about self-harm, eating disorders, or sewer slides. The report found that teen avatars were nonetheless recommended age-inappropriate sexual content, including graphic descriptions, the use of cartoons to describe demeaning acts, and brief displays of nudity. We were also algorithmically recommended a range of violent and disturbing content, including reels of people getting struck by road traffic, falling from heights to their deaths, which the last frame cut off so as not to see the impact, and people graphically breaking bones, the report says. In addition, Instagram also recommended a range of self-harm, self-injury, and body image content on teens' accounts that reports say would be reasonably likely to result in adverse impacts for young people, including teenagers experiencing poor mental health or self-harm or sewer slide behaviors. The report, holy crap, okay. Until we see meaningful action, teen accounts will remain yet another missed opportunity to protect children from harm, and Instagram will continue to be an unsafe experience for far too many users, the report says. All right. Well, that's all that I've got for today. I'm sorry. I know it was short. I know it wasn't like the best episode I've ever done or anything. Got a couple more episodes that are going to be like this until I get back home next month. I mean, I know next month's only a couple days away, but that's so demoralizing to say I won't be home until next month. So anyway, thanks for hanging out. I've been Cousin Matt. This has been Nightly News This Morning. Looked at the bias a little bit, did what we could, but I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Take care. Put a little bit of positivity into your world if you can. Thanks.
Spending a long, lonely day and it simmers. Content with my love and sun rays and it simmers. Yeah. Needlessly knowing that darkness is slowly and surely flowing into my head. Deep down it simmers. I know that someday too soon the top will blow off, and I'll be left freaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. And everyone and every little thing you could possibly know, with someday to do dust and ruin just as my own. tummy simmers. Struck by a cool ocean breeze and I shiver. Yeah. Thrown out from the cold so bold, its tiny little tips of this weakness that timidly take hold. Makes me shiver. Top of the up. Now we left breaking and screaming with all of these thoughts. What little thing you could possibly know will someday turn to dust and ruin just as my own. Till then it simmers. Till then it simmers.
Or so I've heard, or so I have heard. Okay, here we go. Welcome, hello. Good morning and welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Pantsless Paul Harvey, also known as Cousin Matt. We're here on Struggle Bus episode number 3, I believe. So we're going to get into some ground news. I do have, luckily for this episode, I've got a second monitor. My lighting looks like shit, but you know, we do what we have to do. We do what we have to do to get through, or another way to say that is, it is what it is. Anyway, so as in the theme of Struggle Bus episode, I do have my Red Bull, but this morning it's not Juneberry. It is the flavor says tropical. It's okay. It's not great, but you know, you do what you got to do when you're on the road. So anyway, we've got 4 stories lined up, so we're going to do a little bit more traditional of an episode this morning, try to get through. Microphone sounds a little bit different. I'm using Jeff's wireless lav mics while we're on the road, so that makes things a little bit easier for getting things set up and taken down and stuff like that. So yeah, anyway, let's go ahead and let's get rolling here, right? So first story of the day, OpenAI to launch TikTok-like social media app for AI video with opt-out copyright approach. This sounds so interesting. I'm sure that this isn't going to make things worse at all. So this is a story in relation to AI, of course, and so that's something that we report on quite often. And if we look at our bias distribution, we've got way more reporting coming from the left than the right. You've got a distribution of 39% coming from the left, 46% is coming from the center, and 15% is coming from the right. So you could call it a blind spot if you wanted to. I have my sources pulled by factuality like I always do. I believe it took me a while to find a source that I could get that looked good. So it says it's from Silicon Republic. So we got to scroll down here, and it's the last one on the first of the first 5 of the high factualities, but there's 38 articles reporting, so that's still pretty high up on the list. So high factuality, center leaning distribution. Let's read the article and see what it says. OpenAI is apparently preparing to release a social media app alongside the latest release of its AI video generation model, Sora. As OpenAI prepares to launch the newest version of its AI video generator, Sora, reports say it will be accompanied by the launch of a TikTok-style social media app, and that talent agencies and studios are being notified that copyright holders are required to opt out. According to Wired, the launch of Sora 2 will be accompanied by the TikTok-like app, which will feature vertical video feeds and swipe-to-scroll navigation. One big difference, according to documents seen by Wired, is that users will not be able to directly upload photos or videos from their own camera roll, meaning that all material shared with AI will be, or all material shared will be AI generated. Ooh. The Wall Street Journal has exclusive reporting that talent agents and studios have been receiving notifications from OpenAI over the past week warning them that copyrighted materials will be used unless the creators or owners actively opt out, and that the release of the new app is only days away. Holy Jesus. As is fairly typical of the big AI players, OpenAI is apparently warning that movie studios, for example, who do not actively opt out will see their copyrighted materials being used in Sora and the mooted social media app. It's becoming common practice in the US for copyright holders to have to fight back later once their materials have been used, so the active opt-out option appears certainly to be an attempt by OpenAI to cover themselves in advance from any subsequent lawsuit. However, sources told the Wall Street Journal that the new product will not generate material featuring recognizable public figures without their permission, which will be a relief to many high-profile people and should help combat any political deepfakes being created on the platform. It quotes OpenAI Chief Strategist Officer Jason Kwan, saying it is the company's general approach to treat likenesses and copyright distinctly. Given the new social media app looks set to use only AI-generated materials, OpenAI appears to be betting that AI-only video app may be the way to go. It is difficult to imagine competing directly with TikTok should users not be able to upload their own content, but the documents certainly suggest it is TikTok that has its sights on. As well as the vertical video feed and swipe to scroll navigation, there will be a For You style page powered by recommendation algorithms and a menu bar that will allow users to like, comment, or remix a video. Users will be able to create video clips for up to 10 seconds long, utilizing OpenAI's new Sora 2 video generation model. Meta clearly already has TikTok in its sights with its plans for its next iteration of Instagram. It's currently testing a Reels-first version with a limited number of users in India and its iPad app. Now it's OpenAI's turn to give the ByteDance algorithm a run for its money at a time when everyone awaits the final deal ownership of TikTok in the US. Man. Okay, so good morning, Beardshire. That no restrictions on AI coming in nicely, Tubes. That's right, man. Welcome to the new age. Ugh. All right. So we're going to just keep barreling into story number 2 here. Judge upholds Pentagon's blacklist of drone maker DJI. Now, I picked this story for I picked this story for a very specific reason, and that is because of my own bias. I have a DJI drone. If you've watched content on my channel, you may have seen footage shot by a DJI drone. So, especially if you watched my my video of the Paiute Reservoir or the Moki Dugway, both of those shot on a DJI drone. So I don't think it's spying on me to the Chinese government, because like the updates that it does are only when I have internet. So anyway, let's get scrolling here. So we have a bias distribution. It's pretty equal. You've got 39% coming from the left, 38% coming from the center, and 23% coming from the right. So there is a little bit more reporting on this one than the last story. My stories are sorted by factuality like they always are. And I pulled the very highest factuality story on the list by TechCrunch. So let's get into it and see what it says here. Federal judge has restricted drone maker DJI's efforts to get off a Department of Defense list of Chinese military companies. The U.S. District Judge Paul Friedman ruled Friday that the Department of Defense had provided substantial evidence that DJI contributes to the Chinese defense industrial base, pointing to the use of modified DJI drones in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Friedman wrote, "Whether or not DJI's policies prohibit military use is irrelevant. That does not change the fact that DJI's technology has both substantial theoretical and actual military application." So does every other commercial fucking drone company out there, though. That's the thing. It's just that DJIs are the cheapest. At the same time, Judge Friedman rejected some of the DoD's other rationales for the listing. The other government agencies, including the Department of Commerce and the Treasury Department, placed DJI on similar lists before it was added to the DoD list in 2022. When DJI filed the lawsuit last year, the company said it was not owned or controlled by the Chinese military, and that the DoD itself acknowledges that DJI makes consumer and commercial drones, not military drones. The lawsuit also said that the company had suffered ongoing financial and reputational harm, including lost business as a result of the listing. TechCrunch has reached out to DJI for comment. The company told Reuters that it is considering its legal options and said Judge Friedman's decision was based on a single rationale that applies to many companies that have never been listed. DJI faces other legal hurdles in the U.S., including a potential ban on sales starting in December unless a national security agency determines that its drones do not pose an unacceptable risk to the national security of the United States. Oh man. Sounds like it's time to upgrade my DJI drone. I've only got a Mini 2. I think I need to get a nicer one before December. Anyway, government telling companies what they can and can't do sounds really Republican stay out of business to me. So people are going to ignore that. They already do. There are tons of celebrity AI all over the place. Oh, I know. I watched a Moist Critical video about a new AI actress that looked really terrible. She said 3 seasons in a podcast, and I was like, huh, that sounds like 6 seasons in a movie to me. It sounds like they're ripping it off but changing it a little, you know? Anyway, tubes. But I digress. Okay. This one's going to be fun. Let's get into story number 3. Already. That's pretty cool. We're rocking and rolling this morning. All right, story number 3. Louisiana's governor asks for National Guard deployment to New Orleans and other cities. Okay, 20% distribution coming from the left, 78% from the center, and 2% from the right. So this is honestly almost a blind spot for both sides. My story's pulled by factuality from the Associated Press. We're going to get into the story here. So, New Orleans, Louisiana's Republican governor asked for National Guard deployment to New Orleans and other cities, saying Monday that his state needs help fighting crime and praising Donald Trump's decision to send troops to Washington and Memphis. Governor Jeff Landry, a Trump ally, asked for up to 1,000 troops through fiscal year 2026 in a letter sent to the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. It comes weeks after Trump suggested New Orleans could be one of his next targets for deploying the troops of the National Guard to fight crime. Trump also sent troops in recent months to Los Angeles, and administration had announced plans for similar actions in other major cities, including Chicago and Portland, Oregon. Landry said that his request builds on the proven success of deployments to Washington and Memphis. While Trump has ordered troops in Memphis with the backing of Tennessee Republican governor, as of Monday night, there had not yet been a large-scale operation in the city. Federal partnerships in our toughest cities have worked, and now, with the support of President Trump and Secretary Hegseth, we're taking the next step by bringing the National Guard, Landry said. Oh, I forget that Associated Press does this every time I get halfway down the article. I have to edit it out every time. All right. Leaders in Democratic-controlled states have criticized the planned deployments. In Oregon, elected officials have said that troops in Portland are not needed because they aren't. In his request, Landry said there has been elevated crime rates in Shreveport, Baton Rouge, and New Orleans, as well as shortages in... I'm sorry, what's the pronunciation? Shreveport, excuse me. I don't know how words are pronounced in places that I haven't been. He said that the state's vulnerability to natural disasters made the issue more challenging, and that extra support would be especially helpful in major events, including Mardi Gras and college football bowl games. But crime in some of the state's biggest cities has actually decreased recently, with New Orleans seeing particularly steep drop in 2025 that has put it on pace to have its lowest number of killings in more than 5 decades. 5 decades. That's a huge number. Preliminary data from the city police department shows that there have been 75 homicides so far this year in 2025. That count includes the 14 revelers who were killed on New Year's Day attack during the truck attack in Bourbon Street last year. There were 124 homicides. In 2023, there were 193. In Baton Rouge, the state's capital, there's also seen a decrease in homicides compared to last year, according to the police department figures. Data also shows, however, that the robberies and assaults are on pace to surpass last year's numbers. Okay, so more crime, but less killing. Anyway. When are they going to monetize drones, I wonder? It can only fly so high, then you have to sign paid to more to go higher. That's actually really you're probably not far off there. That's probably honestly coming. They already killed electric cars being cheaper, so many added fees it's no longer worth it, or cheaper on average unless you strictly charge from home only. Well, so in my state, the charge from home thing, because my brother has an electric car and my partner and I've been talking about getting one for like doing deliveries and stuff, but they are proposing a bill in my state where they would start charging electric car owners per mile on top of their registration, which is the only classification of car that they would do that in the state. And unfortunately, like, I don't really see anybody standing up against them to keep that from passing. So that's kind of why I've been holding out. Like, I've been thinking about it. I need a truck, but I also need something that like I can do my deliveries and stuff in and make decent money. And so we were trying to consider which way we were going to go for a loan, and that's why we've been holding out. But I digress, Tubes. All right, time for story number 4. And this story, we'll see how long this stays up. All right, story number 4, YouTube to pay $24.5 million to end Trump lawsuit over January 6th ban. At least the bias distribution is pretty equal. You've only got 23% from the left, 25% from the right, and 52% coming from the center. When we scroll down here, I have been criticized for using this source before, but you know what? Like I said in the comments, if you would like me to use another source, be sure to drop it in the comments. If you would like me to talk about another subject, be sure to drop it in the topics. But since the Hawaii Tribune Herald is second down on my factuality list and it has a center-leaning distribution, not left, we're going to go ahead and read the story from there. So let's get into story number 4. YouTube agrees to pay $24.5 million settlement to President Donald Trump and others who were suspended by the video streaming platform in the wake of January 6th, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol, according to legal documents filed on Monday. YouTube froze Trump's account after the riot, blocking him from uploading new videos and arguing that the content could lead to more violence. Trump sued YouTube in October 2021, claiming that it and other social media firms that removed his accounts had wrongfully censored him. The vast majority of YouTube's settlement payment, $22 million, will go to Trump, according to the filing in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California. He has directed that the money be contributed to the Trust for the National Mall and to the conservation of the ballroom at the White House. The remaining $2.5 million will be distributed among other plaintiffs in the case, including writer Naomi Wolf and the American Conservation Union. If he hadn't been reelected, we'd be in court forever, said John Cole, a lawyer for Trump. Then the president gets reelected and things look a lot better. A representative for YouTube declined to comment. The Wall Street Journal reported the agreement earlier. YouTube's settlement is the latest move by major technology and media firms to end expensive legal battles with Trump, who has accused social media platforms of censorship and claimed that the media firms have defamed him. Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, in January settled a similar lawsuit brought by Trump, agreeing to pay $25 million. X, the social media platform owned by Elon Musk and formerly known as Twitter, agreed in February to pay about $10 million to resolve a dispute about the 2021 suspension of Trump's account. Jesus Christ. How is this not extortion? Media companies have also made concessions to Trump. Paramount in July agreed to pay him $16 million to settle his lawsuit over the editing of a CBS 60 Minutes interview with former Vice President Kamala Harris. ABC News agreed to pay $15 million in December to settle a defamation case filed by Trump's against the network and one of its anchors, George Stephanopoulos. Trump and his administration have ramped up pressure campaigns against his perceived enemies in recent months, including law firms that champion Democratic causes, prominent universities, and media critics such as Jimmy Kimmel. This month, Trump sued the New York Times, asking for $15 billion in damages. The lawsuit was dismissed, although Trump may refile. Holy fuck. Okay. Yeah, that's all he does. You're right. That is all he does. That's how he's making all of this fucking money right now, is just by suing everybody. Like, South Park was completely right. Like, it looked like satire, but they were just right on. Hey, I'll fucking sue you. Yeah. And that's exactly what he's doing. And it's the precedent for the free press that he's setting that is the most terrifying thing to me. Like, right now, like, this may be the freest way that you can get your news. I don't know. But at some point, like, he's going to come after everyone. And, like, who will there be left to come after? Like, that's what we need to think about. Like, when do we get to that point where it's like, oh, well, he's come after this person and this person and this person and this person and this person. Who's next? But I digress. Anyway, so that's it for this episode of Nightly News This Morning. I've got to get back on the road. I am going to put out a poll to see how we want to proceed with the next episode, because Friday's episode I'm not going to be able to do in the morning. I have a flight. With my travel times, there's just no way that I can make the show happen. So we can either do it Friday, we can either do Nightly News This Morning in the afternoon on Friday, or we can do special weekend edition on Saturday. So I'll put a poll up on my community page. You're more than welcome to vote. You can drop a comment in the video too if you're watching this later, and just say, and then like I'll look at it by Friday, or I'll look at it by Thursday, and I'll make an announcement on the community page on Thursday on what we're doing. So that's how we'll do that. So anyway, thanks, Tubes. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Like I always say, if you can put a little bit of positivity in the world today, please try to do that. You have a bigger effect on the world around you than you even realize. Something that you say or do might completely just make somebody's day today, and you may not even be aware of that. So that's why it's so important to affect the world with your positive intentions. So anyway, take care of yourselves, and we will see you guys at the end of this week, either Friday or Saturday, but I will let you guys know by Thursday. So catch you later.
Toxic, baby, saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Been chewed up, let down by a girl. You made a man your property, and you ripped away his world. I don't wanna admit it, but there's a man to blame. For feeling all this pain. so. Though your love feels tender, doll, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games, but I still need you, babe, to save me from my ace. Cause my brain's on fire, oh, and I can't sleep, so I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me?
All right. Hi. Welcome to Nightly News This Morning, special weekend edition. I'm your host, Pantsless Paul Harvey. I mean, Cousin Matt. Sorry. Nobody gets that joke, so I'm going to stop using it. It's not really that funny anymore. Anyway, hello. Welcome. I am home, back in my own home studio, back from tour, back with my own gear and my own regular setup and everything. So hopefully things should go a little bit more smoothly today. I got this new vest while I was on tour. Shout out to my writer, John, if he's watching. He probably isn't, but I wore this vest just for you today, sir. So, no, we were somewhere in California, and I stopped at a Goodwill, and they just happened to have this vest. So, like, I didn't want a bag, and I wore it out. And he's like, "Oh, that's a dapper vest. You better wear that." And I was like, it's for something else. So, anyway, how's everybody doing? It is October already. Holy shit. It is October 4th, 2025. Just a couple months left of 2025, and then we're barreling right into midterms year. Oh yeah, oh baby, here we go. So I'm sure that there's just gonna be a ton of fucking news for the next like however long. But today I got some stories picked out. We'll go through and read some ground news. And if anybody wants to hang out and chat or make any suggestions or say anything, I'm here. So I'm back. We're back, baby. Here we go. Anyway, so let's go ahead. First off, because on my last show, I didn't actually get Juneberry Red Bull. I got some weird ass fucking tropical Red Bull. So today, I'm going to have a sip of my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor tubes. I also was asked if I was sponsored by Ground News in the comments of one of my videos. No, I'm not. I pay Ground News. I pay them money. I paid for a year subscription through somebody's affiliation link, but I'm also not sponsored by Neewer, who is the brand name of this cool new wireless lav mic that I have, and I got some other things too, kind of hopefully upgrade my status a little bit. Not status, but like my studio. Excuse me. Some things in there. So yeah, I don't need to use my mouse to get going anymore. I have a button that I can press for that. So we're gonna go ahead and get started on story number 1. All right. So coming over to look at our ground news aggregator, and in story number 1, it says Perplexity's Comet AI browser now free worldwide amid security concerns. On Thursday, Perplexity CEO announced that the Comet browser is now free for all users after its July launch, exclusive to Max subscribers at $200 per month. Okay, now listen. I have said this before in the past. I have told people, and they have repeated that and like quoted me and saying, this isn't my quote, but I want you to understand. When something is given to you for free in the technology world, that's because you are the product. Think about that. So bias distribution, 48% of the stories are coming from the center, 26% from the left, 26% from the right. So it's not a blind spot by any means. I've got my sources sorted by factuality like I always do. And third down on my factuality list is CNBC. It says very high factuality with a center-leaning distribution. We're going to go ahead and get into that story by CNBC here. So
Perplexity AI on Thursday announced that its artificial intelligence-powered web browser Comet is available worldwide and will be free to users. The Comet browser is designed to serve as a personal assistant that can search the web, organize tabs, draft emails, shop, and more, according to Perplexity, because that's just what you want. Your AI ordering every single fucking thing that you didn't know about and you ending up with like 20 boxes on your front door and $10,000 in debt. The startup initially launched Comet in July to Perplexity Max subscribers for $200 a month, and the waitlist has ballooned to millions of people, the company said. Perplexity's decision to provide Comet for free could help it attract more users it's weird if they've got a waitlist of millions of subscribers that are willing to pay this $200 a month and all of a sudden they're just like, you know what? No, for the good of the people, we're going to give it to you. Strange. Perplexity's decision to provide Comet for free, could attract more users as it works to fend off rivals like Google, OpenAI, and Anthropic that have their own AI browser offerings. In September, Google rolled out Gemini in its Chrome browser, Anthropic announced a browser-based AI agent in August, and OpenAI unveiled Operator, an agent that uses a browser to complete tasks, in January. Perplexity made an unsolicited $34.5 billion bid for Google's Chrome browser in August. Perplexity is best known for its AI-powered search engine that gives users simple answers to questions and links out the original source material on the web. After the company was accused of plagiarizing content from media outlets, it launched a revenue-sharing model with publishers last year. The company also introduced Comet Plus in August, which is a subscription that gives users access to content from trusted publishers and journalists, according to a blog post. Perplexity said Tuesday that CNN, Condé Nast, The Washington Post, The Los Angeles Times, Fortune, Le Monde, and Le Figaro are its inaugural publishing partners. Perplexity said additional features were also on the way. The company teased a mobile version of Comet and featured a background assistant which can work on multiple tasks simultaneously and asynchronously. So, yeah, that's definitely something to watch. And as we continue to keep an eye on artificial intelligence on this channel, we will bring you any more latest developments when they come. Remember, if it's free, you're the product. So, all right, let me get set up for story number 2 here. As today is Saturday, I'm gonna probably just kind of breeze through this and try to get to my weekend, as today is my first full day home. But, if anybody has any story suggestions, anything that they want to see covered, anything that they want to BS about, just let me know. Yeah. I'm kind of overdue for a live stream on my second channel, but I think it's going to be more just like a hangout place. I kind of want to get away from the majority of the drama stuff. I might do a little bit of like just my own stuff, but for the most part, I'm going to start moving my content away from that, even though clearly, if you look at the numbers from this channel and my second channel, like that's the more popular thing. But I have my own mental health to think about, if you know what I'm saying, tubes. So let's get rolling right along. Story number 2: China deploys robot dogs in simulated lunar conditions ahead. I'm just gonna start over. I am having a struggle day today. It's okay. It's fine. I just woke up. I don't know what you want from me. All right. China deploys robot dogs in simulated moon conditions ahead of lunar mission. And this is a story that is only being reported on by the center and the right, mostly the right. So I wonder if this is like one of those scare tactic stories where they're like, look at what's going on. We need to be afraid. Oh, God. But 71% of the coverage of the sources are right-leaning, where 29% are from the center. And if you look at the factuality, only 43% of the sources are listed as high factuality or above. Ground News gives you this option to sort by factuality, which I always do. So it'll give you the sources with the highest factuality rating at the very top. And if you look, when you sort by factuality, space.com is a center-leaning distribution with very high factuality. So that's who we're going to pull the story from. Look at that cute little moon dog.
I'm just kidding. Those things are dystopic. Future lunar explorers may not only be barking at the moon, but digging for scientific answers. Dog-shaped robots may be used on future moon missions as humanity's best friend is an agile explorer already. Leaping, digging, and exploring elevated terrains are the things that dogs eagerly do on Earth. Now, researchers hope to replicate that agility on the moon for a NASA-led Artemis program that could land astronauts there later in the 2020s. The robot dog concept is called LEAP, or Legged Exploration for the Arcturus Plateau, is one of the moon's regions that the European Space Agency, which is funding the project, hopes to explore before too long. With the robot, we can investigate key features to study the geographical history and evolution of the moon, like the ejecta around the craters, fresh impact sites, and collapsed lava tubes, where material may not have been altered by space weathering and other processes. Patrick Bachmann, an engineer at the Max Planck Institute for Solar Systems Research in Germany, said in a statement, "The dog-like robot may ride on the surface of the ESA's European Large Logistics Lander, which is tasked to send payloads and experiments to the moon's surface starting in the late 2020s. The dog's shape is based on the legged robot called Animal that was developed at ETH Zurich and its spin-off Biotics. Between the varied gait's ability to flip back up if it falls and its agility at climbing steep slopes, this is lunar exploring as well as we've ever envisioned it. Animal can even dig channels in the soil or use its legs to flip over rocks to see what's underneath. That's pretty cool. Traditional rovers have enabled great discoveries on the moon and Mars, but have limitations, Bombach said. Exploring terrain with loose soil, large boulders, or slopes at over 15 degrees are particularly challenging with wheels. For example, the Mars rover Spirit had its mission terminated when it got stuck in sand. The research is in its early stage, but so far the team has deployed the robot in a virtual environment meant to simulate the moon-like surface along with gravity and just properties. The dog was also taken naturally for walks outdoors. The researchers were surprised at just how smart the robot has been in its early tests. On any moon-like surface where gravity is just 1/6 of that of Earth's, Animal started using a jumping-like mode of locomotion just as the Apollo astronauts did, realizing that jumping can be more energy efficient than walking, said Bombach. When complete, the team hopes the robot dog will be less than 110 pounds in mass, with 1/5 of that being scientific payloads. Animal will be asked to carry anything from multispectral sensors, radars to see beneath the ground, to spectrometers to assess the composition of rocks nearby. The first flight date has not yet been announced, but this is optimistic news for space, for sure. So, do you want to keep in mind, like, who's developing them? But you can see that the space.com story was literally just the news. It was like, this is what's going on. We're not gonna fearmonger about, like, oh my gosh, these robots are being developed by Chinese companies or something like that. Like, it's the betterment of humanity, which is what we should all be striving for these days. But that's just me, and I digress. All right. I'm starting to rant and sound like an bitter old man. White House reviewing possible funding cuts for Portland amid immigration protests. More Portland news. You gotta love it. And if you look at our bias distribution here, you can see that it's not a blind spot, because it's literally just, it's stupid. Anyway, 60% of the reporting is coming from the right, 33% is coming from the center, and 7% is coming from the left. And you can see that skews the factuality to 60% is higher. I have a story pulled by Reuters, I believe. So it says it's a center-leaning distribution with very high factuality, and on our factuality list, it's only third down. So we're going to go ahead and get into that story. I love this image. Portland never changed. I was born in Portland. I love Portland. never change. U.S. President Donald Trump has directed his team to review financial aid to Portland, Oregon that can be cut as his anger with the city's anti-government and anti-fascist protests mount, and the White House said on Friday. We will not fund states that allow anarchy, White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt told reporters. She gave no details about what funds Trump, a Republican, might try to block. Since returning to the White House in January, Trump has repeatedly used the threats of withholding federal funding, which is mandated by Congress, to punish those he views as political opponents, including Democrats in states and local governments and elite universities, which he views as overrun by Marxists. In the streets of downtown Portland, the largest city in Oregon, have been filled sporadically in the last few years with left-wing protests, most recently focused on immigration and custom enforcement agents carrying out Trump's plan to arrest and deport more migrants. Portland city officials said the Trump administration was threatening to withhold federal funding from the city without formal notice or justification. The move would siphon vital funding for our economy during a government shutdown that is already hurting cities like ours across the nation, Portland Mayor Keith Wilson, a Democrat, said in a statement. We will use every legal constitutional tool at our disposal to protect our residents, uphold our values, and defend the rights of every Portlander, he said. Leavitt also said she was dismayed that a conservative independent journalist was among 3 people arrested by Portland police at a demonstration outside ICE offices. This incident is part of a troubling trend in Portland where left-wing mobs believe they get to decide who can visit and live in their city, Leavitt told reporters. It's not their city, it's the American people's city. Police said the journalist Nicholas Sortor was arrested along with 2 others for fighting at the protest and charged with disorderly conduct. Video shows Sortor arguing with protesters, and he said on Friday he had acted in self-defense. Leavitt said she had spoken with Sortor, and the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Rights Division was examining whether Sortor was a victim of viewpoint discrimination by Portland police. What the fuck? Last week, Trump said he considers the city's anti-fascism protesters, sometimes referred to as Antifa, to be domestic terrorists, and that he was sending soldiers there to protect ICE agents and facilities. This week, he said he was taking control of the Oregon National Guard, the state's militia. Oregon Governor Tina Kotek, also a Democrat, said in a written statement that she would not be bullied into allowing the president to disregard Oregonians' rights to govern themselves. Pulling federal funding would harm people of Oregon and be a dereliction of the president's duty to solve real problems, Kotek added. In response to the arrest of Sortor, the Portland Police Bureau said in a statement it enforced the law impartially. As with all such situations, arrests are based on observed behavior and probable cause, not political affiliation or public profile, the police said in a statement. Wilson and other leaders in Oregon have denounced efforts to militarize policing in Portland and say Trump is violating the U.S. Constitution. As with other states, most federal aid in Oregon helps fund health care, education, transportation, and infrastructure. Things are getting bad, Tubes. Things are getting bad. Oregon's already going to be losing federal funding anyway. I mean, like everybody is. It's a government shutdown. Speaking of which, let's get into story number 3. How about that, huh? Senate fails again to pass government funding bill extending shutdown through the weekend. Democrats are going to blame Republicans. Republicans are going to blame Democrats. But the majority of the people are going to blame the Republicans because they're the ones who are in power. And you know what? They're the ones who should be blamed for this, to be honest. Like, all Democrats are asking for is like, hey, we don't want people to lose their health care. And Republicans are like, not important. Anyway, I'm showing my bias, but you know what? Like, this shit has really gotten ridiculous. I don't know what else you want me to say. Bias distribution is right down the center. 47% from the center, 27 left, 26% right. 86% of the sources are high factuality or above. Who do I have pulled from? Looks like a beehive. So
Desert News. Oh yeah, Salt Lake City, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It's so funny because it says it's center-leaning distribution. How is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints a center-leaning distribution article? I don't know. But let's go see what the Mormons have to say about the shutdown. Republican leaders are brushing off Democratic concerns that President Donald Trump isn't taking the government shutdown seriously, describing his recent social media posts as playful trolling. Trump angered Democrats on Friday when he shared 2 posts predicting OMB Director Russ Vought, who oversees how the federal government spends its money, as the Grim Reaper who will slash Democratic funding. The posts contrast with Republicans' messaging that the president doesn't take pleasure in the recent spending cuts and that he is being forced to do so by Democrats' shutdown posturing. Is he trolling Democrats? Yes, House Speaker Mike Johnson said on Friday, because that's what President Trump does, and people are having fun with this. No, they aren't. What the fuck? Nobody's having fun with this. Are you insane? I just got back from Death Valley where like every visitor center was closed and like hardly anything was open in the middle of Death Valley where it's fucking 110 degrees sometimes because it's a government shutdown and they can't open any of the places. Nobody's having fun with this. But Democrats say it proves that Trump isn't genuine about engaging in talks to end a federal shutdown. It really troubles me as someone who's watching our country really hurting today that the president and the Republicans right now are treating it as a joke. Senator Patty Murray, the top Democratic appropriator in the Senate, told Desert News, "This is not a joke. This is real. They need to stop taunting. They need to stop the childish behavior. They need to stop hurting people, and they need to come and work with us to solve a serious problem in front of our country." The House won't return to Washington, D.C. until mid-October, increasing pressure on the Senate Democrats to pass Republican spending bill in order to reopen the government. Johnson designated October 7th through the 13th as a district work period, meaning lawmakers will remain in their home districts until after Columbus Day. Johnson hinted he may keep the House out of session until the Senate approves the GOP-led spending resolution, pushing Democrats into a corner to swallow the Republican bill or own the blame of a prolonged shutdown. What the fuck? This is even more extortion by our federal government, okay? And you are setting a precedent, Republicans. Just remember that everything that you do to the Democrats will come back and be done to you when you are not in power anymore. We're just throwing all the precedents out the window, like fuck it, whatever, just go. The House will come back into session and do its work as soon as Chuck Schumer allows us to reopen the government, Johnson said on Friday. The Senate will return on Monday, where it will vote again on 2 spending proposals that have both failed to garner the 60 votes needed to end a filibuster in the upper chamber. The Senate adjourned on Friday afternoon, with the shutdown expected to drag on through the weekend. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer was quick to criticize Johnson for canceling votes, with him and other Democratic leaders arguing it served as evidence that the Republicans aren't serious about ending the shutdown in a bipartisan way. They aren't. The bottom line is, today you saw the Republicans run the same play, they got the same result, Schumer said on Friday. The question is, will they change course? It's not looking like it. And just remember, American people, that these are your elected leaders. Senators rejected 2 separate spending proposals to fund the government before it adjourned for the weekend, leaving federal agencies shuttered for thousands of workers without pay as lawmakers remain in a bitter stalemate over what to include in a temporary funding bill. The Senate won't return until Monday, meaning the shutdown will last at least 6 days, while Republicans and Democrats both refuse to blink first. When you ask me, why aren't you negotiating? Again, I don't have anything to negotiate, House Speaker Mike Johnson said on Friday. The Republicans' bill would extend current spending levels until November 21st, giving appropriators an additional 7 weeks to finalize a full-year funding bill for the fiscal year 2026. The package would also tack on millions of dollars in supplemental spending for lawmaker security. However, Democrats have refused to support the spending bill unless it contains major concessions on health care policies, including a permanent extension of the Obama tax subsidies that are scheduled to expire at the end of this year. The Republicans have argued that those talks must be separate from the temporary spending bill, thrusting both parties into a catch-22 situation. Republicans won't negotiate until an extension is passed, and Democrats won't vote for an extension until they secure a deal. The failed vote puts the Senate into a period of inaction as the chamber rules
require at least 60 votes to overcome a filibuster, meaning at least 7 Democrats would need to join all the Republicans in advancing the measure. So far, only 3 have crossed party lines to do so, and the Republicans will likely need an additional Democrat to offset Senator Rand Paul, who has consistently voted against the spending resolution. Well, thank you for that, Rand Paul, the guy who used to be my senator, who apparently has a little bit of sense and is willing to stand up to Donald Trump. He's probably not running for re-election, I don't know. The GOP spending bill failed on Friday with a final vote of 54 to 44. Meanwhile, a bipartisan group of senators is quietly discussing possible backdoor plans to reopen the government that would satisfy both parties' demands. These talks haven't materialized into a formal agreement, but conversations could continue through the weekend. Schumer said these talks haven't produced any results as Republicans didn't offer anything really new, just the same old stuff. Senate Majority Leader John Thune of South Dakota, however, appeared to throw cold water on any changes to the spending resolution, telling reporters on Thursday that he didn't think it could muster enough GOP support in the House. There are some discussions going on, and I get read into them on a regular basis, so I kind of know what's being talked about, Thune said. What the House is going to come back and vote on a month as opposed to 7 weeks, I mean, we think about this right now, we're quibbling over pretty small stuff. Hold your lawmakers accountable. Hold your lawmakers accountable. Anyway, that's all I've got for today, Tubes. So I appreciate everybody who's catching this later. I will get it clipped up. Got some stuff to do. I'm kind of a little bit backed up on content today, so I did release a video. I had one scheduled for this morning. I don't have anything scheduled for coming up. I do have some that are drafts if I work on today, but like I just got home. I got a lot of stuff to do. So we will, if nothing else, I'll probably drop some videos over the weekend, and then I will see you guys live on Tuesday, and we'll get back into our regular routine. We'll do it a little bit later. Probably start at like, I don't know, 8:30 on Tuesday, something like that. Get back into the regular rhythm of the show. So anyway, appreciate you hanging out. I'm Cousin Matt. This has been Nightly News This Morning. And if you can infect positivity on somebody around you, and hopefully they can spread it around, and it's the only contagious disease that we want to infect people with. So intention infects reality. Intention affects reality. So if you put those positive intentions out there, you will see a little bit of a positive result. So anyway, take care of yourselves, and we will see you guys Tuesday. Thanks.
Toxic, baby, saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. 'cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. And I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Your mouth's a razor, cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, doll, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games, but I still need you, babe, to save me from my ace. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me?
Right. Good morning. Hi. How are you? Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. Today is October 7th. It's a Tuesday. And we get to talk about Epstein some more today. How about that? So how's everybody doing? Good morning. Welcome. I hope you had a great weekend. I saw Matt Mason in Eugene on Saturday. That was pretty cool. It was a nice little concert. Something I was kind of surprised about is that, like, he looks like he could be Tom Holland's jacked older brother. It's pretty funny. But yeah, that was a really good time. Had some good time. Had a fun time. I'm home. I'm back in the Pacific Northwest. I'm very, very happy to be here. So, if you saw by the title of the episode, we're going to be talking about Speaker Mike Johnson, the Epstein files, special elections, Ghislaine Maxwell, the Supreme Court, all kinds of good stuff like that. Yeah. So. I guess if nobody's got anything, we're gonna go ahead and get into it. So let me get going here. And all right, so we great guest on the show today. Did not expect it. Nice surprise. You know, every once in a while we get really good guests like Cousin Matt on Cousin Matt's show. Sorry, you I was about to start and then you made me laugh, so I had to switch screens back over here. But yeah, you know, if only we could get some paid guests. All right, anyway. So let's get started today. House Democrat press Johnson on swearing in Adelita Grijalva on Friday. So what's going on? Well, there was a Democrat elected in Arizona who would be the 218th vote to the last vote needed to release the Epstein files. And for some reason, Mike Johnson has neglected his duty to swear her in so that she can't do anything. So on Tuesday, House Speaker Mike Johnson refused to swear in Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva, blocking a discharge petition to release the Jeffrey Epstein files and delaying her entry until October 7th, which is today. So hopefully she'll be sworn in today, and hopefully that'll all get going and everything. But we'll see. We'll see, because in my opinion, they're going to do everything that they can to make sure that these files don't see the light of day. So I have my articles sorted by factuality like I always do. And the very first story comes from the Tucson Press, which, you know, they're from Arizona, so they're going to know what's going on. So we'll go ahead and get into the story and see what's going on here. Have we so normalized government fraudulence that it's acceptable for the Speaker of the House to be casual about swearing in elected members of Congress? Apparently the answer is yes. Adelita Grijalva was elected to Congress from Arizona's 7th Congressional District almost 2 weeks ago. U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson has opted to ignore that fact, Arizona's first elected Latina member of Congress is not yet a member of Congress because Johnson does not choose to do his job. Johnson has employed the fig leaf of waiting for an official certification, a step he didn't bother with in the last several special elections. It's hardly as though the outcome of the election is any doubt. Grijalva was elected with 69% of the District 7 vote. Yes, Congress is shut down, but for more than a week after her election, Congress was open for business, and the southern Arizona's citizens of District 7 were without representation. And now, Johnson's refusal to swear in Grijalva means that for however long the shutdown continues, those citizens will be without constituent services. Of course, there's absolutely no reason Grijalva can't be sworn in during the shutdown. In fact, all of Congress was sworn in during the shutdown in January of 2019. Recently, 2 Republican special election winners were sworn in 24 hours after their election when the House was not in regular session. All of this hints at what's really going on. Johnson is desperate to do the president's bidding and avoid losing a discharge petition vote to bring a bill demanding the release of the Epstein files to the House floor, where it's sure to pass. As things stand, Grijalva represents the pivotal 218th vote ensuring the success of the discharge petition. So in an effort to cover up for the president, avoiding the disclosure of what may be key details of a pedophile ring centered on a man whose friendship with Trump is well known, Johnson has deprived the District 7 of its representation. If there's a more eloquent example of the moral rot in this administration and this Congress than Johnson's cynical choice to ignore his responsibilities, we don't know what it could be. We believe Johnson's failure to swear in Grijalva amounts to a violation of his oath of office. Every time the government crosses another odious line, it doesn't face repercussions. It encourages more flouting of the law, oaths of office, and the Constitution itself. This Congress has already voted to put hundreds of thousands of Arizonians' health care in jeopardy. It has permitted, without a word of dissent, many millions of dollars of federal funding it had already approved for a myriad of southern Arizona uses, from health research to public works, to be clawed back by the president. So this is not the first recent congressional action or inaction that directly affects us here, and they're talking about Arizona. But nevertheless, this latest insult should feel personal to the voters of Grijalva's district and across the region, and across the United States, really, because this affects more than just Arizona. A letter to Johnson from the mayors of 8 southern Arizona cities, including Tucson Mayor Regina Romero, said it very well. Every day that the Congresswoman-elect Grijalva's swearing in is postponed is a day that 800,000 Arizonians are denied their full voice in the People's House. The protest should be loud and long enough to carry into the ballot box for the 2026 midterms. And I agree. Yeah. All right. We're getting right into it here. I've got my Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, tubes this morning because how could you not? It is a day that ends in Y, and like shit is happening. So what's on the docket for story number 2? Oh, look, more of the same. Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva not sworn in yet amid government shutdown. So the reason that I picked this one when we just had a story about this is if you look at the last one that we looked at, it was published 6 days ago, right? So this is a little bit of an update because it was published 2 days ago. So I just kind of want to get a take on what's going on. And again, I really want to highlight that Mike Johnson is doing everything that he can to keep the Epstein files from being released. And why would that be? Is maybe Mike Johnson a toady for the Israel lobby? I don't know. Just asking questions here. So anyway, there's only 2 sources on this because not many people are reporting this. And it's right down the center, and it says 100% of the sources are high factuality or above. One's high factuality, one's very high factuality. So both center-leaning, and I have KYMA pulled up, which is this first one here. So Congresswoman-elect Adelita Grijalva wrote in a letter to House Speaker Mike Johnson on Monday, to end the delay regarding her formal induction into Congress. In the letter, Grijalva highlighted the impact the delay is having on the people in southern Arizona. The delay in swearing me in is robbing the people of southern Arizona of essential constituent services. I am unable to hire staff, open district offices, or respond to constituent concerns. This comes at a time This comes at an especially critical time during a government shutdown. Right now, the People's District need members of Congress to provide guidance and stand up for impacted workers. Also in the letter, the Congresswoman-elect cited 2 Republican congressmen from Florida, Jimmy Patronis and Randy Fine, who were both sworn in during pro forma sessions less than 24 hours after they won their special elections earlier this year. Southern Arizona deserves the same prompt and equitable treatment. The same standard should be applied regardless of party, as my constituents are no less entitled to full representation. The people of Arizona's 7th District should not have to wait any longer to have their voice heard in the House, Grijalva expressed. Attention is focused on, this is Grijalva, a Democrat, a former Prima County supervisor, will fill in the U.S. House seat for Arizona's 7th Congressional District, making her the first female Latina to ever represent Arizona in Congress. Despite her win, Grijalva has not been sworn into office by the U.S. House, and the U.S. House is currently out of session. Democrats argue the delay is politically motivated, especially since Grijalva's vote is pivotal for the bipartisan effort to force the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Some point out that in prior cases, new members have been sworn in even when the House was not in session. Reporter Adric Vargas will speak with Grijalva and share her reaction later this evening. Okay, so that is the whole article. Not a whole lot there. So, hey, it's low energy. Yeah, I'm pretty low energy this morning too. So, but I am going to be pointing out the hypocrisy in our federal government in not releasing the Epstein files. But I digress. All right. So, and in continuing with the theme of our Epstein file episode, Supreme Court rejects Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal of her criminal conviction. Why? Why would they think that oh man, the details of this are just completely baffling to me. So, got quite a few people reporting on this. You've got 381 articles reporting. You have distribution that's pretty much right down the center, 20% from the right, 26% from the left, and 54% from the center. 88% of the sources are high factuality or above. I have my source pulled from Politico, which is second on our factuality list, and it's got a very high factuality. It does lean left. So with that bias pointed out, let's go ahead and get into the article. So the Supreme Court has turned aside Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal of her sex trafficking conviction for hiring underage girls to engage in sex with the late financier Jeffrey Epstein. The High Court's action, issued Monday without comment or noted dissent from justices, leaves a potential pardon from President Donald Trump as the only obvious path for Maxwell to avoid serving the 20-year prison sentence a judge imposed on her in 2022 following her conviction at a jury trial in New York. Maxwell's attorney has said that she will seek clemency from Trump, who has expressed frustration with nagging questions about his relationship with Epstein and with a continuing fervor over top Trump's appointee's reversal of prior vows to disclose detailed records of the federal government's investigation into Epstein. In an effort to quell that uproar, the Justice Department's number 2 official Todd Blanche in July interviewed Maxwell over the course of 2 days. In the interview, Maxwell not only denied procuring girls for Epstein, but proclaimed that she never saw any man doing something inappropriate with a woman of any age, a statement that contradicted both what the Justice Department officials have concluded and voluminous evidence presented at her criminal trial and in numerous civil cases. Maxwell also sought to specify to exonerate Trump, saying she never witnessed the president in any inappropriate settings. Sure, she didn't. 1 week after the interview, Maxwell was transferred to a less restrictive minimum security federal prison camp in Texas, a move inconsistent with the typical Bureau of Prisons policy for a convicted sex offender. A move inconsistent with typical Bureau of Prisons policies for a convicted sex offender. I just want to say that again. We are, of course, deeply disappointed that the Supreme Court denied to hear Ghislaine Maxwell's case, her lawyer David Oscar Marcus said Monday, but this fight isn't over. Serious legal and factual issues remain, and we will continue to pursue every avenue available to ensure that justice is done. Maxwell's lawyers argued that the high court that indicted her in 2020 violated a non-prosecution agreement with Epstein, a non-prosecution agreement Epstein signed with federal prosecutors in 2007 in exchange for his guilty plea to the state charges. That agreement contained an unusual provision in which federal prosecutors promised not to charge Epstein's potential co-conspirators. Epstein died by suicide in a New York jail cell in 2019 while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges. Sure he did. However, prosecutors have argued that Maxwell has no right to enforce that agreement and that it is bound only to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Florida that negotiated it, not the prosecution team in Manhattan that brought the case against Maxwell in 2020. This is so fucked. And the American people deserve to keep an eye on this and know what's going on. Everybody does. This is insane. Hypocrisy in America, in this economy, I know, it's crazy. This Red Bull King Cobra knockoff knows his stuff. I would vote for him if he ran for office. I don't want to fucking run for office. Jesus. No, thank you. Yes, but will Trump pardon her? If he does, MAGA hates him as is. Hell of a thing to say. They are sick of Trump, but there it is. But if they toe the line, or will they turn on him? I think if he pardons Maxwell, they have to turn on him, right? I'm going to do everything that I can. All of my videos upload straight to Bitchute, so I'm definitely going to be making sure to point out what's going on to all those people over there. Yeah, absolutely, because this is fucking insane. Like, this is insanity on a level that I've never, ever seen before. At least, like, out in the open. I don't know. Maybe the hypocrisy's always existed, and I've just been so naive that I didn't really notice it. I don't know. So anyway, though, we are just burning through this morning. I've only got one story left. It's not exactly related, but if you want to kind of find a connection, that's kind of, I'm not going to say it. So we'll get into the last story of the day here and see what's going on. Free Press founder Barry Weiss named editor-in-chief of CBS News after deal with Paramount. Hooray. I'm sure that this is great news. Paramount announced the acquisition of the Free Press on October 6th, 2025, aiming to modernize content delivery and enhance journalism standards in America. Bias distribution, 44% down the center, 33% on the left, 23% on the right. So more reporting coming from the left than the right, but not a blind spot by any means. 85% of the sources are high factuality or above. I have a story pulled from Neiman Lab? I'm not sure. Let's see. Where is it? It's like fourth down on my factuality list, and it says it has a very high factuality rating with a center-leaning distribution. Let's read the article here. Lots of news coming out of the networks this morning. Barry Weiss, founder of the pro-Israel anti-woke Free Press, has sold the four-year-old news site to CBS parent company Paramount for a reported $150 million and is the new editor-in-chief of CBS News. And the left-leaning cable channel MSNBC has begun to split from NBC News with plans to be fully independent by the end of October. Both organizations are marking the occasion by sending a top 10 list of their values and principles to staff. And these lists offer a window into the different ways CBS and MSNBC are thinking about maintaining old audiences and reaching new ones. Here are the 10 Barry Weiss 10 core journalistic values from CBS. Journalism that reports on the world as it actually is. Journalism that is fair, fearless, and factual. Journalism that respects our audience enough to tell the truth plainly wherever it leads. Journalism that makes sense of a noisy, confusing world. Journalism that explains things clearly without pretension or jargon. Journalism that holds both American political parties to equal scrutiny. Journalism that embraces a wide spectrum of views and voices so that the audience can contend with the best arguments on all sides of a debate. Journalism that rushes towards the most interesting and important stories, regardless of their unpopularity. Journalism that uses all of the tools in the digital era. Journalism that understands the best way to serve America is to endeavor to present the public with the facts first and foremost. And here's MSNBC's official 10 principles from Brian Caravillo, SVP of Standards and Editorial Partnership for the News. Integrity. We hold the highest ethical standards. We respect the law when reporting news. We advocate for journalists' rights. We protect and defend free press freedom and the First Amendment. We respect our colleagues, our sources, and the communities we cover. We aim to be accurate in our reporting 100% of the time. If we establish that our reporting is flawed, we take prompt action to correct or clarify the mistake. We report news with an open mind. We aim to give the subjects of our original reporting an opportunity to comment before publication. The views expressed by our opinion journalists and contributors are based on accurate reported facts. The objective is to rely on sources we can identify by name in our reporting. When anonymity is the only way to report critical information, we aim to have sources with firsthand knowledge and be transparent about why we granted them anonymity. We use generative AI and other technological tools when they can improve our journalism, but we will not publish content created solely by AI, and we will disclose any public-facing use of AI. Ooh, I don't like that. We believe our audience is best served when our journalism reflects a variety of perspectives on the world we cover. We disclose to our audience any commercial initiatives that may intersect with our editorial content. We avoid any real perceived conflicts of interest. We do not accept gifts or favors that could appear to influence news judgment. That's an important one. Our journalists hold themselves to the same high standards of professionalism and journalistic integrity in their outside appearance and on their personal social media. I did a close read, and while there were certainly similarities between those top 10 lists, it's differences that are most interesting to me. Most Americans will never read these news organizations' policies. The memo's primary purpose is internal messaging, but they also provide interesting insight on how leaders are thinking at a time when Americans' trust the media has never been lower. Adults ages 65 and over, an example, the primary audience for both CBS News and MSNBC have significantly more faith than younger Americans in the media, Gallup noted last week. Those audiences are disappearing, and CBS and MSNBC are both facing challenges in attracting younger voters. A few things the author noticed. MSNBC's policies focus much more on journalists themselves and journalism as a profession. The policy is written from the journalist's point of view a lot. Lots of we, who we are, etc. Those first bullet notes, we advocate for journalists' rights. MSNBC foregrounds press freedom and the First Amendment. Weiss doesn't talk about those concepts at all. Her memo mentions America twice, once in the value sections, once further up in the memo, and American once. MSNBC's principles do not include the word America or American, but there is reference to the world we cover. CBS's values are laid out by Weiss's focus explicitly on journalism as a product for consumption and something that fills a function. It makes sense of a noisy, confusing world. It explains things clearly and rushes towards the most interesting and important stories regardless of their unpopularity. MSNBC's principles focuses heavily on traditional journalistic ethics, asking for comment, anonymity policy, not accepting gifts, disclosure corrections. Weiss doesn't mention any of those things. Weiss mentions politics and differing views several times. Hold both American political parties to equal scrutiny, wide spectrum of views and voices, best arguments on all sides of the debate. Paramount CEO David Ellison, who will oversee Weiss directly, also told the Wall Street Journal on Monday, "We want CBS to speak to that 70% of the audience that would really define themselves at center-left to center-right." MSNBC says, "We believe our audience is best served when our journalism reflects a variety of perspectives on the world we cover, but never mentions political parties or offering viewpoints from all sides." Weiss appears more enthusiastic about digital journalism that uses all of the tools of the digital era. MSNBC is warier and more specific. "We use generative AI and other tools when they can improve our journalism, but we will not publish content created solely by AI. We will disclose any public-facing uses of AI." Weiss's language emphasizes speed, rushes towards an earlier in the memo urgent deadline. MSNBC does not, though corrections will be prompt. Instead uses words accurate, accuracy 3 times. Weiss does not use the word accuracy, though she mentions being factual and the facts. And I think the rest of this are all just like Twitter responses. So something to keep in mind for the future of CBS and MSNBC. So swung by to drop a thumbs up. You have a great presentation. Thank you, East Max. Center left to center right. So what she pretends to be. Yes, exactly. Exactly. All right, everybody. So that was my 4 stories for today. Mostly wanted to focus on this Epstein bullshit, on what's going on with Mike Johnson, the hypocrisy in the House. Point out that we're getting another Israeli pro-Trump toady put in charge of a major news network. So more propaganda to come, I'm sure. You know, all good things. So anyway, we will be back Friday with another episode of Nightly News This Morning. I do appreciate everybody who's hung out. Please drop the live stream a like if you can, and subscribe if you haven't. And we will be back on Friday. Thank you guys, and take care of yourselves. Put a little bit of positivity in the world if you can, because you have a bigger impact on the world around you than you can even realize. So thanks, guys. Take care, and
through my bones. How could I be fooled by you? Breathing, breathing, breathing like you. Top man, with that pen, I'm sure in your mind. 'Cause I don't really know, and I don't really care, and I know that you know that this is always just a lie. Ooh, how you pick me right through my bones. Right through my bones. Oh, well, I've seen her break a man. Yeah, and I've seen her pick him up again. Yeah, she's untethered. She got no reins. You can try to control her, but she's beyond your ways. Yeah, well, she's love. She can't be tamed. She's love. She can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get kind of game. You can try to control her, but it's futile to try. She'll set your soul on fire and make you wanna die. Yeah, well, she'll hold you and then she'll use you. Yeah, flesh will consume you and abuse you. Yeah, we treat love, you can't be tamed. Treat love, you can't be tamed. You can try to bring it down, you only get caught again. Hey baby, don't you know I tried so hard to let her go. The more I try, the more I fail. Guess I can't escape this jail she's love, and I wish I could tame her. Give her a shove, 'cause I truly hate her. You can try to bring it out, you only get caught again.
Okay, good morning. Hello. Hi. How are you? How is everyone? How's it going? Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I am your host, Cousin Matt, like always. This is episode 40, which is crazy to me. And it's not just the 40th episode of the show. It's the 40th episode of the show since I took over doing it on my own. I'm pretty sure that, like, if we're not at a year since the very start of Nightly News This Morning, we are at least close to it. Because I know that we started it around the election last year as kind of a response to it. Jeff Holiday and I did. And now kind of doing it on my own, but you know, it is what it is, and I digress. So Freedom says that's what's up. That is what's up. Dot Executable says my autism caused a circumcision. Mine too. It goes Tylenol, autism, circumcision, world domination. Soon the world will be ours. Assimilation is evident. Resistance is futile. That's right. That's most definitely what's up. Yeah. So if you saw the title of the episode, I'm sure that you know the main story that we're talking about today. Our fantastic and wonderful Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy thinks that autism is caused by circumcision now. So we're in clown world. We're not in the darkest timeline. We're in the clowniest timeline. I don't know how we got to clown world, but that's where we are. So anyway, today's October 10th. It's a Friday, 2025, and we're going to get into some ground news. Let me make sure that I've got everything set up before we get into it here. But yeah, we're gonna get into some ground news, and we're gonna read about how gotta compose myself here. We're doing a live show. We're trying to take this seriously, right? Okay. Anyway. All right, let's get into our first story of the day. RFK Jr. says the link between circumcision and autism is highly likely. Okay. Bias distribution has 39% of the sources coming from the center, with 28% being left-leaning and 33% being right-leaning. You can see that 82% of the sources are high factuality or above. And when you sort by factuality, UPI is my third highest on my factuality list. It says it has a very high factuality rating with a center-leaning distribution. So to be fair and balanced, let's get into the story and see what's going on here. So Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. claimed Thursday that there's a strong connection between circumcision and autism, and he linked the higher instance of the condition to Tylenol. There are two studies that show children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism, Kennedy said during a Trump administration cabinet meeting. It's highly likely because they're given Tylenol. Kennedy did not specify which studies he was referencing, but a 2015 report from Denmark that tracked 334,000 Gen Z males suggested that males who were circumcised were more likely to develop autism before the age of 10 than those who were not. Acetaminophen, the active analgesic, the active drug in Tylenol, is routinely used by pregnant women, but contradicted by the Food and Drug Administration after 20 weeks of gestation. The statement issued as recently as September 5th, the Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine and the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists endorsed the use of Tylenol during pregnancy. Kenvue, Tylenol's manufacturer, has said that it's evaluating scientific studies about the use of its product during pregnancy, but to date has found no causal link between acetaminophen use during pregnancy and developmental issues. On September 22nd, Kennedy and President Donald Trump started a debate where they warned pregnant mothers should not take the drug because it may increase the chances of autism in children. Welcome to Clown World, people. So because if you give a kid a circumcision and then you give him Tylenol, you that might mean he's going to be 50% more likely to be autistic. That's wow. You know? Anyway, I'm not even going to do any commentary on that. I'm just going to leave it what it is because it's the most insane shit I've ever heard. Dot Executable said he's going to blame the Jews for this. How could he not? Okay. Anyway, let's get on to another topic here. Loeb claims 30 to 40% chance interstellar comet is alien tech. I dug through the high factuality sources on this, and like, nobody's really saying this. So like maybe further down there's like some hack reporting that's like, oh, it's aliens. The aliens are coming to get us. Okay. That being said, you can see that the distribution has 36% of the reporting coming from the left, 24% coming from the right, and 40% coming from the center. It did want to highlight that because of the government shutdown, it's hard to get accurate information coming out of these places that rely on government funding. So when we scroll down on our factuality here, I have my source pulled from space.com. It's a little ways down, but it is a center-leaning distribution and very high factuality. So let's go ahead and read from a source who actually pays attention to this stuff and isn't trying to sensationalize the news. Let's read from space.com what's going on. So, a European Mars probe witnessed the interstellar comet 3I Atlas's red planet flyby last week. On October 3rd, 3I Atlas zoomed within 19 million miles of Mars. The European Space Agency's ExoMars Trace Gas Orbiter was ready for the close-up, snapping imagery of the interloper using its color and stereo surface imaging system. This is a very challenging observation for the instrument, Principal Investigator Nick Thomas said in a statement released by ESA on Tuesday. The comet is around 10,000 to 100,000 times fainter than our usual target. Comet 3I Atlas was discovered this past July by the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System ATLAS, which is why it's 3I Atlas, telescope in Rio Janeiro, Chile. The 3I in its name indicates that it's just the third confirmed interstellar object observed in our solar system after 1 Oumuamua in 2017 and 2I Borisov in 2019. Astronomers are keen to learn as much as they can about such visitors, which carry with them such information about distant and mysterious realms. Every planet, moon, asteroid, comet, and life form in our solar system share a common origin, ESA officials said in the statement, but interstellar comets are true outsiders, carrying clues about formations of the world beyond our own. The 3I Atlas's case, those clues suggest an origin that's ancient as well as exotic. Astronomers think it's the oldest comet ever observed, with a birth that predates that of our own solar system by perhaps 3 billion years. The observations made by TGO, which reached Mars in 2016 to sniff out methane and other trace gases in its atmosphere, were part of a concerted effort ESA campaign to study 3I Atlas as it cruises through our solar system. For example, the agency's Mars Express orbiter, which has been circling the red planet since 2003, also attempted to photograph the comet on October 3rd. Scientists have not yet resolved 3I Atlas's resolved 3-eye atlas and Mars Express imagery, partly because these were taken with an exposure time of just 0.05 seconds, the maximum limit for the Mars Express, compared to 5 seconds for the ExoMars TGO, of ESA official said in the statement. Though our Mars orbiter continues to make impressive contributions to Mars science, it's always extra exciting to see them responding to unexpected situations like this one. Colin Wilson, Mars Express and ExoMars project scientist at ESA, said in the same statement. I look forward to seeing what the data reveals following further analysis. Other spacecraft will turn their eyes on the icy object in the coming months as well, including ESA's JUICE probe, which is on its way to Jupiter. Its name is short for Jupiter Icy Moon Explorer. JUICE. We'll start looking for 3-eye atlas on November 2nd, just 3 days after the comet makes its closest approach to the sun, which will come at a distance of 130 million miles or 210 million kilometers. 3-eye atlas will likely be in a more active state at this point, giving JUICE a real chance to resolve it, even though the Jupiter probe will be farther from the comet than the ESA's Mars probes were on October 3rd. Oh, and that's the whole article. Cool. Those gosh darn Jews are always pinching pennies. They don't pinch pennies. That would be a racist stereotype. And we here at Nightly News this morning can't condone any racist stereotypes, Tubes. Cracking open my next Juneberry Red Bull, not a sponsor, though they should be, Tubes. All right. What's everybody's plan for the weekend? I think I'm going to go to the coast. It's going to be rainy here. But it is what it is, and I digress. All right. Story number 3. Look at that. Instagram explores dedicated TV app to challenge YouTube. Only 12 articles are reporting so far, with only 14% coming from the right, 43% coming from the center, and 43% coming from the left. So you could consider it a right-leaning blind spot issue. However, if you sort by factuality, you see that the highest factuality is a right-leaning source called Seeking Alpha, which I'm not going to give them my email, so we're not going to read from there because, I've already picked too many articles from them, and so they block me. But I have an article pulled from Tube Filter, which is doesn't even give me a biased distribution on it one way or the other, but let's read what Tube Filter has to say. Why not? YouTube might be losing subscribers thanks to price hikes, but YouTube on TV is dominating, and TikTok and Instagram want a piece of that. As you may have heard, since YouTube takes every available opportunity to talk it up, YouTube is not only the most watched streaming service in the US, but also the most watched anything. Nielsen data shows it's officially generated more watch time than any linear or broadcast TV network. And that's a big deal for YouTube, which has been pouring effort into its living room TV ambitions for years, and in doing so, stirring up the ire of streaming services like Netflix's CEO Ted Sarandos. According to the information, TikTok and Instagram owners ByteDance and Meta are planning to chase YouTube's success by introducing TV apps of their own. Both apps will front-load short-form content, which will make it difficult for them to come anywhere close to YouTube's TV's watch time. In Meta's case, a person familiar with the Meta said the app would be populated with Reels, not a surprise, since it recently made all Facebook videos into Reels in an attempt to unify video publishing across platforms and maybe also pump up Reels numbers a little bit. There apparently aren't many other details. As for TikTok, however, things have more developed oomph. The information reports TikTok staff has spent the past 6 months strategizing their app. They have a clear goal, appealing to older viewers, and instead of pulling from TikTok's base library of content, they're trying to find ways to encourage higher production value videos that will look good on TV screens. TikTok might have more concrete ideas because it previously launched a TV app back in November 2021. If you didn't know that app existed, don't worry, you're not alone. TikTok didn't promote it much, and it appears to have pulled it earlier this month. Neither Meta nor TikTok would comment on these potential apps. It's worth noting, though, that TikTok's global head of production operations and solutions, David Kaufman, told Cannes Lions attendees last week that the living room is definitely a new frontier for us that we're taking very seriously. We get it. YouTube is driving immense viewership and, crucially, an increasing amount of advertising revenue through living room TVs. And as of right now, it's pretty much unchallenged. Meta and TikTok obviously see a competitive opportunity here, but streaming services and traditional TV networks with billions of dollars behind them have fallen in YouTube's wake, and those are companies whose entire goal was getting people to watch content on TVs. What chances do Meta and TikTok stand? They'd stand a better one if their users posted the sort of engaging long-form content YouTube is known for, but that's never been the bread and butter of Reels or TikTok. Will living room viewers want the same mindless swiping experiences on their TVs? Who knows? I don't think so. Either way, these apps seem to be on the horizon, so we'll soon find out whether YouTube's TV superiority can be duplicated. Probably not, Tubes. All right. William Bender says, hell yeah, Matt live, let's go. That's right. That's what's up, Tubes. We've got one more story for you today. We're breezing through things, and anybody can always drop a comment on any of the videos if they have a subject that they want me to research for an episode or read about or look and see what Ground News is saying about it. Like, absolutely throw it in the comments, do whatever you want. Also might be seeing about maybe monetizing the show after the first of the year. Probably not going to do anything before that, but like after the first year might be thinking about doing Patreon and Cash App and PayPal and those kinds of things so that people can support the show a little bit more, because I'm not monetized right now in any way. I'm paying for Ground News. So thank you for being a good person to King Cobra JFS. May he rock on forever. Yeah, man. Cobes was really cool. He was my buddy, and I didn't really have any problem saying that. It's really sad what happened, and I don't want to go into it too much here. But yeah, I appreciate the support, and I know that he did too. So, but let's go ahead and get into story number 4, last story of the day. So, JP Morgan CEO Dimon warns of U.S. stock market correction risk, BBC reports. So this is a blind spot for the left. If you look at our bias distribution over here, it says 12% reporting coming from the left, with 35% from the center and 53% coming from the right. Typically, you see right-wing articles are a little bit more scare tactic, doom and gloom kind of thing. It says 82% of the sources are high factuality or above, though, so that's good. My story is from QZ.com. So let's see here. Quartz.com. So I tried to pull from Reuters, but I think that there was some kind of issue with it, but it doesn't matter. So second down on the factuality list, very high factuality rating with a center-leaning distribution. And let's go ahead and see what Jamie Dimon is saying here. So JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon is sounding the alarm about the stock market, saying he expects a significant correction could be on the way, perhaps in as little as 6 months. In an interview with the BBC, Dimon said he was far more worried than others about a serious market correction than his peers. While he declined to put an exact timeline on his bearish prediction, he said it could happen anywhere from 6 months to 2 years from now. So he doesn't think it's going to happen tomorrow. So if the market is pricing in 10%, I would say it's more like 30, and I'm not saying next year because of the timing of these things is almost impossible, he said. Dimon pointed to a number of risk factors for the market, including the geopolitical environment, fiscal spending, and the remilitarization of the world. Any of those, he said, could cause issues that the market and world wouldn't know how to address. So I say the level of uncertainty should be higher in most people's minds than what I would call normal, he said. One area where Dimon isn't concerned, however, is one that many others have been watching: the continued investment into AI. Many economists have warned that there could be an AI bubble forming, which rivals the one that grew around the internet stocks at the turn of the century, they're talking about the dot-com bubble in the early 2000s. So Dimon said he believes AI will pay off, though some of the money being invested would probably be lost. Diamond seemed to point at the global geopolitical instability as the biggest risk factor facing the economy today and urged the governments to focus on increasing its inventory of weapons. Jesus. People talk about stockpiling things like crypto. I always say we should be stockpiling bullets, guns, and bombs, he said. The world's a much more dangerous place, and I'd rather have safety than not. Amid concerns about the government control of the Federal Reserve, Diamond said he felt the central bank would remain independent despite Donald Trump's frequent comments and posts attacking the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. Diamond said he would take Trump at his word that the Fed would continue to stand on its own. He did express concerns, though, that the Fed might not be able to deliver the rate cuts the market is hoping for as inflation continues to rise. That's a bearish sign. All right, so me and my life mate love your show. Well, thank you. We live in clown world, honk honk. That's right. That's what I've been saying. So who's alive here? All right. I do appreciate everybody hanging out who's been here today, watching the show live. I'm gonna try to get it clipped up. I still have the last show that I did. I think it's uploaded, but thumbnails need to be made. There's a lot of work to do. I'm gonna try to get some work on the show done today. And like I said, we'll probably be looking at doing a Patreon for those who want to support the show starting at the beginning of the year. So if that's something that you're interested in, please look for that. I'm going to continue to try to help the show grow in the meantime. And so if there's anybody that you know that you think might be interested in it, I try to do some short form content. I'll be posting more on Instagram on my community page. There is that. And I'll start putting the Instagram link in the descriptions as well. Might be doing a TikTok here in the next month or two as well. So new things to look for. We're gonna try to keep going in a positive upward direction. So that's all I've got for this episode, everybody. I want to thank you guys again for being here. Thanks for the support. And if you have the opportunity to make a positive impact on somebody in your life, you should try to do that if you can. Obviously, you want to take care of yourself first and foremost, but just remember that you've got a bigger impact on the world around you than you even realize, and trying to be a positive impact rather than a negative impact is gonna make the world a better place. So thank you, everybody. Take care, and we'll see you guys on Tuesday. Have a great weekend, and
she's untethered, she got no reins. You can try to control her, but she's beyond your ways. Yeah, well, she's love, she can't be tamed. She's love, she can't be tamed. You can try to bring her down, you only get kind of game. To try, she'll set your soul on fire and make you wanna die. Yeah, well, she'll hold you and then she'll use you. Yeah, she'll consume you and abuse you. Yeah, well, she's love, she can't be tamed. She's love, don't you know, I tried so hard to let her go. The more I try, the more I fail. Guess I can't escape this jail. She's love, and I wish I could tame her. Give her a shove, 'cause I truly hate her. Moonlit nights, I'm feeling blue. Been trying to call you, but I couldn't get through. And I'm crying, baby, you drive me insane. Though your love is toxic, yeah, save me from this pain. But my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, will you stay with me? Well, I've been chewed up, let down, and torn up by your girl. You made a man your property, and you ripped away his world. And I don't want to admit it, but there's a man to blame. Well, I can only hate myself for feeling of his pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me? Your mouth's a razor, cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games. Oh, but I still need you to save me from my aims. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me?
All right, good morning. Hi, welcome, hello, welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. This is the show where we use the ground news aggregator to try to root out some news bias and things like that. So anyway, welcome. It is Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. And here we are. President Donald Trump is being heralded as as the bringer of peace, while federal agents in Portland continue to instigate things and all kinds of fun things going in the world. So anyway, how are you guys doing? Things in your lives going good? Did you have a great weekend? I hope so. We've got a big No Kings protest coming up on Saturday that everybody should know about. So Hodo4 says, "You've got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me. You as well, man. You got a friend in me too." So how about that? All right. Well, let me see if I can get my mouse here, and then let's get going, huh? Let's jump into our first story here. Let me fix my camera placement here because I had everything going, and things got a little bit wacky this morning. But we roll with the punches. We're doing it live. Tubes, we're doing it live. Okay. Let's get going in story number 1. Supreme Court rejects Alex Jones. I swear I'm going to get this at one point. Supreme Court rejects Alex Jones's appeal of $1.4 billion defamation judgment in the Sandy Hook shooting. And this is a story that the right isn't even reporting on. So definitely a blind spot. If you come down here and look at our bias distribution, 55% of the sources are coming from the left, 45% of the sources are coming from the center, and 0% of the sources are coming from the right. So like I said, big blind spot story here. My story is pulled from the Associated Press, which if we look sorted by factuality, it is third down on the factuality list with a very high factuality rating. It is a left-leaning publication, so keep that in mind when you read them. You know, you don't want to get all of your sources from just one side or the other, but try to mix it up a little bit. So look at that guy, that just peak masculinity there. So let's get into the story here. So the Supreme Court on Tuesday rejected an appeal from conspiracy theorist Alex Jones and left in place the $1.4 billion judgment against him over his description of the 2012 Sandy Hook elementary school shooting as a hoax staged by crisis actors. The InfoWar host had argued that the judge was wrong to find him liable for defamation and infliction of emotional distress without holding a trial on the merits of allegations lodged by relatives of the victims of the shooting, which killed 20 first graders and 6 educators in Newtown, Connecticut. The justices did not comment on their order, which they issued without even asking the families of the Sandy Hook victims to respond to Jones's appeal. An FBI agent who responded to the shooting also sued. Jones filed for bankruptcy in late 2022, and his lawyers told justices that the plaintiffs have no possible hope of collecting the entire judgment. He said he is separately appealing a $49 million judgment in a similar defamation lawsuit in Texas after he failed to turn over documents sought by the parents of another Sandy Hook victim. In the Connecticut case, the judge issued a rare default ruling against Jones and his company in late 2021 because of what she called Jones's repeated failure to abide by court rulings to turn over certain evidence to the Sandy Hook families. The judge convened a jury to determine how much Jones would owe. The following year, the jury agreed on a $964 million verdict, and the judge later tacked on another $473 million in punitive damages against Jones and Free Speech Systems, InfoWar's parent company, which is based in Austin, Texas. In November, the satirical news outlet The Onion was named the winning bidder in an auction to liquidate InfoWar's assets to help pay the defamation judgments. But the bankruptcy judge threw out the auction results, citing problems with the process and the Onion's bid. The attempt to sell off InfoWar's assets has moved to a Texas state court in Austin. Jones is now appealing a recent order from the court that appointed a receiver to liquidate the assets. Some of Jones's personal property is also being sold off as part of the bankruptcy case. Aww. So sad. So sad. President Donald Trump says, "I restored peace in Portland. No more crime there." Did you? Thank you, I guess. Bad Wolf says, "I thought when seeing people awarded judgments when someone's... I've thought that when seeing people awarded judgments when someone scammed them. If the money is spent, it's not likely to get it back." Yep, that is correct. So, President Trump, your methods for Portland seem questionable. I just want to say, like, I don't mean to tell you how to do your job or anything, but like, maybe do your job better. I don't know. Not a sponsor, Tubes. Every morning, Juneberry Red Bull. Every morning we do the news anyway. I'm trying to switch to coffee. I hear it's healthier for you. Speaking of President Donald Trump, China says it will fight to the end. Oops, excuse me. Yeah, no, that's right. I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't know how to do my show this morning. China says it will fight to the end in the U.S. trade war. Bias distribution has this to be more of a blind spot for the left. If you look, 18% of our distribution comes from the left, 32% is coming from the center, and 50% coming from the right. 85% of the sources are high factuality or above, so that's not terrible. And if we look down here, our first up on our factuality list when we sort by factuality is the Hong Kong Free Press, which, you know, they're reporting from China, so maybe they have an idea of what's going on. Let's go ahead and get into the article and see what's going on here. China said Tuesday it was ready to fight to the end in a trade war with the United States after President Donald Trump said he would slap an additional 100% tariffs on goods from the country. What are you doing, Mr. President? The move, revealed in a Friday social media post, was in response to Beijing's announcement last week of sweeping new export controls in the strategic field of rare earths currently dominated by China. Trump also announced in the post that Washington would impose export controls on any and all critical software from November 1st. The latest escalation has rattled markets and called into question a potential upcoming meeting with Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping in South Korea. On the matter of tariff wars and trade wars, China's position remains consistent, an unnamed Commerce Ministry spokesperson said in a statement Tuesday. If you wish to fight, we shall fight to the end. If you wish to negotiate, our door remains open, the statement said. The United States cannot simultaneously seek dialogue while threatening to impose new restrictive measures. It's not the proper way to engage with China. Trump appeared to wall back his more menacing rhetoric in a Sunday social media post that said, "It will all be fine," adding that the United States wants to help China. Look at that guy. He's, man, peak masculinity. On Monday, as the outlook for the trade war with the United States darkened, newly released official data from September showed that China's overseas shipments have remained resilient. Exports jumped 8.3% year on year last month, the fastest expansion since March and much faster than forecast. Shipments to the United States, the world's largest consumer market, picked up to reach $34.3 billion, the data showed. Chinese goods currently face U.S. tariffs of at least 30% under levies that Trump imposed while accusing Beijing of adding in the fentanyl trade, as well as unfair trade practices. China's retaliatory tariffs are currently at 10%. The global impact of Trump's tariffs onslaught is in the spotlight this week as a semi-annual gathering of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank takes place in Washington. The White House continues to insist that long-term efforts of tariffs will be positive for the United States, pointing to the relatively muted impact on the economy so far. Okay. All right. My methods are the greatest, Mr. Trump says. I'm making our economy great again. Also, good morning, afternoon here, Matt. Thanks for some news I can trust. Hey, absolutely, Bad Wolf. I tried to start the show by 8:59 my time, which would be 11:59 on the East Coast, so that it was still technically nightly news this morning. But it was a little bit late getting things going this morning, so I do apologize. I usually try to do things to where it's still in the morning for the entire United States at least. So the pose of winning. Yeah. I guess that depends on how full your diaper is. Anyway, so my next story is in relation to a story that I did last week. I guess it's kind of a little bit of an update, so we'll get going on that here. All right, JP Morgan unveils $1.5 trillion plan to boost investments in U.S. strategic industries. So as far as the blind spot, you definitely have more reporting coming from the right at 27% than you do from the left at 12%, but the majority of the reporting is coming from the center at 61%. So scrolling down here, I believe that my article is pulled by our very first high factuality source, because I use Ground News to sort by factuality so that I know that I'm getting the highest factual reporting that I possibly can. And it says InsideNova.com is our highest factuality source here. So let's get into the article and see what they have to say. JP Morgan Chase said Monday it would invest $10 billion in industries tied to U.S. national security as part of a decade-long plan to help protect the U.S. economy as global trade tensions rise. JP Morgan Chase's Security and Resilience Initiative is a $1.5 trillion 10-year plan to facilitate, finance, and invest in industries critical to the national economic security and resilience. The bank will direct equity and venture capital investments of up to $10 billion to help U.S. companies. That includes defense contractors, minerals, and artificial intelligence companies. It has become painfully clear that the United States has allowed itself to become too reliant on unreliable sources of critical materials, products, and manufacturing, all of which are essential for our national security, JP Morgan Chase chairman and CEO Jamie Dimon said in a statement Monday morning. Our security is predicated on the strength and resilience of America's economy. The announcement from the largest U.S. bank comes amid rising trade tensions with China over access to rare earth minerals. Last week, Beijing tightened restrictions on exports of products containing even trace amounts of rare earth minerals. China holds most of the world's rare earth minerals, which are crucial for advanced manufacturing, including military equipment, cars, and electronics. America needs more speed and investment, Dimon said. It also needs to remove obstacles that stand in the way: excessive regulation, bureaucratic delay, partisan gridlock, and education systems not aligned to the skills we need. Dimon's comments come amid an ongoing partial federal government shutdown after Congress allowed funding to lapse. The bank said its investments come at a time when the U.S. is looking to modernize infrastructure, fortify supply chains, and implement policies that promote growth. This new initiative includes efforts like ensuring reliable access to life-saving medicines and critical minerals, defending our nation, building energy systems to meet AI-driven demand, and advancing technologies like semiconductors and data centers, Dimon said. Our support of clients in these industries remains unwavering. China announced last Wednesday that foreign entities must get a license to export products containing trace amounts of rare earth minerals found in China or made using China's extraction process. In response, President Donald Trump said on Friday, imports from China will face a new 100% tariff over and above existing import taxes on the world's second largest economy. U.S. markets dropped as tensions again rose between the two superpowers. After fiery social media posts on Friday regarding China, Trump struck a more positive tone on Sunday. Don't worry about China. It'll all be fine.
Highly respected President Xi just had a bad moment,
the U.S. president wrote.
He doesn't want depression for his country, and neither do I.
The U.S. wants to help China, not hurt it. Dimon said speed was the key. We need to act now. Trump has used tariffs to quickly reorder global trade in the past 7 months. Economists, businesses, and some publicly traded companies have warned that tariffs could rise prices on a wide range of consumer products throughout the U.S. Trump has said that he wants to use tariffs to restore manufacturing jobs lost to lower wage countries in the past decades, shift the tax burden away from U.S. families, and pay down the national debt. Tariff is a tax on imported goods that the importer pays, not the producer. The importer pays the cost of the duties directly to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, a federal agency. Ugh. So, anyway. I thought you had Trump on as a guest. Yeah. You know, sometimes yeah. Anyway, tubes, moving right along here. So we got one more story for today. You're usually late yourself. Yeah. I mean, I try not to be. I typically do this pretty early. I usually get up between like 5 and 6 to get everything ready and going and stuff for the show. But, you know, just had some stuff going this morning, you know, had some other things going with my partner and things like that. So, all right, let's get going here. Your impression was that good? Okay. I've had people tell me that they like my Trump impression, which I think it's kind of ridiculous and like over the top, you know. It's obviously over the top, but people think it's funny, so I keep doing it, you know. It's good. It's good stuff. Give me a plane and I'll be happy to come on. Is that all it takes? I mean, Jesus, I don't have Qatar money. I'm sorry. Can I promise you future earnings, like a percentage of whatever the podcast generates when you come on the show? Like, would that work for you, Mr. President? Obviously the real Donald Trump. Yep. That'd be pretty great. So, all right, let's get into the last story of the day here. I swear to God, I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. Obviously, I get paid for this. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy claims no King protests are part of Antifa. What? What? All right. Bias distribution has well over half of the reporting is coming from the right, 72%. So like almost 3/4 of the reporting on this is coming from the right. 14 center, 14 left. Oh, all right. Okay. Cool. And if you look, the highest factuality source comes from a left-leaning publication. So I can only imagine what the right is saying about this. But my story's not pulled from the right. I guess maybe I should have pulled one from the right, but I've got one pulled from USA Today. It's already set up. It's what we're doing. Let's get into it. Two of President Donald Trump's cabinet secretaries said Democrats are keeping the government closed for the sake of the No Kings mass protest scheduled for Saturday, October 18th. The comments made on the same Fox Business show on October 13th echo congressional Republicans last week who blamed the now 2-week-long shutdown on Democrats, saying they wanted to keep the government closed until after the protests, hoping to show party activists they are pushing back on the Trump administration. In criticizing the rallies, Treasury Secretary Scott Bensett said, "No Kings means no paychecks, and no government." Liberal groups have criticized elected Democrats for not doing enough in Congress to resist Trump's changes to the federal government. Senate Democrats are refusing to approve a short-term funding measure for the federal government, demanding Republicans restore large cuts to the Obamacare and Medicaid that will cost millions of people their health care insurance. Rally organizers told USA Today they expect the crowds to joyfully and peacefully celebrate their First Amendment right to protest. They've used the comments to draw more attention to their upcoming events. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy told Fox he expected millions of attendees will be part of Antifa paid protesters. It begs the question of who's funding it. Who's funding it? What are you talking about, man? Duffy accused protesters of dictating the actions of the Democratic leaders. Democrats want to wait for a big rally of No Kings protests when the bottom line is who's running the show in the Senate, said Duffy. Chuck Schumer's not running the show, he said of the Senate Minority Leader, a Democrat. The No Kings protesters or organizers are running the show. Okay. This is a guy at Mar-a-Lago. Lee Greenberg, co-founder of Indivisible, one of the groups organizing the protests, responded on social media. This is what it looks like when you've fully lost control of the message and you're panicking. No Kings protests are scheduled at more than 2,500 locations across the country, with one of several flagship protests planned outside the United States Capitol. Previous protests held by the same organizers over the last year, including the June 14th rally, also named No Kings, have been peaceful and drawn massive crowds. On October 10th, several congressional Republicans referred to the protests as Hate America rallies and accused Democrats of keeping the government closed at the request of activists. House Speaker Mike Johnson of Louisiana, a Republican, said on Fox News that Republicans were hearing that Democrats wouldn't reopen the government until after the rallies because they can't face their rabid base. Activists have been upset with Schumer for voting with Republicans in March to avoid a government shutdown. Johnson said he's tired of waiting for the Democrats to agree to end the shutdown. We're so angry about it. I mean, I'm a very patient guy, but I've had it with these people. They are playing games with real people's lives. The theory we have right now, they have a Hate America rally that's scheduled for October 18th at the National Mall. It's all pro-Hamas wing of Antifa people, and they're all coming out, he said. God. On Newsmax, Senator Roger Marshall, Republican of Kansas, said Democrats have to put on a show with the protests before they will allow the government to reopen. Is that what they think? These people are so out of touch. October 18th is when the protests get here. This will be a Soros paid for protest with his professional protesters. The agitators show up, Marshall said, referencing the billionaire George Soros, who's backed Democratic causes, though is not an organizer or publicly connected to the protests. We'll have to get the National Guard out. Hopefully it will be peaceful. I doubt it. There has been no public discussion of plans to have the National Guard present at the Washington protests or in any others. In an October 10th statement, the coalition of activist groups putting on the protests, rallies, and marches stressed that the organizers undergo security and de-escalation training to avoid violence, which they've been doing in Portland as well. Speaker Johnson is running out of excuses for keeping the government shut down. Instead of reopening the government, preserving affordable health care, or lowering costs for working families, he's attacking millions of Americans who are peacefully coming together to say that America belongs to its people, not to kings, the statement said. We'll see everyone on October 18th. Hunter Dunn, a national spokesperson for the 50-51 protest group, said he finds it funny that Republican rhetoric about the rally swings from being tactic to keep the government closed to being fully paid protesters who hate the country. You kind of got to pick which lie you're going with. The enemy can't simultaneously both be weak and strong, he said, which is a good point. We can work out a deal. I make the best deals. Okay, well, go to Congress and make a deal with the Democrats then. I would love to see you do that, Mr. Art of the Deal. You made that deal in Gaza that apparently maybe Biden set up beforehand, or the Biden administration. I don't think Biden did anything personally, but if you're such a great deal maker, man, go to Congress, go to the Senate. So anyway, that's all that I've got for today, Tubes. I appreciate that everybody has come on. Mr. President, I appreciate your comments today. Bad Wolf, thanks for joining us. And everybody else who's been here, who's watching it later. So just remember that you have a bigger impact on the world around you that you know. Like, your world is small, but the person you impact impacts somebody else. And if you can put some positivity into that line of impacting people, that's a good thing to do. So I'm glad that everybody was here. I'm glad that everybody was hanging out. I will see you guys back on Friday. Thanks for hanging out with me, and take care. We'll see you on the next one.
Toxic, baby, saves me from my pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. So I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. Been chewed up, let down by a girl. You made a man your property, and you ripped away his world. I don't wanna admit it, but there's a man to blame. For feeling all this pain. 'Cause my brain's on fire. Oh, and I can't sleep. And I'm begging you, baby, to stay with me. close a razor cuts me to my soul. Though your love feels tender, doll, your heart is black as coal. And I'm so sick and tired of all your little games, but I still need you, babe, to save me from my aches. Cause my brain's on fire, oh, and I can't sleep, so I'm begging you, baby, would you stay with me?
Okay, good morning. Hi. How you doing? Welcome to Nightly News This Morning. I'm your host, Cousin Matt. And today is October 17th, Friday, 2025. And we're doing it live. What do you know? How's everybody doing? How's your week been? Been good? Great. Fantastic. All right. So, if you haven't watched the show before, which people have, people haven't, who knows? What we typically do is pick about 4 topics on ground news, look at how the bias distribution and the fact distribution is going on them, and then pick one story to read through, and we point out which side of the aisle the publication that we read from leans on, and their factuality rating. I typically like to use ground news to sort by the highest factuality. That's kind of how I do it, so... But you can do it any way you want if you have your own ground news subscription. I pay for mine. I am not paid for ground news. They are not a sponsor, Tubes. They look at my tiny, puny little channel and they say, he doesn't, why pay him? Nobody's watching his shit anyway. But that's not true, because you're watching and you're not a nobody. You're a smart person who knows you want to get your news from a non-bias. But I'm not non-bias. I am biased, but I try to point my own bias out. That being said, I do want to take a minute to say that I am going to be not necessarily changing the format of the show, but I'm going to be offering more after the first of the year. Going to go ahead and start a Patreon for the show. Try to get a little bit of self-sponsorship, if you will, Tubes, because this isn't free to do. Like, not only does it require my time, and I put in money for my own equipment and stuff like that, but I also have to pay for my yearly ground news subscription, which is going to be coming up at the end of this month. I looked at it's I've got a subscription through some YouTuber, so I only pay $50 a year, but that's still $50 a year that I'm paying for this show. So, and I do it because I enjoy it. But like I said, I would like to open up the opportunity to make this channel a little bit bigger and do some more. Speaking of that, I will be at the No Kings protest in Portland tomorrow, reporting on what's happening. I don't know if I'll be doing any live reporting, but I will definitely be taking my camera and my microphone, maybe get some interviews with some people down there, and try to bring you guys a little bit of fair and balanced idea of what's going on. So with that being said, though, we do